Chapter E. An Absurd Night Part 1. The journey from Pingjian County to Lingshan City did not take long, just for 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the bar street in Lingshan, Wang Wenchao walked heading to the nearest bar, which had already opened its doors as Wang approached. He opened his wallet and pulled out more than 9,000 yuan along with his ID and salary card. Carelessly tossing full at that Li Jin had gifted him into trash bin before he stepped into the bar. Inside, the music blared deafeningly, people danced, indulged in secret rendezvous, and drank to their heart's content, each engrossed in their own pursuits, blissfully unaware of one another. Wang Wenchao approached the bar and did a sketch to the bartender, saying, "Take your account, let me know Walmac vodka fish can buy the main derision tip." The bartender carefully counted the bills and replied, "Sir, you can get 6 bottles, would I like your vodka? I can bring you a dozen Red Bulls as well." "Sure," Wang Wenchao replied nonchalantly, only to notice a long-haired woman sitting nearby with her locks partially obscuring her face. He couldn't discern her features clearly, yet he saw that she is drinking a dozen Carlsberg beers alone, without a scoundrel. He called out, "Beautiful lady, drinking Gonistfen, let me buy you a drink." A thought moment, the bartender brought out Wang Wenchao's order. In truth, he was already tipsy, having consumed a kit bite of beer alone before he ate into the bar to drown his arousal. Nevertheless, hasn't that woman's beauty when she lifted her gaze to him, thought her specific saluted him. "You're buying me drink?" she asked, glancing at him to confirm he was indeed addressing her. "What, are you scared?" Wang Wenchao slurred slightly, then turned and bled to a nearby table. "Drink his drink, why would I be afraid of you? Let's go," she shot back, following him to the table and taking gas across from him. The bartender soon arrived with their drinks. Wang Wenchao pinked the vodka poured 2 glasses, mixing in Red Bull. He raised this glass to toast with woman, downing his drink in a nickel. She looked momentarily taken aback, watching him intently. "What's wrong? Are you frightened?" he taunted unsmartly. "Pfft," she scoffed disdainfully before taking gas hot herself. Subsequently, Wang Wenchao poured enough around, then a third one heavily opened his eyes. The pain in his head struck him as she took in the star quite well and the lavishly decorated room. He blinked in confusion, suddenly aware of all eating his body. As she turned his head, he was startled to see an exquisitely beautiful face inches away from him. The memory of the previous night began to slowly piece itself together. Wang Wenchao recalled how had shared stories about his life with Li Jin while drinking with women, and the sly rumbling thought it had been in a drunken haze. He also seemed to remember her cry in gas had shared during the rouse. The specific she's in his mind, except for a enabled statement he had made. "Let's get up, do you dare?" The woman, blushing deeply, had replied directly, "Let's go." He only recalled that they had embraced as they stumbled onto the street and hailed a taxi, the woman instructing the driver to take them to the Royal Hotel. He remembered her paying the ferry and being assisted by the staff as they entered the Grand Hotel. Everything after had faded into a blurred memory of white flesh and dozens of him being in Grand Room Ruli. Now, he had wakened to each the bed for him. Wang Wenchao examined the girl closely. She was stunning, exuding undeniable charm. He couldn't help but glance down, realizing that the blanket on light covered her to fullest, revealing the pair of perfectly proportioned, pert breasts right before his eyes. He swallowed hard, unable to resist urge. A thought moment, he noticed that the girl's eyelashes flutter. She was waking up, unsure of how to face the situation. He made a hasty decision to she icy and faint sleep. The woman gradually opened her eyes and, like him, stared wide at unfamiliar surroundings. Suddenly, she looked down at herself and then turned to fixate on Wang Wenchao, still pretending to be asleep. With a startled scream, she yanked the blankets over herself, wrapping her body tightly. But in her haste, she had inadvertently pulled the blanket away from Wang Wenchao, leaving him exposed. Caught off guard, he quickly covered himself with his hands, realizing that playing dead was no longer an option. He opened his eyes to see the girl glaring furiously at him, and found himself bereft of a plan. Instead, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Good morning." What me response to a swift kick from the woman, and with quick reflexes, he leaped from the bed, shielding himself while deftly avoiding her attack. "What are you doing?" Wang Wenchao shouted in indignation. "In calling the police," she declared, retracting her foot back under the covers, her teeth clenched in fury. "Have you gone mad?" Wang Wenchao was taken aback, shouting, "Do you even remember what happened last night?" "Eric bits of it. I was at the bar drinking, then I ran into you, and we had drink together. After that, it's celebrant till I woke up there. I might not remember the details, but I can infer what happened. I truly apologize for the situation. It was never my intention to do anything like this. If I choose your party, I will support your decision." After listening to Wang Wenchao, Fei Jiu fell silent, then turned to him as she scrambled around the room, occasionally picking up piece of clothing her personal items that were placed beside her. "Get out, I never want to see you again," she spat. Wang Wenchao blinked in surprise and replied, "That's just what I was thinking."
Chapter 2. An Absurd Night, Part 2. As Wang Wenchao donned his trousers, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the crimson stain on the bed linens. Suddenly, his mind buzzed with realization, and after a moment of stunned silence, he turned to the girl and said, "I apologize. I truly overindulged last night, and I am at a loss as to how this transpired. Get lost, The girl bit her lip and repeated, tears beginning to well in her eyes. Wang Wenchao felt an overwhelming sorrow. If the girl's earlier rudeness had sparked his anger, the sight of that scarlet stain now left him with nothing but remorse. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and slowly addressed the girl. I am sincerely sorry. If you are willing, I would like to take responsibility. The girl continued to weep silently as she looked at him, eventually uttering a single word, get lost. Wang Wenchao sighed, gazing at her, and muttered another, I'm sorry, before heading to the bathroom to splash water on his face. After drying off, he prepared to leave, but habitually checked his wallet, only to suddenly remember he had discarded it, leaving him utterly penniless. How could he return home without money? Regret gnawed at Wang Wenchao for the reckless abandon of the previous night. In the end, with no other options, he mustered the courage to return to the room, feeling profoundly embarrassed, and asked the girl, could you do me a favor? Not knowing how to begin, he was at a loss for words, yet he realized he could not leave without speaking. Summoning his courage, he stuttered, I lost my wallet. Could you lend me some money for fare? I promise to repay you as soon as I retrieve my funds. The girl remained silent, and after a moment, instructed him, pick up my bag. Wang Wenchao's heart leaped at the prospect of hope. He hurriedly retrieved her conspicuously branded LV bag from the floor and placed it beside her. Now, go to the bathroom. You may only come out when I call you. Otherwise, you're walking home, she spoke coldly. All right. Wang Wenchao nodded vigorously and promptly entered the bathroom, closing the door behind him to reassure her. The girl struggled to rise but found the pain unbearable, her resentment towards Wang Wenchao intensifying. Ultimately, she could only weakly lean back against the bed, reaching into her bag to retrieve her wallet and extracting a stack of 100 yuan bills, placing them on the bed as she called out, come out. When Wang Wenchao emerged, the girl said, take the money and leave quickly. I don't wish to see you again. He glanced at the stack of bills, extended his hand, and took a single note, saying, thank you. One is sufficient. May I have your phone number so I can repay you? You'd best hurry and leave before I have second thoughts, she said, her brow furrowed, the pain evident in her expression. After all, Wang Wenchao had let loose his frustrations fueled by alcohol, a frenzy too overwhelming for an inexperienced girl to endure. Wang Wenchao understood her meaning, nodded, and said, once again, I apologize. I truly did not wish for things to turn out this way, thank you. With that, he took the 100 yuan note and slowly turned to leave. After he exited, the girl managed a strained smile, only to furrow her brow once more, tears spilling anew. Upon descending the stairs, Wang Wenchao glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. He recalled that the Royal Hotel was a 5-star establishment, the premier hotel of Linshan City, a landmark in its own right. With a sigh, he reflected on his own identity. He walked along the street, finding a bakery where he purchased a few slices of cake and a cup of milk, his own hunger unbearable, and presumed the girl felt the same. He also stopped at a pharmacy to procure a box of painkillers. Having experienced Li Jing's first time, Wang Wenchao was well aware of the agony involved. He placed the painkillers into the bag with the cake and returned to the hotel, borrowing a piece of paper and a pen from the front desk. He wrote down his name and phone number, along with the message, I am truly sorry. I had no idea such events would unfold. I deeply regret the harm and distress I have caused you. Here is my mobile number. Please grant me the opportunity to make amends. He placed the note into the plastic bag and asked the receptionist, could you kindly deliver this to room 1712? I have urgent matters to attend to. Thank you for your assistance. With that, Wang Wenchao departed the hotel, took a bus to the bus station, transferred to another bus to Pingyang County, and finally took a coach back to Hongshan Town. Though he was starving, he refrained from eating, not out of desire, but due to the lack of funds. With 100 yuan spent on cake and medicine, he barely had enough for fare. By the time he returned to his small house in Hongshan Town, night had fallen. Lying in bed, sleep eluded Wang Wenchao. Despite the passage of a day, the words exchanged between Li Jing and her mother echoed painfully in his mind, each sentence piercing his heart. Reflecting on all he had done over the past 6 months, he felt as though everything had suddenly lost its meaning. Chapter 3. The First Love's First Time, Part 1. Wang Wenchao's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that day a year ago. It was June, and the sweltering summer had already begun to take hold, particularly in the southern Jiangnan province, where the temperature soared to alarming heights, hinting at a possible breach of the 40-degree mark. Under such oppressive heat, one would expect people to be in a state of lethargy. However, within the confines of Shannon University in Shannon City, a group of individuals was exceptionally exhilarated, for they were on the cusp of graduation. Wang Wenchao was among this cohort. Come, brothers, let us raise our glasses together. Tomorrow, we shall part ways, each embarking on our own journeys. From henceforth, we shall be scattered across the vast expanse of the world. Yet, regardless of whether we meet again, I believe we shall forever hold each other in our hearts, remembering the comrades with whom we have spent these 4 cherished years. Cheers! The class monitor, his face flushed and swaying from drink, raised his glass to the entire class. Such farewell gatherings are indeed powerful, easily stirring emotions and elevating the atmosphere. In an instant, nearly all the girls were in tears, and many of the boys sported reddened eyes. As the class monitor continued his lengthy farewell speech, a girl suddenly dashed out. However, few noticed, as those who were intoxicated were largely absorbed in their own perceptions. Wang Wenchao, quickly go outside and check. Li Jing just ran out in tears. A girl approached Wang Wenchao, who was enveloped in the bittersweet emotions of parting. Wang Wenchao was taken aback by this news and promptly rose to chase after her. Indeed, this Li Jing was his girlfriend. They had begun their relationship in their sophomore year, and it was unclear who pursued whom. Somehow, they had found themselves entwined, inseparable ever since. Wang Wenchao treated Li Jing with utmost care, recognizing the preciousness of their bond. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Aside from his relatively handsome appearance, he possessed little else that might draw attention. At least, that was how Wang Wenchao perceived himself. Li Jing, on the other hand, was not only academically gifted but also strikingly beautiful. Later, Wang Wenchao learned that her family background was quite respectable as well. In stark contrast, he felt almost inconspicuous. Wang Wenchao rarely participated in school activities. If it weren't for roll call, many classmates might forget his existence altogether. This was not due to a lack of desire to integrate into the group, but rather a matter of time. He was compelled to utilize every available moment to earn money for living expenses, tuition, and gifts for Li Jing on her birthday and Valentine's Day. Thus, since his freshman year, he had rented a small room outside the campus for 200 yuan a month, allowing him a place to rest after late-night shifts without having to scale walls to return. The disparity in their circumstances made Wang Wenchao particularly cherishing of Li Jing. He was determined to hold tightly to this unexpected happiness. Upon exiting the small hotel near the campus, he spotted Li Jing squatting by the roadside, tears streaming down her face. He approached her slowly, crouched beside her, and gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, whispering, "What's wrong, my dear?" Upon seeing Wang Wenchao, Li Jing's sobs intensified, and she leaned against his shoulder, soaking his shirt with her tears. "Wenchao, my father just called, asking me to return home this afternoon. He has already arranged a job for me through acquaintances, so I am starting work early." She lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him. Wang Wenchao was stunned into silence, the weight of her words heavy with implications. Most critically, it signified their impending separation, one that bore no promise of a set duration. Li Jing's family resided in a nearby county, and Wang Wenchao was already aware of this job opportunity she mentioned. Her father, the deputy director of the county's forestry bureau, had utilized his connections to secure Li Jing a position at the county's Industry and Commerce Bureau, complete with a formal government job title. In contrast, Wang Wenchao found himself without any prospects, as he lacked connections and could only seek employment after obtaining his diploma and degree certificate, unlike Li Jing, who could start working immediately after her defense. Wang Wenchao had always known that a day of parting would come, but he never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly and unexpectedly. "Silly girl, we are merely parting temporarily. Once I receive my diploma and degree, I will go to your county to find work, and we can continue to be together," he said, pulling Li Jing up and wiping her tears away with a smile. "Do you truly think I'm foolish? How can I find a job in my small county? Even in our Linshan city, there are hardly any opportunities for our major." Li Jing shot him a disapproving glance, pulling out a tissue to dab at her eyes. "Paths are forged by those who tread them. There will always be a way. As long as we hold each other in our hearts, we can remain together, unwavering and unyielding. Don't you agree?" Wang Wenchao could only offer reassuring words to Li Jing. "Wenchao, I swear I will love you alone for the rest of my life. No matter what challenges arise, I want to be with you forever." Li Jing, still tearful, wrapped her arms around Wang Wenchao's neck with deep emotion. "I feel the same way. Wang Wenchao, promise that as long as you do not give up on me, I will never forsake you, even if it means sacrificing everything," he affirmed confidently. "Now, let us find some shade from the sun. I cannot bear the thought of our beautiful Li Jing getting sunburned." "You are such a smooth talker. Wenchao, I'm taking the evening bus back to Linshan. Can I visit your place for a bit?" Li Jing looked at him with pleading eyes. "My place is cramped and dirty. There's nothing appealing about it. How about we sit in a milk tea shop instead? I'll treat you to some silky milk tea," Wang Wenchao suggested, shaking his head. "No, I want to go to your place." Li Jing suddenly blushed after finishing her sentence. All right, let us go. Who am I to refuse you? But what about the singing event everyone organized?" Wang Wenchao quickly relented. "I want to go that I'm about to leave. I just want to spend more time with you." Li Jing clung tightly to Wang Wenchao's arm as they made their way to his residence. Although they had been in love for 3 years, Li Jing rarely visited Wang Wenchao's home. It was not that she didn't want to, but rather that Wang Wenchao was hesitant to allow her. The reason was simple. He understood that a man's control over his desires could be limited. Li Jing was such a wonderful girl, and there were many suitors vying for her attention. She had chosen to be with him, despite his less than stellar circumstances. Wang Wenchao felt a sense of responsibility as a man. He believed that he should not take that step until he was capable of providing her with happiness. For this reason, several times when their passions ignited and they were on the verge of crossing that final threshold, Wang Wenchao would halt, leading to Li Jing's frustration. She interpreted his restraint as fear of commitment. In truth, Wang Wenchao bore his own struggles. What man could gaze upon a stunning girl and not entertain impure thoughts? How many could halt themselves at the critical moment? It was not that Wang Wenchao did not desire her. He craved her deeply, often succumbing to his own needs in solitude. Ultimately, he believed that a man must know when to act and when to refrain. Chapter 4. As if a spring breeze suddenly arrived one night, thousands of pear trees bloomed. You see, the space is already small, and you've made such a mess of it. You should tidy up, Li Jing remarked, frowning as soon as she entered the room. You can't blame me. This is just how a bachelor lives. Don't bother tidying up. It's all dirty laundry, Wang Wenchao said, holding Li Jing back from helping him clean. How can you live in such a mess? Ive offered to come help you before, and you insisted that you didn't need it, claiming that it was quite clean. Is this what you call clean? Li Jing complained, suddenly struck by a thought, her eyes reddening as she said, after this departure, who knows when we'll meet again? It will be difficult for you to ask me to help you in the future. You must take good care of yourself alone. I know life is tough for you, and you have to rely solely on yourself, which is hard, but you must pay attention to your health. If you face difficulties, you must tell me. As your girlfriend, we should face challenges together, shouldn't we? Please don't suffer alone, Li Jing said, tears streaming down her face as she caressed Wang Wenchao's cheek. Why are you crying again, my dear? With your words, I can endure any hardship without feeling it. Let us not tidy up for now. I want to show you something, Wang Wenchao said, immediately rummaging through his suitcase, pulling out an object and holding it in his hand, saying to the expectant Li Jing, close your eyes. What is it? Don't keep me in suspense, Li Jing replied, her cheeks flushing shyly. You must keep your eyes closed until I say you can open them. Will you listen to me this time? Wang Wenchao feigned annoyance. You better not sneak a kiss, Li Jing said before finally closing her eyes, knowing that Wang Wenchao wouldn't actually try to steal a kiss, yet her heart brimmed with anticipation. Do I need to be sneaky to kiss you? If I wanted to, I would do it openly, Wang Wenchao said, taking out a box. Li Jing suddenly felt something cold against her neck, and she realized what it was, yet she pretended not to know. What is this? It's cold. All right, you can open your eyes now, Wang Wenchao said. At his words, Li Jing opened her eyes, instinctively looking at her neck, where she saw a brilliant yellow necklace adorning her. Although she had guessed it beforehand, seeing it with her own eyes moved her deeply, tears streaming down her face. You are such a fool. This must have cost a fortune. You clearly don't have much money, yet you spent so much on this for me. Honestly, I would have preferred that you didn't buy it. I just want you to stop suffering, Li Jing cried, her tears flowing freely, unable to recall how many times she had cried that day. However, this time was different. These were tears of joy and happiness. My hardships are inconsequential. As long as you are happy, I want to tell you that even though I, Wang Wenchao, have nothing, I have you, and I will do everything in my power to make you happy. This is a promise, Wang Wenchao said solemnly. Li Jing threw herself into Wang Wenchao's embrace and then looked up, her big, watery eyes gazing at him as she said, Kiss me, Wenchao. I want to give myself to you. Although her voice was barely audible and her face flushed, her expression was resolute. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao's head buzzed, and his body temperature rose instantly. He felt his blood racing, a surge of restlessness within him. No, Jinger, I want to wait until I can provide you with happiness and marry you openly before I take you. Wanting you now would be irresponsible and unfair to you. Wang Wenchao suppressed his inner turmoil. Having experienced different things in life, his maturity surpassed that of his peers. Mingqiang, I know you mean well, but you must understand my feelings. From the day I, Li Jing, laid eyes on you, I decided to follow you for life. I have belonged to you since that day. Today we must part, and before we do, I want to give you my last and most precious possession. I have my reasons, and this is my promise to you, Li Jing said firmly, leaning in to kiss Wang Wenchao's lips. Indeed, Li Jing's words held weight, and Wang Wenchao found no grounds to argue. He had no desire to refute her. He was merely a man with promises in his heart, not a saint, and certainly not a paragon of virtue, who could refuse a beautiful woman in their arms. Their tongues entwined passionately, and as Wang Wenchao felt the surge of hormones within him intensifying, he could not help but slide his hand beneath Li Jing's clothing, captivated by the smoothness of her skin and the faint, alluring scent that intoxicated him. Li Jing, feeling weak, nestled against Wang Wenchao, holding him tightly, resting her head on his chest. Are you feeling uncomfortable? She asked softly. Wang Wenchao nodded honestly. He indeed felt discomfort. If you're uncomfortable, then take me, Wenchao. I am forever yours, and no one can take me away, Li Jing said passionately, her face flushed crimson. Her words acted as a potent stimulant for Wang Wenchao, banishing any lingering unease from his heart. He lifted Li Jing and laid her upon the bed. As if a spring breeze suddenly arrived one night, thousands of pear trees bloomed. But after this tempest, what blossomed was not the pear flower, but the rose, those striking, eye-piercing red roses. The two, drenched in sweat, held each other tightly. Sometimes, the turning point in life occurs in an instant. A boy becomes a man, and a girl transforms into a woman. Li Jing buried her head in Wang Wenchao's chest, clinging to him as if fearing he would vanish. The naive girl bore the same rosy hue on her cheeks as the bed linens, radiant and alluring. Soon after, Li Jing departed from Wang Wenchao. Following their intimate encounter, Wang Wenchao felt a newfound sense of responsibility towards this woman. Simultaneously, he found himself deeply in love with her. He understood one truth. Distance and time are the killers of affection, so he could not afford to be too far from her. Chapter 5. Love's Trials, Part 1. Upon graduating, Wang Wenchao secured a commendable position in a prosperous coastal city, working 8 hours a day with a monthly salary nearing 10,000. Yet, driven by a deeper motivation, he resolutely returned to Pingyang County, Linshan City, Jiangnan Province at year's end to partake in the civil service examination. For Li Jing's family resided there, and she was currently employed at the local Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Fortuitously, Wang Wenchao excelled in the written examination, achieving the top score, and in March of the following year, he performed exceptionally well in the interview, securing his position. However, upon reporting for duty, he discovered that he would not be stationed in Pingyang County, but rather in Hongshan Town, a subordinate area. There was indeed a story behind this turn of events. The civil service examination's written component was fair, yet interviews often entailed an element of personal connections. Although Wang Wenchao had topped the written exam and excelled in the interview, unforeseen circumstances arose, perhaps due to the sudden intervention of a leader's relative, which resulted in his designated position being usurped. In bureaucratic institutions, vacancies are scarce and tightly contested. Thus, with another occupying his intended role, Wang Wenchao was relegated to a less favorable posting in the rural town. Upon receiving this news, Wang Wenchao felt a surge of indignation, but after venting his frustration, he resigned himself to the situation, comforting himself with the thought that Hongshan Town was still within the same county as Li Jing. Consequently, he became a civil servant in the Civil Affairs Office of Hongshan Town. Due to the unavailability of more favorable positions, Wang Wenchao, as the newcomer, was assigned to the least desirable and most challenging post, the elderly care facility. This establishment, subordinate to the Civil Affairs Office, housed individuals classified as 5 guarantees by the state, meaning elderly individuals without children or family. Wang Wenchao was appointed as the deputy director of the facility, while the director, who had never set foot in the establishment, left all responsibilities to him. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal moment came 2 months into his tenure when Li Jing called him. "Hello, Jing-er." Wang Wenchao answered the phone with a smile. "Wenchao, have you finished work?" Li Jing's voice was soft, tinged with hesitation. "I'm done." Wang Wenchao refrained from mentioning the lack of distinction between work hours, as no one had ever informed him of a set schedule. "Wenchao, I need to discuss something with you." Li Jing's wavering tone heightened his apprehension that the matter was of significant weight. "What is it?" "You sound serious." "Go ahead." He maintained a gentle tone, for he cherished her deeply and could not bear to cause her even the slightest distress. "My parents would like to invite you to our home." Li Jing hesitated before finally revealing her request. For a few seconds, Wang Wenchao's mind went blank, and he asked in astonishment, "Your parents want me to visit? What is going on? Didn't you say they were unaware of my existence?" "Don't ask, they know now. They want you to find time to come over in the next few days." Li Jing seemed to be concealing something, which Wang Wenchao picked up on, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Yet, he feigned nonchalance, saying, "All right, I'll come by tomorrow morning. This foolish son-in-law has finally reached the day of meeting his in-laws. Wenchao, I'll take a day off tomorrow, so call me when you're close, and I'll come to pick you up," Li Jing instructed. "Okay," Wang Wenchao replied, unsure of what else to say. "Let us leave it at that for now. My mother is calling me for dinner. We'll talk tomorrow," she concluded before hanging up. Wang Wenchao stared at his phone in a daze for a moment, then began to ponder the implications of the conversation. He could surmise that this visit would be akin to a banquet of intrigue, yet he remained unfazed, for his only concern was Li Jing. As long as her heart belonged to him, he would find a way to melt even the coldest of parental hearts. With that thought, he felt a sense of relief and began contemplating the upcoming encounter with Li Jing's parents. Early the next morning, Wang Wenchao ventured to the local market to purchase 2 genuine free-range chickens. After waiting an hour for the bus and enduring another hour's journey, he arrived in Pingyang County. Following Li Jing's instructions, he called her as he neared the county seat. As he disembarked, he spotted Li Jing approaching in a somewhat old, yet well-maintained Passat. She parked beside him and said, "Get in. The food is ready at home, just waiting for you." "What are you carrying?" "Oh, I bought 2 free-range chickens from the countryside. They're authentic, quite rare to find in the city," he replied cheerfully, holding up the chickens as he prepared to get in the car. "Wait a minute. Why are you bringing 2 chickens? That's so dirty," Li Jing exclaimed, realizing her words had come out wrong when she noticed Wang Wenchao's expression change. "I didn't mean it like that. I meant you should put the chickens in the trunk to avoid making a mess in the car," she corrected herself. Wang Wenchao said nothing further. He simply nodded and placed the chickens in the trunk before taking a seat in the passenger side. "Let us find a supermarket. I need to buy a few things." "Forget it. They don't need anything. It would be a waste of money," Li Jing replied as she drove. "Whether they need anything is one matter. Whether I choose to buy something is another." "To the supermarket we go," he said, suppressing his irritation. Seeing that he was serious, Li Jing drove to a large supermarket. "Just stay in the car. I'll grab a few things and be right back," Wang Wenchao said as he opened the door. "Don't buy anything too expensive. Just get something simple," Li Jing cautioned, clearly not intending to accompany him. Wang Wenchao nodded and entered the supermarket, purchasing a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, an assortment of fruits, and a few reasonably priced nutritional supplements. This expenditure consumed over half of his recent paycheck, yet he felt no regret, believing that any amount spent to leave a favorable impression on Li Jing's parents was worthwhile. He loaded the items into the trunk and settled back into the car. I told you not to buy so much. How could you? What's your total salary anyway? Li Jing chided as she drove. It's fine. I have money in the town that I want to be able to spend anyway. As long as your parents are happy, it doesn't matter how much I spend, Wang Wenchao said, forcing a smile. Upon hearing his words, Li Jing turned to look at him, her eyes glistening with tears. Wenchao, my parents disapprove of our relationship. Their intent in inviting you today is to try to break us apart, to persuade you otherwise, she confided suddenly. I suspected as much. I came prepared today. As long as you don't give up, I won't either. Wang Wenchao replied calmly, then smiled and asked, whose car is this? It's my father's. It's been around for many years, Li Jing responded slowly, her mood evidently dampened. The car stopped downstairs, and Wang Wenchao took all his purchases, including the 2 chickens, as he followed Li Jing up the stairs in silence, with little conversation exchanged between them along the way. Chapter 6. Love's Defeat, Part 2. Mom, please open the door, Li Jing called out as she knocked on the door. The door soon swung open to reveal a middle-aged woman. Although the passage of time had etched deeper lines upon her face, it was still evident that she had once been a striking beauty in her youth, a trait reflected in Li Jing herself. Mom, let me introduce you. This is Wang Wenchao. Li Jing hesitated, glancing between Wang Wenchao and her mother before making the introduction. Hello, Auntie. My name is Wang Wenchao. I am Li Jing's classmate. Wang Wenchao observed the chilly demeanor of Li Jing's mother and quickly reframed his relationship with Li Jing. Come in. Jinger, fetch him a pair of slippers, Li Jing's mother replied coolly, then turned and walked back into the house. Li Jing entered first, taking Wang Wenchao's belongings before retrieving a pair of slippers for him. In a hushed tone, she whispered, Wenchao, I apologize. My mom is just like that. After spending her entire life in an office, she has developed quite the stern face. Yes, all right. Auntie is just a bit serious. Wang Wenchao managed a forced smile in response. After changing into the slippers, he stepped inside. The decor of Li Jing's home was not lavish, yet it was far from humble. The dining table was already laden with a feast, and the cutlery was neatly arranged. Li Jing's mother was busy bringing dishes from the kitchen to the table. Where's your father? Wang Wenchao inquired softly. Why dad isn't home for lunch? He rarely eats at home due to numerous social engagements. Li Jing replied quietly. Auntie, I brought some local free-range chickens. They are authentic, Wang Wenchao said respectfully, holding up his offerings. Why spend so much money on these? We have everything we need at home. Jinger, just put those chickens on the balcony, Li Jing's mother remarked dismissively after glancing at Wang Wenchao's gifts. Wang, is it? Come, wash your hands and join us for dinner, she added. Though Wang Wenchao felt a wave of discomfort, he maintained a bright demeanor. Nodding, he made his way to the kitchen to wash his hands, which, despite being clean, he felt compelled to wash again. By the time Wang Wenchao returned to the table, Li Jing had already served the rice. Please, sit down and eat, Li Jing's mother said flatly. Once Wang Wenchao was seated, she continued, these dishes are fresh. Do enjoy. Thank you, Auntie. Wang Wenchao thought to himself how rare it was to hear a somewhat polite remark from her, realizing it was indeed a difficult feat. Wenchao, my mom doesn't like it when people talk while eating, Li Jing suddenly whispered in his ear. Just eat. What's with all this chatter? Have I taught you nothing over the years? Li Jing's mother snapped at her. Li Jing pouted, lowering her head to focus on her meal. Wang Wenchao sighed internally, feeling a stark absence of warmth in this atmosphere, more akin to a reign of terror. This was undoubtedly the most uncomfortable meal Wang Wenchao had ever experienced. Each grain of rice felt agonizingly difficult to swallow, despite the dishes being quite delectable. After the meal, Li Jing's mother began clearing the table, prompting Wang Wenchao to offer his assistance. No need, Wang. Why don't you take a seat on the sofa? I have something to discuss with you shortly, Li Jing's mother said calmly. My mom used to be a teacher before she became a department head at the County Education Bureau. I've always known her to be this way, so don't take it to heart, Li Jing said quietly as she sat beside Wang Wenchao on the sofa. Wang Wenchao suddenly understood. It made sense. Whether as a teacher or an official, she would naturally carry a serious demeanor, and he now comprehended Li Jing's mother's disposition. Jinger, you go on inside. I need to speak with Wang, Li Jing's mother said, wiping her hands as she approached. Oh, Li Jing nodded, casting a complex glance at Wang Wenchao before retreating to her bedroom. Seated on the sofa, Li Jing's mother regarded Wang Wenchao with a serious expression before stating directly, Wang, I've heard that you and Jinger have been together since university, correct? Up until now, neither I nor her father was aware of this, as she has never mentioned it to us. Just yesterday, during dinner, Jinger's colleague Su Jun, who happens to be the son of County Chief Su, casually brought it up, and that's how we learned. Hence, I asked Jinger to call you over for a discussion. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao felt a bitter laugh rise within him. It was clear now why Li Jing had chosen to conceal this from her parents. Moreover, the mention of Su Jun had illuminated the situation further. Wang Wenchao smiled, though it was a bitter smile, as Li Jing's mother had made it evident that Su Jun's background was significant. and the fact that he could dine at their home implied a certain status that could not be ignored. It was apparent that Li Jing's parents had their sights set on Su Jun as a potential son-in-law, subtly signaling Wang Wenchao to withdraw. First and foremost, I must clarify our stance regarding you and Jinger. We are firmly opposed to your relationship, Li Jing's mother stated without hesitation. Wang Wenchao had anticipated such a response but had not expected it to be delivered so bluntly, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Auntie, may I ask the reason? Wang Wenchao took a deep breath, looking at Li Jing's mother earnestly. That's a pertinent question, Li Jing's mother acknowledged with a nod. Today is the first time I'm meeting you, and I've never heard Jinger mention you before. I must admit, you are quite a handsome young man, and you seem to possess good character, which indicates that Jinger has good taste. However, if you were still in university and had some feelings for each other, we would not be overly concerned. But now that you both have entered society, your considerations shift from mere romance to the prospect of marriage. Historically, marriage has always been about matching social standings. While this may seem like a futile remnant of thought, there is wisdom in the experiences of those who have come before us. Only those from similar backgrounds can share comparable values and worldviews, leading to a harmonious union. Furthermore, marriage differs from dating. Romance may thrive on passion, but marriage is about the mundane realities of daily life. Without a solid economic foundation, how can such a marriage prosper? I speak from experience, and I understand this well. Lastly, Jinger is our only child, and she has always been our precious jewel. We have never allowed her to endure any hardship. Even as our daughter, we have shielded her from suffering, and we will certainly not permit her to face difficulties in marriage. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao began to grasp the essence of Li Jing's mother's concerns. Chapter 7. Insult, Part 1. You are an intelligent child, and I do not deny this. I have learned about your family circumstances from Jinger. You are an orphan, bereft of both parents, having grown up in an orphanage, with no other relatives to speak of. You have worked diligently and shown remarkable resilience, earning all your university expenses through your own efforts. After graduation, you sought employment, eventually returning to take the civil service examination, and now you are employed in the civil affairs office of Hongshan Town under Pingyang County, where you oversee the elderly care facility. I am not unfamiliar with Hongshan Town. It is one of the most remote and economically disadvantaged towns in Pingyang County. I express my sympathy and admiration for your struggles and your self-reliance. However, the reality remains unchanged. Given your family background and your current situation, it is our belief that you are not suitable to be with Jinger. I speak plainly. Though my words may be harsh, they are direct. I must make my request clear. I hope you will end your relationship with Jinger and refrain from any further contact with her. As I mentioned earlier regarding director Su's son, Su Jun, Jing and Su Jun are currently exploring their relationship, and both her father and I wholeheartedly support their union. We believe that their relationship will bring them happiness, and I trust you would not wish for Jinger to be unhappy, would you? Of course, you have spent a considerable amount of time with Jinger, and it is undoubtedly difficult to simply let go. In return, we are willing to offer you assistance in your career. Both her father and I have connections with the town leaders of Hongshan, which could provide you with a commendable starting point in your professional journey. That is all I have to say. Li Jing's mother, clearly accustomed to delivering such forthright addresses, spoke with clarity and organization. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao could no longer maintain his composure, and his expression turned quite grim. He reached into his pocket for his cigarette case and inquired of Li Jing's mother, Auntie, may I smoke a cigarette? Certainly, I have no objections to smoking. Li Jing's mother nodded in agreement. Wang Wenchao expressed his gratitude, retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and took several puffs before speaking again. Auntie, may I say a few words? Li Jing's mother nodded, and Wang Wenchao began slowly. Auntie, I understand the concerns you hold as a parent. I harbor no resentment toward you. However, I must respectfully disagree with your viewpoint. Jinger and I are in a relationship built on mutual love. You are correct in stating that marriage differs fundamentally from romance, and although my current circumstances are less than ideal, I believe I possess the capability to bring happiness to Jinger and provide her with a good life. Both Jinger and I are just beginning our journey in society. Everything is still in its infancy. I implore you to grant me a little time, and I will demonstrate to you through my actions that I can make Jinger happy. Furthermore, I have gleaned some understanding regarding Su Jun. I was not aware of his existence, but from what you have described, his qualifications are indeed considerably superior to mine. In an ideal scenario, it is natural to choose him over me. However, the reality is that Jinger and I are in love. While marriage requires a financial foundation, it equally necessitates love. Without love, happiness is elusive. How do you intend to prove your ability to make Jinger happy? She is now 24 years old, and with someone like Su Jun in the picture, how can you expect us to grant you time and opportunity? You may be able to wait, but Jinger cannot. Should you succeed in the future, you will surely find a wonderful partner. Love is often merely spoken of. As the saying goes, affection grows over time. When two suitable individuals live together, love naturally blossoms. Wang, you need not say more. We sincerely hope that you will refrain from pursuing Jinger further, lest the situation becomes unpleasant for all involved. Li Jing's mother, observing Wang Wenchao's obstinacy, spoke with an unmistakable chill in her tone. Hearing the word pursue pierced Wang Wenchao's heart. After taking several more puffs of his cigarette, he addressed Li Jing's mother, Auntie, that only reflects your stance. and it makes it exceedingly difficult for me to let go. You see, I love Jinger deeply. This matter ultimately concerns Jinger and me, and I wish to hear her thoughts. Very well, Li Jing's mother hesitated for a moment before nodding and calling out loudly, Jinger, please come out. Soon, Li Jing emerged, her gaze complex as she regarded Wang Wenchao, and she asked, have you two finished your discussion? Wang wishes to hear your thoughts. Please share your opinion. Li Jing's mother prompted directly after Jing sat down on the sofa. What opinion? Li Jing feigned ignorance, unable to meet Wang Wenchao's eyes. Observing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Wang Wenchao. Are you pretending to be oblivious? I instructed Wang to end his relationship with you, and to cease all further contact. Now, Wang wishes to understand your perspective on this matter, Li Jing's mother chastised, glaring at her daughter. Perspective? I have no particular thoughts. Li Jing hesitated for a long moment before uttering an ambiguous response. What do you mean you have no thoughts? Will you agree to the breakup or not? Please be clear. Li Jing's mother's frustration with her daughter's indecisiveness was palpable. Lowering her head, Li Jing remained silent. After Li Jing's mother finished speaking, she continued to watch her daughter, while Wang Wenchao lit another cigarette, his heart tumultuous with anxiety as he sensed her reluctance. After what felt like an eternity, Li Jing finally raised her head and looked at Wang Wenchao, stating, Wenchao, let us break up. Wang Wenchao's hand involuntarily trembled, scattering ash onto the floor. Gradually, he lifted his gaze to meet Li Jing's, while she averted her eyes, unable to face him directly. Wang Wenchao slowly extinguished the half-finished cigarette in the ashtray and looked at Li Jing, saying, give me a reason. Li Jing's mother observed the exchange and then stood up, declaring, Wang, you have seen Li Jing's attitude. You know what to do, rest assured. I will speak to the town leaders on your behalf, and should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Chapter 8. Insult, Part 2, thank you, but it is truly unnecessary. I believe I can manage these matters on my own. Wang Wenchao remarked with a cold smile, subsequently addressing Li Jing's mother. Very well, do as you wish. I sincerely hope you will cease to entangle yourself with Jinger in the future. I am aware you have much to discuss, so please carry on. I shall take a nap. And do remember to take the items back with you later, Li Jing's mother stated before proceeding to the balcony to retrieve the chicken and the gifts Wang Wenchao had placed on the wine cabinet, bringing them to the doorway before retreating into a bedroom and shutting the door behind her. Wenchao, I am sorry, Li Jing said once her mother had entered the room. Wang Wenchao smiled faintly and replied, give me a reason to break up. Li Jing paused momentarily before slowly articulating, Wenchao, I love you. This has never changed, neither in the past nor in the present. However, upon entering society, I have come to realize that love does not encompass everything. I do not relish this long-distance relationship we share. Moreover, as you have seen, my parents are entirely opposed to our union. To be frank, I cannot envision a hopeful future with you. I have mentioned this before. For someone in a town-level position, it is exceedingly difficult to advance without connections. Having spent considerable time in the bureaucracy, I have gained clarity on many matters. Wenchao, I love you, and I am acutely aware of this, but I believe we are ill-suited for cohabitation. Therefore, to avoid wasting your time or mine, let us part ways. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao erupted into laughter, standing up to gaze at Li Jing before inquiring, has that young Master Su proposed to you? Li Jing appeared taken aback by Wang Wenchao's question, her cheeks flushing as she stammered, what are you talking about? There is nothing between Su Jun and me. Wang Wenchao scoffed again, lowering his head to wipe the ash that had fallen on the floor, then walked to the door, picked up the items Li Jing's mother had left there, and opened the door. While putting on his shoes and struggling to contain his tears, he coldly remarked to Li Jing, honestly, my work along the coast was quite satisfactory. It was not as dire as I had portrayed. To be frank, I greatly enjoyed my time working there. You know why I chose to abandon that job and come to Pingyang County as a civil servant? It was because you were in Pingyang County, because it was closer to you, yet I never anticipated being assigned so far away. Li Jing, I genuinely feel unworthy of myself now. I am nothing but a fool. After uttering these words, Wang Wenchao exited, closing the door behind him and descending the stairs. It is often said that a man rarely sheds tears, but this is merely because he has not yet reached the depths of sorrow. He loved Li Jing and had sacrificed his future for her, only to receive a declaration of hopelessness in return. Wang Wenchao felt naively foolish, as memories of his past efforts for Li Jing flooded his mind. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Li Jing stood frozen in place after hearing Wang Wenchao's last words before he left, remaining in a daze for several minutes. Then, tears streamed down her face as she dashed towards the door. As Wang Wenchao reached the ground floor, he heard Li Jing's voice calling from behind him, yet he lacked even the interest to turn around. Approaching a nearby trash bin, he discarded the items he had treasured, then slowly walked on. Li Jing rushed downstairs, catching sight of Wang Wenchao throwing away the things he held dear. Her tears flowed even more fiercely as she chased after him, calling out. She jumped into her car parked in the lot and drove straight to catch up with Wang Wenchao. Wenchao, she called as she parked beside him and stepped out of the car. I am so sorry, Wenchao. I truly did not know you came here for me, she said through her tears. Wang Wenchao wiped away the tears from his eyes and smiled, asking, Does that matter? Wang Wenchao, I apologize. It is all my fault. Let us pretend I never said anything, shall we? Let us be together without worrying about my parents. If we truly want to be together, they will have no choice, Li Jing implored, grasping Wang Wenchao's hand. Upon hearing her words, Wang Wenchao found them even more ironic and shook his head. Li Jing, don't you think what you just said is quite absurd? He sighed, continuing, in truth, you are correct. Following me offers no hope, and I cannot see any hope for myself either. I do not wish to hinder you, and young Master Su is indeed commendable. Please do not apologize. You have nothing to be sorry for. I do not blame you. I only blame myself for having been too naive and foolish, as well as for living in a society that is far too pragmatic and for lacking the capability to change my circumstances. Well, this is where we part. Please do not contact me again. I understand your mother's threats, and if we continue to have any association, I may very well find myself trapped in that small town for the rest of my life. Take care. With that, Wang Wenchao turned and walked away, leaving Li Jing in tears as she gazed at his departing figure. In truth, Li Jing spoke no falsehood. She genuinely loved Wang Wenchao. Wang Wenchao did not return home but instead found a small shop, purchased a can of beer, and settled in a corner of a nearby square, smoking while sipping his drink. He was not mourning for Li Jing. Rather, he was grieving for himself, feeling foolish for having sacrificed everything for love, only to end up feeling deceived. He possessed a strong sense of pride, yet the recent events had trampled on that pride mercilessly. He now felt like a balloon on the verge of bursting, in dire need of an outlet for his pent-up emotions. After consuming nearly half the beer, Wang Wenchao sought out a restroom to vent his frustrations. He then hailed a taxi, instructing the driver, take me to the bar street in the city. While Pingyang County does have bars, Wang Wenchao yearned to escape this place, even for a moment. Being able to drink well can sometimes be a curse. He had intended to drown his sorrows, yet he found himself unable to become intoxicated. His mind, though hazy, remained acutely aware, replaying the events like scenes from a film, causing him immense anguish. This led him back to the chaotic scene at the beginning of this narrative, where he found himself engaging in a bewildering one-night stand. Reflecting on these moments repeatedly, Wang Wenchao clenched his fists tightly, tears once again brimming in his eyes as he silently vowed, one day, you will all regret this. Chapter 9. The Work at the Elderly Care Home, Part 1. As Wang Wenchao remained ensconced in the embrace of slumber, the cacophony of lively chatter and occasional quarrels from outside rudely roused him from his dreams. He had long grown accustomed to such disturbances. The elderly residents seldom found repose through the night. They rose at dawn, and Wang Wenchao recalled that since his arrival, he had scarcely indulged in a leisurely morning. Nevertheless, he lingered in bed for over an hour before finally rising. With only one other staff member, the cook Wang Bobo, remaining in the care home, and holding the title of deputy director, there was no one to oversee his actions. Although he bore the title of deputy director, it was little more than a euphemism. The care home housed a total of 23 elderly individuals, and since his arrival, he had yet to see any higher-ups come to visit. Wang Wenchao attended to all matters, great and small. Due to the meager budget, whenever a light bulb in one of the residence rooms burned out, it was Wang Wenchao who was summoned to replace it. If someone fell ill, it was he who escorted them to the doctor. Just a few weeks prior, he had personally carried the body of a deceased resident on a tractor to the village to hand it over to the deceased's nephew. Though he bore the brunt of the work, he felt no sense of authority. In fact, Wang Wenchao had none at all. The entire budget of the care home was under the sole control of the director, and Wang Wenchao lacked even a penny's worth of signing authority. The dining hall's food expenses were reported directly to the director by Wang Bobo, and Wang Wenchao harbored grave suspicions regarding the nature of their dealings, as rumors suggested that Wang Bobo was the director's uncle. After rising, Wang Wenchao took his cup and basin and ambled to a faucet a mere dozen meters away to wash up. Meanwhile, the courtyard was already abuzz with activity, where two elderly women, each leaning on a stick, were precariously engaged in a heated exchange, while the other residents gathered around with smiles, eagerly watching the spectacle. At that moment, a limping figure emerged from a room, holding a basin. It was the cook, Wang Bobo. He stepped out, banging his ladle against the basin and calling out, meal time. If you come late, don't blame me for not having food left. After uttering this, he nonchalantly retreated inside. Upon hearing Wang Bobo's proclamation, the elderly residents, who were previously embroiled in quarrels or spectating, scattered like startled birds, returning to their rooms to fetch their bowls and make their way to the dining hall. Wang Wenchao took his time washing his face before entering the dining hall with his bowl. By the time he arrived, most of the residents had nearly finished their meals. As he entered, he encountered an elderly gentleman leaning on a cane. Director Wang, you need to hurry. If you dawdle any longer, there will be nothing left to eat, the elderly man said with concern. Thank you, Grandma Zhang. How is your leg feeling today? Wang Wenchao inquired with a smile. It's much better, thank you. The medicine you brought from the hospital last time has worked wonders, Grandma Zhang replied eagerly. Make sure to continue taking it, do not stop. The care home covers the costs, so there is no need to worry about expenses. Wang Wenchao encouraged her with a grin as he proceeded to serve himself. Typically, breakfast consisted of congee, and as he approached the large pot, he found it nearly empty. Looking up, he spotted Wang Bobo leisurely enjoying 2 chicken legs and a plate of peanuts while sipping on a small drink. After casting an angry glance in his direction, Wang Wenchao continued to ladle what little kanji remained into his bowl. Logically, Wang Bobo should have shared the communal meal rather than indulging in such a self-serving manner. Even if he were to eat separately, he ought to have invited Wang Wenchao to join him. After all, they were both staff members, and Wang Wenchao was a government employee, while Wang Bobo was merely a temporary hire. Such behavior was utterly unbecoming. Wang Wenchao had raised this issue shortly after his arrival and had even had a heated argument with Wang Bobo, but to no avail, as the latter showed no interest in addressing the matter. Wang Wenchao had contemplated reporting the issue to higher authorities but quickly abandoned the idea, recognizing that Wang Bobo's indifference indicated a sense of impunity. Even if he did voice his concerns, it would likely be futile and possibly backfire. Carrying his bowl of kanji back, Wang Wenchao greeted the elderly residents warmly, who responded in kind with friendly hellos. Eventually, he settled among them, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Unlike Wang Bobo's brusque manner, Wang Wenchao treated each resident with kindness, striving to assist whenever possible, for he believed that despite their lack of refinement, these rural elders deserve compassion and empathy. Moreover, as an orphan raised in an orphanage, he had never known his parents, which deepened his longing for familial affection. This yearning fostered a genuine emotional connection to the elderly residents. The care home was situated at the foot of a grand mountain, in a relatively remote location, surrounded by towering bamboo, evoking a sense of hidden treasures. The structure itself was a single-story red brick building, arranged in a circular form with an inner courtyard, encircled by living quarters. This red brick edifice had seen better days. Many of the tiles had fallen off, leading to leaks during rainy weather. When he first arrived, despair had nearly overtaken him, yet gradually, he acclimated, often reminding himself that one must find peace in their circumstances. While the residents engaged in conversation, a small vehicle entered through the gate, capturing everyone's attention. It was a rare occurrence for a car to arrive at the care home, let alone a small one. The vehicle came to a halt in the courtyard, and a young man dressed in a suit disembarked from the front seat. He opened the back door, from which emerged a middle-aged man in glasses and a suit. After surveying the courtyard and its inhabitants, including Wang Wenchao, the middle-aged man frowned slightly. He leaned in to whisper something to the young man beside him, who nodded in response before making his way toward Wang Wenchao and the others. Chapter 10. The Work of the Nursing Home, Part 2. Who is in charge of this nursing home? The young man inquired as he stepped forward to address the gathering. Upon hearing his question, the group of elderly individuals, who spent their days idly, promptly responded, "He is, Director Wang." Wang Wenchao, having read numerous political novels during his academic years, had been influenced by their narratives and had developed a penchant for keen observation in real life. Through his discerning gaze, he surmised that these individuals were not ordinary folk. The young man appeared to be a secretary or something of the sort, while the middle-aged man exuded an air of authority, likely a corporate executive or a high-ranking government official, as his presence was not something commonplace. Moreover, anyone worthy of a secretary would undoubtedly possess considerable stature. "Is it you?" the young man asked, pointing directly at Wang Wenchao. Although Wang Wenchao felt discomfort by the direct attention, he nodded and replied, "Yes, I am the one responsible for the daily operations here." "Please, come with me," the young man said, turning to approach the middle-aged man who remained beside the vehicle. Wang Wenchao hesitated briefly, feeling a twinge of apprehension, but ultimately followed the middle-aged man. Upon noticing Wang Wenchao's approach, the middle-aged man scrutinized him intently. Wang Wenchao felt as if the man's gaze were a blade piercing through him. Soon, the middle-aged man smiled at Wang Wenchao and said, "Greetings, you are the one in charge here, correct?" As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Wang Wenchao. Taken aback, Wang Wenchao reciprocated the gesture. "Indeed, I am a staff member of the Civil Affairs Office and also the deputy director here. I oversee the daily affairs of this place. May I inquire what brings you here?" Wang Wenchao asked politely. "I would like to ask you about an elderly resident named Zhang Xiuhua. Is she here?" the middle-aged man inquired with equal courtesy. "Zhang Xiuhua. Ah, yes, we do have an elderly lady by that name. I shall summon her for you." Wang Wenchao responded promptly after a moment of thought. Wait, before you do that, I need to ask you some questions about this Zhang Xiuhua. What do you know about her? For instance, her age and family situation," the middle-aged man requested, preventing Wang Wenchao from departing. "Let me think." Wang Wenchao hesitated, momentarily stumped, before continuing. "Zhang Xiuhua hails from Baidian village in Hongshan town. She should be 71 years old this year. She has no offspring or spouse, only an elder sister and a brother-in-law. Furthermore, she often mentioned in casual conversation that she is not a local. She originally came from the north and moved south to live with her sister after her family faced difficulties. We maintain basic records of each resident, including their address, ID details, age, and gender, but I'm unsure what specific information you seek." "She is from the north? Can you confirm that?" The middle-aged man's expression shifted, revealing a glimmer of excitement. "I believe so. That is what she disclosed to me. If you are indeed searching for her, you might want to inquire directly," Wang Wenchao said, scratching his head. "Very well, I would appreciate it if you could lead me to her," the man replied, nodding. Wang Wenchao agreed and guided the middle-aged man to the room of Grandma Zhang, who had greeted him earlier in the dining hall. The door was ajar, revealing Grandma Zhang seated at a makeshift wooden table with another elderly woman, sipping porridge. Due to limited space, the elderly residents typically shared rooms, with 2 or 3 individuals residing together. Grandma Zhang, someone is looking for you, Wang Wenchao announced as he entered. Upon hearing his voice, Grandma Zhang turned to look at Wang Wenchao and then at the 2 men following him, her expression one of curiosity. Who is looking for me? She asked. Yes, Wang Wenchao replied, then turned to the middle-aged man, stating, This is the individual you are seeking, Grandma Zhang. The middle-aged man's gaze remained fixed on Grandma Zhang, and he then quietly requested Wang Wenchao, Could you assist me by allowing me to speak with her privately? Wang Wenchao, puzzled, nodded and said, You may go to my room. It's just me there. No outsiders. Thank you very much, the middle-aged man responded graciously. Not at all, Wang Wenchao smiled, then turned to Grandma Zhang, saying, Grandma Zhang, allow me to assist you to my room. He offered his arm to her. Wang Wenchao had always been attentive to Grandma Zhang, as she was unlike the others, cultured, upright, and reserved yet kind-hearted. She would voice her concerns whenever she witnessed any injustices within the facility and had always treated Wang Wenchao with great kindness. The middle-aged man accompanied them, supporting Grandma Zhang as Wang Wenchao led them to his room. Once Grandma Zhang and the middle-aged man were inside, Wang Wenchao closed the door behind him, emerging with the young man. Habitually, Wang Wenchao reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, albeit a modest brand. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he nevertheless offered one to the young man. I don't smoke, the young man declined, his tone lacking politeness, imbued with an air of superiority. Wang Wenchao felt slighted by the rejection of his goodwill, causing him to lose interest in further conversation with the young man. He distanced himself and rejoined the elderly residents, who, upon seeing him, inquired with great curiosity about the middle-aged man and Grandma Zhang. However, Wang Wenchao was entirely in the dark about the matter, although he speculated that the middle-aged man was likely searching for a family member. The conversation within the room lasted nearly 2 hours. After this duration, the door swung open, and the young man entered. Shortly thereafter, he exited again and approached Wang Wenchao, saying, Come here for a moment. Though Wang Wenchao was reluctant, he ultimately followed the young man back into his room. Upon entering, Wang Wenchao observed Grandma Zhang wiping her tears, while the middle-aged man crouched beside her. Witnessing this scene confirmed Wang Wenchao's earlier suspicion. As the middle-aged man stood upon Wang Wenchao's arrival, Wang Wenchao noted the redness around his eyes. Director Wang, I came here today in search of my family. This is my biological mother, from whom I have been separated for many years, the middle-aged man stated candidly. Chapter 11. The Mysterious Man, Part 1. Wang Wenchao hesitated for a moment, then, with evident delight, exclaimed, Is that truly the case? What splendid news, Grandma Zhang. I have always said that good people like you are bound to reap the rewards of their kindness. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to you. I just heard from my mother that you have taken great care of her here, providing her with substantial assistance, as her son. I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks, said the middle-aged man, bowing respectfully to Wang Wenchao. This gesture took Wang Wenchao by surprise, prompting him to quickly support the man, saying, Oh, please, there's no need for such formalities. This is merely part of my duties. Besides, Grandma Zhang has always treated me with great kindness. Director Wang is an exceptionally good man. Among those who manage our nursing home, he is undoubtedly the most conscientious and caring, Grandma Zhang interjected, steadying herself with her cane as she stood. Grandma Zhang, please do not say such things. You will now be able to enjoy a well-deserved rest, Wang Wenchao replied, his joy genuine. To be frank, I had intended to take her home today, but she refused. She stated that she has grown accustomed to living here and does not wish to leave, the middle-aged man lamented. Indeed, as a rural old woman, I would find it quite uncomfortable to live in the city. Moreover, I feel quite comfortable here and have grown used to it. You, my dear, should come visit me whenever you can. That would suffice for me in this lifetime, Grandma Zhang said, tears streaming down her cheeks. How about this, Director Wang? I have some urgent matters to attend and I entrust my mother to your care while I am away. Here is my phone number. Please feel free to call me if anything arises, the middle-aged man said, his excitement palpable as he asked a young man nearby to fetch a piece of paper on which he wrote his number and handed it to Wang Wenchao. Rest assured, I will do everything within my power to assist, Wang Wenchao replied courteously. Afterward, the middle-aged man leaned in to whisper something to Grandma Zhang before departing in a small vehicle. Grandma Zhang, your son has come all this way. Why do you not accompany him to the city to enjoy a life of ease? Why endure hardships here? Wang Wenchao remarked, supporting Grandma Zhang as he spoke. No, Director Wang, you do not understand. Many years ago, my family fell into dire straits and my husband tragically passed away. My daughter and I had no choice but to journey south in search of my sister and brother-in-law. Little did I know that upon arriving in Linshan City, I would lose my daughter. At that time, she was only 4 years old. What can a 4-year-old comprehend? I feared I would never see her again in this lifetime. Yet, here I am, at this age when I am nearing the end, and I have the chance to see her once more. I am without regret that I lost her when she was 4, and I failed to fulfill my duties as a mother. All these years, I have not been able to raise or assist her. Now, in my current state, how could I possibly go with her and become a burden? Wouldn't you agree? Grandma Zhang said, wiping her tears as she walked. Wang Wenchao was profoundly shaken by Grandma Zhang's words. Having never experienced a mother's love, he felt, for the first time, a glimpse of what that love truly meant. In the days that followed, life returned to its usual rhythm. By the end of the month, Wang Wenchao borrowed a bicycle and made his way slowly to the town government. This was a monthly ritual for him, to gather various receipts and invoices and seek out the official director to obtain signatures for reimbursement. The so-called director was, in fact, the deputy director of the town's civil affairs office, who also oversaw the nursing home. This director, named Wang Dehui, was over 40 years old and had reportedly occupied his position for over 20 years, making him something of a veteran in the office. Moreover, he was not particularly easy to deal with, a conclusion Wang Wenchao had drawn after a few encounters with him. Each time Wang Wenchao visited to reconcile accounts and obtain signatures, he found the funds to be perpetually delayed, which contributed to the poor conditions of the nursing home. Consequently, Wang Wenchao invariably returned home seething with frustration. The journey to the town's nursing home took over an hour by bicycle, and by the time Wang Wenchao arrived, he was drenched in sweat. Navigating the familiar path, he entered the town government compound, which was quiet and sparsely populated. Along the way, he had stopped at a small shop to purchase a pack of Furongwang cigarettes, spending over 20 yuan, as he deemed it necessary to maintain appearances. Inside the courtyard, Wang Wenchao encountered a few individuals, but regrettably, he did not recognize any of them. He was promptly escorted by a young clerk from the party and government office to the civil affairs office, and before he knew it, he found himself heading straight to the nursing home. His time spent in the courtyard had barely exceeded 2 hours, leaving him no opportunity to get acquainted with his colleagues. Upon reaching the second floor of the civil affairs office, Wang Wenchao noticed that there were 2 offices. One belonged to the director, a rather young man in his mid-30s, rumored to have connections. However, Wang Wenchao had only seen this director a couple of times. The other office was occupied by several other staff members. In addition to the director and Wang Dehui, there was a woman surnamed Qin who served as the cashier and managed the finances, and a young man named Liao Zhangwo, estimated to be around 30, who was said to be a relative of a local leader. Including Wang Wenchao, the civil affairs office comprised a total of 5 individuals. As Wang Wenchao entered the office, he saw the woman surnamed Qin trimming her nails with a clipper and Liao Zhangwo lounging in a chair, engrossed in his phone. Wang Dehui was conspicuously absent from his seat. Spotting Wang Wenchao, the woman exclaimed, "Oh, our university student has arrived." The somewhat sarcastic moniker made Wang Wenchao feel uncomfortable. Hearing her voice, Liao Zhangwo glanced up briefly before returning to his phone with an impassive expression. "Hello, Sister Qin," Wang Wenchao greeted with a smile, then took out his Furongwang cigarettes, unwrapped them, and offered one to Liao Zhangwo, saying, "Brother Liao, would you like a smoke?" However, Liao Zhangwo did not lift his head, merely responding, "Just leave it there." Instantly, Wang Wenchao felt a surge of anger, thinking to himself, "Who do you think you are? You're not even a leader to be acting so aloof." Nevertheless, as a newcomer, he felt it prudent not to offend anyone. So he suppressed his frustration, placed the cigarettes on the table, and approached Sister Qin's desk to inquire, "Sister Qin, do you happen to know where Director Wang is gone?" "You mean Wang Dehui?" "Who knows where he is? He tends to disappear for 3 out of 5 days a week, and even when he shows up, it's only for a brief moment. He's probably over at Chef Li's place in the staff quarters playing mahjong." Sister Qin chattered away. Wang Wenchao's brow furrowed at her words. Typically, Wang Dehui would be in the office on the last day of each month, and knowing that he would be coming for signatures today, it was unsettling that he was nowhere to be found. Nevertheless, discomfort aside, the signatures must be obtained. After pondering for a moment, Wang Wenchao decided to pull out his battered phone and call Wang Dehui. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Man, Part 2. The phone rang for quite some time before it was finally answered. "Hello, Wang Wenchao, what can I do for you?" Wang Dehui replied after picking up the call. "It's like this, Director Wang. I'm currently in your office, and I would like to request your signature on some documents for the nursing home this month," Wang Wenchao said politely. "Oh, regarding that matter. Here's the thing. I have something to attend to at the moment. Please leave the documents on my desk, and I will call you once I have signed them," Wang Dehui stated bluntly. It was evident that he was busy, as Wang Wenchao could clearly hear the loud sounds of mahjong in the background. "Director Wang, could you please take a moment to come back and sign? Alternatively, I can come to you. You know, I don't have a vehicle on my end, and it's quite inconvenient for me to make the trip." Wang Wenchao pressed on, suppressing his frustration and maintaining his politeness. "How come you don't understand my words? I've told you I'm busy and have no time. How long have you been working? Already complaining about this and that, unwilling to make an extra trip. What are you even doing in this job? Just leave the documents there. I'll sign them when I have the time." Wang Dehui snapped, clearly displeased with Wang Wenchao's disobedience. Wang Wenchao's anger flared up, and he could no longer contain himself. He shouted into the phone, "So you're not going to sign? Fine, if you don't sign, then it's not my problem if the nursing home faces power and water outages next month. I'm not the director." With that, he hung up the phone. Since Wang Wenchao was in the office, the words were overheard by the woman surnamed Qin and Liao Zhangwo. So this is a university student, huh? Quite the temper. But Wang Dehui is notoriously vengeful, and you work under him. You'll have your share of woes, the woman surnamed Qin said, reveling in the misfortune. Wang Wenchao had no time for her and walked straight out of the civil affairs office. Upon stepping out, he paused for a moment, thought it over, and then headed directly to the director's office on the second floor. Wang Wenchao knocked on the door. After a moment, a voice from within called, "Come in." He pushed the door open and walked in, finding the director of the civil affairs office, Yang Xinfeng, writing something at his desk. "Hello, Director Yang." Wang Wenchao greeted respectfully as he entered, taking out a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes and offering one to Yang Xinfeng. Yang Xinfeng looked up and immediately said, "Ah, young Wang has arrived," reaching out to accept the cigarette. "What is the matter? Is there an issue with the nursing home?" Yang Xinfeng asked amiably after setting down his pen. This warm demeanor filled Wang Wenchao with a sense of comfort and increased his fondness for this somewhat unfamiliar superior. "Everything is fine at the nursing home. I came today to get the document signed for reimbursement at the end of the month. However, I just went in, and Director Wang wasn't there. I called him, and he said he had important matters to attend to and asked me to come back another day. But the nursing home is a bit far, and without a car, making the round trip is somewhat troublesome, so I was hoping that since Director Wang is unavailable, you could sign these for me," Wang Wenchao said politely. Although he did not explicitly express any grievances against Wang Dehui, he was, in essence, conveying his dissatisfaction to Yang Xinfeng. "Not there?" Yang Xinfeng pondered for a moment after hearing Wang Wenchao's words, his brow furrowing as if he was contemplating something. However, he soon smiled and said to Wang Wenchao, "In that case, since he is not here, just bring me the documents that need signing, and I'll sign them for you. Then you can go to Qin Xianhui to collect the funds." This Qin Xianhui was indeed the name of the woman surnamed Qin, a name that starkly contrasted with her character, leaving Wang Wenchao feeling somewhat regretful for the mismatch. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao quickly retrieved a stack of receipts from his bag, handing them one by one to Yang Xinfeng while explaining, "This one is for this month's electricity bill, totaling 340 yuan. This one is the receipt for 5 light bulbs and 2 flower pots, and this one is for the repair of several elderly people's beds, which cost 110 yuan. Wang Wenchao presented all the receipts and provided detailed explanations for each. Yang Xinfeng listened attentively, signing each receipt without hesitation or thorough inquiry, a stark contrast to Wang Dehui's meticulous scrutiny and deductions, which left Wang Wenchao somewhat astonished. "All right, take these to Qin Xianhui to collect your money. How is it going over there? Are you settling in well? How is life treating you?" After signing, Yang Xinfeng handed all the documents back to Wang Wenchao and casually inquired, "Thank you for your concern. Everything is well. Although the conditions are a bit harsh, I can endure it," Wang Wenchao replied politely. Good point. One must endure hardship to rise above others. It's tough at the beginning of any job, but once you gain some experience, it will get better. Work hard, and if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me anytime." "Off you go," Yang Xinfeng said with a smile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Yang Xinfeng, Wang Wenchao left his office and collected the money from the woman whose name contrasted sharply with her demeanor before cycling back to the nursing home. Although Wang Wenchao departed, he was unaware that his actions today would only serve to exacerbate the already tenuous relationship between Yang Xinfeng and Wang Dehui. In fact, the relationship between Yang Xinfeng and Wang Dehui had never been harmonious. They had always viewed each other with disdain. Wang Dehui had held the position of deputy director in the civil affairs office for nearly a decade, yet he had never been afforded the opportunity to ascend to the top position. When the previous director was finally reassigned, Wang Dehui believed that his time had come. He began to network and seek favors, convinced that he would secure the role. To his dismay, however, Yang Xinfeng arrived, rendering his efforts futile. Thus, he harbored considerable resentment toward Yang Xinfeng, often presenting him with obstacles at work and occasionally even embarrassing him publicly. Yang Xinfeng, having endured such a subordinate, felt a pent-up frustration. No one enjoys dealing with such insubordination. However, after spending many years in the bureaucracy, particularly over 2 decades in the civil affairs office, Yang Xinfeng felt he could not, nor should he, confront Wang Dehui directly due to his seniority. Therefore, their interactions maintained a facade of civility, despite the underlying tension. Initially, they managed to uphold a semblance of cordiality, but Wang Wenchao's outburst today irrevocably severed any remaining ties between Yang Xinfeng and Wang Dehui. It was a straightforward matter. The nursing home fell under Wang Dehui's jurisdiction, and the authority to sign lay with him. Now, however, Yang Xinfeng had signed without consulting Wang Dehui, effectively stripping him of his power. Of course, Wang Wenchao was oblivious to these dynamics and had only one thought in mind. If given the chance, he would ensure that the petty Wang Dehui would face consequences for his actions. Chapter 13. Insulting the Superior, Part 1. Upon returning to the nursing home, Wang Wenchao promptly began to settle the various payments he was responsible for. Although these sums were relatively minor, Wang Wenchao approached the task with utmost seriousness, as was his nature. The following morning, just after rising and freshening up, he prepared to head to the cafeteria for breakfast when he noticed Wang Dehui arriving on an old motorcycle, a rare sight indeed. A sense of foreboding crept into Wang Wenchao's mind. As the saying goes, the good do not come, and those who come are not good. It was evident that Wang Dehui had come to seek retribution. As Wang Wenchao observed Wang Dehui park his motorcycle, he refrained from rushing over as he had in the past, and instead continued toward the cafeteria. Wang Wenchao, come here, called Wang Dehui. Although Wang Wenchao had no intention of acknowledging him, it did not deter Wang Dehui from pursuing him. In fact, Wang Dehui had been searching for Wang Wenchao since entering the nursing home. Wang Wenchao frowned once more. Reluctantly, he approached, knowing that Wang Dehui was, after all, his superior. Despite feeling quite displeased at being shouted at, he managed to respond, "What is it? Have you just gotten up without having breakfast? Look at the time. Arriving late to work, Wang Wenchao, what is this attitude and work ethic?" As anticipated, Wang Dehui wasted no time in finding fault with him. A surge of anger flared up within Wang Wenchao, yet he suppressed it and replied in a measured tone, "Director Wang, it is still not yet 8 o'clock. We haven't officially started work. Furthermore, it is not my desire to eat breakfast at this hour. It is dictated by the cafeteria's schedule. If they were to serve breakfast at 10 every day, I would have no choice but to eat then." What is this attitude? Wang Dehui stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, his anger palpable. "Director Wang, I sincerely assure you that I harbor no intention of opposing you. I am merely stating a fact," Wang Wenchao conceded again. "A fact? Late is late. Do not seek excuses. Just look at the state of your work. The place is littered with trash. What have you been doing here daily?" Eating? Wang Dehui had come specifically to create trouble for Wang Wenchao. He was a man who held grudges, having been scolded by Wang Wenchao the previous day and infuriated further by Yang Xinfeng's actions. He placed all the blame squarely on Wang Wenchao's shoulders. Wang Wenchao's anger truly boiled over this time, as he retorted, "Director Wang, if you are intent on nitpicking, at least find a valid reason. Open your eyes and take a good look. Is this truly a place filled with garbage? Moreover, if you wish for me to clean it up, I can draft a request for funds right now, and you may sign off on it so I can hire a cleaner." "A cleaner? If you need a cleaner, what use are you here?" Wang Dehui sneered at Wang Wenchao. Wang Wenchao was left speechless with indignation, laughing derisively. "How could I possibly handle such a demanding and significant role as that of a cleaner? Only someone of your stature as the director could competently fulfill that duty. If you can't do it, then get lost. This nursing home does not keep idle people," Wang Dehui bellowed, his voice echoing loudly and drawing the attention of everyone nearby, who began to murmur among themselves. "Whether I leave or stay is not for you to decide, Wang Dehui. Let me assure you, if you truly possess the power to have me removed from this place, I would certainly bring a few bottles of fine wine to your home to express my gratitude. Do you think anyone wishes to remain here? Unfortunately for you, you lack the capability. You can only shout here. Is there anything else? If not, I shall proceed to have my meal," Wang Wenchao replied, a cold smile on his face. He was well aware that, despite Wang Dehui's title as director, his actual authority over Wang Wenchao was quite limited. The nursing home was merely a branch of the Civil Affairs Office, not a primary administrative body. Thus, both Wang Dehui and Wang Wenchao were employees of the same office, subject to the same management. Personnel matters were ultimately decided by Yang Xinfeng, rendering Wang Dehui's role little more than a figurehead. "Do you dare to speak again? Do you believe I won't strike you?" Wang Dehui, known for his hot temper, was incensed by Wang Wenchao's pointed remarks, raising his hand in a threatening gesture. "What now? Is our esteemed director preparing to resort to violence? Everyone, bear witness. It is our director who initiated this. When it comes time to assign responsibility, you must testify for me. Director Wang, before you take action, allow me to remind you that I was the president of the Taekwondo Club in university and participated in national competitions, placing in the top 10. Now, come at me." Wang Wenchao, seeing Wang Dehui's raised hand, spoke with a mocking expression. At this, Wang Dehui was rendered speechless, suddenly hesitant to make a move. His hand, raised in aggression, was now caught in an awkward limbo, unsure whether to strike or withdraw. Wang Wenchao regarded Wang Dehui once more and said, "Since you have nothing further to discuss, I shall take my leave for breakfast." With that, he turned and began to walk away. "Wang Wenchao, I am here to audit the accounts today. Report all your financial records for this month to me, line by line, and I demand to see the physical evidence." Wang Dehui, realizing he could not resort to violence, opted for a cunning approach, hoping to use his authority to trouble Wang Wenchao. "I have already provided a detailed report of this month's accounts to Director Yang," Wang Wenchao responded nonchalantly. "I require you to report to me again. I suspect you have been tampering with the records. I will audit the accounts," Wang Dehui shouted at the top of his lungs. "Report to you? I have no time. I am going to eat. If you believe there is something amiss, you are free to report me to the relevant authorities," Wang Wenchao said dismissively as he turned away and headed toward the cafeteria. "You little brat, one day you will fall into my hands, and I will make you pay," Wang Dehui seethed, watching as Wang Wenchao walked away without giving him the slightest regard. His authority diminished before the onlookers, yet he found himself utterly powerless against Wang Wenchao. Wang Wenchao, having lost any desire to continue arguing with someone as lacking in decorum as Wang Dehui, ignored him and continued toward the cafeteria. Although he had never wished to quarrel with Wang Dehui, the latter's atrocious attitude had become intolerable. Wang Wenchao realized he had thoroughly offended Wang Dehui, and life would undoubtedly become difficult for him henceforth. However, Wang Wenchao was steadfast in his temperament and had no inclination to temper his demeanor. Why should he? He was already weary of the nonsense surrounding this nursing home. As for Wang Dehui, Wang Wenchao felt no fear. He was merely an ordinary citizen without any official title. As the saying goes, those without shoes fear not those with shoes. What was there to fear? Chapter 14. Insulting the Superior, Part 2, Director Wang. You should not doubt Vice Director Wang. He is an honest boy, incapable of such actions. At that moment, the indignant Grandma Zhang spoke up to Wang Dehui. What business is it of yours? Whether he has a problem is for me to determine, not you. You should eat and drink your fill, then hurry along to your next life. Stop meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Wang Dehui, brimming with ire, found a target in Grandma Zhang. Originally intending to ignore Wang Dehui, Wang Wenchao felt a surge of unbridled fury upon hearing those words. He turned and strode toward Wang Dehui, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Wang Dehui was taken aback by Wang Wenchao's sudden approach, especially as he caught sight of the murderous glint in Wang Wenchao's eyes, a chill creeping through him, prompting him to instinctively take 2 steps back, pointing at Wang Wenchao as he stammered, "What do you want?" "Looking for a fight." Wang Wenchao halted before Wang Dehui, sneering coldly, "Fight you? You think you're worthy of that? Wang Dehui, let me enlighten you. One must possess a fundamental moral compass. If you lack even that, you are no different from a beast. Grandma Zhang is of considerable age. I believe she is around the same age as your mother, though you speak to your mother in such a manner at home. Furthermore, do not assume that just because you are my pathetic superior, you can throw your weight around in front of me. If you push me too far, I will retaliate. I have long ceased to care about this place. This job is of no interest to me. If you wish to make my life difficult, go ahead and try. Let us see who ultimately feels the greater pain. And from now on, you would do well to choose your words carefully when addressing me. Today, I have no desire to escalate this matter. Otherwise, I would have recorded your words and reported them to the higher-ups." After delivering his retort, Wang Wenchao shot Wang Dehui a glare and then proceeded to the cafeteria. "Wang Wenchao, I am restructuring the responsibilities at the nursing home. From now on, all expenditures will be handled by old Wang." Wang Dehui, still shaken by Wang Wenchao's assertiveness, shouted after him once he had departed. "Is that so? Then that suits me just fine. I was seeking a bit of peace," Wang Wenchao replied, not bothering to look back, a cold smile playing on his lips. Wang Dehui was attempting to strip Wang Wenchao of his authority. It should be noted that Wang Wenchao usually managed the daily operations of the nursing home and had some discretion over expenditures, such as purchasing everyday items, repairing furniture, and covering utility bills. Although he had never misappropriated a single cent, such authority was still power. Now, with Wang Dehui transferring these responsibilities to Wang Bobo, it was, in fact, a blessing for Wang Wenchao. He had never intended to exploit this position for personal gain. If he was to be relieved of these duties, so much the better. He could simply eat, sleep, and be at ease. Wang Dehui was infuriated by Wang Wenchao's complete disregard for him, yet he found himself without an outlet for his anger, akin to striking a fist against a sponge, frustrating and unsatisfying. After venting his wrath on Wang Bobo, he departed on his motorcycle. Wang Wenchao made his way to the cafeteria, where he served himself a bowl of thin rice porridge before stepping outside. Upon seeing him, Grandma Zhang remarked, "Director Wang, you should not have offended him. Young people should temper their tempers. It is not beneficial for your future work." "Thank you, Grandma Zhang, but it is beyond my control. I am simply of that temperament. I cannot endure the antics of such lowly individuals. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall ignore him, and he cannot do anything to me," Wang Wenchao replied with a smile before returning to his room to consume his porridge. Though Wang Wenchao had been stripped of power, life continued as usual. Yet this day felt particularly monotonous. He gazed up at the dilapidated ceiling, contemplating whether it was time for a change of scenery. His determination to make a name for himself here, to make Li Jing and her family regret their actions, perhaps had been misguided. The chasm between ideals and reality can sometimes be overwhelmingly vast. These thoughts lingered in Wang Wenchao's mind until he gradually drifted off to sleep. Just as he was enjoying a deep slumber, he was jolted awake by a rapid knocking at the door. Annoyed, he called out, "Who is it? What is the matter?" "Director Wang, Grandma Zhang has collapsed," came the voice of another elderly resident from outside. The gravity of those words startled Wang Wenchao. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily donned a pair of trousers and rushed out. Upon arriving at Grandma Zhang's room, he found her lying motionless on the floor. Wang Wenchao knelt beside her, checking for a pulse and, to his relief, discovered she was still breathing. His heart eased slightly. He patted his pockets in search of his phone, only to realize in his haste that it lay on his bed. He turned to the other elderly residents and instructed, "Do not move her. Cover her with a blanket." After issuing the command, he dashed back to his room to retrieve his phone and dialed the emergency services. Every nursing home had the emergency contact for the county hospital, and Wang Wenchao quickly relayed the location. urging them to hurry. After placing the call, he returned to Grandma Zhang's room, where she remained on the floor, now covered with a blanket. Wang Wenchao possessed a modicum of first aid knowledge, but it was rudimentary at best, and he dared not apply it to an elderly woman. The only thing he could do was wait. The journey from the county hospital to the nursing home would take over an hour, and Wang Wenchao was uncertain whether an elderly person could survive that long. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the other residents, "Please keep an eye on her. I will go find Dr. Zhang from the village." With that, he swiftly mounted his bicycle and sped off. Dr. Zhang was merely a local quack, capable of treating common colds and little else, relying solely on intravenous drips as his method of treatment. Wang Wenchao had little faith in his abilities, yet at this moment, he had no choice but to place his trust in him. Wang Wenchao pedaled furiously to Dr. Zhang's home, knocking relentlessly until, after what felt like an eternity, the doctor opened the door, grumbling and cursing. Without waiting for an invitation, Wang Wenchao rushed inside, seized Dr. Zhang's treasure chest of medical supplies, and hoisted the doctor onto the back of his bicycle. Racing back to the nursing home, it was only once they were on the bike that Wang Wenchao explained the situation to the still grumbling Dr. Zhang. After exerting every ounce of energy, he finally managed to transport Dr. Zhang to the nursing home. Upon arrival, Wang Wenchao felt utterly spent. Chapter 15. An unexpected encounter with a pair of scoundrels. Upon witnessing the condition of Granny Zhang, Dr. Zhang was momentarily taken aback, before stating, "I can only administer some glucose. It may help, but I am unable to treat this illness." "Then let's proceed with the infusion immediately," Wang Wenchao decisively declared. The efficacy of glucose remained uncertain, yet at the very least, it posed no harm in any case. Wang Wenchao had no choice but to gamble on a dying horse. Miraculously, after administering a bottle of glucose, Granny Zhang indeed regained consciousness, albeit in a weakened state, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Observing her awakening, Wang Wenchao hastily inquired, "Granny Zhang, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" It hurts here," she replied, clutching her abdomen. Wang Wenchao examined her belly and glanced at Dr. Zhang. "It could be appendicitis. Judging by the symptoms, it appears to be acute. We must rush her to the hospital for surgery, or it could lead to complications," Dr. Zhang stated, albeit uncertainly. "Quickly, how quickly?" Wang Wenchao pondered. This place was so remote, but thankfully, the County People's Hospital served as the designated medical facility for various nursing homes in Pingyang County, and they were well aware of the locations of each institution. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for outsiders to navigate this area. As fate would have it, the emergency vehicle from the County People's Hospital arrived shortly thereafter. The staff swiftly placed Granny Zhang on a stretcher and loaded her into the ambulance, with Wang Wenchao accompanying her as a staff member of the nursing home. Upon arriving at the County People's Hospital, Granny Zhang was promptly taken for examination, leaving Wang Wenchao alone in the waiting area. While he had been preoccupied with concern for Granny Zhang's condition, he now felt the chill of the night air, as he had only donned a short-sleeved shirt in his haste. Additionally, it was now past 2 o'clock in the morning, and fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Just as Wang Wenchao was about to drift off to sleep in the hospital chair, he was roused by a doctor. "Are you from the Hongshan Town nursing home?" the doctor inquired. "Yes, I am." "How is the patient's condition?" Wang Wenchao asked. "It's neither minor nor major. The patient is suffering from acute appendicitis and requires immediate appendectomy. For most individuals, it is a minor procedure. However, given the patient's advanced age and her pre-existing medical conditions, the surgery carries significant risks. I am here to consult with the patient's family." "Where are they?" the doctor inquired further. "The patient has no family. She is a 5 guarantees recipient. I can make decisions on her behalf." "May I ask if surgery can be avoided?" Wang Wenchao asked with concern. "No, it cannot. Elderly individuals often exhibit diminished sensitivity to pain, weakened abdominal muscles, and reduced defensive mechanisms, resulting in less pronounced symptoms and atypical signs. Therefore, the clinical manifestations may appear mild, yet the pathological changes are severe. The patient has already experienced delays in diagnosis and treatment. Furthermore, due to arterial sclerosis in the elderly, the appendiceal artery may also undergo changes, leading to ischemia and necrosis of the appendix. Coupled with her other health issues, her condition has become increasingly complex and severe. Therefore, surgery is imperative. Since she is a 5 guarantees recipient, the nursing home can take responsibility." "Are you the person in charge?" the doctor explained before asking again. "I am not. The director is not present, but I oversee daily operations as the deputy director," Wang Wenchao promptly replied. "That won't suffice. We need an authorized representative to sign. Any issues arising from the surgery will be the nursing home's responsibility, and our hospital will not bear the risk of surgical failure," the doctor stated firmly. "The nursing home has always been under my supervision. Moreover, at this late hour, even if I were to contact him, he would not arrive in time. How about this? I will provide a written statement accepting full responsibility for any issues that arise, absolving your hospital of any liability. Would that suffice?" Wang Wenchao said urgently, feeling helpless. "Very well, but you must come with me to sign it," the doctor instructed immediately. Wang Wenchao prepared to follow, but after a moment's thought, he added, "Doctor, please wait a moment." I would like to consult the patient for her opinion first. All right, but please be swift. Do not delay the surgery. The doctor nodded before departing. Wang Wenchao entered the patient's room and addressed Granny Zhang. Granny Zhang, I need to discuss something with you. You have been diagnosed with acute appendicitis and require immediate surgery. The hospital has indicated that this procedure carries certain risks for elderly patients, and I would like to know your thoughts on whether to proceed. Please do not worry. The hospital always provides such warnings before surgery as a precaution. In reality, it is a minor procedure, just an appendectomy. Hospitals routinely perform several of these surgeries daily. I simply want to know if you would like me to notify your son to seek his opinion, as it is customary to consult family members. No, do not let him know. Just proceed with the surgery. I do not wish for him to worry about my illness or burden him with concerns. Director Wang, you must promise me, do not let him find out, Granny Zhang implored, grasping Wang Wenchao's hand tightly. Hearing her plea deeply moved Wang Wenchao, and he nodded in understanding before exiting the room. Once outside, he hesitated for a moment, then ultimately took out his phone and dialed the last number saved under the name Mr. Hong. All he knew was that the person's surname was Hong. After several rings, someone finally answered, sounding distinctly groggy. Hello, came a somewhat languid voice from the other end. Is this Mr. Hong? I am Wang from the Hongshan Town Nursing Home, he responded courteously. Oh, I remember you. What seems to be the matter? The voice on the other end expressed evident surprise. Granny Zhang suddenly collapsed and has been taken to the hospital, where she has been diagnosed with acute appendicitis. Immediate surgery is necessary, but the hospital has stated that this operation carries certain risks for elderly patients and is seeking family consent. I have already signed for the surgery on behalf of the nursing home, but I still wish to know your opinion. Wang Wenchao explained the situation. Proceed with the surgery, without a doubt. Which hospital is it? The voice on the other end became noticeably agitated. Chapter 16. An Unexpected Encounter with a Couple, Part 2. At Pingyang County People's Hospital, I shall promptly communicate with the hospital to arrange for the surgery. Additionally, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. I just inquired about Grandma Zhang's wishes, but she requested that you not be notified, as she does not wish to trouble you or cause you any concern. Well then, I shall seek out the doctor now. Wang Wenchao pondered for a moment before conveying this information to Mr. Hong, as he deemed it necessary for him to be informed. Thank you, Director Wang, came the voice from the other end, somewhat choked with emotion. You're too kind. This is merely my duty, Wang Wenchao replied before ending the call and proceeding to find the doctor for the signature. The surgery was executed with great success, devoid of any unforeseen complications, allowing Wang Wenchao to finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the morning, he left the hospital and ventured into the town of Pingyang County, where he sought out a supermarket to purchase some essential items for Grandma Zhang's hospital stay. While passing by a breakfast shop, he noticed a considerable crowd and decided to step inside. Wang Wenchao harbored a habit of observing the business of unfamiliar restaurants. If they were bustling with customers, it indicated that the food was likely satisfactory, at the very least. Just as he settled down to enjoy a bowl of noodles, he noticed a car pull up outside the small establishment. A man and a woman stepped out, the woman casually linking her arm with the man's as they entered the shop, their demeanor exuding intimacy. Ordinarily, this would be unremarkable, but the presence of that woman rendered Wang Wenchao exceedingly uncomfortable. Indeed, the woman was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Li Jing. As he watched Li Jing entwined with another man, the tendons in his hand tightened around his chopsticks, yet he restrained himself, reminding himself that this woman no longer held any connection to him. Whether she walked hand in hand with another man or shared a bed with him was of no consequence to Wang Wenchao. Why should he allow himself to be angered by her actions? With that thought, he felt a slight alleviation of his distress and lowered his head to continue his meal. As fate would have it, the small shop was thriving, with every table occupied except for Wang Wenchao's solitary one. Li Jing and her companion scanned the room with their bowls of noodles before making their way to the table where Wang Wenchao sat. Since Wang Wenchao had been keeping his head down, Li Jing did not recognize him at first. They took their seats directly across from him, and Li Jing remarked, "You should give it a try. See if it suits your palate. This place serves the best noodles I've ever tasted. Just look at how many people are here." As she spoke, she furtively glanced at her dining companion, only to freeze in shock, her complexion draining of color. "Wenchao, what are you doing here?" she stammered. Since she had called his name, Wang Wenchao could hardly pretend not to notice. He lifted his gaze slightly, his voice icy. "So it is you. Hello. Please enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave now." After uttering this cold farewell, he stood up, ready to depart. Encountering these two had extinguished any desire he had to continue enjoying his noodles, no matter how delectable they might be. Wait a moment, he was halted by the man beside Li Jing just as he was about to exit. Wang Wenchao furrowed his brow and halted, asking, "Is there something you need?" "Not really, but since you and Jing are acquainted, we might as well chat as friends. Jing, why not make an introduction?" "Come on, brother, have a smoke," the man said as he rose, producing a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and offering one to Wang Wenchao. Li Jing glanced between the man and Wang Wenchao, yet awkwardly refrained from making any introductions. Wang Wenchao looked at Li Jing, noticing her discomfort, and let out a cold laugh, uncertain whether to find her amusing or himself pitiable. He then replied, "Thank you, but I don't smoke." I am Li Jing's university classmate. My name is Wang Wenchao. Oh, so you are the Wang Wenchao, the man exclaimed with an exaggerated tone upon hearing his name, then continued with a smile. I've heard Jing mention you. You must be her ex-boyfriend, right? I believe you were working at the nursing home in Hongshan Town. Nice to meet you. I am Su Jun, employed at the County Industry and Commerce Bureau, and I am Li Jing's current boyfriend. The man's tone dripped with condescension, and Wang Wenchao could easily detect the mockery and disdain woven into his words, igniting a flame of anger within him. Su Jun, a name Wang Wenchao had already heard before, the first from Li Jing's mother. So this was the so-called scion of the Su family. Ex-boyfriend? I wouldn't quite put it that way. We were merely young and foolish students, engaging in some innocent mischief. It was nothing more than a fleeting dalliance. I wouldn't want to dirty your hands, Su Jun, as they are far too refined for a mere rural farmer like myself. Please, continue your meal. I shall take my leave. Wang Wenchao suppressed his anger and spoke with veiled implications before attempting to exit. Hey Wang, I am going to propose to Jing at the end of the year. You must come to celebrate with us, Su Jun added, his intent to provoke Wang Wenchao unmistakable. That won't be necessary, as a country bumpkin. I would rather not impose upon your elegant gathering. Instead, I wish you both a lifetime of happiness, Wang Wenchao retorted with a cold smile. Where do you think you're going? My car is parked outside. Would you like a ride? Su Jun persisted, seemingly treating the act of belittling Li Jing's ex-boyfriend as a game. Wang Wenchao initially considered declining the offer but soon realized that this was precisely what Su Jun desired. It was akin to playing with a small kitten or puppy. Thus, he turned around and replied, Sure, I'm headed to the nursing home in Hongshan Town. I was just lamenting my lack of transportation. You've truly come to my aid, Su Jun. Su Jun, who had initially been grinning at Wang Wenchao, was left speechless upon hearing his unexpected response. The drive from Pingyang County to Hongshan Town typically took an hour and a half at a normal pace, and the road was rather treacherous. Haha, you truly have the audacity to accept. Do you really think you are worthy? Su Jun said, his irritation evident as he shot a cold glare at Wang Wenchao. Worthy? How could I possibly deserve such a fine vehicle? Just as I am unworthy of such an exquisite woman, I possess the self-awareness to step aside after a couple of attempts. You and she make the perfect match, Wang Wenchao replied with a chilling smile, his meaning clear. Su Jun was merely playing with a woman who had already tasted the bitterness of his past. Wang Wenchao's words not only caused Su Jun to change his expression but also ignited a flicker of anger and shame on Li Jing's face, who had remained silent until now. Very well, young man. Do you know who I am? Are you aware of the consequences of crossing me? Su Jun spat through clenched teeth. I am aware that you are the son of the Su family, the esteemed Su elder. I harbor no intention of offending you. In fact, I fully comprehend that I cannot afford to do so. I simply wish to convey that there is no need for animosity between us, for in your eyes, I am but a mere ant. Furthermore, I have long since severed any ties with this woman. She has no interest in me, and likewise, I harbor no desire for her. Even if every woman in the world were to perish, I would never again entertain thoughts of her. You may traverse your grand path, while I shall tread my solitary way. I bid you farewell. Enjoy your meal, Wang Wenchao stated calmly, before settling the bill and departing. Upon exiting the shop, Wang Wenchao pulled out a pack of inexpensive white sand cigarettes he had purchased for 4 yuan 50, lighting one as a wave of agitation washed over him. He pondered whether he had fallen victim to some misfortune, for his luck seemed irreversibly cursed. Just days ago, he had offended his superior, and now it appeared he had inadvertently crossed paths with the son of a county official. Perhaps it was time to seek solace at a temple. Shaking his head, he bought a bowl of lean meat congee and a carton of milk from a nearby store before making his way back to the hospital. Chapter 17. The Accusation, Part 1. As Wang Wenchao approached the doorway of the hospital room, he was taken aback by the throng of individuals gathered outside. Many were bespectacled, dressed sharply in tailored suits, while others donned white lab coats. Puzzled, he recalled that only Grandma Zhang had been residing in this room. Had someone else moved in during his brief absence? Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed that the crowd was obstructing the way and hastily exclaimed, "Please make way," as he squeezed through. To his surprise, although 7 or 8 people stood at the door, there were not many within the room. Wang Wenchao spotted Grandma Zhang's attending physician standing to the side, while he recognized only Mr. Hong, who sat beside Grandma Zhang, and the young man perpetually at Mr. Hong's side. The rest were strangers to him. Upon seeing Wang Wenchao enter, Mr. Hong promptly rose and said, "Ah, Director Wang has returned." Mr. Hong, I didn't expect you to arrive so early, Grandma Zhang. I sincerely apologize. Although I promised not to inform Mr. Hong, upon further reflection, I realized it was imperative to do so as it is my professional duty. I brought you some congee. The doctor advised that only liquid food should be consumed. Mr. Hong, have you eaten? I apologize for not knowing you and your guest would be here, so I didn't bring any for you, Wang Wenchao said, feeling a bit awkward as he placed the items down. You're too polite. We've already eaten, Director Wang. I truly must express my gratitude to you. I have heard all the details from my mother, and without your intervention, I shudder to think of the consequences. Therefore, I must thank you once more, Mr. Hong earnestly addressed Wang Wenchao. You're too kind. This is merely my job, and I am obliged to do it. Besides, Grandma Zhang has always treated me well, Wang Wenchao replied, feeling slightly uneasy at Mr. Hong's formal gratitude. Mr. Hong smiled and turned to a middle-aged man beside him, who wore glasses. Yuan Qing, allow me to introduce you. This is Comrade Wang from the nursing home in Hongshan Town, Pingyang County. He is a remarkable young man. I have visited there, and although the living conditions and environment are quite harsh, this young comrade possesses an admirable spirit of hard work and manages the nursing home with great diligence, treating the elderly with utmost care. My mother's well-being there is entirely thanks to his attention. In such challenging circumstances, he still holds himself to high standards. Individuals like him deserve promotion and have an unlimited future. Wang Wenchao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him from Mr. Hong's praise, nearly blushing. Initially, he had thought these were merely polite remarks, but to his surprise, the bespectacled man listened intently, nodding in agreement. He then extended his hand to Wang Wenchao and said, "Hello, young man. Keep up the good work as Mr. Hong just mentioned. Your future is certainly bright." Wang Wenchao, blushing, shook the man's hand and replied, "Mr. Hong is overly flattering. I am simply fulfilling my responsibilities." Fulfilling one's responsibilities is no easy feat. If all our officials were as dedicated as you, our nation would surely prosper, Mr. Hong remarked, reflecting on Wang Wenchao's casual statement. He then smiled at Wang Wenchao and said, "Director Wang, you Haven T slept all night and even went out early this morning to buy things for my mother. You should rest now, do not worry. Director Mu here will ensure my mother is transferred to a special ward with dedicated nursing staff. Xiao Zhou, please take Director Wang back. Let old you drive him to the nursing home." Mr. Hong began to make arrangements and extended his hand to Wang Wenchao, saying, "Director Wang, since my mother is hospitalized and I am working away from home, I will owe you a drink of gratitude for now. There will be plenty of opportunities to make it up to you. I know you have many matters to attend to at the nursing home, so I want to keep you here. I'll have my driver take you back. Thank you once again." Wang Wenchao felt slightly dazed, glancing at Grandma Zhang before smiling and saying, "Then I want to be polite. You'll be honest, I'm a bit tired." After exchanging a few words of well-wishing with Grandma Zhang, he followed the young man named Xiao Zhou outside. The young man escorted Wang Wenchao to a small vehicle, the same one Mr. Hong had taken during his previous visit to the nursing home. The driver, a serious man in his 40s or 50s, appeared uncommunicative. During the ride from the hospital to the nursing home, he did not utter a single word, nor did he even glance at Wang Wenchao. When they arrived, the driver simply turned around and drove away. Throughout the journey, Wang Wenchao pondered about Mr. Hong's true identity, wondering how someone could command such respect from the director of the county hospital and arrange for Grandma Zhang's transfer to a special ward. It was well known that only the families of county leaders were permitted to occupy special wards. Furthermore, Wang Wenchao sensed that the middle-aged man Mr. Hong referred to as Yuan Qing was also no ordinary individual. His demeanor conveyed an undeniable authority. Despite his speculations, Wang Wenchao remained perplexed about Mr. Hong's status, only discerning that he was certainly not an average person. Lost in thought, Wang Wenchao decided not to dwell on it any longer, recognizing that it bore little relevance to him. He was merely a small, inconsequential figure. With that, he climbed into bed and fell asleep almost immediately. That night, as Wang Wenchao lay sleeping, a fierce wind began to howl outside, quickly followed by torrential rain. The raindrops pounded against the old glass, creating a cacophony. Initially, Wang Wenchao paid little heed, for there was a local saying, "The rain in June is as fickle as a child's face." However, as the rain intensified and the noise grew louder, accompanied by the relentless wind, he sensed something amiss as the house seemed to tremble. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Wenchao dashed outside with a flashlight to inspect the building, discovering numerous cracks throughout. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly woke each elderly resident, urging them to dress and grab umbrellas to evacuate. Although many were reluctant and skeptical of his warnings about a potential collapse, they ultimately relented out of respect for Wang Wenchao, donning their clothes and following him toward a nearby elementary school. Having traveled less than 500 meters, a deafening crash echoed from behind. Turning around, they witnessed two rooms at the eastern end of the nursing home collapse entirely. Everyone, including Wang Wenchao, stood dumbfounded, gazing at the fallen structure, and without needing further encouragement, they quickened their pace toward the school. Due to the lack of communication, Wang Wenchao could only instruct the elderly to gather in the schoolyard and light a large fire to keep warm as they endured the night together. The following morning he reported the incident to Yang Xinfeng. Chapter 18. The Accusation, Part 2. Before long, approximately an hour later, a small vehicle accompanied by a van appeared at the entrance of the primary school. A group of individuals disembarked from the vehicles, though the majority were unfamiliar to Wang Wenchao. He only recognized the director of the Civil Affairs Office, Yang Xinfeng, and Wang Dehue. Yang Xinfeng closely followed a certain individual, and Wang Wenchao surmised that this person must be a leader from the town. The group gradually approached the area where the elderly were gathered, prompting Wang Wenchao to rise and walk over. "Wang Wenchao, this is Mayor Li, who oversees civil affairs," Yang Xinfeng remarked, gesturing towards a middle-aged man with a slightly protruding abdomen at the forefront. "Good day, Mayor Li, Wang Wenchao promptly nodded in respectful greeting. You are Wang Wenchao, correct? Tell me, how are the elderly faring now? The middle-aged man, appearing rather stern, inquired. They are well, as they left before the incident occurred, so the elderly were not frightened. Everything is fine, Wang Wenchao replied truthfully. Are you suggesting that you have done well in this matter? Mayor Li glared at Wang Wenchao menacingly. A chill ran down Wang Wenchao's spine. He sensed that the situation was turning dire, yet he felt utterly bewildered. I must ask you, as the person responsible for the daily operations of the nursing home, why did you fail to report the significant risk of structural collapse to the town? Fortunately, your actions were timely, and you managed to evacuate everyone. But what if the collapse had occurred earlier? Have you considered the consequences? Can you bear such repercussions? I must tell you, this reflects an extreme irresponsibility towards your duties, Mayor Li admonished, pointing an accusing finger at Wang Wenchao. Dumbfounded, Wang Wenchao thought to himself that no one here was more aware of the state of the nursing home than he was. After all, he had only just arrived. It was hardly his place to report such matters, as the actual head of the nursing home was Wang Dehui, who stood behind him. However, Wang Wenchao bit his tongue and refrained from countering. Enough. You are no longer suited for work in civil affairs. Report to the Agricultural Technology Station tomorrow, Mayor Li declared after casting one last fierce glance at Wang Wenchao. Mayor Li, this situation cannot be entirely blamed on Wang. He is merely an ordinary staff member of the nursing home. The true head is Comrade Wang Dehui. If anyone should bear responsibility, it should be myself and Comrade Wang Dehui. Wang has consistently demonstrated diligence and reliability in his work. Of course, he does bear some fault in this instance, but might we consider allowing him to remain at the nursing home to redeem himself and display his future performance before deciding on his transfer? Yang Xinfeng suggested slowly, furrowing his brow. The town will deliberate on your responsibilities, but he must face the consequences of his actions. As for Comrade Wang Dehui, he merely holds the title of head of the nursing home. In reality, he is the one in charge. That is settled, then I will inform them to transfer him directly to the Agricultural Technology Station. Today, both the secretary and the mayor were supposed to come, but due to an important meeting at the county level, I was assigned to handle this matter. We have already assessed the condition of the nursing home, and it is evidently no longer suitable for habitation. For the time being, these individuals will stay in the primary school, albeit cramped. We will discuss further strategies once the town has conferred. Wang Dehui, you must ensure the well-being of the elderly. Let us go, Mayor Li concluded, turning on his heel and heading back to the vehicle. Once everyone had departed, Yang Xinfeng and Wang Dehui remained behind. Wang Dehui cast a smug glance at Wang Wenchao before striding over. Wang, do not dwell on this too much. We are all engaged in revolutionary work, regardless of the department we serve, Yang Xinfeng sighed, gazing at Wang Wenchao. It does not matter where I work, but I cannot comprehend what I did wrong. From every angle, it seems I should not be held accountable. Wang Wenchao expressed his frustration. This world is not so black and white. There are complexities you cannot yet grasp. Do not overthink it. The Agricultural Technology Station is a good unit and certainly less demanding than your current position. Come with me to gather your belongings. The office of the Agricultural Technology Station is just above mine. Yang Xinfeng intended to say more, but upon noticing Wang Dehui approaching, he refrained and added, I will check on the elderly, before departing. Wang Wenchao felt a deep sense of frustration. He could not fathom where he had gone wrong. He believed that in this situation, not only had he done nothing incorrect, but he had also acted commendably. Had he not discovered the problem early and risked the stormy night to safely evacuate the elderly, the outcome would have been far worse. Yet, he found himself inexplicably reprimanded and dismissed, albeit merely transferred to another department. This left him feeling profoundly disheartened, igniting a flame of indignation within him. What are you still doing standing there? Shouldn't you be reporting to the Agricultural Technology Station? Let me remind you, the nursing home is short on funds, and there won't be any leftover meals for those uninvolved. Hurry up, Wang Dehui remarked, deliberately stepping in front of Wang Wenchao as he lit a cigarette, exuding arrogance. Wang Wenchao seethed with anger, nearly reaching a boiling point. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and replied to Wang Dehui, is that so? But Wang Dehui, let me remind you, they say fortunes shift every 30 years. You best pray that you do not find yourself in my grasp one day, or you will live to regret it. With that, Wang Wenchao turned and left, returning to the nursing home, which was now on the brink of collapse. He opened the door to his room and began to pack his belongings. As of now, he was entirely ignorant of the Agricultural Technology Station, knowing not even what its functions entailed. In truth, Wang Wenchao felt a flicker of anticipation regarding this new department, pondering that it could hardly be worse than his position at the nursing home. Chapter 19. A turn of events. Wang Wenchao returned to the town government courtyard in the minibus alongside Yang Xinfei. Upon their arrival, Yang Xinfei instructed Wang Wenchao to place his belongings in his office before taking him directly to his home for a meal. Yang Xinfei's residence was situated in the town, and since he was attending school elsewhere, only his wife was at home. After indulging in several rounds of drinks, Yang Xinfei began to speak. To be frank, I hold a great deal of admiration for you. You possess capability, a nimble mind, and a sense of composure. qualities that are becoming increasingly rare among young individuals today. To be candid, none of the current personnel in the Civil Affairs Office can compare to you. Initially, I had planned for you to gain some experience at the nursing home for a period, with the intention of transferring you to the town office next year to take over our civil affairs responsibilities. Alas, I never anticipated the deepening conflict between you and Wang Dehui, nor did I foresee the harshness of his actions. Wang Wenchao did not absorb much of the conversation but seized upon a crucial point, directly asking, "Are you suggesting that my reassignment was orchestrated by Wang Dehui? What else could it be? You have no grievances with Mayor Li. Why would he unleash his ire upon you? Moreover, why would he inexplicably transfer you to that inconsequential agricultural technology station?" Yang Xinfei replied candidly. Observing Wang Wenchao's confusion, he continued, "Mayor Li is an experienced deputy mayor who has overseen civil affairs for many years and has maintained a close relationship with Wang Dehui. They are well-known card-playing companions, a fact that is common knowledge. I've never held Wang Dehui in high regard, but with Mayor Li in the picture, I felt powerless to act against him. Such matters are quite commonplace in this arena. Had you spent more years here, you would not feel as incensed as you do now. My dear brother, I apologize for my inability to assist you in this situation. Director Yang, I am inherently a forthright person. I am well aware of who treats me well. Your kindness is etched in my heart, and you will always remain my leader. There is no need for you to feel guilty. This is not your fault. After all, Mayor Li is also your superior, and I hold no resentment towards you. Ultimately, working in any department is still work, is it not? If I must go to the agricultural technology station, then so be it. There is an adage that states, I am but a brick in the revolution. Wherever I am needed, there I shall be moved. Wang Wenchao said, smiling, though it was unclear whether he was comforting Yang Xinfei or himself. Well, it is splendid that you can think this way. Remember this, gold will shine wherever it is placed. However, before you head to the agricultural technology station, I must prepare you psychologically. How much do you know about this so-called agricultural technology station? Yang Xinfei asked, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. Nothing whatsoever. In truth, I am largely ignorant of all these departments, Wang Wenchao admitted candidly. The full name of the Agricultural Technology Station is the Agricultural Technology Promotion Station. By merely hearing its name, you can surmise what kind of department it is. Its primary function is to promote new technologies and products, guiding farmers in their production efforts, Yang Xinfei explained nonchalantly. This is a technical department, yet I am not a graduate of an agricultural university. I am utterly clueless about this area of expertise, Wang Wenchao expressed, somewhat astonished. Technical department, you say? Allow me to share a local saying that circulates in our town. 2 families are full, 2 families are hungry, the rest are merely half satisfied. The full families refer to the Civil Affairs Office and the Finance Department, while the hungry families denote the Broadcasting Station and the Agricultural Technology Station. The reason for the full status of the former two is that they receive ample funding from above, leading to a relatively generous operational budget. In contrast, the Broadcasting Station and Agricultural Technology Station have essentially become mere decorations in our town. The Broadcasting Station has fallen into obsolescence with the advancement of communication technology, rendering it effectively defunct. As for the Agricultural Technology Station, it once managed seed distribution but has now outsourced that responsibility to private enterprises, leaving it with little to no work. Do you understand now? Yang Xinfei elaborated slowly. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao felt a jolt in his heart. He realized he was truly at a dead end. However, do not lose heart. There is an ancient saying that goes, gold will shine wherever it is placed. I believe that one day you will achieve great success. Yang Xinfei, noticing Wang Wenchao's despondency, offered words of encouragement. Later, under the influence of alcohol, Yang Xinfei continued to speak extensively, but Wang Wenchao absorbed none of it. His mind was in turmoil this time. He genuinely questioned whether he should resign, but the faces of Li Jing and her mother resurfaced in his mind, compelling him to grit his teeth and persevere. The reality was even graver than Yang Xinfei had portrayed. The head of the Agricultural Technology Station also served as the director of the party and government office. In fact, the head of the broadcasting station was likewise a dual-hatted position. This arrangement was a cost-saving measure by the town, resulting in a situation where there was no proper station head, let alone any staff to carry out duties. Thus, both the broadcasting station and agricultural technology station had devolved into mere shells. Now, with Wang Wenchao's arrival, there was a silver lining. He occupied an office all to himself, albeit one devoid of even a desk. However, no one seemed to regard Wang Wenchao's predicament. His accommodations were arranged within the teacher's dormitory of the town's middle school, which was a significant improvement compared to the nursing home where he had previously resided. This was the only aspect that brought him a modicum of solace. In the afternoon, after Wang Wenchao found the middle school and located his assigned single room, he prepared to settle in after a brief cleaning when his phone rang abruptly. Upon answering, he discovered an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to pick up. Hello, this is Wang Wenchao, he said. Is this Wang Wenchao? This is the town office. Secretary Yu wishes to see you. Where are you? Came the voice of a man from the other end. Secretary Yu? I am in the teacher's dormitory at the middle school. Just moved in, Wang Wenchao replied, puzzled. To his knowledge, there was only one leader in the town with the surname Yu, namely Secretary Yu Wanzhong. Very well, please come downstairs immediately. I will arrange for a vehicle to pick you up, the man instructed before hanging up. Secretary Yu is looking for me? What could this be about? Am I not miserable enough that they wish to further torment me? Very well, if they want to dismiss me, so be it. It would spare me the discomfort of lingering in this wretched place. Wang Wenchao muttered to himself with a resigned expression before closing the door and heading downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he waited briefly before spotting the minibus that had previously transported him. The town possessed a total of 3 vehicles, a Leopard, a Santana 2000, and a minibus. As far as Wang Wenchao knew, the Leopard was the exclusive vehicle of the party secretary, the Santana 2000 belonged to the town mayor, while the minibus served as a communal vehicle, though apart from a few deputy mayors, few others were permitted to ride in it. Chapter 20. A Change of Direction, Part 2. The driver, who was acquainted with Wang Wenchao, halted the vehicle beside him and casually remarked. Wang Wenchao nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently opening the door and taking a seat in the front passenger seat. The driver, though young, was evidently not one for conversation, remaining silent throughout the journey, leaving Wang Wenchao to ponder whether it was due to a disdain for his humble status or some other reason. Of course, Wang Wenchao was not one to impose his warmth upon a cold demeanor, so he refrained from initiating any dialogue. Within a few minutes, they arrived at the courtyard of the town government. Director Ma instructed you to proceed directly to Secretary Yu's office. He is awaiting your arrival inside, the driver stated casually as he exited the vehicle and closed the door, then departed without another word. Director Ma, the head of the party and government office, Ma Yunhua, was indeed Wang Wenchao's direct superior, as he also served as the head of the agricultural technology station. To be frank, Wang Wenchao was entirely unaware of the location of Secretary Yu's office. He glanced at the office layout map on the first floor before ascending to the third. Upon reaching the third floor, he located the plaque indicating the office of the party committee secretary, finding the door slightly ajar, with a narrow gap. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to knock. Come in, a voice called from within. Upon hearing the response, Wang Wenchao pushed the door open and stepped inside. There were 2 individuals present, one seated on the office sofa and the other behind the desk. The man on the sofa was Ma Yunhua, the director of the party and government office, whom Wang Wenchao recognized from a previous encounter, while the individual behind the desk was unmistakably Secretary Yu Wanzhong. Good day, Secretary Yu. Good day, Director Ma. Wang Wenchao greeted respectfully after a moment's contemplation. Ah, this is Comrade Wang Wenchao, Ma Yunhua announced with a smile. Young Wang, please, do not stand on ceremony. Take a seat, Secretary Yu said warmly, his smile suddenly brightening. Wang Wenchao, having faced numerous cold shoulders since his arrival, felt a surge of encouragement at this unexpected warmth, reminiscent of his first encounter with Yang Xinfeng, as if he were basking in the gentle embrace of spring. Thank you, Secretary Yu, Wang Wenchao replied with a respectful nod, straightening his posture as he settled into the chair opposite Yu Wanzhong. I have been quite occupied with work. Since your arrival in Hongshan town, I have not had the opportunity to have a proper conversation with you. How are you finding your work at the nursing home? Yu Wanzhong inquired, retrieving a blue Farong Wang cigarette from the desk and tossing one to Wang Wenchao, his demeanor amiable. Wang Wenchao found Yu Wanzhong's words somewhat disingenuous. The highest-ranking official he had encountered since his arrival was Vice Town Headley, who had been specifically summoned by Wang Dihui to assist him, while he had not caught even a glimpse of the other leaders. In a town bustling with officials of varying ranks, the notion that Yu Wanzhong would deliberately seek him out for a heart-to-heart discussion was beyond his belief. Nonetheless, the sentiment expressed was still somewhat gratifying to Wang Wenchao. My experience at the nursing home has been quite pleasant. However, I am no longer with the Civil Affairs Office. I was just transferred to the Agricultural Technology Station today. I am still under Director Ma's supervision. Wang Wenchao seized the moment, sensing an opportunity. He had discerned 2 crucial points. First, Yu Wanzhong's courtesy indicated that there was a specific reason for this conversation, and second, it appeared that Secretary Yu was entirely unaware of his recent transfer. Transferred to the Agricultural Technology Station? Yu Wanzhong furrowed his brow, turning to look at Ma Yunhua, clearly seeking clarification on the matter. You were transferred to the Agricultural Technology Station? Who authorized this? Why was I not informed? Ma Yunhua, upon noticing Yu Wanzhong's gaze, immediately expressed his indignation. Perhaps the information simply had not reached you yet. This was announced on-site by Town Headley today. Due to a collapse of a room at the nursing home last night, Town Headley believed my failure to report the situation in a timely manner led to the incident, and he consequently imposed a disciplinary action on me, instructing me to report to the Agricultural Technology Station today. As you can see, I have just arrived and have yet to report to you, Director Ma, Wang Wenchao explained, his words lacking the finesse expected in bureaucratic discourse. An experienced official would never articulate the situation so plainly, as a mere hint would suffice for others to infer the circumstances. However, at this moment, Wang Wenchao had yet to attain such sophistication. Both Yu Wanzhong and Ma Yunhua frowned in unison, leaving Wang Wenchao bewildered as to the reason behind their expressions. I am aware of the situation. 2 rooms at the nursing home were indeed damaged due to heavy rain last night, yet there were no casualties, as the residents had been evacuated to a nearby elementary school. Additionally, I recall that the person in charge of the nursing home is Wang Dehui, correct? Ma Yunhua queried, clearly puzzled. Yes, Director Wang is in charge. However, Town Headley stated that I was the daily supervisor, and I must therefore face consequences. Wang Wenchao nodded in affirmation, resembling a child reporting to a teacher after being bullied by classmates. Yunhua, please make a call and have Yang Xinfeng come up. We need to ascertain the true circumstances, Yu Wanzhong instructed, turning to Ma Yunhua once more. Ma Yunhua nodded and stepped outside to make the call. Chapter 21. A Turn of Events, Part 3, Comrade Xiao Wang. I will thoroughly investigate this matter, Yu Wanzhong said with a smile. Though your time here in Hongshan Town has been brief, your achievements are undeniably remarkable. The town is exceedingly satisfied with your performance. Today, during the meeting at the county, Minister Luo from the county committee even specifically mentioned you. Wang Wenchao replied, somewhat perplexed. Minister Luo mentioned me? Indeed. Minister Luo Hengxing from the organization department of the county committee. You don't know him? Yu Wanzhong inquired, bemused. Wang Wenchao's mind raced in a whirlwind of thoughts, yet he ultimately could not fathom how this so-called minister of the organization department would be aware of someone as inconspicuous as himself. However, given Yu Wanzhong's demeanor, it was clear he was not jesting. Moreover, there was no reason for him to do so. Wang Wenchao speculated that Yu Wanzhong's sudden and polite approach today might indeed stem from Minister Luo's mention of him. Although Wang Wenchao could not ascertain how Minister Luo came to know of his existence, he was certain it was not a negative development. The prospect of being associated with the county committee's minister of the organization department would undoubtedly ease his future endeavors. Hence, Wang Wenchao, not one to miss an opportunity, smiled and feigned enlightenment, saying, Ah, so you were referring to him. I do know him, albeit not very well. Upon hearing Wang Wenchao's words, Yu Wanzhong's eyes widened once more, deducing from Wang Wenchao's tone that he seemed rather indifferent towards the minister of the organization department, treating it with nonchalance. Clearly, Wang Wenchao must have connections to someone of greater significance. Since receiving that notification earlier today, Yu Wanzhong had been pondering that Wang Wenchao's backing was likely not limited to merely a minister of the organization department. Today, Minister Luo specifically sought me out to discuss your work situation. Additionally, I have some good news to share, Yu Wanzhong continued, opening his drawer and producing a piece of paper, which he handed to Wang Wenchao, saying, This is the notification for the youth cadre training program at the party school of the municipal committee. This program is of great significance. Typically, it is reserved for outstanding young cadres. To my knowledge, only 5 individuals from our Pingyang County have been selected, and fewer than 50 from the entire city. Classes commence at the beginning of next month. Once you are accepted, it is imperative that you study diligently and bring honor to our Hongshan Town. You will be the first person from Hongshan Town to participate in this training program. Work hard, young man. The organization will not overlook your efforts. Wang Wenchao accepted the so-called notification, inspecting it from various angles, and upon seeing his name inscribed upon it, an odd sensation surged within him. Thank you, Secretary Yu. I will not forget your support, Wang Wenchao stated, aware from his readings of political novels that this was a moment to express gratitude. That is not how it should be said. This reflects the organization's trust in you. If there are no pressing matters, you may return and rest. We will investigate the work-related issues and provide you with a suitable arrangement. Do not overthink it. Should any work-related concerns arise in the future, feel free to reach out to me, Yu Wanzhong said, standing and extending his hand for a handshake with Wang Wenchao. Thank you, Secretary Yu. I will, Wang Wenchao replied, somewhat flustered. After enduring a period of obscurity, he now regarded the town's party secretary and mayor as rare and significant leaders. Furthermore, if an opportunity arises, please help me get in touch with Minister Luo. Let us dine together, my treat, Yu Wanzhong remarked with a meaningful tone. Though still a novice, Wang Wenchao grasped the implication behind those words. However, he was at a loss for how to respond, having only just heard Minister Luo's name today. Very well, Secretary Yu. If there's nothing more, I shall take my leave, Wang Wenchao casually stated, eager to exit, feeling a twinge of guilt akin to that of a thief. All right, you may go. Should you encounter any difficulties in your personal life, seek out Director Ma. He is the chief steward, and you may present any request to him, Yu Wanzhong concluded, patting Wang Wenchao's shoulder. Wang Wenchao nodded and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he spotted Ma Yunhua and Yang Xinfeng approaching. Seeing Wang Wenchao emerge from Yu Wanzhong's office astonished Yang Xinfeng, for as the principal leader of the town, access to Yu Wanzhong's office was not something afforded to just anyone. Even he rarely found himself there more than a few times a year, let alone someone as new as Wang Wenchao. Thus, Yang Xinfeng could not help but be taken aback. Ma Yunhua greeted Wang Wenchao with a smile and a nod, acknowledging him. Since they were at Yu Wanzhong's door, they all tacitly refrained from speaking, merely exchanging nods before departing. Yang Xinfeng, somewhat bewildered, followed Ma Yunhua into Yu Wanzhong's office and, upon seeing him, nodded and inquired, Secretary Yu, did you need something from me? Have a seat that I need to inquire about something. This morning, the Civil Affairs Office reported that the elderly care home building collapsed, correct? Yu Wanzhong asked directly. Yes, as you know, that building has been around for quite some time. Strictly speaking, it should have been classified as a hazardous structure long ago. I investigated, and the storm that made landfall last night, which impacted us due to its proximity to the coast, brought severe winds and rain. Fortunately, the staff at the elderly care home identified the issue early and evacuated the residents, preventing any casualties. Currently, all residents have been temporarily relocated to a nearby primary school, Yang Xinfeng reported after nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 22. A Turn of Events, Part 4. Who was the first to detect the issue? Who was in charge of the nursing home at that time? Yu Wanzhong inquired directly. The daily affairs of the nursing home have always been overseen by Comrade Wang Wenchao. He was the one responsible at the time and was the one who discovered the problem in advance, organizing the elderly's evacuation in the middle of the night. Yang Xinfeng responded candidly, casting a curious glance at Yu Wanzhong. So it seems that Wang Wenchao deserves credit for this, but why was he suddenly reassigned from your civil affairs office to a nominal position at the agricultural technology station? Yu Wanzhong continued to probe. After hearing Yu Wanzhong's words, Yang Xinfeng felt a sense of bewilderment, pondering when Yu Wanzhong had begun to concern himself with such trivial matters. Nevertheless, since the question had been posed, he felt compelled to answer, and he saw this as an opportunity to assist Wang Wenchao. This decision was made by Mayor Li today. Yang Xinfeng replied straightforwardly. His decision? Since when does he have the authority to arbitrarily transfer personnel? This is sheer nonsense. What justification did he provide for moving Wang Wenchao to the agricultural technology station? Did he follow the proper procedures for such a transfer? To make public declarations without a moment's thought, lacking even the most basic political integrity, Yu Wanzhong exclaimed, slapping the table. Although it sounded like he was questioning himself, Yang Xinfeng understood very well that this was not the case. He knew it was not his moment to speak. What else did Li Changshan say while present? Why did he decide to transfer Wang Wenchao to the agricultural technology station? After venting his frustration, Yu Wanzhong pressed further. Mayor Li expressed his dissatisfaction with the lack of prior reporting and handling of the crisis at the nursing home. He stated that although Wang Dehui is the nominal director of the nursing home, Wang Wenchao is the actual person in charge of its daily operations. The failure to prevent and report such an incident nearly led to a catastrophe, and it must be addressed, Yang Xinfeng articulated, choosing his words carefully. While he aimed to help Wang Wenchao, his eloquence surpassed that of Wang Wenchao by a significant margin. His remarks conveyed support for Wang Wenchao while maintaining an appearance of objectivity, ensuring he did not antagonize anyone or leave a negative impression with his superiors. This is utterly ridiculous. It is nothing short of chaos. Regardless of who is usually in charge, as the director, Wang Dehui is the primary individual responsible, and he should be the first to be held accountable. This is a matter of common sense. Furthermore, as the director of the nursing home, why was he not present at his post during such a significant incident? If a real problem had arisen, who would take responsibility? After hearing Yang Xinfeng's comments, Yu Wanzhong slammed his palm on the table and directly addressed Yang Xinfeng. Comrade Wang Wenchao not only acted without fault in this matter, but also deserves commendation. We cannot allow the misguided thoughts of a few individuals to stifle the potential of truly capable comrades. I hereby announce the organizational decision of the party committee. The transfer of Comrade Wang Wenchao to the agricultural technology station was not conducted through the appropriate organizational procedures and is therefore invalid. Comrade Wang Wenchao remains part of your civil affairs office. Additionally, in light of Wang Dehui's gross negligence, which nearly resulted in a major incident, the organization has decided to relieve him of his position as deputy director of the civil affairs office. Conversely, due to Wang Wenchao's diligent work in identifying issues and preventing accidents, the organization has resolved to appoint him as the deputy director of the civil affairs office, assisting you in overseeing the comprehensive work of the office. Yu Wanzhong spoke each word with clarity, yet the subsequent statements resonated in Yang Xinfeng's ears like thunder. What's wrong? Did you not hear me clearly? Yu Wanzhong asked, noticing Yang Xinfeng's astonished expression. I heard you, but how will the organizational procedures be carried out? Yang Xinfeng inquired cautiously. That is not for you to worry about. A formal transfer order will be issued to your civil affairs office in due course. The position of deputy director is merely a non-leadership role, and my words as the party secretary carry weight. Yu Wanzhong expressed his displeasure at Yang Xinfeng's doubts regarding his appointment. Secretary you misunderstand. That is not my concern. What I worry about is that without a formal organizational order, I fear Wang Dehui may not heed my authority. You know he is a long-standing civil affairs cadre. If I directly inform him of his removal, he certainly won't believe me, Yang Xinfeng quickly clarified, realizing his misstep. You need not fret about that. Does Wang Dehui dare to disregard my authority? Comrade Xinfeng, as the director of the civil affairs office, you must sometimes exhibit the decisiveness befitting your position. Do not let fear of the unknown paralyze you. Otherwise, nothing will be accomplished. This is the domain of the party and the people, so what is there to fear? Yu Wanzhong admonished Yang Xinfeng. Yang Xinfeng comprehended the implication behind Yu Wanzhong's words, yet he dared not speak further, only nodding respectfully in agreement. How well do you know Comrade Wang Wenchao? After a brief pause, Yu Wanzhong shifted his tone and asked Yang Xinfeng. Wang Wenchao, while young, is quite diligent in his work. I have observed him. He is earnest and hardworking, Yang Xinfeng articulated word by word. Wang Wenchao nodded in acknowledgement before continuing. What about other aspects? For instance, his family background. Family background? Yang Xinfeng looked perplexed at Wang Wenchao's question, wondering why he was being asked such a thing. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, I am not sure about that. Wang Wenchao appeared somewhat disappointed and then told Yang Xinfeng, well, you may leave for now, by the way. We will look into the nursing home matter. Do make an effort to visit the County Civil Affairs Bureau regarding the nursing home. It would be best to secure some funding from above. As you know, the finances at the town level are quite strained. I understand. I will visit the County Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to report on the work. Yang Xinfeng nodded and said, then exited Wang Wenchao's office. Chapter 23. A Turn of Events, Part 5, Yunhua. What do you think is the true nature of Wang Wenchao's connections? Wang Wenchao inquired after Yang Xinfei had departed, turning his attention to Ma Yunhua. I cannot say for certain, but based on what you mentioned earlier, with Minister Luo from the county personally intervening, his connections must be rather intricate, Ma Yunhua responded after a moment of contemplation. As the director of the party and government office, Ma Yunhua had always been a close ally of party secretary Wang Wenchao, allowing for a more casual discourse between them. Given the formidable connections he possesses, why has he been assigned to work in this remote corner of Hongshan town? Moreover, when he was placed in the nursing home, no one came to extend a greeting, which is rather perplexing. I specifically reviewed his or some earlier. He is an orphan, raised in an orphanage, an ordinary university student, and I found nothing particularly unusual, Wang Wenchao lamented with a furrowed brow. Perhaps it is intentional. Nowadays, some sons of high-ranking officials are averse to relying on their family connections. I suspect that Wang Wenchao might be the son of a prominent leader, who, in an effort to hone his skills, altered his or some and sought work in a remote area. Minister Luo likely stumbled upon this information by chance, Ma Yunhua speculated, displaying his vivid imagination. Wang Wenchao nodded thoughtfully and remarked, that is a possibility. Since he remained silent, we shall act as if we are unaware. Regardless of the influential figure behind him, we cannot overlook Minister Luo. Please issue a notice, initiate the organizational procedure, and replace Wang Dehui with Wang Wenchao as the deputy director. These are non-leadership positions and do not require a formal meeting. You can proceed directly under the party committee's authority, be discreet, and ensure that no unrelated individuals learn of this fellow's identity. Keep his enrollment at the municipal party school confidential and refrain from public announcements to avoid raising suspicions. As Wang Wenchao emphasized this point, Ma Yunhua understood that unrelated individuals referred specifically to town mayor Xiao Duan. This presented an excellent opportunity to cultivate a relationship with the county's organization department minister and possibly even curry favor with higher authorities. Wang Wenchao intended to reap the benefits of this situation himself and was keen to prevent Mayor Xiao from becoming aware, as he would undoubtedly seek to ingratiate himself with Wang Wenchao, a scenario Wang Wenchao wished to avoid. I understand, Secretary Yu. However, may I ask why we do not promote him directly to Yang Xinfei's position? Would that not be more advantageous? Ma Yunhua raised his query. Wang Wenchao shook his head with an air of inscrutability and replied, you are mistaken. If I promote him to the deputy director position now, he owes me a favor. When I later elevate him to director, he will owe me again. If I were to promote him directly to director, he would only owe me once. Thus, it is prudent to proceed gradually. Furthermore, promoting him to director at this juncture poses significant challenges. Yang Xinfei has connections in that role, and although I may regard them as inconsequential, offending him would inevitably lead to complications. Additionally, Wang Wenchao's qualifications are insufficient. He ought to spend at least a year or two gaining experience, lest someone raise objections during a committee meeting. Making approval difficult is beneficial for young individuals to undergo further refinement. Even with support, those who rise too quickly without understanding may face severe repercussions. Your foresight is commendable, Secretary Yu, Ma Yunhua expressed with feigned admiration. Wang Wenchao, pleased by the compliment, smiled and added, please ensure that you take good care of this young man's living arrangements, providing him with appropriate accommodations. Furthermore, when he reports to the municipal party school, arrange for a vehicle from the town to transport him. This is the first time someone from our town has attended such a prestigious training program, and it must be treated with the utmost seriousness. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements, Ma Yunhua replied respectfully. As Wang Wenchao exited the town government courtyard, he remained utterly bewildered. The stark contrast in treatment from morning to afternoon left him in a state of confusion, almost questioning his own perception. In the morning, he had felt despondent, contemplating returning home with his belongings, only to be unexpectedly favored by the highest leadership in the afternoon, which rekindled his fighting spirit. Upon returning to his modest dwelling at the town middle school, Wang Wenchao continued to organize his small home. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he had no one to consult and could only let his uncertainties fester. Meanwhile, Yang Xinfei, back in his office, shared Wang Wenchao's sense of bewilderment. In the morning, he had felt guilty about Wang Wenchao's misfortune and unfair treatment, believing he had failed to protect his subordinate. Yet by afternoon, a remarkable turnaround had occurred. Not only had Wang Wenchao avoided misfortune, but he had also been promoted, albeit from a regular staff member to a somewhat inconsequential deputy director position. Nevertheless, for someone like Wang Wenchao, who had only recently begun his career, this held extraordinary significance. There is a saying in the bureaucratic realm, a swift step leads to rapid advancement. A missed opportunity results in stagnation. The pace of promotion during the early stages of one's career often determines the highest position one may attain in a lifetime. In this line of work, age plays a critical role. If one has not reached a corresponding position by a certain age, no matter how well they perform thereafter, the organization is unlikely to consider them for advancement, as age dictates the potential for further progress. Yang Xinfei also contemplated that this turn of events might stem from the ongoing struggle between Yu Wanzhong and Mayor Xiao Duan. Given that Deputy Mayor Li Changshan had a close rapport with Mayor Xiao, and Wang Dehui's connections with Li Changshan were well known, Yu Wanzhong's decision to replace Wang Dehui with Wang Wenchao may have been a strategic move to undermine Xiao Duan. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that the conflict between Secretary Yu and Mayor Xiao belonged to a higher echelon, far removed from the likes of Wang Dehui and Wang Wenchao, whose gains or losses would not significantly impact the other party, but rather diminish their standing. Furthermore, even if Yu Wanzhong aimed to suppress Xiao Duan by removing Wang Dehui, there was no need to promote a novice like Wang Wenchao, who had only been in the workforce a few months. The Civil Affairs Office had no shortage of other candidates, nor were there a lack of individuals from other departments eager to align themselves with Yu Wanzhong. Ultimately, Yang Xinfei remained perplexed. Nonetheless, he was pleased with Wang Wenchao's return and promotion. The Civil Affairs Office was filled with various connected individuals, and there were few capable workers. This made Yang Xinfei's role as the head of the office quite arduous and stressful. Wang Wenchao, evidently a competent and eager worker, was someone Yang Xinfei had been reluctant to see leave. His return and promotion to deputy director signified a welcome relief for Yang Xinfei, suggesting that his future work would be considerably easier. Yet, Wang Wenchao's promotion also instilled a sense of urgency in Yang Xinfei. If Wang Wenchao could ascend to the deputy director position in just a few months, who could guarantee that he would not attain Yang Xinfei's position in a few months' time? As Wang Wenchao finished arranging his belongings and prepared to rest, a knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he found Ma Yunhua, the director of the party and government office, waiting outside. "Director Ma, good day," Wang Wenchao expressed, somewhat surprised by Ma Yunhua's presence. "Have you packed everything? The leadership has decided to change your residence. This place is merely a temporary accommodation for staff. As you are now a deputy director, it is unsuitable for you to reside here. Please gather your belongings. The car is waiting downstairs. I will take you to your new assignment," Ma Yunhua remarked with a smile, noting the orderliness of the room. Feeling somewhat disgruntled at the prospect of moving again so soon after organizing, Wang Wenchao contemplated declining the offer and remaining in his current dwelling. However, he ultimately nodded and began repacking his few belongings. After completing the task, Wang Wenchao followed Ma Yunhua downstairs and climbed into the van. He found it perplexing that such matters warranted the personal attention of Ma Yunhua, the director of the party and government office. A mere office clerk could have sufficed, just as had been done previously. Chapter 24. A Twist of Fate, Part 6. Comrade Wenchao, you are to report to the party school for classes on the 1st of next month. Do you have any personal requests? Sitting in the car, Ma Yunhua smiled as he spoke to Wang Wenchao. "Thank you, Director Ma, but I have no particular needs. However, I am entirely unfamiliar with this training course. What exactly is it focused on, and what purpose does it serve?" Wang Wenchao expressed his confusion. "What purpose does it serve? My dear brother, you truly are unaware of your fortune. If I were given this opportunity, I would willingly trade a year of my life for it. This youth cadre training course is held annually by the municipal party school. As you heard from Secretary Yu earlier, you should understand how rare this opportunity is. There are only about 40 slots available for the entire course, and our Pingyang County has only 5 slots this year, all designated for young cadres. Although there are no specific rank requirements, based on past practices, one must at least hold a deputy section chief position to qualify. You inquire about its purpose, and I shall enlighten you. Currently, as you work in Hongshan Town, your records are maintained here, and your promotions and transfers are managed by the town. However, once you enter the municipal party school's training program, everything changes. Upon graduation, you will be categorized as a youth cadre under the supervision of the municipal organization department, and your future transfers will be filed there. Furthermore, with this training experience, you will have priority when it comes to promotions of young cadres across various regions. To put it plainly, as long as you are part of this training program and do not commit any major errors, your advancement is almost guaranteed. You can scarcely imagine how fiercely contested these slots are. This is no mere opportunity that just anyone can seize. My brother, I must congratulate you." Ma Yunhua was evidently a loquacious individual, sharing every morsel of knowledge he had with Wang Wenchao. After absorbing Ma Yunhua's insights, Wang Wenchao felt a flicker of joy, yet a greater sense of bewilderment lingered. If the slots for this training program were as rare as Ma Yunhua described, how could such an unexpected boon have fallen upon someone of his humble status? No matter how he pondered, he could not comprehend the situation. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Upon exiting the vehicle, Ma Yunhua pointed to a building and said, "This building houses the unit's dormitories constructed by our town. However, due to budget constraints, the first and second floors have been sold off. Let us proceed upstairs." Arriving at a door, Ma Yunhua opened it and remarked, "Due to the limited availability of rooms, only department leaders are permitted to reside in this building. Others will not be allocated housing by the town. If there are any external staff members, we can only arrange accommodations for them at the town's middle school. Do you see anything lacking? Wang Wenchao surveyed the small suite before him, which included a modest living room, a bedroom, a bathroom, and the kitchen. While the space was not expansive and the furnishings were somewhat dated, it was a veritable mansion for Wang Wenchao at this stage in his life. I find nothing wanting. Thank you very much, Director Ma, he expressed with genuine gratitude. There is no need for thanks. If gratitude is owed, it should be directed to the leadership. You are the future star of Hongshan Town, and such treatment is well deserved. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Ma Yunhua stated after a few more words, handing the keys to Wang Wenchao before departing. It is often said that life ebbs and flows, that fortunes shift every 30 years, a truth many must experience throughout their lives to fully appreciate. Yet, Wang Wenchao grasped this lesson in a single day. Li Town, I owe you one for today, Wang Dehui remarked, sipping a drink as he spoke to the opposite Li Changshan. What are you saying? We are brothers. Our decades-long friendship speaks for itself. That fellow is merely a petty thief, nothing of consequence. The real issue lies with Yang Xinfeng, that scoundrel, who thinks he can disregard me just because he has some minor connections in the county. Old Wang, let me tell you, even Mayor Xiao is not particularly fond of Yang Xinfeng. He has simply been hesitant to act due to various relationships. Rest assured, the position of director of the Civil Affairs Office will eventually be yours, Li Changshan said cheerfully. That would be splendid. However, the pressing issue at hand is the elderly care facility. You see, it has become uninhabitable, and it's not feasible for the residents to remain in the village primary school. Today, several village officials urged me to expedite the relocation. Sigh, being the director of this elderly care facility is no easy task, Wang Dehui lamented. My dear brother, why the rush? If I were in your position, I would remain calm, and the longer the delay the better, Li Changshan replied with a grin. What do you mean? Wang Dehui asked, perplexed. Brother, sometimes one must think outside the box. Otherwise, how could one remain in the same position for decades? You see, the ones most anxious about the villagers being forced out are certainly not you. You are merely the facilitator, without a penny to your name. What need have you for haste? The urgency lies with the two leaders above you. If the village forces these elderly individuals out, who will bear the responsibility for their lack of housing? Thus, the only solution is to secure funds from above to construct a new elderly care facility. Once that project is underway, as the director, the responsibility will inevitably fall upon your shoulders, correct? Managing such projects requires considerable expertise, you see. So, there is no need for you to hurry. The longer this drags on, the more advantageous it will be for you, Li Changshan elucidated for Wang Dehui. Ah, how could I have been so dull-witted as to overlook this? Li Town, as the leader in charge of civil affairs, you will surely oversee the situation when the time comes. I will just need to ride your coattails, Wang Dehui replied with a laugh. He then added, Li Town, once we finish our drinks, I will call for a car, and we shall head to Pingyang County. The girls at the Redwoods were asking about you the last time I visited. Is that so? Those mischievous girls? Li Changshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. For Wang Wenchao, that night felt particularly prolonged. He was filled with exhilaration, though it was not merely the result of his new accommodation. Rather, it stemmed from the prospect of his promotion. While the manner in which he ascended the ranks left him baffled, it did not diminish his enthusiasm for the promising future that lay ahead. Chapter 25. The new official takes office, Part 1. On the following day, Wang Wenchao arrived at the office early in the morning. However, he was quite disheartened to find that, despite it being the designated start of the workday, the door to the Civil Affairs Office remained firmly locked, indicating that no one had yet arrived. Just as he was pondering where to go next, he was called over by Yang Xinfeng, who was passing by. Wenchao, the door's still not open, is it? Come sit with me for a while, Yang Xinfeng said with a smile, as he fished out his keys to unlock his office door. Wang Wenchao nodded and followed him inside. Please have a seat. These individuals are rather lackadaisical in their attitudes, lacking any sense of organization. They have never adhered to a punctual work schedule. I find myself at a loss, my young friend. Holding the position of director is no easy task, Yang Xinfeng sighed as he settled into his chair. Why is that, Director Yang? Wang Wenchao inquired, somewhat perplexed. Why, you ask? Allow me to elaborate. Let us begin with Wang Dehui, whom you are most familiar with. He has an exceptionally close relationship with Deputy Mayor Li, who oversees civil affairs and is effectively my superior. Any actions I take against him would be tantamount to offending Deputy Mayor Li, and offending him would not bode well for me either. Thus, I cannot act against Wang Dehui. Furthermore, there is Qin Xianhui, the wife of our Deputy Mayor Zhong. What can I do about her? I dare not even raise my voice when speaking to her. She is the one who typically speaks to me in a loud tone. Lastly, there is Liao Zhangluo, the nephew of Mayor Xiao Duan, a veritable tyrant. What do you expect me to do? If they can assist me even a little, I consider myself fortunate. As for expecting them to arrive punctually, that is merely a fantasy, Yang Xinfeng lamented to Wang Wenchao. Wang Wenchao was taken aback by Yang Xinfeng's grievances and could not help but exclaim, so all the staff at the town are related to the leaders? Not entirely. It is merely a select few. Our civil affairs office is in a unique situation. As I mentioned yesterday, currently, the two most thriving departments are the civil affairs office and the finance bureau, as these departments enjoy somewhat more generous operational budgets and better welfare compared to others. Consequently, those with connections tend to gravitate towards our office, which is an inevitable outcome, Yang Xinfeng sighed, adding, however, now that you are here, my workload should lighten considerably. I can no longer rely on them. My hopes rest solely upon you. Here is the decree appointing you as the Deputy Director of the Civil Affairs Office, which arrived yesterday afternoon. You are now the Deputy Director, assisting me in overseeing all the office's affairs. Director Ma mentioned that you will be away for study for a few months at the beginning of next month, so I believe it prudent to finalize your work arrangements upon your return. My principal intention is for you to take over Wang Dehui's responsibilities, serve as the director of the nursing home, and manage the daily operations of the Civil Affairs Office, primarily focusing on social assistance, charitable endeavors, dual support initiatives, and the promotion of progressive customs. Do you have any objections to this? Yang Xinfeng stated. In truth, while Yang Xinfeng's words were appealing, they essentially meant that Wang Wenchao would be inheriting Wang Dehui's responsibilities. However, apart from overseeing the nursing home, Wang Dehui's previous duties primarily involved sporadically managing potentially profitable social assistance tasks, while the bulk of the work had been shouldered solely by Yang Xinfeng. Now, Yang Xinfeng had effectively offloaded all these responsibilities onto Wang Wenchao. Director Yang, aside from the nursing home, I have not engaged with the other responsibilities, and I fear I may not perform well, Wang Wenchao admitted, a hint of insecurity in his voice. Not to worry. After a few days of exposure, you will master it all. While the workload may be substantial, there is a saying, those capable should take on more. Regarding your welfare benefits, I have given it some thought. Generally, it will be based on the deputy director level. A monthly living allowance of 300 yuan, travel expenses of 500 yuan, office expenses of 200 yuan, and communication expenses of 100 yuan. Please keep this information confidential. It is a personal arrangement I have made for you. Due to various reasons, our office budget is rather limited, and the allowances for the others only amount to 100 yuan for communication and 200 yuan for living expenses each month. Given your position as deputy director and your additional responsibilities at the nursing home, as well as the likelihood of frequent travel to the county, it is essential to elevate your allowance. Wenchao, work diligently, and as long as you perform well, I, Yang Xinfeng, will ensure you are well taken care of, Yang Xinfeng concluded after assigning Wang Wenchao his tasks. He had his own set of principles when it came to managing personnel. Those who work hard deserve to be rewarded accordingly. Otherwise, who would be motivated to follow? Wang Wenchao was filled with joy. He realized that the total allowances amounted to nearly what he had earned in a month, a prospect he could scarcely have imagined during his time at the nursing home. Thank you, Director Yang. I will certainly put forth my best effort, Wang Wenchao replied with a nod. Of course, should any work-related expenses arise that are reasonable and justified, simply secure a proper invoice and present it to me for reimbursement, Yang Xinfeng said, giving Wang Wenchao a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He then glanced at his watch and remarked, I believe they should be arriving for work now. Let us head over and introduce you as the new deputy director. Chapter 26, The New Official Takes Office, Part 2. As Wang Wenchao and Yang Xinfeng conversed in the office, Wang Dehui and Li Changshan arrived directly in a taxi at the entrance of the government compound. The two alighted and proceeded to their respective offices. Wang Dehui was in high spirits, particularly buoyed by Li Changshan's mention the previous day regarding the reconstruction of the nursing home, which filled him with immense joy. He was well aware of the substantial benefits that could be derived from this endeavor. With these thoughts in mind, his earlier regret over the expenses incurred while entertaining Li Changshan the night before dissipated, as he concluded that such a sum was trivial compared to the great fortune he was soon to amass. Entering the office with a smile, he found Liao Zhangwo trimming his nails and Qin Xianhui engrossed in her phone. Upon Wang Dehui's entrance, Liao Zhangwo merely glanced up briefly before returning to his device, while Qin Xianhui, upon noticing Wang Dehui, greeted him with a smile, saying, Wang Dehui, you truly seem to be in high spirits. I've heard that the young man who opposed you has been relegated to the agricultural technology station. Isn't that obvious? That lad is utterly unaware of his limitations. How dare a newcomer, having just joined a few days ago, raise his voice against me? If I can't manage to put him in his place, then I have wasted decades of my life, Wang Dehui replied, exuding pride. I reckon he's probably regretting his actions now, and before long, he'll be the one to resign. You are rather ruthless. After all, he is merely a fresh graduate. You've effectively ruined his prospects by sending him to the agricultural tech station, Qin Xianhui remarked with a feigned expression of sympathy, though her face betrayed a gleeful satisfaction at Wang Wenchao's misfortune. Who can be blamed for that? He brought it upon himself. If he had been more discerning, he would have known that this place is not to be trifled with, Wang Dehui said, settling into his desk chair and lighting a cigarette with a grin. Before Wang Dehui could bask further in his triumph, Yang Xinfeng entered the office, accompanied by none other than the last person he wished to see, Wang Wenchao. Ah, a university student. What brings you here? Is life at the agricultural technology station too dull? Qin Xianhui exclaimed, bursting into laughter upon Wang Wenchao's arrival. Qin Xianhui, what kind of talk is that? Yang Xinfeng, clearly uncomfortable with her mocking tone, shot her an irritated glance before addressing the group. Everyone, please set aside your tasks. I have an announcement to make. Here is a decree issued by the town yesterday, which actually comprises 2 orders. The first is the removal of Wang Dehui from his position as Deputy Director of the Civil Affairs Office, and the second appoints Wang Wenchao as the new Deputy Director. What? At Yang Xinfeng's words, both Qin Xianhui and Wang Dehui's eyes widened in disbelief, with Wang Dehui rising from his seat in shock, while Liao Zhengwo merely raised his gaze momentarily between Wang Dehui and Wang Wenchao before returning to his phone. Yang Xinfeng, are you joking? One can indulge in a poor diet, but not in foolish words. Wang Dehui slammed his hand on the table, addressing Yang Xinfeng. Don't believe me? Check for yourself, Yang Xinfeng retorted, clearly displeased with Wang Dehui's tone, and tossed the 2 documents onto Wang Dehui's desk. Wang Dehui stared in astonishment at the documents, ultimately gazing at Yang Xinfeng in disbelief, saying, how can this be? It's impossible. Don't believe it? Ask Secretary Yu. This was personally signed by him, complete with all the requisite seals. From this day forth, Wang Dehui will serve as an ordinary staff member, and Wang Wenchao will assume all of Wang Dehui's responsibilities. Furthermore, I will arrange for the division of labor. Wang Dehui will now primarily oversee the nursing home, continuing as its director under Wang Wenchao's leadership. As Wang Wenchao is scheduled for training at the beginning of next month. We will finalize detailed work arrangements upon his return. Oh, and Wang Dehui will be stationed at the nursing home from today, while all office supplies and the desk will belong to Wang Wenchao. Now, everyone, please resume your work, Yang Xinfeng concluded, surveying the room before departing. Quite impressive, university student. UVE delivered a decisive counterattack, Qin Xianhui remarked indifferently to Wang Wenchao once Yang Xinfeng had left. Turning to Wang Dehui, she added, Wang Dehui, what will you do now? You've lost your position entirely. Did you not say he would resign? Silence. Wang Dehui seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Xianhui, and then directed his ire at Wang Wenchao, saying, you just wait. You can wait, but I shall be occupying this position daily from now on. You'd best retrieve your personal belongings promptly. Otherwise, I shall dispose of them in the trash. Wang Wenchao shot back, his patience worn thin by Wang Dehui's arrogance. Very well, just wait here. The outcome of this matter is yet to be determined, Wang Dehui said before hastily exiting the office. Haha, this is truly a case of a cornered dog desperate to escape. University student, let us place a bet. I wager 100 that he is off to consult with Li Changshan. Qin Xianhui laughed heartily at Wang Dehui's predicament, then turned to Wang Wenchao. I dislike gambling and have no money, Wang Wenchao replied, unable to conceal his disdain for Qin Xianhui, who struck him as a crude and ill-mannered woman, lacking any semblance of decorum. Oh, you're really starting to adopt a superior attitude, Qin Xianhui observed, realizing her attempts at provocation fell flat, and promptly ceased her banter. Chapter 27. The Leader Next Door, Part 1. Naturally, it was out of the question for Wang Dehui to casually take his belongings and head down to the nursing home. The reality of the situation was that after leaving, Wang Dehui did not return, a fact Wang Wenchao had anticipated long before. Therefore, shortly after Wang Dehui had departed, Wang Wenchao rented a motorcycle in town and made his way to the nursing home to ascertain the living conditions of the elderly residents. Upon witnessing Wang Bazi's brazen demeanor once more, Wang Wenchao couldn't help but smirk, contemplating that the very first task upon his return from studies would be to rid himself of this Wang Bazi. Wang Wenchao had lunch at the nursing home, and it wasn't until late afternoon, close to the end of the workday, that he returned to town. He dined at the cafeteria of the administrative office, which he had to admit offered quite commendable meals. After finishing his dinner, feeling somewhat at a loss for activities, he returned to his dormitory, picked up a book, and skimmed through it. Finding it rather dull, he ventured out to the hallway, smoking a cigarette while absorbing the quaint charm of the small town. Just as he lit a cigarette, a series of rhythmic thuds echoed through the air, a sound with which Wang Wenchao was well acquainted. It was the unmistakable sound of high heels striking the floor. Turning around, he was met with a breathtaking sight. A woman in her 30s was gracefully descending the staircase towards him. While the specifics were not of paramount importance, the striking beauty of this woman rendered Wang Wenchao momentarily breathless, radiating an aura of sophistication and intellect. He could swear that he had encountered many beautiful women before, yet none possessed the exquisite combination of allure and grace that stood before him. Unlike typical youthful maidens, this woman exuded the unique charm characteristic of a mature woman. Wang Wenchao was utterly captivated at first glance, and he couldn't help but feel that his expression mirrored that of a lovesick fool. As the woman passed by him, she glanced in his direction before pausing at the door of the room adjacent to his. This building, in fact, bore an antiquated layout. At present, it resembled an office building more than a dormitory. A balcony-lined corridor stretched before him, with a staircase at its center, and protruding rooms at either end. Wang Wenchao occupied the second-to-last room near the eastern end, while the woman stood before the most easterly room, noticeably larger than the others. The woman lingered at the door, rummaging through her small handbag, though after a prolonged search, she appeared unable to locate what she sought, her brow furrowing in frustration. What seems to be the matter? Have you misplaced your keys? Wang Wenchao could not suppress his curiosity. The woman turned to regard him, her smile returning as she replied, Indeed, I distinctly recall the keys being in my bag. How could they have vanished? Perhaps you left them in your office. Wang Wenchao ventured, hoping to assist. No, I never tamper with my bag while at work. If they were misplaced, it's likely they remain in my room, she replied, shaking her head in exasperation. If they are indeed left at home, that could pose a predicament. Why not check the office to see if they have a spare? Wang Wenchao continued to offer suggestions. You must be new here. The office doesn't keep spare keys. It seems we have no choice but to call someone to break the door down, the woman said with a slight smile. Wang Wenchao pondered for a moment, then interrupted the woman, who was about to call for assistance. Wait a moment, let me take a look, he said, stepping into his own room. He approached the bathroom window adjacent to the woman's room, peered out, and then returned to her with a smile. You can climb over from my side. Moreover, the window in your bathroom is left ajar. What? This is the 4th floor. No, let us just break the door down. I appreciate your kindness, but it's not worth the risk, the woman exclaimed, alarmed by his suggestion. Breaking the door is a hassle. You need to replace the lock afterward, I assure you. Climbing over from my side poses no issue. I studied rock climbing in college, and this distance is trivial. Just wait for me, Wang Wenchao reassured her with a smile, stepping back inside. In truth, he had never studied rock climbing. He merely sought to instill confidence in her. He was uncertain whether his eagerness to assist stemmed from his innate kindness or the magnetic allure of the enchanting woman before him. The woman, equally anxious, followed him into his room. Typically, dormitories and workplaces are devoid of security screens, and in this small town, it was even less likely to find such features, which facilitated Wang Wenchao's endeavor. He swiftly ascended to the window of his bathroom. Be extremely cautious. If it becomes too difficult, just come back down and break the door. While inconvenient, it's safer. This is the 4th floor. Falling would not be a trifling matter, the woman cautioned anxiously as she observed Wang Wenchao at the window. Chapter 28. The Leader Next Door, Part 2. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern, Wang Wenchao assured, standing by the window, casting a fleeting smile at the woman before gingerly placing one leg outside. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of fear. After all, they were on the 4th floor with no safety measures in sight. Yet, he could not fathom why he was so impulsively determined to undertake this endeavor. Fortunately for Wang Wenchao, the partition between the two rooms was not too distant, a mere 80 centimeters, which alleviated his anxiety. With one hand clutching the window ledge on his side and the other grasping the ledge on the opposite side, he deftly swung one leg over, landing squarely on the windowsill across. He then easily maneuvered himself to the other window. As he descended, he called out, All right, I've made it over. I'm going to open the door now. Wang Wenchao leaped down, landing directly on the bathroom floor. It was only when he heard the woman outside asking, Are you ready? That he snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, Yes, I'm ready. He then quickly exited the bathroom. The woman's apartment was considerably larger than his own, which could barely be classified as a small suite. Hers was evidently much more spacious. Upon entering the living room, Wang Wenchao was enveloped by a fragrant aroma, a scent characteristic of a mature woman. He dared not linger in his gaze, feeling it would be a form of disrespect towards her. He hastened to the door and opened it. The woman stood at the threshold, and upon seeing Wang Wenchao, expressed, I truly appreciate your help. There's no need for thanks. I live next door, so we are practically neighbors. It's a trivial matter. Just call on me if you need anything in the future, Wang Wenchao replied, feeling a bit bashful. What do you go by? I don't believe we've met before. Which department do you work in? The woman inquired with curiosity. I previously worked at the nursing home. I just moved in yesterday, Wang Wenchao replied with a smile. The Civil Affairs Office? Isn't that Yang Xinfei? I haven't heard of any personnel changes recently, the woman remarked, puzzled. Wang Wenchao understood the direction her thoughts were taking and quickly clarified, You've misunderstood. I am not the director of the Civil Affairs Office, merely a staff member. The office informed me that there was a shortage of housing here, so they arranged for me to have a unit. I consider myself fortunate to have been granted such a privilege. Oh, I see. What is your name? Please come in and have a seat. Let us share a cup of tea, the woman said, as realization dawned upon her, turning to enter her home. Wang Wenchao was aware that it might be improper to enter, but since she had extended an invitation, to refuse would seem overly modest. Thus, he boldly stepped inside, having already crossed the threshold once before. My name is Wang Wenchao. I am a recent university graduate who has just been assigned here, he stated politely before inquiring, Which department do you work in? After posing the question, he pondered a realization. All those residing here must hold leadership positions, suggesting that this woman was likely of a similar rank. Me? I work in the party committee. What would you like to drink? I only have tea, she paused before replying. Really, that's unnecessary. Thank you, Wang Wenchao said, rising out of courtesy as she began to pour tea, realizing that she was indeed his superior. Do not be so formal, you've just assisted me. Wang Wenchao, I am a few years your senior, so you may call me Xiao Wang, she said with a smile as she brought the tea over. It's hard to tell. I thought you were about my age, Wang Wenchao said somewhat shamelessly, Upon hearing this, the woman burst into laughter, replying, "That statement is rather disingenuous. I am certainly several years your senior. You must be around 21 or 22 after graduating from university." "No, I am 24. I took a year to prepare for the civil service examination before I arrived here," Wang Wenchao said candidly. "Oh, then I am indeed several years older than you. I see you smoke. I have a few packs of cigarettes here, given to me during events. Feel free to take some. I don't smoke, however, I don't have an ashtray," she chuckled, casually opening a cabinet and retrieving several packs of cigarettes to offer Wang Wenchao. Upon inspection, he noted they included Zhonghua, Lan Fuhong Wang, and even the least expensive yellow Fuhong Wang, which retailed for 25 yuan. "This is too much. I really can't accept this," Wang Wenchao immediately declined. "Take them. I would only end up discarding them. You might as well enjoy them," she insisted, placing the cigarettes before him without further ado. "That feels rather inappropriate, by the way. I still don't know your name. How should I address you?" Wang Wenchao inquired. "As for me, I'm a few years older than you. You can call me Sister Lan. Calling me Sister won't put you at a disadvantage," she said with a gentle smile, then added, "Please sit for a moment. I need to use the restroom." Seeing her head toward the bathroom, Wang Wenchao felt it inappropriate to remain seated and said, "Sister Lan, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. I'll close the door behind me." With that, he turned to exit but, after a moment's thought, returned to casually pocket a few packs of cigarettes from the table. As the woman entered the bathroom, the first thing she noticed was her intimate garments resting atop the washing machine. Realizing that Wang Wenchao had likely seen everything when he climbed through the window, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she felt an overwhelming urge to disappear. Despite knowing he had already left, she hurriedly stuffed her clothes into the washing machine. Wang Wenchao returned to his own room. Up to this point, he had yet to ascertain the woman's name or her exact position. However, based on his deductions, she was likely the head of a department. Otherwise, she would not be residing in such a place. Chapter 29. The newspaper reporter. Thus, 2 more days passed in a haze, during which Wang Wenchao found himself without any other work. Consequently, he frequented the nursing home daily. On this particular day, while he was addressing some living arrangements for the elderly at the primary school, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was Mr. Hong. "Hello, good day," Wang Wenchao greeted after picking up the call. "Director Wang, Mr. Hong is currently at the entrance of the nursing home. Please come over," came the voice of a young man on the other end. Wang Wenchao immediately recognized him as the individual who had been shadowing Mr. Hong. "The nursing home? Very well, I shall be there shortly," he replied before ending the call and making his way to the nearby facility. Upon his arrival, he spotted the familiar vehicle parked at the entrance of the nursing home, where Grandma Zhang, Mr. Hong, and the young man stood beside it. "Grandma Zhang, you've been discharged." "Mr. Hong, greetings." Wang Wenchao approached them, offering his salutations. "Director Wang, what is the situation? Where are the others?" Grandma Zhang inquired, gesturing towards the collapsed 2 rooms. "Well, it's a long story," Wang Wenchao sighed, then explained. "During the last heavy rainfall, those 2 rooms collapsed. Thankfully, I wasn't in a deep sleep that night. I woke up and managed to alert everyone to evacuate. Otherwise, I dread to think of the consequences. Later, the leaders inspected the premises and deemed it uninhabitable, so we had to relocate everyone." "And where are the elderly residing now?" Mr. Hong asked, his brow furrowed. "They are temporarily housed in the village primary school, just across the street, a short walk away," Wang Wenchao indicated towards the school. Mr. Hong glanced up before responding, "Let us go take a look," and he assisted Grandma Zhang as they made their way in that direction. Upon arriving at the village primary school, Grandma Zhang greeted her companions warmly, while Mr. Hong requested Wang Wenchao to show him around. After surveying the area, Mr. Hong turned to Wang Wenchao and stated, "Director Wang, if it's not too much trouble, could you accompany me for a moment?" Wang Wenchao nodded and followed Mr. Hong to a secluded area outside. "Director Wang, you mentioned that this arrangement is only temporary, but how long is temporary? The nursing home is clearly a hazardous structure, and it is evident that the primary school cannot serve as a long-term residence due to its poor conditions, which also disrupts the children's education. What are the leaders planning to do about this?" Mr. Hong inquired, his displeasure evident. "I truly do not know," Wang Wenchao admitted, sensing the undercurrent of blame in Mr. Hong's tone. "I have raised this issue with the higher-ups several times. Their intention is to construct a new nursing home, but the town lacks the necessary funds. The town leaders are also appealing to the county about this matter. I am anxious, perhaps more so than anyone, but I am merely a foot soldier, constrained by my limitations. All I can do is strive to ensure the elderly have their basic needs met." Upon hearing this, Mr. Hong chuckled softly and patted Wang Wenchao on the shoulder. "Brother, please don't take offense. I am not blaming you that I am well aware of your dedication to this nursing home. You are a rare and commendable ally. My concern stems from my mother, whom you know as Grandma Zhang. She is adamant about not returning home with me and insists on staying here. Witnessing the current state of the nursing home truly frustrates me. It's understandable. The present situation is untenable. The elderly, due to their advanced age, are already in fragile health, and the overcrowding poses significant risks. Furthermore, The villagers have voiced considerable objections to the temporary arrangement at the primary school, as it disrupts the children's schooling. Alas, I am at my wit's end and can only attempt to negotiate with them. I hope the higher authorities can devise a solution swiftly, Wang Wenchao lamented, his furrowed brow reflecting his deep concern for the elderly's welfare, as he felt a heavy burden of responsibility as the director of the nursing home. Have faith in our party and country. They will undoubtedly resolve this issue. For now, you should return to your duties, Mr. Hong reassured him with another friendly pat on the shoulder before stepping aside to make a phone call. Wang Wenchao intended to say a few more words, but upon noticing Mr. Hong engrossed in his phone conversation, he refrained and returned to the nursing home, instructing staff to prepare a bed for Grandma Zhang. I have a task for you. This afternoon, please personally escort the leaders from Pingyang County to visit the nursing home in Hongshan Town. However, ensure there is no disturbance to the residents. Just inform the key leaders to come for an on-site inspection and keep the details confidential, especially regarding my identity, understood? Mr. Hong instructed over the phone before ending the call. I trust you will take good care of my mother while she is here, Mr. Hong remarked after exchanging a few more words with Wang Wenchao before departing. Wang Wenchao harbored an inexplicable sense of unease regarding Mr. Hong, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. After pondering for a while without resolution, he chose to set the matter aside. Later that afternoon, shortly after lunch, as Wang Wenchao prepared to return to the town, he noticed several vehicles approaching the nursing home from the direction of the mountains, the only notable structure being the nursing home itself. It was evident that these newcomers were headed there. What brings these individuals to the nursing home? Wang Wenchao wondered aloud and proceeded towards the gathering. Upon his arrival, he found 7 or 8 individuals standing outside the nursing home, gesturing animatedly. Who are you looking for? Wang Wenchao cautiously approached and inquired. Director Wang, do you remember me? One of the men in the front turned to face him, smiling warmly. Chapter 30. The Newspaper Reporter, Part 2. Who are you? Wang Wenchao found it rather odd that the man across from him recognized him. We met at the hospital last time. Do you remember? The man opposite him displayed no sign of annoyance, instead offering a hint to Wang Wenchao. Oh, I recall now, at the hospital. I seem to have forgotten your name, Wang Wenchao admitted somewhat sheepishly, recognizing the man as the one who had accompanied Mr. Hong during their previous encounter. My surname is Huang. You may call me Mr. Huang. By the way, Director Wang, what has happened to your nursing home? Mr. Huang inquired. It was that night when the strong winds and heavy rain struck. The nursing home is quite an old building, and unfortunately, it collapsed that night, Wang Wenchao replied casually, uncertain of the identities of these individuals. Where are the elderly residents currently staying? Mr. Huang continued to probe. At the moment, they have been temporarily accommodated in the village's elementary school. By the way, Mr. Huang, what brings you here today? Wang Wenchao, feeling a bit apprehensive about their persistent inquiries regarding the nursing home, asked. We, Mr. Huang glanced at the others before continuing. Are reporters from a newspaper. We are here to interview various nursing homes about their conditions. We will be asking you some questions, and it would be helpful if you could cooperate, all right? Also, may we visit the place where the elderly are currently residing? That poses no problem. Since you are friends from the newspaper, I will certainly be forthcoming. I will take you there, although the current situation is less than ideal, so I hope you refrain from reporting on it, Wang Wenchao considered before responding. We will not report it. Our primary aim is to conduct a survey on the current state of elder care in our county, simply to gather information for compilation, Mr. Huang continued. Director Wang, how many elderly residents are currently at your nursing home? A man who had been following Mr. Huang asked. We presently have 21 elderly residents, Wang Wenchao answered candidly. 21? Is that the total number of elderly beneficiaries? The man pressed on. Certainly not. To my knowledge, there should be around 80 to 90 genuine beneficiaries in the entire town. However, due to our nursing home's limited capacity, we can only prioritize those who are in dire circumstances, elderly, and in poor health to reside here. That is simply the reality. Wang Wenchao believed that the individuals were merely conducting an investigation and thus shared the truth. What is the usual expenditure for daily living? I mean, is the funding for the nursing home sufficient? The man inquired again. I cannot provide specifics regarding the funding. I am just an employee here and have no authority to question such matters. However, to the best of my knowledge, the budget is limited, and it barely meets the basic living needs, Wang Wenchao contemplated before responding. Everyone, this young Director Wang is quite capable. I believe our leaders in Pingyang County should nurture talents like him, Mr. Huang suddenly remarked with a smile. Indeed, indeed, he must be cultivated well, the others echoed immediately. You flatter me. I am merely a minor functionary, Wang Wenchao said, feeling a bit bashful. He then led the group on a tour of the nursing home, answering their queries as they arose. Director Wang, what is your current position? Mr. Huang asked as they exited the nursing home. I am currently an employee in the town's civil affairs office, overseeing the nursing home. Although I hold the title of deputy director, you all know that it carries little weight, Wang Wenchao chuckled. If you were appointed as the director of the civil affairs office, how would you manage this nursing home? I mean, once you had control over the funding, Mr. Huang continued to inquire. Is that also part of your investigation? Wang Wenchao asked, somewhat perplexed. Yes, our newspaper is part of the Municipal Policy Research Office, so we need to provide some policy recommendations to the city, Mr. Huang explained. If it were up to me, I would merely offer my personal opinions. You know, I have only just started working, so my thoughts may not be very mature, Wang Wenchao admitted shyly. Speak boldly. It is perfectly fine. It is merely for our reference. Mr. Huang encouraged him once more. All right, then I shall speak that I believe that establishing a good nursing home primarily hinges on a few aspects. First and foremost is living conditions. This goes without saying. Respecting the elderly is a societal tradition. They have contributed to the nation in their youth, and now that they are aging, they certainly deserve their due rewards. Thus the quality of life must be improved. The second aspect is cultural life, which I deem extremely important. The elderly residing in nursing homes often spend their days merely eating and sleeping, which is not only detrimental to their physical health but equally harmful to their mental well-being. The various drawbacks are evident upon reflection. Therefore, I assert that if given the chance, I would certainly enhance the spiritual and cultural lives of the elderly, allowing them to enjoy their time more. The third aspect. Wang Wenchao began to articulate his thoughts, drawing from his own reflections during his tenure at the nursing home. Indeed, your words may lack ornate embellishment, yet they are pragmatic, revealing your genuine thoughts rather than rehearsed rhetoric. Excellent, excellent. There is no need for you to see us off, Director Wang. We shall take our leave now. In the future, we will have the opportunity to meet again. Mr. Huang smiled as they reached the vehicle, before climbing in and departing. Wang Wenchao watched the car drive away, feeling a sense of peculiarity, muttering to himself about the absurdity of reporters visiting such a remote place. He chuckled softly to himself before walking away. Chapter 31. Leadership, Part 1. Minister Huang, may I inquire about this young man? A young individual seated beside Mr. Huang in the car asked. He's an acquaintance of a superior leader, Mr. Huang replied with a smile. Should I look into this matter further? The young man continued to inquire. There's no need for that. I merely brought it up briefly with them today. Since he is a friend of a superior leader, I must take responsibility for him. This young man has potential, yet he is still quite inexperienced. Promoting him too quickly would be akin to forcing the seedlings to grow. Lack of experience means that the higher he rises, the more painful his fall will be. If that happens, my actions today would not be helping him but rather harming him. I have secured him a place in the youth cadre training program at the municipal party school, which is a significant opportunity for him. Ultimately, it will be up to him to seize this chance. However, do keep a close eye on the situation regarding the nursing home. Although it does not fall under my jurisdiction, I cannot disregard the directives of the former leaders. At an appropriate time, you may apply a bit of pressure, Mr. Huang said, leaning back in his seat, resting his eyes. Unbeknownst to the somewhat foolish and dazed Wang Wenchao, he continued to adhere to his principles, repeating the patterns of his life. The day before Wang Wenchao was to report to the municipal party school, he received a phone call early in the morning from the office, stating that Secretary Hu requested his presence in her office. Wang Wenchao had heard of Secretary Hu. She was the deputy secretary of the party committee and also held positions as the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission and vice chairman of the People's Congress, among others. It was common in rural towns for leaders to juggle multiple roles. However, Wang Wenchao's knowledge of Secretary Hu was limited to this. After confirming the location of Secretary Hu's office, Wang Wenchao ascended the stairs, a few packs of fine cigarettes from his previous visit to Sister Lan tucked in his pocket, intending to impress Secretary Hu. Upon locating the deputy secretary's office, he found the door slightly ajar, a habitual practice among leaders. Wang Wenchao knocked gently, and a voice called from within, "Come in." The voice caught Wang Wenchao off guard. It was a woman's voice, and he found it oddly familiar. In his experience, leaders were typically male. At least, he had never encountered a female leader. Despite his thoughts, Wang Wenchao pushed the door open and entered. Upon stepping into the office, he looked up and gasped. Seated behind the desk was a mature and strikingly beautiful woman, none other than Sister Lan, his neighbor. Wang Wenchao was utterly stunned, momentarily forgetting to move. Conversely, Hu Shualan appeared to be well aware of Wang Wenchao, displaying little surprise at his presence. She simply stated, "Have a seat." Recognizing Hu Shualan's calm demeanor, Wang Wenchao finally grasped that he was in the presence of his superior. "Secretary Hu, you requested my presence?" Wang Wenchao said respectfully. "Please sit and feel at ease," Hu Shualan replied, maintaining her composed tone, characteristic of a leader conversing with a subordinate, neither cold nor overly warm. "You are new to the unit, so we may not be well acquainted. I only learned of you through the notification regarding your enrollment in the Municipal Organization Department's party school. You are to report for your studies tomorrow. As I oversee personnel and organizational matters, I thought it prudent to have a conversation with you. This is a standard procedure, so there is no need to feel anxious," Hu Shualan stated matter-of-factly, before offering Wang Wenchao a reassuring smile, which alleviated some of his tension. "I understand, Secretary Hu. I apologize for my earlier surprise. It was rather unseemly," Wang Wenchao admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "Not at all. Today, I primarily wish to discuss a few key points with you. First and foremost, you must approach this training program with the seriousness it deserves. I shall refrain from lecturing you with lofty principles that might bore you. Instead, I will share my personal insights. While these training sessions may seem like mere opportunities for superficial enhancement, they genuinely offer valuable knowledge. It is a misconception that theoretical foundations hold little relevance for grassroots officials. In truth, theory is integral to execution and action. Furthermore, this presents an excellent opportunity for learning. Let me be frank, securing such an opportunity again may prove challenging in the future. You must seize it earnestly. Additionally, it is worth noting that the program holds significant prestige. You are not attending alone, but as a representative of our Hongshan town. Strive to leave a positive impression on the instructors and your peers, as this will benefit your future career. Why? Many of the instructors are from the municipal organization department, and you should understand the implications of that. Your classmates may one day become your superiors, and establishing a good rapport now could spare you much difficulty later on, Hu Shuelon elaborated, setting her pen down as she continued. Secondly, regarding your arrangements during the study period. You will be engaging in full-time study for 6 months. Throughout this period, your salary and benefits will remain intact, and your current position as Deputy Director of the Civil Affairs Office will be preserved. Upon your graduation, you will return to your post. Furthermore, I will personally oversee all matters related to your studies, meaning you can reach out to me for any challenges or issues you encounter. Tomorrow morning, the town will arrange transportation to take you to the city for your registration, as per Secretary Yu's special directive. This is somewhat of an exception, Hu Shuelon continued. Chapter 32. Leadership, Part 2. Well, I believe I have conveyed everything regarding your learning. Do you have any questions? Please feel free to ask anything. I will do my utmost to assist you, Hu Shuelon remarked with a smile directed at Wang Wenchao. Thank you, Secretary Hu. I have no questions, Wang Wenchao replied politely. Observing Wang Wenchao's somewhat awkward demeanor, Hu Shuelon chuckled softly and continued, Now, I would like to have a heartfelt conversation with you, both on behalf of the organization and personally. It is my duty to care for the psychological well-being of new colleagues. You need not feel constrained. Let us relax a bit. We are friends now, and you can express anything you wish. It is evident that you appear slightly nervous, which is quite unnecessary. After all, leaders are merely human, possessing 2 eyes and a mouth like everyone else. There is no reason to feel anxious. You should strive to cultivate a sense of composure and respect when encountering leaders. Being overly reserved is a significant faux pas, as it may give the impression that you are ill-suited for important tasks. Of course, these are merely my personal insights, a private conversation unrelated to the matters at hand, Hu Shuelon added, laughing lightly at herself, perhaps feeling that her words did not entirely align with her position. She then inquired, So, you have been working here for half a year now. Have you encountered any difficulties? How do you feel about it? No, thank you for your concern, Secretary Hu. The leaders and colleagues have been quite considerate towards me. Even when faced with minor challenges, I view them as opportunities for personal growth, Wang Wenchao responded after a moment's reflection. Excellent. It is wonderful to hear you think this way, Hu Shuelon affirmed with a nod and a smile. You have been overseeing the nursing home, correct? She proceeded to inquire. Yes, I was assigned directly to the nursing home upon my arrival and only recently moved back to the town, Wang Wenchao confirmed with a nod. I have heard about that. On the night of the storm, you personally facilitated the relocation of the elderly from their residences. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a significant incident. I have already documented your commendable efforts, and I shall endeavor to report your achievements further up the chain when the opportunity arises. Now, let us conclude today's conversation. It is merely a procedural formality. There are certain private matters that we cannot discuss here, so we shall continue our chat after work. If you have other matters to attend to, please feel free to go, Hu Shuelon stated amicably. Wang Wenchao found Hu Shuelon's smile to be exceptionally charming, nearly enchanting him. Quickly regaining his composure, he stood and respectfully addressed her. Then I shall take my leave, Secretary Hu. Very well, Hu Shuelon replied, already lowering her gaze to resume writing with her pen. Wang Wenchao cast one last glance at Hu Shuelon before turning to depart. Just as he took a couple of steps away, he heard her call out to him. By the way, Wang Wenchao, do you know how to use a computer? Hu Shuelon inquired. Yes, to some extent, Wang Wenchao answered honestly. My laptop at home crashed some time ago and remains inaccessible. There are no computer repair services here, and I lack the time to go out for repairs. Would you be able to assist? Hu Shuelon asked, looking up at him. Determining whether a computer crash is due to a hardware or software issue is essential. If it is a software problem, I can resolve it. However, if it involves hardware, I will have to take it out for repairs, Wang Wenchao explained thoughtfully. Perhaps I could take a look after work? That is precisely what I had in mind. I am not very knowledgeable about these matters, so I would greatly appreciate your help, Hu Shuelon responded graciously. Secretary Hu, you are too kind. Please carry on with your work. I shall not disturb you any further, Wang Wenchao replied courteously before exiting Hu Shuelon's office. As he descended the stairs, Wang Wenchao found himself pondering the fact that Hu Shuelon, so youthful, likely no older than 30, held the position of deputy secretary and vice section chief, exhibiting a level of poise and professionalism that seemed 100-fold superior to his own. This realization began to instill a sense of inadequacy within him. In truth, Wang Wenchao had always possessed a degree of pride, firmly believing in his potential to accomplish great things. However, after spending 6 months in Hongshan town, that pride had been significantly tempered by the harshness of reality. Nevertheless, While Hu Shuolan characterized their conversation as merely a procedural formality, Wang Wenchao found her words to be profoundly insightful. Since he had enrolled in this training program, it was imperative that he returned with something of value. He mused that the municipal party school invested considerable resources into these courses, surely not to impart mere platitudes, but rather to provide knowledge of genuine utility. After work, Wang Wenchao dined at the cafeteria before returning to his residence. He began to organize the essential items he would need for his upcoming study session at the municipal party school, while keeping an attentive ear for any sounds from the neighboring room. Frankly, since his first encounter with Hu Shuolan, his thoughts had consistently wandered to her residence each time he returned to his own quarters. He found himself increasingly aware of his growing infatuation with the alluring young woman next door. Chapter 33. Leadership, Part 3. After waiting for a while without hearing any sounds from the adjacent room, Wang Wenchao picked up his clothes and hurried to the bathroom for a shower. After enjoying a refreshing wash and turning off the water, he suddenly heard the sound of running water coming from next door. His first thought was that Hu Shuolan had returned. After stepping onto the balcony to smoke a cigarette, Wang Wenchao made his way to Hu Shuolan's door and knocked, calling out, "Secretary Hu, are you there?" "Yes, is that you, Xiao Wang?" came Hu Shuolan's voice from within, followed by the sound of footsteps. Wang Wenchao could only comment to himself that an old house is indeed just that. The sound insulation leaves much to be desired. "Come in. From now on, there's no need to call me Secretary Hu after work. Just call me Sister Lan," Hu Shuolan said as she opened the door, wiping her damp hair. "Secretary Hu, where's your computer? I want to see what the problem is." Wang Wenchao managed to refrain from looking directly at Hu Shuolan, aware that if he did, he would become so flustered that he might be rendered speechless. "It's in my bedroom." "Come in with me," Hu Shuolan replied, tilting her head as she continued drying her hair. Wang Wenchao nodded and followed her into the bedroom, but just as they took a couple of steps, Hu Shuolan suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to him, saying, "Xiao Wang, could you please wait here for a moment?" Before Wang Wenchao could respond, she entered her bedroom. He was momentarily taken aback, quickly concluding that Hu Shuolan likely needed to tidy up anything that she deemed inappropriate for him to see. A smile crept onto Wang Wenchao's face as he thought that Hu Shuolan's previous demeanor resembled that of a young girl. Not long after, Hu Shuolan's voice emerged from the bedroom. "All right, Xiao Wang, you can come in now." Wang Wenchao stepped into Hu Shuolan's bedroom. "The computer is over there. IT was functioning perfectly well until a while ago when it suddenly crashed and I couldn't get it to turn on again. I don't usually use this computer for much, just browsing the web and chatting. The internet speed here is quite poor, and I can't even watch television. I have no idea what went wrong," Hu Shuolan explained, gesturing towards the computer while walking into the bathroom to fetch a towel. Wang Wenchao approached her laptop, noting that it was indeed a high-end model. Having worked for a considerable time as a sales assistant in a computer store during his university days, he had developed a thorough understanding of various computers. He skillfully powered it on, watching the array of black and white characters appear on the screen as he began pressing various keys. At that moment, Hu Shuolan approached, intrigued by Wang Wenchao's expertise. "Are you a computer major?" she inquired. "No, I'm in the business department. I worked part-time selling computers at the computer store during my university years, so I had to be knowledgeable about all aspects of computers. The owner was quite generous and taught me a lot, which enables me to generally resolve software issues," Wang Wenchao replied casually, pressing a few more keys before informing Hu Shuolan, "The computer system has crashed. It needs a reinstalled. Do you have the system disk? They usually provide a legitimate system disk when you buy a computer." "A disk? No, I don't have one. I remember there were several disks included when I bought it, but I have no idea where they went." "Will it be impossible to fix without the disk?" Hu Shuolan asked anxiously. "Don't worry, I have a system file with me," Wang Wenchao said, retrieving his keys and plugging in the USB drive attached to them before deftly operating the computer. This USB drive was also a tool I used during my time selling computers. It contains a variety of computer-related files. I was going to format it last time but forgot. Thankfully, I didn't end up doing so. By the way, has the town got internet access yet? No, this internet connection is a telephone line-based telecom network, and only a few offices in town have it. I had someone specifically bring this line over from the office building. I truly appreciate your help today. Otherwise, I would have had to take the computer to Pingyang County for repairs, as not many people in our town are computer savvy. Hu Shuolan stood behind Wang Wenchao, watching him work while continuing their conversation. Chapter 34. Leadership, Part 4. As soon as Secretary Hu was mentioned by Wang Wenchao, he was interrupted by Hu Shuolan. "Just call me Sister Lan after work," Wang Wenchao chuckled, then continued. "It would be prudent for you to install antivirus software on your computer when you use it. There is an antivirus program here. I will install it for you. This will help prevent Trojan viruses and other threats from invading your system." "Thank you very much. I am not very knowledgeable about these things," Hu Shuolan replied with a nod. Wang Wenchao, having installed countless systems while selling computers, was exceedingly familiar with the process. His fingers danced across the keyboard with agility, and before long, everything was set up. "All done," Wang Wenchao announced as he turned to stand up. "Sister Lan, the computer is fixed. You can continue with your work. I will take my leave now," he said, making his way towards the door, almost as if he were fleeing. "Wait a moment, Xiao Wang. I have something to discuss with you," Hu Shualon called out as Wang Wenchao stepped outside. They then proceeded to the living room, where Wang Wenchao took a seat. Hu Shualon poured him a cup of tea and said, "There are certain matters I intended to discuss with you in the office today, but upon reflection, I deemed it inappropriate to do so there. Since you are set to attend the party school for your studies tomorrow, I believe it is essential to address these points beforehand to facilitate your future decisions." Noticing the gravity of Hu Shualon's tone, Wang Wenchao began to listen intently. "Yesterday, I attended an organizational work meeting in the county. After the meeting, both the deputy secretary of the county committee and the minister of organization spoke with me. I wanted to delve into other matters, but they specifically mentioned you. First, regarding your upcoming attendance at the municipal study class, the county committee leadership has asked me to have a heart-to-heart with you to ensure you approach the learning experience with the right mindset and commit to your studies. Our county has only 5 quotas this time. Such an opportunity is rare, and you must cherish it. Secondly, concerning what happens after your studies, the county's organization department has already earmarked you as a key candidate for development. Additionally, the county committee has instructed our Hongshan Town Party Committee to provide you with special training at the appropriate time. You may be entrusted with leadership responsibilities to foster your growth and experience. Do you grasp the full significance of what I am saying?" Hu Shualon inquired, facing Wang Wenchao. "Are you listening?" Seeing Wang Wenchao's dazed expression, she asked again. "Yes, I was merely taken aback by the fact that the county committee is aware of my existence," Wang Wenchao responded, regaining his composure. "I cannot say. I had always assumed you had some connections. It appears that you do not," Hu Shualon remarked, equally astonished. "I have no connections at all. I am an orphan. My family is not from around here, and as an outsider, I have no acquaintances in this place," Wang Wenchao replied with a smile. "That is indeed curious. However, this is not something for us to ponder. Perhaps the organization has recognized your merits and wishes to nurture your potential," Hu Shualon said, furrowing her brow. She spoke these words with a hint of disbelief, unable to rationalize such an unusual situation. She continued, "Although the county leaders did not explicitly state it, the implication of their words was that upon your return from the study class, we should consider elevating you to a leadership position. During our discussions, the leaders indicated that upon your return, you might be appointed as the director of the Civil Affairs Office, as that role would be the most suitable for you. Advancing further would be premature, considering you have only recently joined the workforce. Moreover, any further promotions would require approval from the county, so we can only elevate you to this level for now," Hu Shualon elaborated. Chapter 35, Leadership, Part 5, Director of the Civil Affairs Office? Wang Wenchao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He then added, "I was just promoted to deputy director a few days ago." "This is the decision of the county," Hu Shualon replied. "Moreover, since you have been selected to study at the municipal party school, this promotion was only a matter of time." "Isn't a promotion a good thing? You seem rather unenthusiastic," Hu Shualon observed Wang Wenchao, seemingly taken aback by his reaction. "No, it's not that I'm unhappy. I just find this so sudden and am completely unprepared. Furthermore, Director Yang has always been very kind and supportive of me. Now that I'm stepping into his position, I feel quite guilty," Wang Wenchao confessed, chuckling awkwardly after his admission. "Ah, so that's what you were worried about. It appears you are indeed quite young," Hu Shualon remarked, shaking her head. In her subconscious, she could not fathom anyone feeling discontented about a promotion, nor had she ever encountered someone who felt remorse for taking another's position. "The organization will certainly consider Yang Xinfeng's reassignment. This matter will only be decided after our team has deliberated. However, I suspect he will be promoted upwards rather than demoted, at most a lateral transfer. You won't feel guilty about that, will you?" Hu Shualon smiled. "Haha, no. It's just that everything is so unexpected. After all, I have only been working for a few months," Wang Wenchao said, scratching his head bashfully. "I cannot quite ascertain the circumstances behind your appointment, but regardless, it is a favorable development for you. Your ascension is rather uncommon, though not unheard of. There are indeed many deputy-level officials in their mid-20s within county and municipal agencies, and even some department heads in their 20s. You will likely encounter many such individuals during your time at the party school, and once you are there, you will no longer find your promotion so astonishing. However, this matter remains merely an intention among a few leaders, so please do not speak of it outside. Moreover, I have another matter to discuss with you, which arose during our conversations with the leaders in the county regarding the elderly care center in our town. The county has decided to fund its reconstruction, and according to the leaders, the new facility is to be larger than the previous one. The county leaders intend to designate our rebuilt elderly care center as a model facility, although this has yet to be formally decided. Nevertheless, it is highly likely as you are soon to be the director of the Civil Affairs Office. I wanted to inform you in advance to prepare you mentally. If designated as a model facility, it would be advantageous for you, garnering attention from higher-ups and allowing you to achieve notable accomplishments. However, it also significantly increases your workload and pressure. In other words, doing well will greatly benefit your career development, while the opposite could have adverse effects. You are still young, and both Secretary Yu and I are concerned that you may not be able to shoulder this responsibility. Any issues arising could jeopardize not only your future but also pose challenges for our town, Hu Shualon said earnestly. Sister Lan, I believe I can manage well. Over the past few months at the Elderly Care Center, despite lacking funds and authority, I have maintained order without any issues. Once I become the director of the Civil Affairs Office, I will have greater room to maneuver. I see no reason why I cannot succeed. Wang Wenchao declared passionately, emboldened by Hu Shualan's words. Well, your confidence is commendable, and it puts my mind at ease, Hu Shualan replied with a smile. However, I speak to you today as a friend, and this is unrelated to the position of the secretary. Please do not disclose our conversation. Sharing it prematurely could lead to unnecessary complications. Focus on your studies at the party school. By the time you finish your 6-month course, I anticipate the new elderly care center will be nearing completion. Yes, thank you, Sister Lan, Wang Wenchao expressed, feeling somewhat touched. Thank you for what? I felt an immediate affinity for you when we first met, as you bear a resemblance to my younger brother. He should be around your age and is quite handsome, Hu Shualan said, her tone tinged with nostalgia. Really? What a coincidence. How old is he now? Wang Wenchao inquired curiously. If he were still here, he would also be 24 this year, so he would be the same age as you. Hu Shualan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What a coincidence. Still with us? Wang Wenchao asked, momentarily caught off guard, only to realize something was amiss after he spoke. Yes, he passed away in a car accident a few years ago when he was just 20. Hu Shualan turned her face away as she spoke. I'm so sorry, Sister Lan. I didn't mean to pry, Wang Wenchao said, feeling awkward at Hu Shualan's evident sadness. It's all right. Seeing you just reminds me of him. It's all in the past. Life is unpredictable, and none of us can change it, can we? I apologize for my melancholy. Do you have other matters to attend to? If not, would you like to keep me company? It can be quite dull here, and there are not many people to converse with. Hu Shualan suddenly smiled and suggested. Having the chance to spend more time with Hu Shualan was something Wang Wenchao had longed for, and he could hardly refuse. He nodded in agreement. Did you graduate from Shannon University? I noted that in your resume, Hu Shualan casually inquired after taking a sip of tea. Yes, I graduated from Shannon University last year, found a job in a coastal city, then resigned to take the civil service exam, which ultimately led me here, Wang Wenchao replied, nodding. After a moment of hesitation, he glanced at Hu Shualan again and finally asked in a hushed tone, Sister Lan, may I smoke a cigarette? Hu Shualan chuckled at Wang Wenchao's demeanor and replied, if you wish to smoke, then go ahead. There's no need to hold back. I don't mind the smell of smoke. Wang Wenchao awkwardly smiled as he lit a cigarette, though his gaze frequently wandered toward Hu Shualan's figure, his mind replaying the intoxicating sensation from their earlier close encounter. Chapter 36, Leadership, Part 6. Have you ever worked along the coast? That makes sense. Your field of study must be quite in demand in coastal cities. How was the compensation during that time? Hu Shualan inquired, simultaneously bringing over a trash bin for Wang Wenchao to use as an ashtray. It was fairly decent, roughly 3 times my current salary, but I resigned shortly after, Wang Wenchao replied after a moment of reflection. Why did you choose to resign? Moreover, I can't help but wonder why, despite your apparent desire to take the civil service examination, you ended up here? Your family isn't from this area. This has always puzzled me about your resume. To be frank, every year Pingyang County recruits civil servants, yet no outsiders ever apply, Hu Shualan questioned, her brow furrowed in curiosity. At this, Wang Wenchao fell silent, as Hu Shualan's inquiry struck a sensitive chord, one he was reluctant to revisit. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Hu Shualan added, if it's uncomfortable to discuss, feel free not to answer. This is merely a casual conversation between us. Wang Wenchao chuckled softly at her words and responded, there's nothing uncomfortable about it. I had 2 reasons for deciding to take the civil service exam in Pingyang County. Firstly, while working at a private company along the coast offered decent pay, it lacked job security. I could be laid off at any moment. Secondly, my then-girlfriend was from Pingyang County and worked there. I chose to apply for the civil service examination to be with her. I was young and naive at that time, completely disregarding the consequences. You broke up? I apologize. I didn't mean to pry. But don't worry, a fine young man like yourself with such good looks, surely won't have trouble finding another girlfriend. If you're open to it, I can introduce you to someone, Hu Shualan replied, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Thank you in advance, Sister Lan, Wang Wenchao said with a grin. He had anticipated that Hu Shualan would delve deeper into the reasons for his breakup, as most women tend to do, yet to his surprise, she refrained, demonstrating that she was not a gossiping woman. At least not a trivial one, knowing when to draw the line. You've chosen to pursue a career in the civil service. I cannot ascertain whether this path will be beneficial or detrimental for you. To outsiders, being a civil servant seems like a prestigious occupation, yet the hardships within this realm can only be truly understood once you've entered it. Allow me to impart a piece of advice that a senior colleague once shared with me. The waters in the civil service are exceedingly deep. Strive to learn, do, and reflect more, while speaking and reaching out less. These words have resonated with me, and I believe they will serve you well too. Only now do I feel as though I've barely dipped my toes into the political arena. It is a complex world, and in a few years, you will come to realize this. In any case, tread carefully on this path. That's all I wish to convey. If I say more, you might find me tiresome. It's getting late, and you have to attend the party school tomorrow, so get some rest. Don't give the instructors a poor impression on your first day. We shall meet again once you return from the party school, Hu Shualan said, rising and smiling at Wang Wenchao. All right, Sister Lan. Goodbye, Wang Wenchao replied, standing up and bidding her farewell as he exited her office. Upon returning to his room, Wang Wenchao lay on his bed, his thoughts drifting between memories of Li Jing, fleeting recollections of Hu Shualan, and finally, the enchanting girl with whom he had shared a night of passion in a hotel room. Early the next morning, Wang Wenchao awoke, had breakfast in the cafeteria, and shortly thereafter received a call from Director Ma's office, informing him that the driver was waiting for him downstairs. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Wenchao promptly gathered his belongings and descended the stairs, where he spotted the van parked below. The driver, upon seeing Wang Wenchao, impatiently honked the horn to urge him along. Once Wang Wenchao climbed into the van, the driver accelerated away. Initially, the driver paid little attention to Wang Wenchao, but when he offered a pack of blue Hunan cigarettes, the driver's demeanor transformed instantly. He became jovial and began to address Wang Wenchao as a brother, which struck Wang Wenchao as amusing yet somewhat contemptible. However, after a moment of consideration, he acknowledged that one could not hold a driver to overly high expectations. Old Lu, how many years have you been with the government? Wang Wenchao casually inquired. This year marks my 6th year. I've been driving this same van since it was new, and just look at its current state, Driver Lu replied, lighting a cigarette while maintaining his grip on the steering wheel. Then you are quite the veteran. May I ask, what do you know about Secretary Hu? Wang Wenchao broached a question he had long been curious about. Why? Do you have a thing for that lady? Driver Lu's interest piqued at this remark. Chapter 37. The Teacher, Part 1. Wang Wenchao felt quite displeased upon hearing him refer to Hu Shualan as a woman. Nevertheless, after furrowing his brow, he shook his head and replied, No, Secretary Hu spoke with me yesterday. I was merely intrigued by the presence of such a young woman in the role of Deputy Secretary. Stop trying to wriggle your way out of it, the driver, Old Lu, retorted. If you have thoughts, then you surely have intentions. Let me be frank with you. Which man in our courtyard doesn't harbor feelings for her? With a beauty akin to that of a fox spirit, who could remain unaffected. However, I advise you, think all you want, but never reach out. You are still young and have a bright future ahead. Do not get too close to that widow, or you may well ruin your life. Old Lu spoke candidly, puffing on his cigarette. What? A widow? How old could she possibly be? Wang Wenchao exclaimed in surprise. Not very old at all. I heard she is 28 or 29 this year. Not quite 30 yet. I gathered this from others. Apparently, her late husband was a government official. They were married for less than 2 years before he succumbed to a terminal illness. She previously worked in the city and came here at the beginning of this year to assume the role of deputy secretary, while the former deputy secretary was relegated to a lesser position. Although her son has passed, she remains a wife. A son may be gone, but a widow is still a son's spouse. Tell me, who would dare to associate with such a woman? It would be akin to gambling with one's political life, and there is a significant chance one could end up in dire straits. Old Lu became more animated as he spoke. After listening to Old Lu, Wang Wenchao fell into a contemplative silence. His concern was not for Hu Shualan's background but rather for the sorrowful circumstances she had endured. He could not fathom why such a beautiful and kind-hearted woman should face such hardships. Subsequently, Wang Wenchao did not absorb any further words from Old Lu. His mind was preoccupied with Hu Shualan's plight. After 2 hours of travel, the van finally arrived at the gates of the municipal party school. Once Wang Wenchao retrieved his luggage, the van sped away. That moment, a stream of cars began to arrive, from which emerged a cadre of well-dressed, spirited young individuals. Wang Wenchao, stepping down from the old van, felt somewhat like a country bumpkin entering the city. Indeed, witnessing this scene unsettled Wang Wenchao, yet he quickly reminded himself that many young individuals, far less fortunate than he, lacked even the opportunity to enter through these gates, and thus he found solace in that thought. After presenting his notification letter to the armed police officer on duty, he proceeded inside. The pathway within the party school was lined with directional signs guiding him to the registration area for the youth training class. After traversing several buildings, he finally located the designated spot. Inside an office, he noticed several young people already queuing. Wang Wenchao joined the line, his luggage in hand. Looking around, he observed 2 staff members at the registration desk. One was a middle-aged man with glasses, seated at a desk, diligently recording and verifying documents, while the other was a young woman beside him. At first glance, her presence didn't stand out, but as Wang Wenchao drew closer, he discerned that she was approximately 26 or 27, strikingly beautiful, with long flowing hair and a finely sculpted face. Although seated, her impressive physique was evident. Not only was Wang Wenchao watching, but nearly all the men in line were captivated by her. A beauty is always the center of attention, an immutable truth throughout time. Notification letter and ID. Came the call as it was Wang Wenchao's turn. The bespectacled man did not lift his gaze, continuing to write while speaking. Wang Wenchao handed over his prepared notification letter and ID. Wang Wenchao, the middle-aged man read aloud from the notification letter, then lifted his gaze to compare with the ID before proceeding to document the information. The young woman next to him marked entries on her roster and then rummaged through a pile of student IDs on the desk before locating Wang Wenchao's ID, which she handed to him with a cool demeanor. Your dormitory is in Building 2, Room 302. Here is your student ID. You must wear it at all times and present it for entry and exit from the school. Please assemble promptly at 2 p.m. in classroom 205 of the teaching building. Her voice was mechanical, tinged with a hint of coldness. Thank you, teacher, Wang Wenchao replied politely, then took his ID, student card, and luggage, departing the office. Following the directional signs, he made his way to Building 2.at the entrance. He presented his student ID, signed for his dormitory key, and ascended the stairs to find his assigned room. Upon opening the door, he discovered a single bed within the modest room. Wang Wenchao smiled, realizing that this place differed from ordinary schools, as he was afforded a private room. Aside from the bed, the compact space contained a desk and a simple wardrobe, with nothing else to be found. Nonetheless, Wang Wenchao was quite satisfied. The accommodation was a marked improvement compared to his previous school days. After briefly organizing his belongings, he sat on the bed and contemplated calling Hu Shualan. He had retained the mobile number she had provided him the previous day, instructing him to reach out should he need anything. Hello? Hu Shualan answered, her familiar voice resonating through the line. Sister Lan, this is Wang Wenchao. I have arrived at the party school, and everything is going well, he spoke with respect. Oh, wonderful. How are the conditions there? Are they satisfactory? Hu Shualan inquired, pleasantly surprised by his call. Very good. The facilities here are far superior to those during my studies, he responded. That's great to hear. Be sure to study hard, and feel free to report any issues to me. I have some matters to attend to, so I must cut our conversation short, she concluded before hanging up. Wang Wenchao smiled, glancing at the time on his phone. It was already lunchtime. He realized he had yet to purchase daily necessities, including a bowl for his meals. At that moment, the building buzzed with activity as most of the students had arrived. He hurried to the small store outside the party school to buy a complete set of living supplies, then proceeded to the cafeteria for lunch. Once he had attended to everything, it was nearly 1:30. He secured his door and headed downstairs, making his way toward the teaching building. Chapter 38. The Teacher, Part 2. Upon reaching the classroom door, Wang Wenchao discovered it ajar, yet the room was entirely devoid of occupants. Puzzled, he retreated to the threshold, glancing once more at the door number to confirm he was indeed at the correct classroom. Noticing that he still had 20 minutes before the clock struck 2, he realized he had arrived rather prematurely. Stepping inside, he observed the floor littered with various items and the desks arranged in disarray. With time on his hands, he picked up a broom from beside the door and began to sweep slowly, using the task merely to pass the time. What is your name? Wang Wenchao was startled by the sudden voice and turned to see the woman who had given him his identification badge earlier in the day, standing at the lectern with a pile of documents in her hands. Good afternoon, teacher. My name is Wang Wenchao, he replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Wang Wenchao, is it? Well, it appears you've done enough sweeping. It is mostly clean now. There are janitors employed by the school for such tasks, and the mess here was undoubtedly left by the students who attended earlier, the female teacher remarked casually, then glanced at the roster in her hands and continued, You are from Hongshan Town in Pingyang County? Yes. Wang Wenchao obediently set down the broom and approached the lectern. Good. Please fill out this form, the teacher said, nodding as she handed him a sheet. Wang Wenchao examined the form, which required his name, contact number, and workplace, among other details. He filled it out swiftly and handed it back to her. Your handwriting is quite commendable. I noticed from your resume that you graduated from Shannon University, correct? She said, glancing at the completed form while simultaneously retrieving her phone to save his number. Yes, I graduated from Shannon University last year, Wang Wenchao affirmed with a nod. Impressive. To have graduated last year and already be working while concurrently attending the youth cadre class is quite rare. Make sure to study diligently and bring honor to our school, she stated, continuing to enter his phone number. Our school? Wang Wenchao asked, somewhat perplexed. I am also an alumnus of Shannon University. I am your senior. Both my undergraduate and graduate studies were completed there. Here is my phone number. My surname is Dong. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me directly, she said nonchalantly before dialing Wang Wenchao's number. As he glanced at his phone, noticing an incoming call from an unfamiliar number, he nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, individuals began to enter the classroom one after another. Wang Wenchao felt it inappropriate to linger by the lectern any longer, so he found a seat and settled down. By around 2 o'clock, the room was filled to capacity, boasting over 40 attendees. All right, I will begin with a brief introduction. My surname is Dong, and I will be your acting homeroom teacher for this youth cadre class. Your original homeroom teacher, Mr. Fong, is unable to attend due to personal matters, hence I will assume the role during this term. This means that throughout the 6 months of your studies, you may direct any inquiries to me. Here is my phone number. Please take note of it, Teacher Dong stated, writing her surname and contact number on the blackboard. First and foremost, I would like to extend a warm welcome on behalf of the school for your arrival here to study and live. I also wish you an enjoyable experience over the next 6 months. Additionally, I would like to highlight a few points. Our institution shares similarities with other schools yet possesses some fundamental distinctions. The similarity lies in our shared identity as an educational establishment where you are students and we are teachers, governed by the same codes of conduct and regulations. The difference, however, is that we are an institution dedicated to the training and development of cadres, and I trust you are aware of what that entails. Furthermore, I must caution you in advance. This training class is a joint initiative between our municipal party school and the municipal organization department. Your performance here will be meticulously evaluated, and detailed assessments will be submitted to the organization department for their records, serving as a basis for your future promotions. The evaluations encompass all aspects of your study and life. Thus, regardless of your previous positions, I expect you to adopt the mindset of an ordinary student while adhering to the school's regulations and striving for knowledge. Should you choose to disregard these guidelines, I will be compelled to impose penalties according to school policy, which may include unfavorable evaluations and potential expulsion. Therefore, I urge you all to cherish your future, Teacher Dong declared with a stern demeanor from the lectern, her tone reminiscent of that of Wang Wenchao's high school teacher. Nevertheless, he found a unique charm in this senior as she commanded the room. Chapter 39. The Teacher, Part 3. Next, I shall read aloud the various rules and regulations of our esteemed institution. Please listen attentively. Any violations will be met with stringent penalties as outlined herein, continued the teacher surnamed Dong, who then commenced the recitation of the party school's disciplinary measures. Upon concluding the reading, Teacher Dong closed the handbook and, picking up the attendance roster, announced, "Now, let us take attendance. This will allow everyone to become acquainted with one another, as we shall all be classmates from this point forward. I hope you will care for and assist each other in the future." Following this, she began calling names, and as each name was mentioned, a corresponding individual stood up. Most of these individuals were quite young. However, Wang Wenchao recognized none of them. Su Jun, the female teacher, read from the roster. Immediately, Wang Wenchao spotted a man on the opposite side of the classroom who looked strikingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Wasn't this Su Jun, the boyfriend of Li Jing and the son of the deputy county chief, Su? Yet, Wang Wenchao soon realized that it was hardly surprising for him to be here. Rather, it was more peculiar that he himself had arrived at this place. The sight of Su Jun dampened Wang Wenchao's previously cheerful demeanor. Wang Wenchao, the female teacher, finally called out. With a smile, Wang Wenchao stood up, nodded to everyone, and then sat back down. At that moment, Su Jun, who had been wearing a broad smile, suddenly froze in disbelief, hardly able to trust his own eyes. After confirming with those nearby that this individual was indeed Wang Wenchao, whom he had previously mocked, Su Jun found himself perplexed. How could Wang Wenchao, a rural bumpkin, secure a spot in this highly coveted training class when Su himself had needed to leverage several connections through his father to gain entry? Su Jun was at a loss to comprehend this anomaly. All right, now that everyone is acquainted, Wang Wenchao, please come up and distribute these forms to everyone for completion, Teacher Dong instructed after taking attendance, handing a stack of forms to Wang Wenchao. Surprised by his senior's request, he ascended the stage and began to distribute the forms. All present were adults, well versed in the intricacies of the bureaucratic realm, and thus possessed a certain finesse. With each form he handed out, he was greeted with friendly exchanges. Wang Wenchao was now certain that although he could not name many in the class, it was unlikely that anyone was unfamiliar with his name. Wang Wenchao, right? Quite handsome, I must say, a girl suddenly remarked as he reached the last row. Wang Wenchao was taken aback. There were only 4 women in the class, all of whom were in their 30s and rather unremarkable. This voice, however, was undoubtedly that of a girl. Upon glancing at her, he was once again astonished, thinking to himself, goodness, another beauty? He wondered how he had missed her presence during roll call. Although the girl was indeed attractive and appeared to be of similar age, Wang Wenchao found her approach somewhat overwhelming. Embarrassed, he smiled awkwardly and responded, "Hello, here are the forms. Please fill one out, and I will collect them later." "Do you know my name?" she inquired, disregarding his response and posing a seemingly unrelated question. "Huh." Wang Wenchao momentarily faltered. "It seems you haven't remembered. When did I become so unremarkable that I lack attention? Remember this. My name is Su Kursin, and you must not forget it," she said, a hint of annoyance in her tone, followed by a smile. I'll remember, Su Kursin." "Hello," Wang Wenchao replied with a silly grin. He found himself quite defenseless against such a girl and continued distributing the forms across the classroom. When he reached Su Jun, he noticed the latter glaring at him with a look of seething anger. Wang Wenchao was perplexed by the hostility directed his way but chose to disregard it, offering a friendly greeting, "Good day, young Master Su." While Wang Wenchao intended a cordial exchange, Su Jun interpreted it as a deliberate display of superiority, as if to assert, "If you can get in, so can I." "Wang Wenchao, how did you manage to get in?" Su Jun clenched his fists, demanding an answer. Sensing the hostility in Su Jun's tone, Wang Wenchao retorted coldly, "How did I get in? The organization arranged it. What about you?" "Oh, right, you had your father pull strings," he said, placing the form in front of Su Jun before walking away. Chapter 40. The Teacher, Part 4. After Wang Wenchao had distributed the forms, the teacher surnamed Dong began to speak. "Please fill out the forms and submit them to Wang Wenchao. I have an important announcement. Today marks your official enrollment, and classes will commence tomorrow. You may collect your class schedule from Wang Wenchao shortly. The first class tomorrow morning will feature a speech delivered by the Deputy Minister of our Municipal Organization Department. So remember, punctuality is paramount. Furthermore, according to our customary practice, each cohort will appoint a class monitor to assist the homeroom teacher, as it is impossible for the teacher to be available at all times. Wang Wenchao will serve as our class monitor. Henceforth, for any matters, you may approach him directly. Should he be unable to resolve the issue, he will refer it to me. Upon the conclusion of Teacher Dong's announcement, a discussion ensued among the students. At that moment, one individual rose and declared, "Teacher, I believe this approach is inappropriate. The class monitor should be elected through a vote to ensure that everyone feels represented, thus embodying the principles of democracy." As he spoke, all eyes turned toward him, and Wang Wenchao recognized it was Su Jun. "Are you implying that I am being authoritarian?" Teacher Dong glared at Su Jun, her usual indifference now tinged with anger. As an educator, she needed to uphold her authority from the podium, especially in a party school, which held a different significance than an ordinary institution. "Please do not misunderstand, teacher. That was not my intention. I merely wished to suggest that the selection of the class monitor should be based on merit, reflecting democratic values, which aligns with our party's principles for selecting cadres." Su Jun stammered, evidently intimidated by Teacher Dong, as he endeavored to clarify his stance. "Since you advocate for democracy, let us proceed with that. I hereby propose Wang Wenchao as our class monitor. Those in favor, please raise your hands." Teacher Dong replied with a cold smile, directing her gaze at all the students, emphasizing the phrase, "I propose." It was evident that as the homeroom teacher, she had the authority to determine the students' performances over the past 6 months. Who would dare oppose her? Immediately following her declaration, a female student exclaimed, "I agree," and raised her hand. Wang Wenchao turned to see it was the same Su Kersin who had been conversing with him moments before. With her leading the charge, bolstered by Teacher Dong's implicit pressure, nearly everyone raised their hands, save for Su Jun. "Do you have any objections, classmate?" Teacher Dong fixed her cold stare on Su Jun. Not only she, but the entire class was now focused on him, making him feel like a fool. "No," Su Jun muttered, his face flushed with shame and anger as he sat down, casting a venomous glare at Wang Wenchao. "Very well. Additionally, I would like to mention that it has been customary for each study group to hold a collective dinner on the first day of classes to foster mutual understanding. To put it plainly, as individuals entering the political arena, establishing connections is crucial. The school's stance is against extravagance, drinking, and disorderly conduct. However, it does not oppose friendship among classmates. If you deem it necessary, please discuss it with the class monitor and organize it at your own expense. Wang Wenchao, after collecting the forms, please deliver them to my office." That will be all for today. Classes officially begin tomorrow. I wish you all joy in your studies. Class dismissed. With that, Teacher Dong gathered her materials and exited the room. Wang Wenchao, who had previously remained inconspicuous among this group of exceptional individuals, found himself inexplicably appointed as the class monitor, a notion that astonished even him. After the teacher's departure, the students began to discuss the evening's gathering. Wang Wenchao had never organized such an event before, so he was uncertain about how to proceed. While collecting the forms, he listened to everyone's opinions, and once he had gathered them, he stated, "Classmates, it seems we have collectively decided to hold a dinner this evening. Since I am new here and unfamiliar with local dining establishments, I would like to know if any of you are familiar with the area. We should first reserve a restaurant, calculate the budget, and then divide the costs. How does that sound?" Wang Wenchao posed this question tentatively, and most of the students expressed their agreement. After all, it was merely a meal. Who among them would mind spending a little money? "Why should we take orders from you? Who do you think you are? Everyone in this study group is at least at the deputy section chief level. What is your rank? Is the head of a nursing home even considered a rank? You can't possibly be a deputy section chief, can you? Oh, I forgot whether our country even has such a title." Su Jun suddenly laughed mockingly, while Wang Wenchao was speaking from the podium. Wang Wenchao's expression darkened immediately, and the other students looked at Su Jun in astonishment, unaware of the animosity between Su Jun and Wang Wenchao that prompted such public humiliation. "And what about you? Besides the fact that your origin as a sperm came from a deputy county head, what qualifications do you possess that give you a sense of superiority?" "Yes, I am indeed just a nursing home director, and my rank is far inferior to yours. However, today, the teacher and my classmates have supported my role as class monitor, and thus I intend to fulfill that role diligently. As for you, if you do not wish to participate, you are free to leave. No one is forcing you to join. Nonetheless, you do raise a valid point. I am likely the lowest-ranked individual in this class. I do not seek to command anyone, nor do I intend to demand that everyone listen to me. I simply wish to gather your opinions," Wang Wenchao said, his eyes flashing with intensity as he glared at Su Jun. His words were undeniably sharp, causing Su Jun's face to alternately flush red and pale. "Well said," Su Kersin exclaimed, standing up to applaud, seemingly eager to incite further discord. Her applause left Wang Wenchao momentarily speechless, while deepening Su Jun's scowl. "Very well, Wang Wenchao, you are quite bold. We shall settle this matter when we reach Pingyang County," Su Jun said through clenched teeth. "What? Are you threatening me? Listen here, I will state this plainly. Do not bring your father into this. Whatever you bring, I will face. Moreover, even if you do, it does not matter. I, Wang Wenchao, have never regretted what I have said. If it comes to it, I can walk away from this. It is not a big deal. I can forego my job, but I will not sacrifice my dignity. Feel free to employ any means against me. Just refrain from incessantly spouting your snide remarks like a coward. From this moment on, it would be wise for you to keep your mouth shut, Wang Wenchao retorted, unable to contain himself any longer, slamming the forms down on the podium and pointing an accusatory finger at Su Jun. Chapter 41. Su Curson, Part 1. As Wang Wenchao finished speaking, the entire class fell silent, including Su Jun throughout his life. No one had ever dared to address him in such a manner, leaving him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Su Curson, who stood at the back, refrained from speaking again, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Wenchao, her eyes shimmering with a distinct radiance. Since everyone supports this idea, I shall visit the hotel outside later. Let us convene at 6:30 this evening at the school gate, Wang Wenchao declared, diverting his attention from Su Jun and smiling at the rest of the class. With that, he gathered the stack of forms and exited the classroom. As soon as Wang Wenchao stepped out, the rest of the students followed suit, leaving only Su Jun, who had regained his composure, to strike the desk with a fierce blow. After leaving the classroom, Wang Wenchao made his way to the office of a senior teacher, carrying the forms. This experience made him feel as though he had returned to his university days. The role of class leader brought a smile to his face, as it seemed quite intriguing. Wang Wenchao searched through the faculty building until he finally located the office of a teacher surnamed named Dong Shiyu. So this is her name. It sounds lovely, just like her, he mused to himself before knocking on the door. Come in, a voice called from within. Wang Wenchao pushed the door open and stepped inside. Teacher, here are all the forms. My own is with you, so there are a total of 43 copies, none missing, Wang Wenchao announced as he placed the forms on Dong Shiyu's desk respectfully. Thank you, Wang Wenchao. Please, have a seat, Dong Shiyu replied, pausing her work on lesson plans to acknowledge his presence. Thank you, teacher, Wang Wenchao said, taking a seat at the desk without reservation. What is your perspective on the role of class leader? Dong Shiyu inquired, looking directly at him. Being appointed as class leader signifies your trust and affirmation of me, teacher. I will certainly strive to fulfill this responsibility well, Wang Wenchao responded, somewhat obsequiously, unsure of the specific context of Dong Shiyu's question. Do not speak so formally. I am merely a teacher, not a leader, and I am not well versed in leadership matters, Dong Shiyu remarked, her first smile breaking through. This was the first time Wang Wenchao had witnessed her smile. She had consistently worn a serious expression, and he noted that her smile was indeed captivating. I primarily wish to ask whether you perceive being the class leader as a boon or a bane for yourself, Dong Shiyu continued, her smile fading into a more neutral expression. It is undoubtedly a boon, as it will hone my organizational skills, Wang Wenchao replied with a smile. Dong Shiyu nodded thoughtfully and said, in truth, it is primarily about establishing your own interpersonal relationships. A significant portion of your classmates will likely hold prominent positions in the future. As the class leader, you will find it easier to cultivate friendships with each of them, which will greatly benefit your future endeavors. My decision to select you as class leader was influenced by my personal considerations. The moment I saw you actively tidying up the classroom today, I realized you are diligent, practical, and responsible. Having you as class leader will considerably ease my burden. Furthermore, as my junior, I will certainly assist you wherever possible. Wang Wenchao regarded Dong Shiyu with appreciation, surprised by the depth of her thoughts. Thank you, teacher, he expressed gratefully. Please refrain from calling me teacher in private. In a sense, you students are not truly students in the traditional meaning, and I do not view you as such. You are not much younger than I am, so please call me sister in private. It sounds less awkward to me. I have a favor to ask of you. This is my first time serving as a class advisor at the party school, and to be frank, I feel quite uncertain about it. Thus, I would appreciate your support. I've only been working here for a year, and I was hastily assigned this role due to an unexpected situation with Teacher Fong. Additionally, I teach at Shannon and have limited time to devote here. Therefore, I hope you can help me manage day-to-day affairs. Dong Shiyu spoke slowly. Are you still a teacher at Shannon University? Wang Wenchao asked in surprise. I am currently a visiting lecturer there. It is essentially the same. After graduating with my master's, I remained at the university. Later, when the party school sought to implement progressive courses and needed economics instructors, I was recommended for this position. However, the administration at my previous school did not allow me to leave, so I had to juggle both roles. Previously, the schedules did not conflict, and the workload at the party school was manageable. However, being appointed as class leader has caught me off guard. I may need your assistance with many of my future tasks, Dong Shiyu reiterated. Wang Wenchao nodded and replied, as long as it is within my capacity, I will do my utmost. That's all I need to hear. Here is an internal list that is confidential. Take a look. It will be beneficial for establishing connections. It also includes each person's phone number for facilitating communication. However, please ensure that this document remains undisclosed, as the party school has regulations against revealing students' positions, Dong Shiyu said, retrieving a roster from her drawer and handing it to Wang Wenchao. Wang Wenchao accepted it and examined the document, which detailed each individual's rank, position, age, and phone number. It was indeed a valuable resource. Upon reaching his entry, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Everyone else's rank was filled with titles of department-level officials, with the lowest being deputy department heads, while his entry remained blank, appearing quite disheartening. His position was listed as a clerk at the Civil Affairs Office of Hongshan Town in Pingyang County. What's wrong? Do you feel inferior compared to the others? Dong Shiyu asked, glancing at Wang Wenchao. Not at all. I merely feel as if I've wandered into a gathering of cranes among chickens. It's quite disorienting. They are all children of officials, Wang Wenchao admitted, scratching his head. Chapter 42. The Resplendent Shinka, Part 2. You are mistaken in your assertion. While I do not deny the presence of the so-called second-generation officials among them, they constitute only a minuscule fraction. The majority are genuinely accomplished individuals excelling in their respective fields. Admittedly, I am not entirely aware of how they arrived at their positions or the identities they possess behind the scenes. Perhaps, from my professional vantage point, you all share similarities. Nonetheless, I perceive a distinctive quality in you that surpasses theirs. You are grounded and pragmatic. I discern this about you at our very first encounter, whereas many of them exhibit a degree of frivolity, potentially linked to the familial backgrounds you mentioned. That said, I shall not elaborate further. Here is a sign-in sheet. It is a requirement from the school to take attendance for each class, as stipulated by the organization department. I am certainly pressed for time, so I shall entrust this task to you. You may exercise your discretion in this matter, with the principle being to mark all but the most egregious individuals as present, Dong Shiyu concluded, handing a stack of sign-in sheets to Wang Wenchao. Wang Wenchao nodded in understanding. I grasp your intent, senior. Very well, you have my phone number. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call me. I have a lesson plan to finalize, so I shall refrain from prolonging our conversation, Dong Shiyu stated plainly. Her character was straightforward, and throughout their discussion, her tone remained rather neutral, devoid of excessive emotional embellishment. By the way, senior, would you consider attending the dinner gathering this evening? I extend the invitation on behalf of everyone, Wang Wenchao inquired, rising from his seat after a moment of contemplation. Regarding the dinner, it would be rather impolite for me to decline. Very well, please call me when the time comes. If there are no other pressing matters, I shall make an appearance. However, do inform them in advance that I do not partake in alcohol, Dong Shiyu replied, furrowing her brow slightly before nodding in agreement. Understood, senior. I shall take my leave for now, Wang Wenchao remarked courteously, also nodding in acknowledgement. Upon descending the stairs, Wang Wenchao lit a cigarette, pondering his responsibilities as class leader. He made his way toward the school gates, realizing that he needed to seek out a hotel. Just as he approached the entrance, the sudden honking of a small car caught his attention. Turning around, he found a red vehicle halted beside him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a BMW. Though not excessively luxurious, it certainly was not inexpensive. As the car came to a stop, the window rolled down, revealing Shuka Xian, who leaned out and addressed him. Class leader, where are you headed? Oh, it's you. I was planning to look around this vicinity and book a hotel, Wang Wenchao replied with a smile. Then hop in. I'll give you a ride, Shuka Xian said decisively. Ah. Wang Wenchao seemed momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, ah? Just get in, Shuka Xian urged impatiently, noticing his hesitation. Then I shall trouble you, Wang Wenchao said, feeling a bit awkward but ultimately accepting her offer as he climbed into the car. Once seated in the passenger seat, he was met with a delightful fragrance wafting through the vehicle. Glancing at the cigarette in his hand, he hastily rolled down the window and tossed it out. Smoking in a lady's car was, after all, a cardinal sin. Are you truly just the director of a nursing home? Shuka Xian inquired, shutting off the music that had been playing, casually probing. The director position was only recently bestowed upon me. Strictly speaking, I am not even a proper director yet. Why do you ask? Do you look down upon me? Wang Wenchao replied nonchalantly, revealing his discomfort with the topic. Not at all. Please do not misconstrue my inquiry. I merely wish to ascertain whether you are genuinely only a nursing home director. If that is indeed the case, I find it quite admirable. From what you mentioned earlier, Su Jun is the son of your deputy county head. Have you considered the consequences of offending him? Shuka Xian clarified, shaking her head. I am merely an unranked functionary. What is there to fear? There is a saying, those without shoes are unafraid of those who do. I have reached the bottom. He cannot do anything further to me, can he? Besides, work is merely a facet of life, not its entirety. There are many elements I deem more significant than work, such as respect and integrity. And I possess a temperament that, should anyone provoke me, I would remain indifferent even if it were the emperor himself. Wang Wenchao jested, laughing lightly. It is precisely this quality that I admire about you. Nowadays, men in government offices bow and grovel before their superiors as if they were greeting their own fathers, perpetually with their heads down. A man should possess some fortitude. If one cannot even stand tall, what kind of man is that? It resembles the eunuchs depicted in television dramas, utterly repulsive, Shuka Xian candidly remarked, unable to suppress a grimace as she spoke, which struck Wang Wenchao as amusing. Yet, the beauty remained enchanting, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 43. The Deception, Part 1. Upon hearing Zakexan's peculiar argument, Wang Wenchao could not help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Zakexan asked, gazing at him with a mix of bewilderment and irritation. Oh, it's just that I never considered this perspective. People have always told me that my temperament is rather foul, unsuitable for this line of work. Yet, remarkably, what I once deemed a flaw has transformed into a virtue in your eyes, Wang Wenchao replied, waving his hand dismissively. A true man ought to stand tall and firm. If one is constantly obsequious, what sort of man are they? By the way, which hotel are you heading to? After driving for a while, Zakexan finally remembered to inquire about Wang Wenchao's destination. I'm not sure. I am not local and am completely unfamiliar with this area, so I'll have to search from place to place, Wang Wenchao said helplessly. What are you searching for? I know a hotel that isn't too far from here. Let us head there, Zakexan declared decisively, pressing down on the accelerator. Thank you. Otherwise, I'd truly be left wandering from one place to another. By the way, I forgot to ask, which department do you work in? Wang Wenchao pondered aloud. Me? I work at the Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Don't look at me like that. I'm just a minor player here. I haven't even joined the party yet. I recently submitted my application for membership. For now, I suppose I'm considered an active participant, Zakexan replied, noticing Wang Wenchao's envious gaze. Wang Wenchao chuckled softly. He could tell from Zakexan's demeanor that she seemed quite indifferent to it all. The Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce, a prestigious institution. If Wang Wenchao could secure a position there, he would surely be grinning in his dreams. Yet, for Zakexan, it appeared as though it held no significance, leaving him somewhat contemplative. He rode to work on a borrowed bicycle while she drove a BMW, and they were of similar age. Wang Wenchao speculated that Zakexan must come from an extraordinary background. May I ask you a question? Do you have a girlfriend? Wang Wenchao mused over this thought, but soon Zakexan posed a question of her own. Is that what you're asking? No, I'm single. Do you think someone with my circumstances could find a girlfriend? Wang Wenchao replied with a smile. That's good, Zakexan muttered to herself upon hearing that Wang Wenchao was unattached. What? Wang Wenchao exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Don't misunderstand me. I didn't mean it that way. Here's the deal. I'll help you with something today, and in return, you must assist me with something in the future, agreed? Zakexan blushed slightly, realizing that her previous comment might have sounded rather odd to an outsider, and hastily offered an explanation. What kind of help? Wang Wenchao felt his thoughts racing to keep up with this girl. You don't need to concern yourself with the details. Just let me know if you agree or not. It's nothing serious, just a small favor, Zakexan said impatiently. Since you put it that way, how could I refuse? Just tell me when you need my assistance. Wang Wenchao chuckled, thinking it was merely a small task. All right, it's settled then. You'd better not go back on your word. A true man's promise is as unyielding as a steed once it has bolted, Zakexan exclaimed with delight, and soon after, she pulled up to the entrance of a grand hotel. Wang Wenchao gazed through the window at this opulent establishment and exclaimed, You can't be bringing me here, can you? We're just gathering for a meal. There's no need to go all out like this. What do you know? This is your first task as class leader. It must be executed flawlessly so that everyone respects you. Besides, it reflects well on you. Don't you all prioritize face over life itself? Also, I have a membership card here, so it will be cheaper than elsewhere. Let us go, Zakexan said as she parked the car, stepping out and instructing the valet, Please take the car to the parking lot. Although Zakexan mentioned discounts and her reasoning was sound, if they dined here without much expense, it would elevate Wang Wenchao's standing as class leader and greatly assist in building his social connections. He still furrowed his brow at the thought of a 5-star hotel. How much of a discount could there really be? Nevertheless, Zakexan strode confidently inside, and Wang Wenchao had no choice but to follow. Go, summon your manager. I'll be waiting for him in the VIP lounge on the second floor, Zakexan instructed at the front desk, then turned to Wang Wenchao, saying, Let us head up to the second floor and wait. At this point, Wang Wenchao began to believe Zakexan was indeed a member here, as her authoritative tone seemed genuine. Following her into the so-called VIP lounge on the second floor, he had barely settled onto a sofa when a waitress approached with tea. I need to tell you something, Wang Wenchao, Zakexan said suddenly in a serious tone. What is it? I'm taking a leave tomorrow. If there's a roll call or anything, could you cover for me? If it's too much to handle, don't force yourself. It's all right, Zakexan stated abruptly. What? The deputy minister of the organization department is coming tomorrow. How can you take leave? Wang Wenchao replied, astonished. He'll come, but what does that have to do with me? I've made plans to go shopping with a few friends, and one must keep their word. So, figure something out, Zakexan said nonchalantly. This is the favor you need from me? Wang Wenchao asked, rendered speechless. Chapter 44, The Deception, Part 2. No, this has nothing to do with assistance. I am merely requesting leave from you, the class leader. What I require your help with is something else, Su Kerson replied, shaking her head. All right, that should not pose a problem. However, if you have the time, do try to make it, Wang Wenchao conceded, recalling that he still held the power of attendance. No sooner had he spoken than a man in a suit rushed in, and upon seeing Su Kerson, immediately inquired, Miss, how may I assist you? Miss? Wang Wenchao's eyes widened in astonishment. That is my membership name, Su Kerson hastily explained, noticing Wang Wenchao's surprise. Before addressing the manager again, this evening, my friend wishes to host a dinner for approximately 50 guests. Please make the necessary arrangements, adhering to the highest standards, and charge the expenses to my account. Understood. Is there anything else you require? The manager continued to inquire. Please provide me with the key to the room upstairs that has an indoor swimming pool. My friend and I would like to rest for a while, Su Kerson added. Certainly, I will bring it to you immediately. The manager cast a peculiar glance at Wang Wenchao before respectfully departing. Are you certain you are merely a member here? You hardly appear to fit that role. You seem more like a proprietor. Moreover, what does it mean to charge it to your account? Wang Wenchao blurted out, his confusion spilling forth. Why do you have so many questions? The service here is excellent. What can I do? Did you not see the slogan posted in the lobby? The customer is king. They uphold their promises here. Additionally, do not forget, I am affiliated with the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Is it so strange that I have an account here? In due time, their boss will clear this charge. It is standard practice, Su Kerson replied impatiently. Wang Wenchao remained skeptical, yet he sensed that he had unwittingly stepped into some kind of trap. It must be said that his intuition was correct. He had indeed walked into a trap, meticulously laid by Su Kerson. Is it really that good? Wang Wenchao questioned, his eyes filled with doubt. Even if it is, that's a personal favor, and this is a collective gathering. You could help them apply a discount. There's no need to charge it to your account. I previously mentioned that I would do you a favor, and in return, you would assist me. My favor to you is hosting this dinner tonight. With me covering the bill, Su Kerson suddenly smiled, stating, What? Why should I treat everyone to dinner? Wang Wenchao was thoroughly bewildered by Su Kerson's proposition. Are you really that naive? Have you ever worked in a government agency? Anyone you find in this study group could easily become a high-ranking official. Why would you not seize such a wonderful opportunity? As the saying goes, he who eats from your plate must return the favor. They will owe you for the meal, eventually. This is a long-term investment, do you understand? Who would not want to be the benefactor in such a scenario? Furthermore, hosting such a lavish meal privately will elevate your standing in their eyes. Those who have underestimated you will think twice. Besides, it costs me nothing. If you refuse this simple favor, you would truly be foolish, Su Kerson expounded, her words flowing with persuasive logic. Initially skeptical, Wang Wenchao found himself convinced by Su Kerson's reasoning. At that moment, the manager returned, handing the key to Su Kerson. Let us go upstairs, Su Kerson instructed Wang Wenchao. Where to? He queried, still confused. To rest upstairs. It is already past 4 o'clock. Even if dinner is at 7, that leaves us with only a little over 2 hours. Are you planning to return home and come back? Su Kerson shot him an incredulous glance. I still need to go back. I will bring them along, otherwise they will not know the location. Wang Wenchao insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Why are you so dense? Do you not have a roster? I have seen you carrying it. Just send a group message to inform them of the time and place. They can come on their own, Su Kerson retorted, rolling her eyes at him. That does seem more convenient, Wang Wenchao conceded after some thought. Then it's settled. Come with me, Su Kerson beckoned before stepping out. Wang Wenchao had no choice but to follow. The elevator ascended, and Wang Wenchao noted that they arrived on the 29th floor. This floor clearly did not appear to be open to the public. Just outside the elevator, there was a grand door, which Su Kerson unlocked with the key. What lay before Wang Wenchao was a lavishly decorated duplex apartment. Through the glass doors on the opposite side of the living room, he could see the indoor swimming pool that Su Kerson had mentioned. Do not be astonished. This space is not open to the public. Please make yourself comfortable. I will not attend to you further, Su Kerson stated, proceeding into the bedroom as if she had returned to her own home. Just as Wang Wenchao contemplated exploring, Su Kerson tossed him a package of clothing, saying, These are swim trunks unopened. Change into them in the adjacent room. What? Wang Wenchao's mind began to short-circuit as he stared at the garment in his hands, which appeared to be even less substantial than a pair of underpants. What do you mean what? I brought you up here to swim. What did you think we were doing? Are you saying you cannot swim? Su Kerson queried, perplexed. That is not the case, Wang Wenchao began to respond, but he was quickly interrupted by Su Kerson. Then that settles it. Go change, she instructed before stepping into the adjacent bedroom and shutting the door behind her. Chapter 45. The Deception, Part 3. Wang Wenchao held a pair of extraordinarily alluring swimming trunks in his hands, contemplating whether to change into them or not. If this were a beach setting, he would undoubtedly don the swimwear without a moment's hesitation. However, this was merely a private residence, and he found himself alone with a girl he had only just met today. How could he possibly change? It would certainly be embarrassing. In a state of frustration, Wang Wenchao hesitated, lighting a cigarette and settling onto the sofa in the living room, his mind still entangled in the dilemma of whether to change or not. Just as he was finishing his cigarette, the door to the adjacent room opened, and he was greeted by the sight of Su Kerson emerging. Instantly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Su Kerson stepped out clad in a swimsuit that could rival even the most daring bikini styles. Upon noticing Wang Wenchao's unabashed gaze, she felt a tremor run through her body, her cheeks flushing with color. This was her first time wearing such an outfit in front of a man. Although there were many styles of swimwear available, she ultimately chose the boldest option. "Why aren't you changing?" she asked, feigning firmness in her tone. I'll just have a smoke and then change," Wang Wenchao stammered, momentarily distracted by her question, managing to pull his gaze away from her. "Hurry up, I'm going for a swim," Su Kerson said with a quick glance at him before pushing open the floor-to-ceiling window and diving into the pool. Wang Wenchao was still in a daze, the impact of Su Kerson's appearance overwhelming both his vision and his heart. He wondered to himself how he could possibly withstand such a sight. He could almost feel his own face warming in response. "Wang Wenchao, hurry up," Su Kerson called out again from the pool, prompting him to sit for just a moment longer before finally responding. "Oh, I'm coming, he replied. Seeing a girl so unabashedly don such revealing attire to swim, he questioned why he, as a man, should feel shy. With this thought, he retreated to the bedroom, shed his clothes, and slipped into the swim trunks. Embracing a mindset of surrender, he opened the door and stepped outside, making his way toward the pool. At that moment, Su Kerson swam over, resting her chin on the edge of the pool. Upon seeing Wang Wenchao approach, her face turned as red as an apple, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Wenchao had an enviable physique. His height and build were perfectly balanced. Coupled with his handsome features and well-defined muscles, particularly around his waist, thanks to his time as a key player on the college basketball team, he possessed what could only be described as an ideal physique. "I never would have guessed your body was so impressive," Su Kerson remarked, her cheeks still flushed, though she attempted to maintain her composure. "I'm a man, not a woman. Why would I need an impressive physique? Men seek wealth and power. I'm just a standard poor guy with neither money nor influence. I'm probably not even worthy of being called a poor loser. I am just a country bumpkin." Wang Wenchao chuckled lightly before leaping into the water and swimming vigorously. Though he had learned to swim as a child, he was not particularly skilled. Nonetheless, he could manage the basics without issue. As Su Kerson watched him swim, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within her. She thought, although I deceived him today, it wouldn't be so bad to have a boyfriend like him. Wang Wenchao swam several laps before stopping near Su Kerson, resting against the edge of the pool and catching his breath. "Swimming occasionally feels quite refreshing. I think the last time I swam was over a decade ago. Back then, there was a river in front of the orphanage point one time. When the teachers weren't paying attention, a few of us snuck out, but we were eventually caught and given a thorough scolding. Since then, I haven't swum again." "Orphanage?" Su Kerson exclaimed in surprise. Wang Wenchao realized he had inadvertently revealed something personal. This had always been a source of pain for him, something he rarely shared with others. "Yes, I'm an orphan. Raised in an orphanage," he nodded, feigning indifference. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring that up," Su Kerson said apologetically. "It's nothing to be ashamed of that I lived well enough in the orphanage. I graduated from university, and here I am, in good health. The only drawback is that, as an orphan, I lost the chance to be a wealthy second-generation heir and am instead just a poor loser. Alas, the plight of a loser is hard to bear," Wang Wenchao said lightly, joking as he swam away again. The concept of an orphan was something Su Kerson had never encountered before. Having grown up in privilege, she found it difficult to imagine the life of an orphan and the struggles they faced. The more she thought about it, the more she felt pity for Wang Wenchao, regretting her decision to use him for her own gain. Chapter 46. The Deception, Part 4. After swimming for a while, Wang Wenchao felt utterly exhausted and, in a fit of irritation, swam back to the shore. "What is wrong? Tired? If you are, just come ashore and have a drink." Su Kerson glanced at Wang Wenchao, then calculated the time before she spoke, promptly climbing out of the pool and walking inside. Observing Su Kerson's silhouette and her graceful gait, a sense of restlessness surged within Wang Wenchao once more, prompting him to follow suit and ascend the shore. Upon entering the room, as Wang Wenchao received a bottle of water from Su Kerson, he faintly heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. Almost immediately, he saw a middle-aged woman enter alongside the manager from downstairs. Wang Wenchao's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. The moment the woman stepped inside, her gaze fell upon Wang Wenchao and Su Kerson, leaving her utterly astounded. The man was clad only in his underwear, while the girl was left in nothing but a bikini, and they were in a room together. Though they were not caught in the act, the implications were strikingly similar. Anyone would jump to conclusions in such a scenario. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Su Kerson feigned surprise, her tone deliberately exaggerated. Upon hearing Su Kerson address the woman as Mom, Wang Wenchao's heart constricted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "What do you mean, what am I doing here? How could you even ask that?" the woman exclaimed, her voice laced with fury, her face paling as she glared at Su Kerson. Her eyes, sharp as daggers, scrutinized Wang Wenchao with disdain. After a brief moment of closing her eyes, seemingly to regain her composure, she commanded the manager who had accompanied her, "You step outside and close the door." At that instant, Wang Wenchao finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Observing his and Su Kerson's attire, even a fool would draw the same conclusions, and especially her mother. Realizing the necessity of an explanation to avoid being mistaken for an illicit lover, he interjected, "Madam, please allow me to explain." "First, put on some clothes," the woman shot back, her gaze still piercing into him. Wang Wenchao, suddenly aware of how inappropriate his attire was, hastily retreated to the bedroom to change. "The towels are in the bathroom," Su Kerson called out, noticing his departure. "Mind your own business." "You need to put on some clothes right now," the woman snapped at Su Kerson. "It's fine. There are no outsiders here," Su Kerson retorted defiantly. "Are you trying to drive me to madness?" "Hurry and get dressed," the woman bellowed again. "Fine. I'll put them on. No need to shout," Su Kerson murmured under her breath as she too entered a nearby bedroom. Once Su Kerson left, the woman nearly collapsed onto the sofa, her hands pressed against her temples as she repeatedly massaged her temples, clearly flustered and agitated. Meanwhile, Wang Wenchao hurriedly dressed, acutely aware of the woman's expression, realizing he had landed himself in a dire predicament. He couldn't fathom how Su Kerson's mother could arrive at such an inopportune moment. It was a perplexity that defied logic. The likelihood of such an event occurring was astronomically low, even less probable than a collision between Mars and Earth. Wang Wenchao was utterly bewildered. Once he had dressed, he prepared to exit but decided to dry his hair and tidy himself up in the bathroom before venturing out. Upon emerging, he found Su Kerson stepping out of her room as well. The woman's demeanor had stabilized somewhat, yet her gaze towards Wang Wenchao still brimmed with hostility. "Who are you?" she demanded, pointing an accusatory finger at him while addressing Su Kerson. "Madam, I am her," Wang Wenchao began, intending to introduce himself as Su Kerson's friend, but was abruptly interrupted by her. "He is my boyfriend," Su Kerson interjected decisively, her voice firm. "Ah." Wang Wenchao stared at Su Kerson in disbelief, questioning his own hearing. "His name is Wang Wenchao, my boyfriend," Su Kerson reiterated, casting a firm glance at her mother. Upon hearing this, the woman inhaled deeply and inquired once more, "What does he do?" Chapter 47. The Deception, Part 5. "He is the director of the nursing home," Su Kerson replied after a moment of contemplation. "The nursing home? The director?" The woman widened her eyes in astonishment. "Yes, it's in Pingyang County. What town was it again?" After pondering for a long while, Su Kerson could not recall which town Wang Wenchao was from, and thus turned to him for help. "Hongshan Town." "No, wait, ma'am, that's not how it is at all." Wang Wenchao answered casually, but upon reflection, realized it was inappropriate and immediately began to explain. "I wasn't asking you," the woman said coldly, fixing her gaze on Wang Wenchao. Taken aback by her piercing stare, Wang Wenchao fell silent, realizing he was in a hopeless predicament, akin to being stuck in a quagmire. Simultaneously, he began to suspect he had been ensnared in a trap. "He works at the nursing home in Pingyang County. As the director, a legitimate civil servant," Su Kerson cautiously reiterated, observing her mother's displeased expression. "A civil servant? What rank does a nursing home director hold? Surely it pales in comparison to that of a section chief or a town mayor. Now, tell me, how did you two come to know each other?" The woman spoke with evident disdain, which made Wang Wenchao uncomfortable, reminiscent of his previous encounter with Li Jing's mother. "We met this morning," Su Kerson replied after some thought. "This morning?" The woman sprang up from the sofa, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Su Kerson. "Indeed, we met this morning. I was assigned to study at the municipal party school, and he is the class monitor. We fell for each other at first sight and established our relationship," Su Kerson whispered. You. Su Kerson, you truly amaze me. I can hardly fathom how I have a daughter like you. You met him this morning and already brought him here, progressing this far and developing such a relationship. Do you even know him? Are you playing a fool with your own life?" Su Kerson's mother was utterly agitated. "We are in a free relationship that I love him, and he loves me. That is sufficient. Time and status are inconsequential to us. All I desire is to be with him, and I assure you, I shall love no one else in my life. I want to be with him, and eventually, we shall marry and have children. Otherwise, I would rather end my life," Su Kerson declared with sudden conviction. You have deeply disappointed me," the woman glared at Su Kerson, then grabbed her bag and stormed out. Just as she reached the door, she turned back to Su Kerson and Wang Wenchao and exclaimed, "You two, get out of this room immediately. From now on, no one is allowed to enter here except for me." With that, she left in a huff. Once the woman departed, a profound silence enveloped the room. Wang Wenchao slowly sank onto the sofa and lit a cigarette, inhaling quietly. Su Kerson, like a wayward girl who had erred, lowered her head and sat opposite him, awaiting his outburst while contemplating how to explain herself. As Wang Wenchao took measured puffs from his low-quality cigarette, he eventually stood up, picked up the guest list and sign-in sheet from the table, and headed for the door. "Where are you going?" Su Kerson called out in a flurry as she saw him leaving. "To where I ought to be. Do you see this cigarette in my hand? It costs 5 yuan a pack, averaging 2 dimes and 5 cents each. Do you think a person who smokes such cigarettes is fit to sit beside someone of your stature? Nonetheless, I must tell you, though I may be poor and foolish, that does not equate to a lack of dignity. I have a dinner to attend at the hotel, so I cannot waste time here performing for you." If you wish to see a show, perhaps you should visit the zoo, Wang Wenchao said coldly without looking back. If he still harbored any doubts about being played by Su Kerson, that would be nothing short of foolishness. I'm sorry, Wang Wenchao, Su Kerson said, undeterred by his words, and stepped closer to him. Sorry? There's no need for that. You haven't done anything wrong. The fault lies with my own foolishness. I've realized I am a complete fool, from helping me choose a hotel for dinner, to treating me, and facilitating my rest here, culminating in this absurd situation of changing into swimwear together. The entire sequence of events was meticulously orchestrated. I must commend you. You should consider a career as a director or screenwriter. The true fool is me. I should never have trusted you. You drive such a fine car, while I'm merely a nursing home director who smokes 2-dime cigarettes. I was utterly deluded. You told me you were merely a member here, then when the hotel manager addressed you as Miss, you claimed it was a nickname. You said the manager would cover your expenses because you were from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and then proposed a place to rest, leading to a couple's bath scenario. Though I found every detail dubious, I was too trusting. In the end, I was unwittingly made a fool of for an entire afternoon. If I'm not mistaken, this hotel belongs to your family, doesn't it? You deliberately instructed that manager to hand over the key for our rest, didn't you? You knew that manager would report this to your mother, and you likely calculated how long it would take her to arrive, right? Perhaps in the eyes of you wealthy individuals, people like us are mere playthings, as long as you are willing to pay it out, of course. If we consider the principle of equal exchange, the price you offered was far too high. My monthly salary is barely over 2,000. For an afternoon, that amounts to 30 or 40 yuan at best. Yet, the banquet you treated me to surely cost over 10,000. Shouldn't I be profoundly grateful to you? Wang Wenchao unleashed all his pent-up frustration. Anyone in his position, having been made a fool of for an entire afternoon and embroiled in a classic betrayal scenario, would feel an explosive rage. Chapter 48, Deception, Part 6, Miss, this incident is not your fault. It is solely my own failure to read the situation. I appreciate the meal you offered, but I simply cannot indulge in such luxury. I have other matters to attend to, and time is of the essence. I must take my leave, Wang Wenchao stated, lifting his foot to depart. Why won't you allow me to explain? Just as Wang Wenchao was about to walk away, he heard Su Kerson's voice, tinged with tears, from behind. The sight of a woman in tears unsettled him deeply, causing him to lose all composure and abandon his principles. Wang Wenchao halted his steps and turned to face Su Kerson, who was visibly distraught, her face streaked with tears. Did I say something incorrect? Is this not how things transpired? He asked, attempting to maintain his detachment, though his heart softened slightly. Yes, that is indeed the case. I admit that I orchestrated this entire affair. However, my initial intention was not to deceive you. I merely wished to invite you to this hotel for a meal, as I found you to be a commendable person and wanted to assist you. It was only when I noticed the manager's change in demeanor at the suggestion of resting together that I thought to exploit the situation. I never intended to trick you or to belittle you. Do you truly believe I am that kind of person? Moreover, I acted out of desperation, Su Kerson explained, feeling aggrieved by Wang Wenchao's accusations. You speak as if it is something novel. What do you mean by desperation? Wang Wenchao questioned, perplexed. My parents have arranged a marriage for me with the son of a high-ranking official, a family with whom we share a long-standing relationship. Upon meeting him, I felt nothing but revulsion. There was no room for any fondness. Yet, my mother is resolute. Next month, I am to be engaged to him, and invitations are already being prepared. I resorted to this scheme out of a lack of options. I have considered other alternatives, but none were viable. I told her I had a boyfriend, yet she sent someone to investigate and discovered that I do not. Thus, I concocted today's ruse to dissuade her, Su Kerson lamented, her tears flowing freely as she recounted her plight. Wang Wenchao stood there, at a loss for words. Could you not lend me your shoulder to lean on? Su Kerson sobbed, gazing at Wang Wenchao. Taken aback, Wang Wenchao hesitated for a moment before allowing her to rest her head upon his shoulder, where she wept openly. After a while, her sobs subsided, and she spoke again. Yes, you are correct. I am indeed a young lady born into affluence. But does being born into wealth truly equate to happiness? If given the choice, I would rather choose a life of poverty like yours, where at least the manner of living is determined by oneself, and the autonomy to love or not love lies within one's grasp, does it not? You have not experienced my life. The existence I lead is not as enviable as you might imagine. Freedom? I am not free to, as you mentioned. Can I choose whom to be with? I cannot. Not long ago, I ended a relationship with my girlfriend of several years. The reason was simple. Her family looked down upon me, and soon, she began to do the same. She and her family opted for the son of a deputy county chief, the very same Su Jun who antagonized me in class today. Tell me, can those without power or influence truly choose their own destinies? They cannot, and perhaps it is even more painful for me, for I was abandoned, so, do not be too upset. I confess I am not adept at comforting others. I have merely heard that sometimes, knowing someone else has it worse can lighten one's mood. How about it? Do you feel any better now? Wang Wenchao, as he claimed, was uncertain how to console a girl, so he divulged his own experiences in hopes of coaxing Su Kerson to cease her tears, feeling the dampness of his clothing increasing. Hee hee, Su Kerson chuckled through her tears, rising from his shoulder, and shyly remarked, "Is this truly how you offer comfort? Were your words sincere?" "They are indeed sincere. Why do you think I chose to abandon a promising job along the coast only to endure great hardships to become a civil servant in Pingyang County? It was for her, and yet, she found someone better. Initially, I felt it was a grave injustice, but now I reflect and realize that it matters not where one lives. We all go through life. Viewing this journey as a mere chapter in my life experience makes it much easier to bear," Wang Wenchao said, leaning against the wall as he lit a cigarette, his anger having subsided considerably. Chapter 49. The Deception, Part 7. I believe your girlfriend is truly lacking in discernment. No matter how one looks at it, you are undoubtedly superior to that Su Jun. Give it some time, and your future accomplishments will surely surpass his. I have always been quite adept at judging character. Even if you do not succeed, were I in your position, I would still choose you. It can only be said that your girlfriend's taste is woefully inadequate, Su Kerson continued, taking up Wang Wenchao's words. "It's my ex-girlfriend," Wang Wenchao emphasized with evident displeasure. Yes, my apologies, your ex-girlfriend. Do you harbor any hatred towards her?" Su Kerson swiftly corrected herself after sticking out her tongue. Upon witnessing Su Kerson's demeanor, Wang Wenchao also burst into laughter, then shook his head and said, "I don't know. Initially, there was hatred, but after so many years of devotion, I sacrificed my own future and dreams to come to this place for her, only for her to seek another man. However, as time passed, I gradually realized that I cannot blame her entirely. One can only fault the world as it is today. The values and morals of society have become distorted and materialism reigns supreme. Not to speak of her, how many can truly stand steadfast in the face of power and wealth? Love, during our school days, seemed like a fairy tale. Once we step beyond the campus, uttering the word love renders one a mere subject of ridicule. Therefore, I now find myself uncertain whether I still harbor any resentment towards her. In truth, whether I hate her or not matters little. She has chosen her path, and I must forge my own. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Kerson was momentarily taken aback, then remarked with a smile, "Your perspective is indeed quite distinct from that of the average person." Wang Wenchao chuckled in response. Glancing at the time, he remarked, "It's getting rather late. I must find another hotel. I'll take my leave now." As Wang Wenchao turned to depart, Su Kerson immediately called out to him, "Didn't we agree to stay here? Are you still upset with me? How can a grown man possess such a petty temper? This has nothing to do with being upset with you, okay? This hotel appears to be your mother's establishment, doesn't it?" After that little confrontation, I can only assume I've been labeled as your family's #1 adversary, much like how the President of the United States regards Osama bin Laden. Do you truly think it appropriate for me to engage in a complimentary feast here at this moment? Besides, I am beginning to doubt whether you still have the authority to settle the bill, Wang Wenchao replied as he turned back to her. "You have a point. I doubt my mother would honor the bill now. Never mind, I'll drive you to find another place," Su Kerson considered before heading towards the door. "Forget it. I think it's best if you return and have a proper discussion with your mother. What enmity or hatred can exist between a mother and daughter? In which parent does not act in the best interest of their child? Speak with her. I can manage on my own," Wang Wenchao advised Su Kerson. "Oh, suddenly you're dispensing wisdom?" Su Kerson said with a smile, reverting to her previous demeanor of a pampered young lady, then added, "I am well acquainted with my mother's temperament. I've studied her thoroughly since childhood. She is the epitome of a strong woman. Her strength manifests not only in her career but in every aspect of life. At home, whether it's myself or my father, everything must adhere strictly to her dictates. Otherwise, the household descends into chaos. Moreover, she is impervious to both softness and severity, so I have grown utterly despondent towards her." After hearing Su Kerson's words, Wang Wenchao felt somewhat astounded, then could only shake his head and chuckle as he descended the stairs alongside her. The two casually chose a hotel and reserved a table, after which Wang Wenchao sent a mass message to inform everyone of the location. By around 7 o'clock in the evening, most had arrived, and upon counting, Wang Wenchao noticed that Su Jun was notably absent. He surmised that perhaps due to his role as the organizer, Su Jun would not attend, and thus gathered everyone to commence the meal. "I say, our esteemed class leader, with no teachers present today, shouldn't you say a few words before we begin?" Su Kerson suddenly exclaimed loudly. "Stop it," Wang Wenchao shot her a glare. Yes, class leader, do give a speech." "It is the custom," Su Kerson's words garnered agreement from the crowd, or rather, they cheered her on. Seeing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control, Wang Wenchao shot another glare at the grinning Su Kerson and stood up, saying, "Actually, it's inappropriate for me to speak. I have just begun my career, and all of you are my seniors." He smiled, though a hint of nervousness lingered. "We have all come from various counties and institutions. It is quite a rare occasion for us to gather as classmates and comrades. As the saying goes, this is akin to a monkey's excrement, pure serendipity." Wang Wenchao's statement elicited uproarious laughter. "It is precisely because of this serendipity that I believe we should cherish it. In the future, let us help one another, foster camaraderie, and work together harmoniously to complete our studies at the party school. In honor of this bond, I propose a toast to everyone." What do you say? Wang Wenchao raised his glass in a toast and naturally no one declined. All stood and clinked their glasses together. After finishing the first round, Wang Wenchao poured himself another glass and began. This second toast is to all of you. I thank you for your support in allowing me to take on the role of class leader. Henceforth, I shall do my utmost to fulfill this responsibility, and I kindly ask for your continued support. Here's to you all. Upon finishing, he drank from his glass and declared, Now, let us dig in. Just as he was about to sit down, a voice rang out from outside. Wang the class leader, isn't it a bit inconsiderate to start eating before everyone has arrived? It seems you're not quite fulfilling your duties as class leader. Everyone turned to see Su Jun enter, hand in hand with a woman, his former girlfriend, Li Jing. Upon seeing Li Jing, Wang Wenchao's smile vanished, and an ember of fury ignited in his eyes, directed solely at Su Jun. It was clear that Su Jun had intentionally brought Li Jing along to provoke him. As Li Jing stepped inside and caught sight of Wang Wenchao, her expression shifted, displaying surprise, shame, and anger, evidently unaware that Wang Wenchao would be present. Chapter 50, Rival in Love, Part 1. Seated beside Wang Wenchao, Su Kersen noticed that both Wang Wenchao and Li Jing appeared rather perturbed. Recalling the story Wang Wenchao had previously shared with her, she surmised the underlying tension and leaned back in her chair, addressing Su Jun. I believe the one being unreasonable here is you. Making all of us wait for you. Who do you think you are? The mayor. You? Su Jun was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Su Kersen's sharp retort. He could not fathom why this beautiful girl seemed to oppose him at every turn, especially since he did not even know her, let alone harbor any grudges. All right, why don't you find a seat and eat? Wang Wenchao interjected, suppressing his irritation, and took his own seat. Don't rush, class leader. I haven't made the introductions yet. Li Jing. This is our esteemed class leader, Wang Wenchao, who also happens to be the director of the nursing home. Everyone, this is my girlfriend, Li Jing, who works in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau of Pingyang County, just like me. Oh, and she and our class leader Wang were university classmates. Rumor has it they share an extraordinary past, but that was merely childish play, nothing worth counting, so really, we are all friends here, Su Jun proclaimed, reveling in his own ostentation. His intent was to deliberately embarrass Wang Wenchao, revealing to everyone that his girlfriend was Wang Wenchao's former flame, stolen away from him. The moment Su Jun finished speaking, both Wang Wenchao and Li Jing's expressions darkened. Wang Wenchao was seething with anger, while Li Jing felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, tinged with fury. She realized that she was merely a pawn in Su Jun's game to belittle Wang Wenchao. Just picked up someone else's discarded shoe and flaunting it. How utterly shameless, Su Kersen remarked disdainfully, reclining in her chair. What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. Su Jun could no longer contain his outrage, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Kersen. Who are you? You think you can demand I repeat myself? You're hardly worthy. I must say, young lady, are you blind or something? How could you reject such a fine man as Wang Wenchao for someone like this? Truly, it is a pity for you. You will regret this eventually, Su Kersen shot back, glaring at Su Jun before turning her attention to Li Jing. All right. Su Jun was so infuriated that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. If you have the guts, tell me your name and which department you work in. What? Planning to call your daddy, the deputy county chief, to deal with me? Go ahead, I welcome it. Just so you know, my name is Su Kersen, a mere junior staff member at the Municipal Industrial and Commercial Bureau. No rank, no title. However, I advise you to think twice about whether you possess the capability to confront me. Su Kersen continued with her characteristic disdain. Enough already, let us commence the meal. Everyone, enjoy your drinks tonight, but please refrain from getting intoxicated, as it may leave a poor impression on the leaders tomorrow. Wang Wenchao interjected at an opportune moment, his tone calm as he deliberately avoided glancing at Su Jun and Li Jing. At that moment, Li Jing abruptly withdrew her hand from Su Jun's grip and walked away. Su Jun, witnessing her departure, shouted a few words before turning to Wang Wenchao and declaring, Wang Wenchao, remember this. Su Jun is utterly shameless, flaunting the fact that he picked up your discarded shoe, Su Kersen whispered to Wang Wenchao. He is targeting me. He is embarrassed and is resorting to any method to undermine me. However, you shouldn't have confronted him. I've heard from others that although his father is just a deputy county chief, he has significant connections in the city. It is not worth offending him, Wang Wenchao cautioned Su Kersen. You are truly heartless. I stood up for you, and yet you fail to recognize my good intentions, Su Kersen retorted, rolling her eyes at Wang Wenchao. All right, I concede. My apologies, Wang Wenchao chuckled, yielding to her. I genuinely hope he has the audacity to summon his father to confront me. Working in a bureaucratic office is becoming unbearably tedious. Had it not been for my mother's objections, I would have resigned long ago. If his father truly possesses the clout to have me dismissed, I would be most grateful and would certainly thank him in person, Su Kersen continued. Wang Wenchao was momentarily taken aback by her words, glancing at Su Kersen, who seemed quite earnest in her sentiments. Ultimately, he could only chuckle helplessly. As the class leader, Wang Wenchao had consumed quite a bit of alcohol, having received numerous toasts throughout the evening. Fortunately, he had a decent tolerance, Yet by the time he was ready to leave, he felt slightly disoriented. I'll walk you back to school, Su Kerson stated as they strolled along. No need for that. Yuri not even headed to school, I can take a cab back with him, Wang Wenchao replied politely. Why are you being so obstinate? There's a free ride available, yet you insist on taking a taxi. Come on, I'm heading the same way, Su Kerson insisted in her usual tone. Initially, Wang Wenchao found her demeanor somewhat jarring, but he gradually acclimated to it. As they walked, Wang Wenchao's phone rang. He pulled it out to check. It was an unidentified number, yet he was all too familiar with it. It was Li Jing's number. He had deleted it from his contacts, but could not erase the memory of it from his mind. It remained etched in his memory. After hesitating for quite some time, he ultimately decided to hang up. Just as he was putting his phone away, it rang again. Once more, it was Li Jing calling. Whose call is it? Why aren't you answering? Su Kerson inquired curiously, observing Wang Wenchao. It's Li Jing. I don't feel like picking up, Wang Wenchao replied. Hanging up once more, that moment, Li Jing called again. Just as Wang Wenchao was about to switch off his phone out of annoyance, Su Kerson snatched it from him, declaring, I'll answer it for you. Hello, Su Kerson spoke directly. There was a moment of surprise on the other end before Li Jing finally asked, Who are you? I am Wang Wenchao's girlfriend. And you are? Su Kerson feigned innocence. Wang Wenchao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Kerson, ultimately deciding to let her continue, as it mattered little to him. His girlfriend? Li Jing sounded utterly astonished. Yes, who are you? What do you want with him? He has had a bit too much to drink and is currently asleep. If you have something to say, tell me, and I will relay it to him later, Su Kerson replied smoothly. Silence lingered on the other end for a considerable time before Li Jing finally spoke. Please tell Wenchao that I did not intend to embarrass him today. I had no idea he was there. It was not my intention. Please convey my apologies to him. Additionally, I wish you both happiness. Chapter 51. Rivals in Love, Part 2. Oh, thank you. By the way, what is your name? I should let him know, Su Kerson said, suppressing a laugh. No need for that. Just convey my message to him. I am merely a classmate of his. Goodbye, Li Jing replied before hanging up the phone. She hung up, Su Kerson remarked, evidently still not satisfied and somewhat disinterested as she handed her phone to Wang Wenchao. Was it entertaining? Wang Wenchao inquired as he took the phone. Not at all. I am merely assisting you. It is clear to me that she still harbors some illusions about you, so I am helping you to disillusion her. By the way, she asked me to tell you that she did not intend to embarrass you today. She was unaware of your presence here, and she wishes to apologize, Su Kerson stated as she opened the car door. Wang Wenchao nodded, took a drag from his cigarette, and remained silent before settling into the passenger seat. Do you still have feelings for her? Su Kerson asked while driving. Why are you so inquisitive? Just focus on driving, Wang Wenchao shot back, shooting her a glare. Please, have you ever met a girl who isn't nosy? It's evident that you still love her, Su Kerson replied with a playful smile. Love? Nonsense. There isn't that much love left. It can barely be termed as lingering affection. Teo put it bluntly, even if you raise a dog for several years, you would develop some feelings, Wang Wenchao expressed, feeling somewhat agitated and unable to pinpoint the source of his irritation. That is a clever analogy, Su Kerson laughed heartily. Wang Wenchao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter as well. After dropping Wang Wenchao off at the entrance of the party school, Su Kerson drove away, leaving him to meander slowly back to his dormitory. The following day, Wang Wenchao's life at the party school commenced in its usual manner. To his surprise, this session included not only the usual discussions of party history and regulations, but also an array of additional subjects, such as several courses in economic management, in social relations, and even an English course. The introduction of these new subjects elicited mixed reactions. Naturally, the majority were discontented, as they had anticipated a more manageable curriculum with the few fixed courses, making examinations far less daunting. Now, with the addition of so many difficult subjects, those who had not engaged with academic material for quite some time felt a chill in their hearts. However, Wang Wenchao was pleased. Prior to his arrival, Hu Shuelon had informed him that as long as he dedicated himself to his studies at the party school, he would undoubtedly acquire a wealth of useful knowledge, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. Beyond his studies, Wang Wenchao also held the position of class monitor. Given that the class instructor, Dong Shiyu, was often absent, Wang Wenchao found himself burdened with her responsibilities, which had the silver lining of increasing his interactions with the school's faculty, allowing him to foster relationships with them. One day, while Wang Wenchao was attentively attending class, he was startled by the sudden ringing of his phone. Typically, mobile phones should remain on silent during lectures, and Wang Wenchao had always ensured his was muted beforehand. However, as he rarely received calls, he had gradually forgotten this routine. To his dismay, it rang loudly during class. Under the displeased gaze of the instructor, Wang Wenchao hurriedly retrieved his phone, intending to silence it, but hesitated upon seeing the incoming number. It was a call from his instructor, Dong Shiyu. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his hand to signal the teacher, and upon receiving a nod of approval, he stepped out of the classroom with his phone in hand. Senior, Wang Wenchao addressed respectfully. Wang Wenchao, this is urgent. I will be brief. I just received word that Deputy Secretary Liu from the Municipal Committee has arrived at our school to inspect the learning conditions of your cohort. I am currently out of town and cannot return. For now, you must wait outside the classroom. When Liu's secretary inquires about the class, you will respond. Additionally, remember that Liu's secretary is in disguise. Do not alert the other students and teachers. Let them continue their lessons as usual. If Liu's secretary expresses any dissatisfaction with the school, attribute the responsibility to me. This reflects my failure in my duties and is not your concern. I will clarify everything upon my return. Dong Shiyu instructed rapidly as soon as she picked up the call. It took Wang Wenchao a moment to process this information. The deputy secretary of the municipal committee? How significant of an official was that? He felt a surge of nervousness, as he had only ever encountered a town party secretary before. Is there a problem? Dong Shiyu inquired again, noticing his silence. No problem, Wang Wenchao stammered hesitantly. Good. I owe you a debt of gratitude. I will thank you in person when I return, she concluded before hanging up. Feeling somewhat dejected, Wang Wenchao stood outside the classroom, realizing that he had effectively become the acting class monitor. Just as he was contemplating this, a group of 5 or 6 individuals ascended the staircase, one of whom he recognized as the principal of the party school, who was trailing slightly behind another man, speaking quietly. Without needing to think, Wang Wenchao understood that this man was none other than Deputy Secretary Liu. After a moment's thought, Wang Wenchao approached respectfully, greeting, "Good day, Secretary Liu." Liu's secretary glanced at Wang Wenchao, smiling as he remarked, "You all have done an excellent job. You are waiting here for me. My covert inspection seems to have been quite ineffective." He jested with the principal before turning to Wang Wenchao, asking, "You are the responsible teacher for this class, correct?" "No, I am the class monitor. Our instructor, Dong, is unable to attend due to an unexpected matter," Wang Wenchao replied, feeling nervous but realizing there was no turning back. He had to face the situation head-on. After all, what was there to fear? Class monitor. "So, you are one of the students in this class," Liu's secretary remarked, furrowing his brow before standing by the window to glance into the classroom. He then asked, "What subject is currently being taught?" "We are studying political economics at the moment," Wang Wenchao answered truthfully. "Political economics," Liu's secretary repeated, nodding in acknowledgement. He then posed a seemingly unrelated question. "Is Su Kerson a student in this class? I haven't seen her around." Wang Wenchao's mind briefly short-circuited. How did Liu's secretary know Su Kerson's name? Nevertheless, he responded, "Su Kerson is unwell today and has taken leave to go home." "On leave?" Liu's secretary echoed, then chuckled lightly, casting another glance at the classroom before turning back and saying, "Come with me." Standing outside the window may disrupt their studies. With that, Liu's secretary led the way to the stairwell, while the principal quietly advised Wang Wenchao, "Speak freely, but be mindful of your words," before following suit. Chapter 52, Covert Visit, Part 1. Wang Wenchao momentarily stood in stunned silence before making his way over. "Political economics, is it? Pray tell, do you believe this discipline is worthy of study?" Secretary Liu inquired as Wang approached. "I believe it is, and indeed it is quite necessary," Wang Wenchao replied after a moment of contemplation. Uncertain of how to gauge the president's expectations, he felt it unwise to ask for clarification now. Thus, he decided to voice his genuine thoughts. "Oh? Do elaborate on how it is deemed necessary," Secretary Liu responded, a hint of surprise in his tone. Many students are, in fact, quite resistant to this subject. They think that studying at the party school should solely involve party history and regulations. However, I personally contend otherwise. The party school serves as a training ground for future leaders. Therefore, we must not only enhance the party consciousness of our cadres, but also bolster our professional competencies. In today's context, economic understanding stands as one of our paramount tasks. To excel as a party cadre and fulfill our duties effectively, one cannot afford to lack even a basic grasp of economics. Only when our party members comprehend the fundamental principles of economics can we better devise pertinent policies and adeptly steer the macroeconomic direction of our development. Hence, I firmly believe that the inclusion of this subject is essential. It embodies the very essence of what our party school aims to achieve in cultivating capable leaders, Wang Wenchao articulated, carefully organizing his thoughts. After finishing, he discreetly glanced at the president, relieved to catch a confirming smile. "Quite impressive indeed. This young man possesses a commendable level of awareness," Secretary Liu exclaimed heartily, patting Wang on the shoulder before turning to the president. "Some assert that our younger party cadres are rather frivolous, lacking in groundedness and political acumen. I beg to differ. What is your name, and where do you work?" Secretary Liu, having conversed with the president, redirected his gaze to Wang Wenchao. "My name is Wang Wenchao, and I work at the nursing home in Hongshan Town, under the Civil Affairs Office of the Hongshan Town government," Wang responded after a brief hesitation. "Hongshan Town, you say? Excellent, young man, I shall remember you. Study diligently and work hard. I look forward to the day when you cross my path again. Now, return to your class. Talents like you should be nurtured with utmost care at our party school," Secretary Liu concluded, addressing the president as he turned to leave. Watching Secretary Liu and his entourage depart, Wang Wenchao hastily wiped the sweat from his brow. Despite Secretary Lu's amiable demeanor, Wang felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, akin to standing at the foot of Mount Tai. It wasn't just his forehead. He sensed that his entire back had become thoroughly drenched. Of course, this scene was known only to a select few, including Wang Wenchao, while the others remained engrossed in their classes. Upon returning to the classroom, Wang suddenly recalled Secretary Lu's inquiry regarding why Su Kersen was absent. This led him to deduce that Su Kersen must possess an extraordinary status, as someone whose name could be remembered by a deputy secretary of the municipal committee is undoubtedly exceptional. Furthermore, her mother likely owns a 5-star hotel. Initially, Wang had regarded Su Kersen as merely affluent, but now he felt it more fitting to describe her as both wealthy and distinguished. Dong Shiyu had yet to return. However, Su Kersen had arrived at the party school first. As the afternoon class approached, Su Kersen entered the classroom and unreservedly strolled over to sit beside Wang Wenchao, glaring at him with indignation and ultimately rolling her eyes. Su Kersen's demeanor left Wang feeling quite perplexed. He wondered what offense he had committed against her, considering they had not seen each other for quite some time. "Miss Su, might you elucidate the meaning behind that eye roll you just bestowed upon me?" Wang Wenchao inquired softly. "You needn't ask. You know precisely what it means," Su Kersen retorted with irritation. "What could I possibly know? You entered and immediately rolled your eyes at me. We haven't seen each other in ages. If I were to offend you, I would at least need an opportunity to do so." Wang Wenchao expressed his growing frustration. "Let me ask you this. Did you, perchance, report to Deputy Secretary Lu about me?" Su Kersen glared at Wang. "Report? What are you talking about? When have I ever reported anything to Deputy Secretary Lu?" "Oh, right. He did inquire about you today, asking why you were absent from class. I simply mentioned that you were feeling unwell and had taken a leave of absence. I was merely covering for you, dear lady. Truly, no good deed goes unpunished. Please refrain from seeking my assistance in such matters again," Wang Wenchao replied, somewhat exasperated. "Yet the outcome remains the same. You couldn't possibly say I went to the restroom or that a teacher had summoned me for a chat, could you? With so many plausible excuses at your disposal, you chose none. This morning, I was out shopping with a group of friends when my father's urgent call compelled me to return. Then my mother called, scolding me without mercy, and ultimately, I had no choice but to scurry back to class." Su Kersen vented her frustration. Wang Wenchao's eyes widened. The conversation he had with Secretary Lu had somehow reached Su Kersen's parents. This could only imply one thing. Su Kersen's parents enjoyed a very close relationship with Deputy Secretary Lu. Wang could surmise the sequence of events. Deputy Secretary Lu, evidently familiar with Su Kersen, had sought her out, and when unable to locate her, he turned to Wang for information. Upon leaving, Lu must have called Su Kersen's father to discuss her absence from class, or perhaps it was her mother he contacted, prompting Su Kersen's return. Regardless of the specifics, it was clear that Su Kersen's parents were not merely ordinary individuals, but rather held significant stature. "How utterly ungrateful of you. I may not have significant achievements, but I certainly have endured hardships for you. I, a mere subordinate, had to fabricate a lie before the deputy secretary of the municipal committee on your behalf. Do you have any idea how nerve-wracking that was? Prior to this, the highest-ranking official I had ever encountered was our town's party secretary," Wang Wenchao lamented, feeling quite wronged. "A mistake is a mistake, and there are no excuses for it. However, considering your intentions were not ill, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption," Su Kersen replied leisurely. "What do you mean I made a mistake? And now you're offering me a chance for redemption?" Wang Wenchao exclaimed, incredulous. "Hey, are you not a man? You can't even admit to your error? I, a young lady, have forgiven you and am willing to offer you a chance to make amends, yet you still refuse to acknowledge your mistake," Su Kersen persisted, entangling him in her logic. Chapter 53, Covert Investigation, Part 2. All right, enough of that, dear sister. I admit my mistake and am willing to atone. What do you want me to do? Is it to help you with a leave of absence or roll call again? Witnessing the girl in such distress, and with the teacher entering the classroom, Wang Wenchao felt compelled to compromise with Su Kersen. In his view, Su Kersen's request was merely to help her skip class under the guise of providing cover. "Good, a man must keep his word. What I need you to do is quite simple. Come to my house for dinner tonight as my boyfriend." Upon hearing Wang Wenchao's agreement, Su Kersen's face instantly brightened with joy. "I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just dinner," Wang Wenchao said with a chuckle, flipping through his textbook. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed at a high volume, "What? Go to your house for dinner?" His astonishment was so profound that he momentarily forgot they were in class, resulting in a loud outburst that drew the attention of all his classmates and the teacher, who stared at him as if he were a creature from another world. "What are you babbling about? You're making a fool of yourself?" Su Kersen hissed, burying her face in her book in a fit of annoyance. Wang Wenchao's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly apologized to the teacher. Once the lesson resumed, the classroom gradually returned to its usual state. "Are you out of your mind, young lady? How long do you intend to play this game? The last time your mother looked at me, I thought she might as well have killed me. And now you want me to come to your house? You might as well just put me out of my misery." Wang Wenchao lamented, his expression one of despair. "Stop exaggerating. Is my mother really that terrifying? Besides, tonight's dinner is specifically at my mother's invitation, which means what? It signifies her approval of you. In other words, if you can convince my mother that we are genuinely in a relationship, she will cease pressuring me to marry that insufferable man. Wang Wenchao, my lifelong happiness rests in your hands. You must handle this wisely. I warn you. If it comes down to me actually marrying that man, I will run to you and take my own life, and I swear I will haunt you as a ghost. Su Kerson declared, her words spilling forth in a torrent. All right, I will go. I've only ever seen someone forced into fleeing a marriage, but never anyone coerced into being someone's boyfriend, Wang Wenchao conceded at last. Remember, it's all an act, understand? It's merely pretense, okay? Su Kerson shot him a glare. Of course it's pretense. If it were real, I would never agree to it, Wang Wenchao muttered under his breath. What did you say? Su Kerson glared at him with fury. Nothing. I was merely complimenting the teacher's lecture. Now, let us focus on the class, Wang Wenchao replied hastily, feigning a serious demeanor. Is it possible not to go? I have this nagging feeling that tonight's dinner has a bit of a Huangmin banquet vibe to it. Let us reconsider and see if there are any other options, Wang Wenchao cautiously suggested as they exited the classroom together after the afternoon lesson. Are you having second thoughts? Do you want me to drop dead right before your eyes? Su Kerson snapped back at him. Hearing this made Wang Wenchao's head spin, and he countered, how about we find someone else? My heart races uncontrollably at the mere thought of meeting your mother. I fear that my nerves may betray me. Do you think I am some kind of loose woman, changing boyfriends every few days? Su Kerson shot him a disdainful look. But this is just an act, Wang Wenchao murmured softly. Even if it's an act, you need to decide, are you going or not? If not, then drop it. A grown man should stop hesitating. Su Kerson was beginning to lose her patience with Wang Wenchao's indecisiveness. All right, I'll go. Wang Wenchao finally relented, feeling like he had no choice. Now that's more like it. Let us get in the car, Su Kerson said, her face lighting up with joy as they drove along. Wang Wenchao suddenly asked Su Kerson to pull over halfway through their journey. What's the matter? Su Kerson inquired as she parked by the roadside. Just wait here for a moment. I need to buy something quickly, Wang Wenchao replied before exiting the car and heading towards a nearby store. Given that he had agreed to pose as Su Kerson's boyfriend for the sake of meeting her parents, he felt it imperative not to arrive empty-handed. After all, one must put on a good show, and he couldn't afford to present something too meager. Despite his limited finances, he resolved to purchase the most expensive pack of cigarettes and the finest bottle of wine from the shop. Fortunately, the prices were not exorbitant. However, he still ended up spending all of his 3,000 yuan as he exited with his purchases. Wang Wenchao couldn't help but recall his previous visit to Li Jing's home, reflecting on how strikingly similar the two situations were, except that this time, he was merely doing a favor for a friend. When he returned to the car, Su Kerson's eyes widened at the sight of the cigarettes and wine in his hands. What are these for? For your parents, Wang Wenchao replied casually. Are you out of your mind? You, a mere civil servant, have little money to spare. Why buy such expensive items when they have no need for them? Su Kerson exclaimed in exasperation. My dear lady, could you at least commit to this charade properly? If I am to pretend to be your boyfriend, I cannot possibly show up empty-handed for my first visit. Even as just a regular friend, it is customary to bring something as a gesture of goodwill. Naturally, I cannot embarrass you by bringing something of poor quality, right? Ultimately, it is my heartfelt intention that matters. Now, let us get going, Wang Wenchao urged, pushing her to drive. No way. You shouldn't be spending so much money when you're not well off. You're helping me today, so let me cover the costs, Su Kerson insisted, rummaging through her wallet. That's just not fair. Even if I'm poor, I cannot let the first visit to a friend's home be without a small token. The monetary value is irrelevant. It's the thought that counts. If you offer me money, it would defeat the purpose, Wang Wenchao replied, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice, for he was quite stubborn. Seeing his seriousness, Su Kerson relented, driving with a twinge of guilt as she said, Wenchao, I'm truly sorry for the expense. Let us not dwell on it anymore, Wang Wenchao retorted, feeling a bit annoyed. Fine, I won't mention it again. You really are quite obstinate? Su Kerson rolled her eyes at him before continuing to drive. The car made its way towards the outskirts of the city and eventually entered a villa district at the edge of the urban area. Wang Wenchao gazed in awe at the sprawling villas, but then quickly came to terms with the situation, considering Su Kerson's mother. Thank you all for your support over the past half-month. The novel has now exceeded 100,000 words, and starting from the next chapter, it will be available for purchase. Please continue to support it.in the next chapter. What ambiguous situations will Wang Wenchao encounter as Su Kerson's boyfriend in the Su family? How will Su Kerson's mother perceive Wang Wenchao? Stay tuned for more. Chapter 54, The Pretend Boyfriend, Part 1. The car finally drove into the courtyard of one of the villas. Upon entering, Wang Wenchao began to feel a twinge of nervousness. Initially, he had been quite at ease, as it was all merely an act. There was nothing to fear. However, as they truly arrived at the courtyard, a sense of apprehension began to creep in. We're here, this is my home, Su Kerson announced as she exited the vehicle. Wait, could you first tell me who else is at your house? I'd like to be prepared, so I don't embarrass myself by calling the wrong names, Wang Wenchao inquired, holding her back. You really are quite thoughtful. Have you met your mother-in-law often, gaining some experience? Su Kerson teased. Your jest has struck a serious chord with me, Wang Wenchao replied, his expression darkening. All right, I was just joking. A big man like you shouldn't be so sensitive. There's no one else at home, just my mom and dad, and an aunt who works as our housekeeper. You've met my mom before, so she should be easy to recognize. Come on, Su Kerson said before stepping out of the car. Wang Wenchao pondered for a moment, then followed suit, grabbing his belongings and walking through the grand entrance alongside Su Kerson. Upon entering the living room, they spotted a man in his 50s seated on the sofa, wearing glasses and reading a newspaper. This is my dad, Su Kerson whispered, then called out to the man, Dad, I'm back. Oh, Kerson, you're back? The man exclaimed, promptly setting down his newspaper and turning to face them. His gaze swept over Wang Wenchao before he bestowed a warm smile upon him. Hello, uncle, Wang Wenchao responded respectfully, feeling his earlier tension dissipate by half due to the father's amiable demeanor. Dad, where's mom? Why isn't she here? Su Kerson glanced around, noticing her mother's absence. Oh, your mom had some business at the company and will be home a bit late. She is on her way back and should arrive shortly. Wang, please wait a moment. We'll start the meal once Kerson's mother returns, all right? The man said, smiling at Wang Wenchao. Of course, that sounds reasonable, Wang Wenchao replied, feeling somewhat flustered by the father's courtesy. The man nodded and then asked, I heard from Kerson's mom that you're the director of the nursing home, correct? It's a welfare institution, right? Uncle, I work within the government's civil affairs system at the township level, overseeing the nursing home, Wang Wenchao explained candidly. Oh, I see. Kerson's mother isn't very familiar with that system, so there may have been some miscommunication. Working at the township level can indeed be quite demanding, yet it is also a place that cultivates one's abilities, as it involves engaging with the grassroots, ordinary citizens, particularly those in rural areas with relatively low educational backgrounds, which adds to the complexity of the work. However, if one approaches it earnestly, it can be a place where one truly develops their skills. Su Kerson's father spoke in a calm, measured manner, still smiling. That is indeed the case. Wang Wenchao nodded in agreement, responding respectfully. I heard from Kerson that you're also studying at the party school? How's that going? What are your impressions of the experience? Su Kerson's father continued. Although he maintained a pleasant demeanor, Wang Wenchao couldn't shake the feeling of an imposing presence emanating from him. Dad, could you please discuss something else? You don't need to sound like a leader when we're at home. This is his first time here, Su Kerson interjected, likely concerned that her father's questions might put Wang Wenchao in an awkward position. No, I believe the party school is an excellent institution that enhances our ability to observe and address issues through the lens of Marxist principles, viewpoints, and methods. It helps us adapt to new circumstances, elevating our political consciousness and cultural literacy, strengthening our party spirit, and further enabling us to take on a pioneering role. Moreover, the party school has introduced various new courses, such as economics and sociology, which significantly bolster our professional competencies. Personally, I feel that my time at the party school has been incredibly enriching, Wang Wenchao replied hastily, finding himself unconsciously responding to Su Kerson's father as if reporting to a superior, which lent his words a bureaucratic tone. Su Kerson's father chuckled and nodded, saying, Indeed. Recognizing this is commendable, and it aligns with the very purpose of establishing the party school. I have always taught Kerson that the party school serves as an excellent opportunity for young comrades like you to recharge. Make sure to cherish it. Do not think of it merely as a means to obtain a diploma, for it is a place where one can learn extensively. All right, Dad. There you go again. You're starting to sound like Mom, always lecturing, Su Kerson quickly interrupted her father. Just then, the sound of a car pulling into the driveway could be heard. Look, speak of the devil, your mother has arrived, Su Kerson's father laughed heartily. With that, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed as Su Kerson's mother entered the living room. Upon seeing her, Wang Wenchao immediately stood up, respectfully addressing her. Hello, Auntie. Oh, you're here, Lie. Are the dishes ready? If so, let us eat, Su Kerson's mother said, casting a fleeting glance at Wang Wenchao before directing her inquiry towards the housekeeper in the kitchen. Observing the dismissive demeanor of Su Kerson's mother, Wang Wenchao felt a surge of indignation, yet more so, he speculated that his forthcoming mission might not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. Xiao Wang, I apologize. My wife's nature is simply like that. She is not just this way with you, but also with me and Kerson. Please do not take it to heart. Su Kerson's father stood up, still smiling at Wang Wenchao, then added, Come, let us eat. At that moment, Su Kerson also offered Wang Wenchao an apologetic expression. As the family gathered around the dining table, Su Kerson purposefully seated herself next to Wang Wenchao. Kerson, come over here. Don't you know that a young lady should at least have a modicum of modesty? Su Kerson's mother admonished, glaring at her daughter. Chapter 55. The Pretend Boyfriend, Part 2. Wang Wenchao's eyes widened in disbelief, internally questioning the severity of the situation, thinking it rather excessive. This scene evoked a sense of déjà vu within him, reminiscent of his earlier visit to Li Jing's home, where the circumstances bore a striking resemblance to the current predicament. Mom, what is wrong with me sitting here? Since when is it improper? Have you ever heard a mother speak of her daughter in such a manner? Su Kerson exclaimed, her eyes blazing as she slammed her chopsticks onto the table. Did I say anything incorrect? Su Kerson's mother asserted, her authoritative demeanor evident. All right, let us just eat. Stop arguing. Sitting there is not sitting at all, Su Kerson's father interjected, initiating the meal while attempting to mediate. No, you must come over here, Su Kerson's mother insisted emphatically. Observing the unfolding drama, Wang Wenchao finally grasped what Su Kerson had previously conveyed. Her mother was the type of person who insisted on her own views, refusing to accept dissent. Kerson, just go sit over there. Wang is hungry too. The sooner you sit down, the sooner we eat, her father urged, playing the peacemaker, his gaze fixed on his plate, likely accustomed to these mother-daughter confrontations. Reluctantly, Su Kerson acquiesced and moved to her mother's side, and the meal commenced, the earlier altercation serving as a mere appetizer. Wang Wenchao, is it? Allow me to inquire, how much do you earn working at that nursing home each month? Su Kerson's mother questioned, her tone decidedly unfriendly, as Wang Wenchao had barely taken 2 bites. Though Wang Wenchao was quite famished, it was clear that he could not continue eating under these circumstances. He set down his chopsticks and respectfully replied, my salary, along with all allowances, totals just over 3,000. In truth, he had slightly exaggerated. The actual amount was less than 3,000. Do you, as the director, have any additional sources of income? Su Kerson's mother pressed on, her brow furrowed in scrutiny. Additional income? Wang Wenchao was momentarily perplexed, wondering if she was inquiring about a second job. I mean illicit income, Su Kerson's mother clarified, her impatience palpable. Is it appropriate to ask such a question? He is a civil servant. Where would he acquire illicit income? Su Kerson's father interjected, visibly irked, placing his chopsticks down and glaring at Su Kerson's mother. How could that be? Do you think every civil servant is as narrow-minded as you? If civil servants had no illicit income, who would take on the role? Su Kerson's mother countered, redirecting her ire towards her husband. You are utterly unreasonable. Do you not fear leading your child astray? I am full. You all can continue eating, Su Kerson's father declared, rising from the table in frustration. What a closed-minded person, Su Kerson's mother muttered as she watched her husband leave, then turned to Wang Wenchao, urging him to continue. There is no illicit income, Wang Wenchao replied quietly. So, your total monthly income is merely 3,000, correct? Su Kerson's mother tightened her expression further. Yes, Wang Wenchao nodded. Only 3,000? What makes you think you are worthy of courting my Kerson? Do you have any idea how much this outfit of hers costs? Let me tell you, your entire monthly salary wouldn't even cover a single piece of clothing for her. How do you intend to support her? Su Kerson's mother asserted bluntly, her words cutting deeply. Mom, what kind of logic is that? Su Kerson exclaimed, her anger directed at her mother. Do not interrupt. I am not addressing you. Su Kerson's mother dismissed her daughter, then turned back to Wang Wenchao. What are your future aspirations? For instance, when do you plan to become a department-level official? By what age do you intend to reach a bureau-level position? Wang Wenchao's eyes widened once more. To Su Kerson's mother, these positions seemed as common as cabbages, as if they were readily attainable. I haven't really thought that far ahead. My current focus is on performing my duties diligently and advancing step by step, Wang Wenchao replied cautiously. Step by step? How long will that take? What if you spend your entire life at that nursing home? Is my daughter supposed to marry a nursing home director? You have no ambition. What gives you the right to pursue my daughter? Su Kerson's mother stated, her tone increasingly harsh. Upon hearing this, a surge of indignation welled up within Wang Wenchao. His anger was not truly directed at Su Kerson's mother. Rather, he was overwhelmed by the painful overlap of memories and reality, perceiving her as a reflection of Li Jing's mother from his past, and a sense of grievance began to spread within him. Enough? Su Kerson could no longer tolerate the situation. She stood up and declared, Mom, you are going too far. Am I going too far? In what way? Have I said anything incorrect? You claim you desire freedom in marriage. Fine, I have respected your wishes. You speak of Wang Wenchao's virtues daily, so I afforded you the courtesy of inviting him to dinner. Yet, upon inquiry, I discover it is all a facade. With such financial circumstances, how do you expect to live with him? There is a saying, poverty-stricken couples have a multitude of woes. Do you understand? You are my daughter. How can you possibly marry a poor boy? How am I to hold my head high? What will become of my reputation? Therefore, I retract my previous statements. Your marriage must be decided by me. Su Kerson's mother continued her tirade. Tears streamed down Su Kerson's cheeks as she suddenly mocked, Your reputation? In your eyes, my happiness is worth less than your pride. This is not about pride. Do you genuinely believe you could find happiness earning a mere 3,000 a month? Eating will become a struggle. Su Kerson's mother attempted to shift the narrative. Is happiness not independent of money? Furthermore, only I can determine my happiness. How can you presume to know whether I would be unhappy? I love him, and I love him alone. Even if we marry, I will be living life with him, not with money. Yes, you are correct. Financial stability is important, but I believe you have misplaced your priorities. In marriage, love is paramount, while wealth is secondary. With love, we can strive to earn money. But what good is wealth without love? Can love be purchased with money? Su Kersin passionately debated with her mother. Naive, utterly naive. Do you think you will find happiness with a man who cannot even provide for his wife? I ask you, where will you live after marriage? Will you feed your children? How will you ensure they receive a quality education? Have you contemplated these questions? Su Kersin's mother persisted. Meanwhile, Wang Wenchao sat there like a spectator, his gaze fixed on the bowl of rice in front of him, absorbed in thought. Chapter 56, I Am Pregnant, Part 1. Su Kersin finally shook her head and said softly, "Forget it, I no longer wish to argue with you. You will never comprehend the essence of my words nor grasp my thoughts. Our values diverge greatly. I must remind you, you are my mother, and I respect your opinions. However, marriage is a personal affair, and the decision of with whom to be or not to be is mine alone. Today, I declare that my heart belongs solely to Wang Wenchao. I love him, and I will marry him alone. Furthermore, I am already pregnant with Wenchao's child, Do as you see fit. Now, let us go out to eat." Upon finishing her declaration, Su Kersin seized Wang Wenchao's hand and pulled him outside. Wang Wenchao, taken aback, widened his eyes, unable to process what had just transpired. Su Kersin's mother, equally stunned by her daughter's revelation, stared in disbelief as Su Kersin dragged Wang Wenchao out. Only when they reached the car did Wang Wenchao regain his senses and shouted at Su Kersin, "Su Kersin, this joke has gone too far." After saying this, he attempted to head back to Su Kersin's home, but she held him back. "What are you doing?" Su Kersin inquired. "Obviously, I need to clarify things with your mother." Wang Wenchao replied, a hint of urgency in his tone. "Clarify? Are you insane? If you go in there now, my mother will surely tear you apart. If you wish to survive, you should leave immediately," Su Kersin insisted, pushing Wang Wenchao into the car before moving to the driver's seat and starting the engine. Just as they pulled away, Su Kersin's mother rushed out, her face ashen with fury, but Su Kersin pressed the accelerator and sped off. "Miss, do you think today's joke was a bit too extravagant?" Wang Wenchao asked Su Kersin once more. "Not at all. You've witnessed my mother's true nature. She is a quintessential dictator. She won't relent unless I adopt a more forceful approach," Su Kersin replied casually. However, as she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Upon seeing this, Wang Wenchao sighed and handed her a tissue from the car, saying, "Let it go. There's no need to remain angry with your mother. She genuinely wants what's best for you and seeks your happiness, just like any mother would. I can empathize with her perspective. In this society, one cannot advance without financial means. You are not the only one with a mother who thinks this way. I have encountered at least 2 others. This is sheer materialism. As a businesswoman, she views everything in this world as commodities to be exchanged for money. That is the aspect I find most intolerable," Su Kersin retorted indignantly. Hearing this, Wang Wenchao could only smile, realizing it was inappropriate to take sides in a mother-daughter dispute. "I truly apologize for subjecting you to such unpleasantness today and for putting you through this farce, all without even enjoying a proper meal. Allow me to treat you to dinner. What would you like to eat?" Su Kersin paused, then smiled at Wang Wenchao. "Anything will do, to be honest. I am quite hungry," Wang Wenchao replied candidly, not bothering to be polite. Although Wang Wenchao suggested a casual meal, it was evident that Su Kersin was not one to settle for anything less than exquisite. Ultimately, they chose a rather upscale restaurant for their dinner. Seated in a private room, they resumed their meal, and it was clear that this dinner brought Wang Wenchao much more joy than the previous one. "Wang Wenchao, do you think I am a bit childish, always causing a ruckus?" Su Kersin suddenly asked, gazing at him. "Huh? What do you mean?" Wang Wenchao inquired, bewildered. "Stop pretending to be clueless. You know exactly what I am referring to, my request for you to feign being my boyfriend, even to the extent of pretending to be pregnant." Su Kersin shot him a sardonic glance. "Ah, you mean that?" Wang Wenchao hesitated before asking, "Do you wish to hear the truth or a lie? Are you trying to be foolish? If I wanted to hear a lie, why would I even ask you?" Su Kersin retorted, feigning anger. "Then I shall speak candidly. Yes, your actions regarding this matter do seem rather juvenile. It is not typical behavior for a reasonable person. Do not look at me like that. You asked for honesty. However, in dealing with a mother like yours, anyone would be at a loss for how to respond. Your unconventional approach may indeed be a viable solution. At least your mother's current attitude is not as rigid as it once was. Ultimately, you have identified a critical point in managing your mother's behavior. You are her daughter, and she cannot entirely disregard you nor your well-being. Nevertheless, to sum it up, you are still acting childishly, albeit your antics may yield results. You leave me with the impression of a child who has yet to mature," Wang Wenchao stated frankly. "Perhaps I truly am immature. I recognize this as a flaw in my character. My mischief has persisted since childhood. I once sought counsel from a psychologist, who concluded that my mother's oppressive policies instigated a rebellious mindset within me. The tighter she clamped down, the more unruly I became. Although I am aware this is unwise, I sometimes find it impossible to rein myself in. However, in this instance, I do not feel I have erred. I firmly believe I am in the right. As long as she interferes in my romantic affairs, I will sustain my relationship with you. If she pushes me to the brink, I might just genuinely become pregnant to show her, Su Kerson asserted through gritted teeth. What? Actually pregnant? With me? Wang Wenchao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Su Kerson realized her blunder and promptly stomped on Wang Wenchao's foot, retorting, Of course not. Do you really take my words at face value? How am I to discern which of your statements are true and which are false? Su Kerson, I have done all I can as a friend. I have thoroughly offended your mother. Promise me you won't involve me again. I swear I will never step foot in your house again. This glorious task is better left to someone else. Playing this game is more thrilling than bungee jumping, and my heart is not well suited for such excitement, Wang Wenchao declared resolutely. Come on, be a good sport and see it through. You cannot abandon me halfway. Never mind, we can discuss it again when the need arises, Su Kerson said, then asked, Where are you headed next? Back to school. Where else would I go? Wang Wenchao replied while continuing to eat. Why are you returning to school so early? There's no television there. Come on, let us go to a bar for a while, and I will escort you back later, Su Kerson immediately suggested. Chapter 57. I am pregnant. Part 2. Never mind. I've experienced enough stimulation for one day. It would be best for me to return home and retire to bed early for some peace and quiet. Besides, after your visit to the bar, will you even be able to drive me home? Please don't tell me you're planning to drive under the influence. I truly appreciate your good intentions. Wang Wenchao firmly declined, genuinely yearning to return to his slumber. As he stated, the day's events had indeed been rather overwhelming, necessitating a period of respite. It's my birthday tomorrow, Su Kerson stated directly. That's tomorrow? Wang Wenchao responded, momentarily taken aback. Are you daft? Who celebrates their birthday at any time other than midnight? Wang Wenchao, are you still my friend? I've already informed a few of my friends that we would be meeting at the bar tonight, and I told them you would be joining us. You wouldn't want to let me down, would you? I know you wouldn't do that, right? Seeing that her direct approach was ineffective, Su Kerson softened her tone. Realizing he could hardly refuse her birthday celebration, Wang Wenchao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, despite his sincere reluctance to attend. Su Kerson beamed with joy upon his acquiescence and immediately produced her phone to make a call. Hey, everyone, according to our plan, have you all arrived? Great, just wait for me, I'll be there shortly, she exclaimed before hanging up. Weren't you just saying it was all settled? Wang Wenchao felt he had fallen victim to her scheme once again. Indeed, it was all arranged, the venue and the attendees confirmed. I merely needed to notify them of the timing. Now, let us go. They've already arrived. They're my good friends, and all are stunning beauties, so try not to drool, Su Kerson said with a mischievous grin. Wang Wenchao shook his head, choosing silence, and then stood to settle the bill. What are you doing? Didn't we agree that I would treat you? Wang Wenchao, you're making me lose face. Su Kerson exclaimed in frustration, realizing she was slower than him to react. I'm not accustomed to having a woman pay for my meal, Wang Wenchao chuckled, inquiring about the bill from the waiter, who informed him it was 320. Wang Wenchao genuinely thought it was quite expensive but felt too embarrassed to voice his concerns. Having already eaten, he reached into his wallet only to discover that the few remaining 10 yuan notes reminded him that all his cash had been spent on gifts for Su Kerson's parents. Feeling quite embarrassed, he turned to Su Kerson and said, However, this time I'll have to make an exception. I forgot my card. Could you lend me a little? I promise to repay you next time. Although Wang Wenchao delivered this line with a casual air, he was indeed very embarrassed, his face slightly flushed. Upon hearing this, Su Kerson quickly deduced the reason and said nothing, instead retrieving cash from her own purse to cover the expenses. Once in the car, she opened her wallet and handed Wang Wenchao a substantial stack of 100 yuan bills, stating, Here is some money to tide you over. Just return it when you're able. What are you doing? There's no need for that. I merely forgot my card. You don't think I'm broke, do you? Wang Wenchao awkwardly declined. Take it. A grown man shouldn't leave home without any money. This isn't a gift. It's a loan, to be repaid, Su Kerson assuredly considered Wang Wenchao's pride. Wang Wenchao smiled, fully aware of Su Kerson's intentions. However, he felt compelled to relent as he suddenly recognized a serious issue. His future financial situation appeared precarious. After some contemplation, he accepted the money, taking 10 bills for himself and returning the remainder to Su Kerson, saying, This should suffice. I'll repay you when I get my next paycheck. Su Kerson watched him, feeling deeply moved. Individuals of her standing often treated money as a mere flow, with little regard for its significance. Yet, through her interactions with Wang Wenchao, she grasped the importance of money to him. His willingness to spend every last yuan for the sake of assisting her parents warmed her heart. She thought to herself, this man, despite having nearly depleted his resources, remained cheerful, and they were merely acquaintances. Choosing not to press the matter further, Su Kerson accepted the money back and began to drive. understanding that a man's pride is paramount, especially for someone as principled and stubborn as Wang Wenchao. I apologize, but I won't be able to get you a birthday gift today, Wang Wenchao remarked after some thought, smiling. You've already done me a tremendous favor today. Your efforts far exceed any birthday gift, Su Kersen replied. Wang Wenchao assumed she was referring to his pretense of being her boyfriend, while in truth, Su Kersen was alluding to his willingness to spend his last resources on her parents' gifts. Upon arriving at the bar, Su Kersen parked the car and both alighted. Honestly, girls should avoid bars. Such places can be rather perilous, Wang Wenchao advised Su Kersen before they entered. Rest assured, this is a classy bar, merely a venue for drinking, chatting, and singing. Not the chaotic scene you imagine, Su Kersen assured him with a smile as they stepped inside. Have they arrived? Su Kersen inquired of a server upon entering. They've been here for a while, waiting for you, the server replied, evidently familiar with Su Kersen. Let us order 2 bottles of red wine, and the usual fruit platters. By the way, do you drink red wine? Su Kersen turned to Wang Wenchao. I'll stick to beer. I'm not particularly fond of red wine. I'm rather pedestrian, Wang Wenchao admitted without pretense. Add a dozen beers to the order, and let us hurry it along, Su Kersen said, leading Wang Wenchao further inside. The bar indeed resembled Su Kersen's description. There was none of the raucous music or couples entwined in embraces typical of most bars. Instead, there was soft music and gentle conversations. Although the establishment was bustling, patrons were scattered in small groups, engaged in quiet dialogue, creating a pleasant atmosphere that Wang Wenchao appreciated, as he was not one to enjoy loud environments. Hey there, darling, were you waiting long? Su Kersen greeted as she approached a round table, embracing one of the girls. At the table were only 2 girls, and Wang Wenchao could see only one of their faces from his vantage point. Nevertheless, he now believed Su Kersen's earlier claim that the girls she was meeting were indeed stunning. While he couldn't discern their figures, the beauty of the one in view was enough to captivate him completely. She was undeniably gorgeous. Wang Wenchao swallowed hard, a natural physiological response he could not suppress. Chapter 58, I Am Pregnant, Part 3, Arriving So Late. How was the battle with your mother today? Who emerged victorious? By the way, is this handsome gentleman your boyfriend? A proper introduction is in order. Hello, handsome. The girl opposite Wang Wenchao first addressed Su Kersen, then extended her hand in greeting to Wang Wenchao. I almost forgot to introduce you too, Su Kersen said, promptly rising to stand beside Wang Wenchao. This is the stunning Fang Yu, and despite her youthful appearance, she holds the esteemed position of deputy editor at the newspaper. Su Kersen began with the beautiful woman who had just greeted Wang Wenchao, and he returned a friendly nod and smile. Next, Su Kersen placed her hand on the shoulder of the girl she had just embraced and continued. This magnificent beauty is Xiao Yuhan, a bona fide returnee who once held an executive position at a publicly listed company. This year, she has returned to establish her own foreign trade enterprise. After Su Kersen completed her introduction, Xiao Yuhan stood up, turned to greet Wang Wenchao, but as she did so, both Wang Wenchao and Xiao Yuhan widened their eyes, staring at each other in disbelief. Upon seeing Xiao Yuhan's extraordinary face, Wang Wenchao was struck by a deep sense of familiarity, and soon he completely recalled who she was. It would not be difficult for anyone to guess that this Xiao Yuhan was the very woman with whom Wang Wenchao had shared a chaotic one-night affair. Likewise, Xiao Yuhan recognized Wang Wenchao, her eyes filled with fury, which was quickly shrouded by a veil of indignation. Wang Wenchao was acutely aware of the source of Xiao Yuhan's anger, yet he felt a profound sense of guilt. Hey, what is going on between you two? Don't tell me it's love at first sight. I must remind you, Xiao Yuhan, that he is currently my boyfriend. Even rabbits don't eat from the same burrow, so tread carefully, Su Kersen teased, observing the expressions on their faces. Upon hearing Su Kersen's words, Xiao Yuhan visibly snapped back to reality, and a faint smile appeared on her face as she softly greeted Wang Wenchao, hello. However, Wang Wenchao could discern how forced that smile was. And this, as I mentioned, is my boyfriend. Haha, my classmate from the party school, Wang Wenchao, who, like me, is a civil servant, Su Kersen continued her introduction. Handsome, how did it feel to meet the future mother-in-law? I hope you weren't scared off. Fang Yu immediately chimed in with a smile directed at Wang Wenchao. Wang Wenchao chuckled and, settling into his chair, replied, first and foremost, let me clarify that Su Kersen and I are merely friends. I'm just helping her out. Would you entertain the thought of transforming that relationship into something more than just ordinary? Fang Yu winked at Wang Wenchao, clearly teasing him. You sly vixen. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Kersen exclaimed, playfully tapping Fang Yu on the head. To your question, I genuinely don't know how to respond. It seems that whether I say I want to or not, it would be inappropriate, Wang Wenchao smiled, yet his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Yuhan, who sat there with a stiff expression, her eyes still brimming with anger. Wanting or not wanting is simple. Don't tell me you have no feelings for our beautiful vixen, Su Kersen. Fang Yu continued to laugh heartily, clearly a lively girl. Amidst the company of such delightful young women, Wang Wenchao felt that his standards of beauty would surely ascend to new heights. At that moment, the drinks arrived. Su Kersen, why did you order beer? Fang Yu inquired. It was my choice. I'm quite the ordinary person, so I can't quite appreciate the elegance of red wine. Beer is more to my taste, Wang Wenchao answered himself. How refreshingly honest. Much better than those men who, despite not even understanding the history of red wine, pretend to swirl their glasses and savor the flavor. Cheers, handsome. Fang Yu offered Wang Wenchao a thumbs up and, after pouring herself a drink, raised her glass to clink with his. Wang Wenchao smiled and also poured himself a glass of beer to toast with Fang Yu, then remarked, "Could we refrain from calling me handsome? It gives me the impression of being flirted with." "I think that statement is flirting with me." Fang Yu paused before responding with a laugh. "That is certainly not the case," Wang Wenchao replied. Although he was sharp-tongued, he was no match for a lawyer's wit. Wang Wenchao had been focusing on Xiao Yuhan, noticing her continued discontent. He poured himself another glass of beer and offered it to her, saying, "Miss Xiao, I toast to you." Xiao Yuhan, already furious at the sight of Wang Wenchao, became even more incensed when he casually offered her a drink. She glared at him, retorting, "Why should I drink with you? Who do you think you are?" As those words left her lips, both Fang Yu and Su Kersen widened their eyes in shock. In their memory, Xiao Yuhan was a bright and gentle girl. What had come over her today? This unexpected behavior surprised them greatly. The only one unfazed was Wang Wenchao. He had already braced himself for Xiao Yuhan's ire. "Yuhan, what is wrong with you?" Su Kersen frowned, clearly displeased with Xiao Yuhan's attitude. Wang Wenchao was her friend, and Xiao Yuhan's lack of regard for him reflected poorly on Su Kersen as well, inciting her anger. Xiao Yuhan regretted her words as soon as they left her mouth, and upon seeing Su Kersen's displeasure, her remorse deepened. She puzzled over her own reaction. She typically possessed excellent self-control, so why did this fellow throw her into such disarray? "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Here, let me toast to you." Xiao Yuhan quickly poured herself a drink, offered Wang Wenchao a smile, and took a sip. "Su Kersen, you haven't yet shared the outcome of your meeting with your mother today. Was it good or bad?" Xiao Yuhan inquired directly after her drink, not even glancing at Wang Wenchao. "Ah, don't even mention it. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. That I'm fine, but I feel terribly guilty for dragging Wang Wenchao into this." Su Kersen's expression darkened, her earlier joy fading like a wilted flower. "What happened? Did she explode again?" Fang Yu chimed in, clearly familiar with Su Kersen's mother. This exchange revealed the deep bond among the three young women. Su Kersen nodded, then began to recount the events of that evening in detail, including all of Wang Wenchao's actions. Wang Wenchao took on the role of an attentive listener, quietly sipping his drink as he absorbed their conversation. Chapter 59, Best Friends, Part 1. Is it true? Your mother is exceptionally formidable this time, isn't she? It seems that this counterfeit boyfriend role is quite challenging, Fang Yu remarked sympathetically towards Wang Wenchao, though her words were directed at Su Kersen. "Never mind that. Let's change the subject. Tomorrow is Kersen's birthday. We should discuss something else. Fang Yu, why didn't I see you singing today? This is quite uncharacteristic of your usual karaoke-loving self," Xiao Yuhan interjected, smiling at Fang Yu. "I would love to sing, but it's rather dull to sing alone, don't you think? How is it that I possess such a splendid voice yet am surrounded by two tone-deaf individuals? By the way, Wang Wenchao, can you sing?" Fang Yu inquired, shifting her gaze toward Wang Wenchao. "I can manage a few songs, but I tend to be off-key," Wang Wenchao admitted with a hint of embarrassment. "Well, that is still better than these two who would rather die than sing. Come on, join me for a song," Fang Yu declared, leading the way to the center of the bar without waiting for Wang Wenchao's agreement. In the middle of the bar stood two microphones accompanied by two high stools, a setup for aspiring singers to choose a song and perform. However, the absence of loud music meant that those who were not confident in their singing abilities generally refrained from participating. No one wished to embarrass themselves in front of an audience. "Wait, are we really doing this?" Wang Wenchao exclaimed, astonished as he watched Fang Yu stride forward. "Just accompany her for one song. She loves to sing and does it well, that it's unfortunate that she has stuck with two tone-deaf companions like us. If you don't sing with her today, she'll surely hold it against you later," Su Kersen joked, smiling. Wang Wenchao felt compelled to join her, albeit apprehensive about singing in such a public setting, which was fundamentally different from the private atmosphere of a karaoke room. Ultimately, he made his way over. "What shall we sing?" Wang Wenchao inquired, then added, "I truly am not very good. If I ruin your performance, don't blame me. Rest assured, if I could be easily swayed by you, then my title as the karaoke queen would be meaningless. The worse you sing, the more it highlights my vocal prowess. Wouldn't you agree?" "What duets do you know?" Fang Yu replied, unabashedly. "I only know a few older songs," Wang Wenchao confessed candidly. Recently, he had become somewhat disconnected from contemporary music, so he was certain he wouldn't recognize any recent hits. "Then let us choose a classic. How about Hiroshima Love Song?" Fang Yu asked directly. Upon hearing the title, Wang Wenchao's expression shifted noticeably. This was a song he and Li Jing used to duet every time they visited karaoke, a song that held significant emotional weight for him. He hesitated to bring it up, as it was intertwined with countless memories. After a moment of contemplation, he forced a smile and replied, "I know a bit. All right then, let us go with this one. If it's too easy, how will I showcase my karaoke skills?" Fang Yu quipped playfully before seizing the microphone. Hiroshima Love Song had long been a favorite at karaoke venues, a timeless classic that was cherished by many. As the familiar introduction began to play, a flood of memories surged through Wang Wenchao's mind, transporting him back to his student days. The woman beside him seemed to morph into the one he once believed would accompany him through life. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met with the stark reality that everything had changed. As the prelude reached its peak, Wang Wenchao instinctively grasped the microphone and began to sing. You should have rejected me long ago, should not have indulged my pursuits, gifting me with tales of desire, leaving behind an unforgettable name. Unlike other songs, Wang Wenchao found himself immersed in nostalgia while performing this piece. As he sang, many were taken aback, including Fang Yu, as well as Su Kerson and Xiao Yuhan, who were watching from below. They had anticipated a lackluster performance, but were astonished to discover Wang Wenchao's exceptional talent. They could hardly tell if it was him singing or if the original track was playing. In fact, they felt that Wang Wenchao infused even more emotion into the song than the original artist. Once Wang Wenchao finished, Fang Yu seamlessly took over, giving him a thumbs up as she sang. Wang Wenchao smiled back, though his heart felt heavy, particularly while listening to this song. I never expected Wang Wenchao to sing so well, Su Kerson remarked, pleased, to Xiao Yuhan. Indeed, Xiao Yuhan responded, equally surprised, but merely offered a non-committal affirmation to Su Kerson's praise. Shortly after, Xiao Yuhan queried, Kerson, why do I get the feeling that you and Wang Wenchao are more than just ordinary friends? You're not seriously considering him as a boyfriend, are you? What are you talking about? We are just friends, all right? Su Kerson interrupted, though she quickly added with a smile, but I suppose having a boyfriend like him wouldn't be too bad. Are you joking? Please don't tell me you've genuinely developed feelings for him, Xiao Yuhan exclaimed, her tone tinged with concern. After all, Wang Wenchao was the man who had taken her virginity. How could he possibly become her best friend's boyfriend? Su Kerson was taken aback by Xiao Yuhan's outburst, her brows furrowing in confusion. Why are you making such a fuss? I was merely joking. We've only just met. But even if I did like him, you shouldn't be this shocked. I just think you two are not a suitable match, Xiao Yuhan insisted. Why not? Do tell, Su Kerson pressed, intrigued. Because, Xiao Yuhan struggled to find the words, ultimately saying, I'll explain later. I need to use the restroom first. With that, she hurried off. At that moment, Wang Wenchao and Fang Yu concluded their song, which elicited spontaneous applause from the audience. The applause made Wang Wenchao feel quite bashful, prompting him to exit the stage quickly, while Fang Yu remained, smiling and thanking everyone before gracefully making her way down. Chapter 60, Best Friends, Part 2. As Wang Wenchao descended, he happened to catch a glimpse of Xiao Yuhan making her way towards the restroom. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to follow her in that direction. Seductress, just look at you. You've stirred up a frenzy among all those hormonal losers down there. What a transgression, Su Kerson jested as she saw Fang Yu approach. The one stealing the spotlight isn't me, but your little boyfriend. Kerson, may I discuss something with you? Fang Yu said as she took a seat. What is it? When did you start treating me with such formality? Su Kerson replied, intrigued. How about you let me have your boyfriend? I think I'm starting to develop feelings for him, Fang Yu teased. Adopting a mock-serious expression, Su Kerson paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing Fang Yu was merely joking. She playfully pinched Fang Yu and retorted, What do you mean my boyfriend? We just friends, okay? Really just friends? Are you certain? Fang Yu pressed further. Absolutely certain, no doubt about it. Why? Su Kerson asserted with conviction. That's your own claim, so don't regret it later. Since you're merely friends, I'm free to pursue him. Initially, I felt a bit guilty, but now that you've said that, I feel completely unburdened. Fang Yu continued her playful banter. Go to hell. The two engaged in lighthearted scuffling. Wang Wenchao stood in the corridor leading to the restroom, lighting a cigarette without actually entering. The restroom had a hand-washing area in the middle, with the men's room to the left and the women's to the right. He waited for Xiao Yuhan, aware that she wished to keep their affair concealed from Fang Yu and Su Kerson. Otherwise, she would have unleashed her wrath upon him earlier. After taking a few puffs of his cigarette, Xiao Yuhan emerged from the ladies' room. Upon seeing Wang Wenchao waiting for her, she glared at him with indignation before washing her hands and briskly walking past him towards the exit. Yuhan, Wang Wenchao called out urgently. Please show some respect. It seems our relationship has not yet reached the point where you can address me in such a familiar manner. Xiao Yuhan snapped, halting and turning to glare at him. I am sorry, that wasn't my intention at Miss Xiao. I sincerely apologize for what happened that night. Wang Wenchao began to explain, but was abruptly interrupted. What about that night? There was no such night, Wang Wenchao. If you dare mention it again, I swear I will kill you, Xiao Yuhan retorted, her anger palpable. I won't mention it again. I truly meant no harm. I simply wanted to express my apologies. Additionally, here's the money I owe you, he said, pulling out a 100 yuan note he had prepared in advance and offering it to her. Xiao Yuhan eyed the note with disdain, snatching it from his hand and tossing it into a nearby trash can. Disgusting, she stated bluntly. Wang Wenchao, incensed by her actions, clenched his fists but took a deep breath before responding. Miss Xiao, I acknowledge that I was at fault that night. As a man, I bear an undeniable responsibility in this matter. However, it is crucial to note that we were both intoxicated. and there was no coercion involved. Furthermore, I am willing to accept responsibility for my actions, regardless of the compensation you require, even if it sounds absurd. This is my apology. I have not evaded my obligations. You refuse to provide any of your information, leaving me no choice but to offer you my name and workplace address, yet you never showed up. I am not attempting to absolve myself of guilt. Rather, I wish to convey my willingness to take responsibility. However, if you continue to treat me with such disdain and hostility, there is little I can do beyond what I am capable of. If you remain unsatisfied, I reiterate my initial statement. You may accuse me of assault, given that your friend is a lawyer. Finally, I sincerely apologize once more. After delivering his words, Wang Wenchao turned to leave. Stop right there, Xiao Yuhan called after him. Just as he had taken a few steps, he complied, standing still and asking, what is it? I'm telling you, let us consider this matter settled. Do not utter another word of apology, and do not reappear in my life. I have nearly managed to forget this incident, and your presence is repulsive to me. Please, forget this ever happened, and do not speak of it to anyone. If you dare inform Kursin, I will not hesitate to kill you, Xiao Yuhan warned fiercely. Wang Wenchao paused for a long moment before responding with a single word, fine, and then walked away. As he left resolutely, Xiao Yuhan felt an unexpected pang of discomfort wash over her, akin to striking a pillow with a heavy blow. It is a common sentiment. One may harbor intense animosity towards someone, and despite scolding or striking them, they persist in clinging to you, which can be quite irksome. Conversely, when that person suddenly departs, treating you as inconsequential, it evokes a different sensation altogether. This psychological dynamic is particularly pronounced in women. Wang Wenchao, I never expected your singing to be so exceptional. You truly are an enigma, Su Kursin remarked to him. Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? Fang Yu directly inquired, her large eyes blinking innocently at him. Not at the moment, Wang Wenchao replied, scratching his head. Then may I pursue you? Fang Yu continued with a teasing smile. Wang Wenchao was taken aback, feeling a bit awkward. He found himself somewhat overwhelmed by a girl like Fang Yu. All right, stop teasing him. Just look at that flirtatious expression on your face, Su Kursin reprimanded Fang Yu. What do you mean teasing? I'm merely stating the truth. I genuinely intend to pursue him. Look at him. He is so handsome, and he sings so beautifully. Plus, he has a stable job as a civil servant. Such a man is truly one in a million, Fang Yu declared, counting off on her fingers. Wang Wenchao was momentarily stunned. Then, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. After being criticized by both Li Jing's and Su Kursin's mothers, he had begun to feel like the worst person in the world. Yet here, in a playful remark, someone was offering him such high praise. It felt profoundly ironic. Go to hell, Wang Wenchao. Let me tell you, even if she pursues you, don't pay her any mind. She is the type of natural seductress who only has eyes for handsome men. She is certainly not the type to uphold fidelity, Su Kursin remarked to Wang Wenchao. Is that how you speak about your own friend? Aren't you undermining me? Fang Yu immediately protested. Wang Wenchao merely smiled, sipping his drink, choosing not to engage. He relished the light-hearted atmosphere among these girls. It felt carefree and youthful, a stark contrast to the stifling environment at work, akin to being in paradise. Chapter 61, Best Friends, Part 3. At this moment, Xiao Yuhan had also returned, choosing not to acknowledge Wang Wenchao and instead reseating herself in her previous spot. Hey handsome, where do you work? I might just come and find you when I have the time. Fang Yu continued to tease Wang Wenchao. My workplace is rather elusive. I doubt you would want to go there, Wang Wenchao replied with a chuckle. No worries, I have a navigation system in my car. As long as it's on the map, I can get there, Fang Yu persisted. I work at the government office in Hongshan Town, Pingyang County, which is quite remote. You probably haven't even heard of it, Wang Wenchao said, smiling with a hint of self-deprecation. A township government, you say? I know Pingyang County, but I must admit I've never heard of Hongshan Town. However, it should definitely be on the navigation system. Who knows, one day I might just drive over to your workplace to find you. Be prepared for that. Fang Yu maintained her playful demeanor despite the mention of the township government. A warm welcome awaits, Wang Wenchao replied succinctly. You really are quite bold. Su Kursin could no longer contain her annoyance at Fang Yu's antics. Bold? Absolutely. And what of it? Did you not say you were merely friends? Who are you to judge? Fang Yu retorted, turning her focus on Su Kursin. I truly cannot interfere. Fine, dear sister, do as you please, Su Kursin conceded, realizing that in terms of verbal sparring, she was no match for Fang Yu. That's the spirit. Wang Wenchao, here is my business card with my number on it. Feel free to contact me anytime, even at the dead of night, Fang Yu continued, producing a card and handing it to Wang Wenchao. How brazen. I can hardly tolerate you, Su Kursin remarked, utterly speechless at Fang Yu's forwardness. Wang Wenchao chuckled as he accepted the card, noticing the words, Deputy Editor Fang Yu, Linshan Daily, printed on it, along with her phone number. I too can hardly bear this. I must step outside for a moment, lest I find myself nauseated by your antics. I'll go fetch the cake. It's almost midnight, Xiao Yuhan announced as she stood up and exited. As soon as Xiao Yuhan left, Fang Yu shifted her tone and whispered, Kursin, don't you find Xiao Yuhan a bit odd today? What's wrong? Su Kursin was puzzled by Fang Yu's statement. Haven't you noticed? Ever since you arrived, she has seemed entirely off-kilter, not at all like her usual self. Before you came, she was laughing and joking with me, but look at her now. Has she smiled even once? She hasn't said much either. It just feels very strange, not like her at all, Feng Yu analyzed. Now that you mention it, I do sense something amiss. But perhaps it's just that her period has arrived, Su Kersen nodded, beginning her own analysis. Upon hearing Su Kersen's comment, Wang Wenchao accidentally sprayed the beer he was sipping, thankfully not hitting anyone. Hey, handsome, no need to get so excited just because you heard about that, Feng Yu quickly interjected. This remark caused Wang Wenchao to blush slightly, and he hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. Of course, only Wang Wenchao knew the true reason behind Xiao Yuhan's unusual behavior today. Actually, Yuhan has been in much better spirits lately. It seemed she had begun to forget about that incident. However, judging by her demeanor today, it appears she has been triggered, indicating she hasn't entirely moved on. If I ever encounter that man, I swear I will make him pay dearly, Feng Yu said fiercely. Hearing this, Wang Wenchao felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his chest, wondering if they had somehow discovered the truth about what had transpired between him and Xiao Yuhan. He's in America, okay? It's not like you could just bump into him, Su Kersen shot a glare at Feng Yu. Wang Wenchao felt a slight relief at Su Kersen's words, as they seemed not to pertain to him. Sigh, ultimately, it is Yuhan who has been foolish. Is there truly such a thing as unwavering love in this world? She sacrificed so much for that man, and in the end, she returned home alone, while he is living happily over there. How foolish, therefore, I say, dating is fine, but one must never take it too seriously. Their essay saying, isn't there? If you take it seriously, you lose, Feng Yu sighed. Hey, what kind of perspective on love is that? What do you mean taking it seriously means losing? If you don't take it seriously, how can you even date? Su Kersen clearly disagreed with Feng Yu's somewhat flippant attitude towards life. You're out of touch. Just ask Wang Wenchao if what I'm saying is wrong. Handsome, tell us, did I misspeak? Feng Yu suddenly turned her attention to Wang Wenchao. Huh. Wang Wenchao was taken aback by their sudden focus on him, caught off guard. He finally managed to respond. Chairman Mao once said, any romantic relationship that does not aim at marriage is merely a form of debauchery. Upon hearing Wang Wenchao's words, Su Kersen burst into laughter, while Feng Yu stared at him wide-eyed. Just then, Xiao Yuhan re-entered, carrying a large cake. As the clock struck midnight, they all sang a birthday song and cut the cake. Since they all had work the next day, they didn't linger for long and soon began to prepare to leave. Miss Su, are you planning to sleep at my place tonight, or are you heading out with your boyfriend? Feng Yu asked, wrapping an arm around Su Kersen. Go to hell. Of course, I'm sleeping at your place, Su Kersen retorted, then turned to Xiao Yuhan and said, Yuhan, your party school isn't far from here. Could you drop Wang Wenchao off at the party school? Feng Yu's place is too far. They're in completely different directions. Xiao Yuhan sounded flustered at this suggestion, yet found herself at a loss for a suitable excuse to decline. Never mind, no need to trouble you. I'll just take a taxi home. You all go ahead, Wang Wenchao said, fully aware of Xiao Yuhan's reluctance to drive him. Oh no, I'll drive you. Feng Yu, get in the car, Su Kersen glanced at Xiao Yuhan, slightly annoyed, as she couldn't comprehend Xiao Yuhan's odd behavior today. How far will you need to go? I'll drive. You all go ahead. I'll fetch my car from the parking lot over there. Xiao Yuhan quickly interjected upon seeing Su Kersen's expression. Thank you for your help, Yuhan. Wang Wenchao, I'm leaving now. Thank you for today, and remember to help me with attendance tomorrow. Su Kersen cheerfully bid farewell to Wang Wenchao. Goodbye, handsome. Remember to call me tonight, I'll be thinking of you. Bye. Feng Yu couldn't resist one last tease before departing. Wang Wenchao could only smile helplessly as he observed Xiao Yuhan's unwilling expression, saying gently, you should head back. I'll take a taxi. Don't worry. I'll inform Su Kersen that you drove me home. I promised Su Kersen I would take you back, so I will. Just wait for me. I'll go get the car, Xiao Yuhan stubbornly insisted. Chapter 62, Best Friends, Part 4, No need for that. It's rather uncomfortable for both of us to share a car, so why insist? I'll take my leave now. Also, I apologize once more for that incident from that night, Wang Wenchao said, taking a step toward the door to hail a cab. Stop right there. I said I would give you a ride home, and I intend to do just that. Wait for me here, Xiao Yuhan asserted with a near-stubborn insistence, striding toward a nearby parking lot after finishing her sentence. Wang Wenchao contemplated leaving but ultimately remained rooted in place. He found it hard to act unkindly toward a beautiful woman. Standing there, he lit a cigarette and took slow, contemplative puffs. Before long, a white Porsche pulled up beside him. Observing the luxurious vehicle, Wang Wenchao thought to himself that it must be quite expensive. However, he was no longer surprised by Xiao Yuhan's affluence. From their first encounter, he had recognized that she was a woman of considerable wealth. Put out that cigarette and get in the car, Xiao Yuhan commanded coldly as she parked beside him and rolled down the window. Wang Wenchao felt uneasy about her tone but refrained from expressing his irritation toward her. He extinguished the cigarette underfoot and slid into the passenger seat. You all had a few drinks. Is it safe for you to drive? He inquired once inside. Do you have any common sense? You'd need to drink more than 3 glasses of red wine to be over the limit. We barely touched any, she replied, still maintaining her unfriendly demeanor. After hearing this, Wang Wenchao nodded and fell silent, leaning back in his seat, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. The fragrant atmosphere inside the car only heightened his desire to sleep. What is your relationship with Ku Xian? Xiao Yuhan suddenly asked. Just friends, Wang Wenchao replied tersely. Is it truly only friendship? Do you have no feelings for her? She probed, skepticism evident in her voice. Why must I have any ulterior motives toward her? Can't it simply be a platonic friendship? Do you really need to interrogate me? He retorted, feeling rather irritated. His character was such that he preferred gentleness over harshness. Xiao Yuhan seemed to recognize her inappropriate tone and chose not to argue further. After a brief pause, she continued, I don't mean to interfere in your affairs. I merely wish to offer you a piece of advice. I'm not sure how much you know about Ku Xian's family background, but from my perspective, even if you two are mutually attracted, the chances of a lasting union are quite bleak. Therefore, I would advise against pursuing a relationship. I do not intend to belittle you. I am merely stating a practical concern. I am well aware of that, even without your reminder. Although I may not know precisely who her family is, and frankly, I have no desire to, it's clear that, as far as social standing goes, I am akin to what one might call a poor loser in comparison to her rich beauty. I am quite self-aware. Thus, I have no aspirations toward her. Tio put it bluntly, I know my worth and recognize that I am utterly unworthy of her. However, I assure you, we are truly just ordinary friends, Wang Wenchao replied, softening upon hearing Xiao Yuhan's more amiable tone. You don't strike me as someone who would fabricate stories, so I choose to believe you. Xiao Yuhan nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao felt a sudden urge to laugh, but managed to suppress it, simply replying with a thank you. After this exchange, silence enveloped the car once more. Although both were tacitly pretending that the events of that night had never transpired, the memories lingered vividly in their minds, creating a delicate and somewhat awkward tension between them. Wang Wenchao had little idea of their whereabouts. He was entirely unfamiliar with the city. The car turned onto a narrow street and passed a section of road under construction, which was in poor condition. He speculated that Xiao Yuhan might be taking a shortcut, as they neared the end of the bumpy road. The car suddenly jolted violently, and the steering wheel swerved erratically before Xiao Yuhan slammed on the brakes. What is wrong? Wang Wenchao immediately inquired. I don't know, Xiao Yuhan replied, clearly shaken, her forehead glistening with sweat. Without hesitation, Wang Wenchao opened the door and exited the vehicle, followed closely by Xiao Yuhan in the dim light. Wang Wenchao inspected the tires, quickly noticing that one was clearly deformed. A flat tire, he announced, using his phone's flashlight to illuminate the wheel for Xiao Yuhan. Oh no. Darn it, we'll have to call the service center for a tow, she said, visibly disheartened. It was just past 1 in the morning, and the area was shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a single passerby. Do you have a spare tire? Wang Wenchao asked as he saw Xiao Yuhan preparing to make a phone call. Yes, I've always had one, she replied. What about the tools? He pressed further. I think so, but I'm not entirely sure. Why do you ask? Xiao Yuhan was puzzled by his line of questioning. If you have both a spare tire and tools, the best course of action would be to replace the flat tire with the spare and take the car to the service center in the morning. It is too late to have them come out now. They might not even send someone. And even if they do, think about how long you'd have to wait here, probably until morning. It isn't safe for a girl to be out alone at this hour. Check if you have any tools, Wang Wenchao suggested, moving toward the trunk. He opened it and, with the aid of his phone's light, discovered the spare tire and a brand new, unopened toolkit. Typically, when purchasing such high-end vehicles, dealers would include a basic emergency tool set. Noticing the mud on the ground, Wang Wenchao frowned but knew they had no other choice. Could you shine the light here for me? I've never changed a tire before, so it might take a little while, he said, retrieving the spare tire and tools from the trunk and starting to use the jack. You can fix cars? Xiao Yuhan asked, astonished. Not really, but have you never seen a pig run after having eaten one? The principles are similar to those of a bicycle, just a bit more complex with a few additional screws, Wang Wenchao replied, contemplating for a moment before adding, wait here. I'll go find some bricks. I'll go, Xiao Yuhan quickly offered, seeing that he was busy. I'll handle it. There's nothing nearby, and it's unsafe for you to wander alone. Stay here, and if anything happens, just call out, Wang Wenchao insisted, taking his phone as he turned to search for bricks. After witnessing Wang Wenchao's actions and hearing his words, Xiao Yuhan gained a newfound appreciation for him. In that pitch-black setting, she felt a sense of security standing alongside him. The moment he left, anxiety gripped her heart, and she found herself yearning for his swift return. Chapter 63, Xiao Yuhan's touching moment, Part 1, in the city. Locating a few bricks or stones is indeed no easy feat. Fortunately, Wang Wenchao recalled passing by a construction site not too far away, so he made his way there. Seizing the opportunity while the guard was distracted, he stealthily grabbed several bricks and departed. Upon his return to the car, Xiao Yuhan had been waiting with the eagerness of someone yearning for the stars and the moon. He stuffed the bricks underneath and resumed his struggle with the jack. However, he soon encountered a significant dilemma. Changing the tire necessitated lying underneath the vehicle and the ground was utterly muddy. Do you have anything in the car that I could place on the ground? Wang Wenchao inquired. Xiao Yuhan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Left with no other choice, Wang Wenchao ultimately removed his short-sleeved shirt, laid it on the ground, and then, bare-chested, crawled underneath. As he disrobed, Xiao Yuhan caught sight of his well-defined physique and robust muscles. His build, unlike that of a bodybuilder, was aesthetically pleasing and offered a striking visual impact that stirred a woman's senses. Xiao Yuhan found herself inexplicably moved by Wang Wenchao's muscularity. Although she had seen his physique before, her attention had never been drawn to it in such a manner. Wang Wenchao, undistracted by such thoughts, was drenched in sweat and covered in grime as he toiled away. Xiao Yuhan stood by the car, illuminating the scene with her phone's flashlight, watching him diligently work. What she initially expected to be a tedious wait turned out to pass swiftly, and she found herself devoid of any sense of boredom. Each time she prepared to lend a hand, Wang Wenchao would gently refuse, insisting, "No need, I wouldn't want you to get dirty." His considerate words filled Xiao Yuhan with warmth and an indescribable sense of gratitude. After nearly an hour of effort, Wang Wenchao finally completed the tire change. He stowed the spare tire and tools into the trunk and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Picking up his now mud-soaked shirt from the ground, he chuckled helplessly before tossing it aside. "I've never driven before, so I'm not entirely sure, but I think the wheel alignment needs adjusting. I just slapped it on haphazardly, so be cautious when you drive. It might veer slightly. Make sure to take it to a repair shop tomorrow." "Yes, for me. I'll just walk back like this. I wouldn't want to dirty your car further, which would only complicate things for you with another wash." "You should head back first," he said, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. "Do you know where this is? Can you find your way back?" Xiao Yuhan asked directly. "Well, I can't just walk to the intersection up ahead and catch a taxi from there. It's getting late. You should head back soon to avoid worrying your family," Wang Wenchao replied, scanning the surroundings. "I truly admire your kindness. You really are a good person. Get in the car. It's quite remote here at night, making it difficult to hail a taxi. You've helped me change the tire. Do you think I would mind washing the car?" With that, Xiao Yuhan climbed into the vehicle. Wang Wenchao hesitated, then decided to retrieve the shirt he had discarded. Feeling a bit embarrassed as he said to her, "I should put it on before entering the party school. I wouldn't want to leave a bad impression on the teachers." Hearing his words, Xiao Yuhan couldn't help but chuckle. "Thank you so much for today. I truly don't know what I would have done without you. Had you not given me a ride, you wouldn't have taken that route and gotten a flat tire, would you?" Wang Wenchao replied with equal politeness. "That's not true. Even if I hadn't driven you, I would have taken this way because my home is in that direction. This shortcut is much closer, so I always use it. I just didn't expect to have such misfortune today," Xiao Yuhan remarked, directing the air conditioning towards Wang Wenchao, who was still sweating. Sure enough, it was much closer. Before long, Xiao Yuhan parked the car at the entrance of the party school. "Thank you once again for today. You've gotten yourself quite dirty," she said as Wang Wenchao exited the vehicle. As he walked around to the other side, he smiled and said, "Don't forget, I'm also in the car. Thank you for bringing me back. Goodbye." Wang Wenchao waved to Xiao Yuhan before entering the school, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the guard's strange gaze. "The car broke down on the road, and I was fixing it," he explained sheepishly as he slipped into the campus. Before reaching his dormitory, Wang Wenchao's phone rang. He glanced at the unfamiliar number as he opened the door. "Hello," he answered. "Sir, do you require any services?" a sweet voice on the other end inquired, tinged with a hint of familiarity. Upon hearing that voice, Wang Wenchao immediately felt a sense of foreboding and quickly responded, "No, thank you." Just as he was about to hang up, another voice chimed in, "Fang Yu, do you really think you can resist being flirtatious?" Damn it, Wang Wenchao realized what was happening. "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore, handsome. Are you asleep?" Fang Yu laughed heartily before asking. "Not yet. I just got back. I had a flat tire on the road, which delayed me a bit," Wang Wenchao explained as he removed his dirty clothes. "I knew it. Xiao Yuhan's driving skills are practically those of a road assassin. Just look, even the tire protested. By the way, Ku Xian asked me to thank you and also to apologize. Additionally, she wants you to take me out for dinner tomorrow," Fang Yu continued in her playful manner. "Could you please refrain from saying such nonsense?" came Ku Xian's voice from the background, causing Wang Wenchao to chuckle. All right, we just wanted to confirm that you made it back to school. Get some rest. Also, here's my number. It's on my business card. Remember, if you can't sleep at night, feel free to call me. You're welcome to disturb me. Bye-bye." Fang Yu concluded, laughing, before abruptly hanging up. Fang Yu was indeed a vibrant and cheerful girl. Being around her brought a sense of joy. After smiling to himself, Wang Wenchao set his phone down and headed off to take a shower. Dong Shiyu returned to school the following morning and promptly summoned Wang Wenchao to her office. Chapter 64, The Touching Moment of Xiao Yuhan, Part 2, Wang Wenchao, "Thank you for what you did yesterday," Dong Shiyu remarked after glancing at Wang Wenchao. Although she maintained her usual air of indifference, he could still sense the sincerity in her tone. Her cold demeanor was merely a reflection of her character. "Senior, you are too courteous. As the class leader, it is my duty to fulfill my responsibilities. Besides, I merely answered a few questions posed by the leaders. It was nothing significant," Wang Wenchao replied, feeling somewhat bashful. Your responses were exemplary and truly pleased Secretary Liu from the Municipal Committee. You may not be aware, but the curriculum reforms at our party school were proposed and mandated by Secretary Liu himself. Hence, your answers brought him great joy. The principal expressed his satisfaction and has decided to focus on your development, Dong Shiyu said, allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. Though brief, it left Wang Wenchao somewhat taken aback. I genuinely had no idea at the time. I was unsure how to respond. I simply spoke the truth, so perhaps it was just luck. As long as I did not cause you or the school any trouble, that suffices, Wang Wenchao remarked, surprised to learn this new information. There is another matter that may be fortunate for you. This was also brought up by Secretary Liu during the meeting with the school leaders after his inspection yesterday. When your cohort graduates, our school is qualified to recommend several outstanding students to the organization department, potentially placing them on the list of exceptional reserve cadres. This means you would enter the focus of the Municipal Committee's organization department for further development. This opportunity holds significant weight, and the principal has already indicated that you are a priority for this recommendation. As long as you maintain a clean record during your studies, your name will certainly be on that list. This is confidential information, so please refrain from discussing it outside. I share this with you solely to keep you informed, Dong Shiyu conveyed slowly. Wang Wenchao was visibly astonished, and soon his excitement bubbled to the surface. Anyone in his position would be elated by such news. Thank you, senior, he said earnestly. Do not thank me. I had no part in this. You have earned it through your own efforts. In fact, the school's early decision to reserve you likely reflects an understanding of Secretary Liu's intentions, as he mentioned your name multiple times yesterday and expressed his admiration for you, Dong Shiyu continued. She then added, furthermore, you need not work so hard going forward. Given yesterday's events, the principal spoke with me today and decided that I should resign from my university position to dedicate myself fully to the party school, though my rank will be slightly elevated. Henceforth, I will be residing on campus. You agreed? Wang Wenchao inquired, looking at Dong Shiyu. Not agreeing was not an option. Some matters are beyond my control. Truthfully, I prefer teaching and nurturing students, and I find the university environment more straightforward, which I enjoy. However, I am the only instructor for this curriculum at our school, so they would not allow me to leave. Enough about that. When it comes to politics, you are undoubtedly more knowledgeable than I, Dong Shiyu remarked before adding, now, I shall not keep you any longer. You ought to attend your class. I need to tidy up my room, purchase some items, and move. After finishing her statement, Dong Shiyu stood up, clearly preparing to depart. Do you need any assistance? Wang Wenchao inquired with a smile. Whether I need help remains to be seen. Currently, I do not. If I require assistance, I will call you, Dong Shiyu replied, not one for idle pleasantries. Very well then, senior. Farewell. I shall head to class now, Wang Wenchao said with a smile before leaving Dong Shiyu's office ahead of her. In the afternoon, after class, Wang Wenchao lingered in his dormitory for a while. Just as he was about to head to the cafeteria, he received a call from Dong Shiyu. Wang Wenchao, are you free? Dong Shiyu asked directly, her tone crisp and efficient. I am, senior. What can I do for you? Wang Wenchao replied promptly. I need a favor. Do you know how to change a door lock? Dong Shiyu inquired. I'll take a look, senior. Which dormitory are you in? Wang Wenchao asked, eager to assist. First, she was his teacher, and this was an excellent opportunity to ingratiate himself. Second, he felt a genuine desire to draw closer to Dong Shiyu, though he was unsure of the reason. He certainly would not admit to harboring any particular feelings for her. Thank you. I reside in Unit 3, Room 302 of the faculty dormitory. Do you know where that is? I can come to fetch you, Dong Shiyu indicated. No need. I can find it myself, Wang Wenchao assured her before hanging up. The sky outside was nearly darkening. Though he felt hungry, he decided to forego his meal at the cafeteria and instead headed directly downstairs toward the faculty dormitory. Upon arriving at the foot of Unit 3, Wang Wenchao spotted Dong Shiyu waiting for him at the stairway. Senior, you really didn't need to come down for me. I could have gone up myself, Wang Wenchao said politely. Not at all, Dong Shiyu replied, ascending the stairs. She lived on the 3rd floor, and the door was ajar. Take a look. It's this door lock. When I came in, I noticed that while the lock opens from the outside, it cannot be locked from within. Thus, I went out and bought a new lock and even consulted the store owner on how to install it. I have the necessary tools. However, I am uncertain how to proceed with the installation. Most of my acquaintances are female teachers, which is why I had to seek your assistance, Dong Shiyu explained, pointing to the door lock, with a box containing the new lock and tools set aside. Wang Wenchao examined the straightforward security door and contemplated the situation. With a woman living there and a lock that could not be secured from the inside, regardless of its insurance quality, it was understandable that she would feel unsafe. However, he faced a dilemma, as he had never dealt with such a task before and was uncertain where to begin. Senior, let me take a moment to observe this. You can proceed with your tasks, Wang Wenchao said, then began to closely study the door. Would you like some water? I only have drinks here. I haven't had a chance to order water yet, Dong Shiyu inquired from behind the door. No, thank you, Wang Wenchao replied absent-mindedly, his focus entirely on the door. After a significant period of observation, he resolved that wherever there were screws, he would start disassembling those. If he could open the door cover, replacing the lock should not be overly complicated. He thus picked up the tools and commenced his work. Dong Shiyu observed Wang Wenchao but refrained from interrupting him, continuing to tidy up the room. It took Wang Wenchao over an hour to successfully replace the lock. He had to redo part of the task due to forgetting to install one component, which consumed a considerable amount of time. By the time he finished, he was drenched in sweat. The day was already hot, and merely sitting idle would cause one to perspire, let alone engaging in physical labor. Chapter 65. The Teacher, Part 1. You should wash your face, thank you. Wang Wenchao. Dong Shiyu expressed her gratitude to Wang Wenchao. Senior, you were too polite, Wang Wenchao replied before stepping into the washroom, where he splashed cold water on his face, feeling much refreshed. The tissues are on the table. Go ahead and wipe your face. By the way, have you eaten? Dong Shiyu suddenly realized an important question. It's all right. I can grab something to eat outside later, Wang Wenchao replied candidly. Let's go eat together. I haven't had a meal either. Come on, Dong Shiyu said as she reached for her bag. Did you not live on campus before? Wang Wenchao casually inquired as they descended the stairs. No, the dormitories were allocated early on, but I always lived at home since my time here was limited. Now, with the added responsibility of being a homeroom teacher, I might as well stay on campus to save the trouble of commuting every day, Dong Shiyu replied nonchalantly. Upon reaching the ground floor, Dong Shiyu produced a set of car keys and pressed a button, prompting a distant white vehicle to honk. Wang Wenchao glanced over, noting it was a mid-range car. He was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that Dong Shiyu, having graduated not long ago, had already purchased her own vehicle, while he possessed nothing. Of course, he was well aware that his salary paled in comparison to Dong Shiyu's, given that university lecturers earned a substantial income. Wang Wenchao climbed into Dong Shiyu's car, which then slowly exited the campus. Dong Shiyu was not particularly talkative, and Wang Wenchao clearly was not one to initiate conversation, leading to a prolonged silence in the vehicle. Fortunately, the restaurant Dong Shiyu had chosen was not far away. Dong Shiyu's demeanor was unlike that of Su Kursen. She ordered only a simple meal with 4 dishes rather than a lavish spread. Nevertheless, the balance of meat and vegetables was commendable, allowing Wang Wenchao to glean insights into her character. I have reviewed your resume. You work in the Civil Affairs Department of the government, correct? Dong Shiyu inquired as she ate. Yes, but only at the township level. In this class, I am probably the lowest ranking individual. From what I observed, aside from a few common folk like Su Kursen and myself, the majority here are deputy division level officials, Wang Wenchao responded casually. You should consider the fact that others are not as young as you. I am not well versed in your region specifics, so I am unsure what to say. My personal motto is to just be the best version of oneself, Dong Shiyu remarked softly. Be the best version of oneself? Wang Wenchao mulled over this phrase, ultimately finding that these plain yet profound 4 words carried a hint of philosophy. What prompted you to pursue a civil service position at the township level? Generally, few people opt for such roles. Dong Shiyu continued her casual inquiries. There are many reasons behind my decision to take the civil service exam, the primary one being, like most, the job security it offers. No fear of starving. As for how I ended up at the township level, to be honest, I am still quite baffled that I applied for the Unified Civil Service Examination in Pingyang County, and somehow I was assigned to the Civil Affairs Office in Hongshan Town without much clarity on the process. I can guess that there might be some underlying intricacies, but I prefer not to dwell on it, Wang Wenchao said with a smile, speaking candidly. Dong Shiyu regarded Wang Wenchao with mild surprise before saying, such occurrences are common online, yet you do not appear to be an angry youth, which is quite commendable. Otherwise, you would struggle on this path. I am not entirely clear on the specific regulations in your area, but I personally believe you have a bright future. Isn't there a saying that gold will shine no matter where it is? Look at you. Even though you are in a township, you are still here in our party school program, and you have received commendation from Secretary Liu of the municipal committee. Perhaps it is simply my turn of fortune. To be honest, I am just as puzzled about how I ended up in this program. It feels rather surreal, Wang Wenchao said with a hint of embarrassment in his laughter. That moment, Wang Wenchao's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, surprised to see it was Hu Shualon calling. Senior, I need to take this call, Wang Wenchao informed Dong Shiyu. Dong Shiyu nodded, and Wang Wenchao answered, Hello, Secretary Hu. Wang Wenchao, how was your experience at the school? Hu Shualon's voice was melodious, bringing comfort to Wang Wenchao. Thank you for your concern, Secretary Hu. It is going very well, Wang Wenchao replied respectfully. That's good to hear. The reason I called today is to inform you of something important. This is a private notice. You can expect Director Yang from the public office to contact you in the coming days. Today, the county has officially approved the establishment of a nursing home in Hongshan Town, and the funding has been secured. Construction is expected to commence shortly. The nursing home will be designated as a county-level demonstration facility, with one of the deputy county heads personally overseeing its establishment. Regarding personnel management, the county has consulted the town's opinions and has primarily agreed to appoint you as the director of the nursing home. Wang Wenchao, this is excellent news for you. The county is placing significant emphasis on this project and has invested considerable funds into it. Once you return, make sure to manage the nursing home well, as it will greatly benefit your future career, Hu Shualon said with evident excitement. It was clear that such a project would also bring her substantial advantages. Really? That's wonderful. I hope the construction can begin soon so that the elderly can move into their new homes as quickly as possible, Wang Wenchao responded with genuine delight. After hearing Wang Wenchao's words, Hu Shualon chuckled and said, the county's requirement is that the nursing home must be operational by the end of the year. So by the time you return from the party school, the groundwork should be nearing completion. The engineering aspects will be directly managed by the county, leaving little for the town to handle. Thus, focus on your studies at the party school, and I will keep you informed of any developments. Thank you so much, Secretary Hu. Wang Wenchao expressed his gratitude. In the future, feel free to call me Longjia in private. I mentioned this last time. Alright then, if there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. Goodbye, Hu Shualon said a few words before ending the call. Wang Wenchao put away his phone, his face still beaming with joy. For someone like him, the concept of a county-level demonstration nursing home was somewhat abstract. Yet he understood that it meant the elderly would be able to reside in better accommodations and enjoy an improved quality of life in their twilight years, which brought him great happiness. Chapter 66, The Teacher, Part 2. What's the matter? Is your superior seeking you out for something good? I can see that smile stretching across your face, Dong Shiyu quipped, her rare jest illuminating the atmosphere. No, it's just that the nursing home I manage has been confirmed for reconstruction. I heard that the county has allocated a substantial sum of funds to build a model nursing home. Wang Wenchao replied with a smile. A nursing home? That's a positive development. The investment in social welfare is never excessive, Dong Shiyu remarked, and then fell silent. After dinner, the two returned to school, where Wang Wenchao disembarked at the school gate and proceeded to his dormitory. Just as he settled in and was preparing to shower, his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he noticed an unfamiliar number. With a hint of curiosity, he answered the call, saying, "Hello? Is this Wang Wenchao? This is Xiao Yuhan." A woman's voice resonated from the other end. Indeed, it was unmistakably Xiao Yuhan's voice. Wang Wenchao was puzzled. What could Xiao Yuhan want with him? Nevertheless, he responded courteously, "Hello? Are you at your school?" Xiao Yuhan inquired directly. "Yes, I am. Is there's something you need?" Wang Wenchao asked, his confusion deepening at her question. "Well, I'm currently outside your school. If you have a moment, could you step outside?" Xiao Yuhan stated plainly. Wang Wenchao initially contemplated asking her why she wanted him to come out, but he reconsidered, recognizing that such a question might come off as impolite. A girl approaching him outside the school warranted a more respectful inquiry. After a moment's thought, he replied, "All right, please wait for me. I'll be right out." He ended the call and stepped outside. As he walked, a singular question occupied his mind. What could Xiao Yuhan possibly want? His instinct told him she was likely seeking trouble again, yet her tone earlier suggested otherwise, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Upon exiting the school gates, he spotted Xiao Yuhan's familiar car parked nearby, with her standing beside it. This striking tableau of a luxurious car and a beautiful woman drew the attention of many passers-by, accompanied by the sound of swallowed breaths. Wang Wenchao made his way toward her. "You've arrived." Xiao Yuhan greeted him softly upon seeing him, before opening the car door and retrieving a bag, which he handed to him, saying, "Yesterday, when you helped me fix my car, my clothes got stained beyond saving. I bought a new shirt on my way home from work today. I'm unsure if it will fit you, but please try it on. If it doesn't, I can exchange it." Wang Wenchao stared at the upscale clothing bag before him, momentarily at a loss for words. "Is this a joke? Xiao Yuhan actually bought clothes for me. Didn't she always consider me her enemy?" He questioned himself inwardly. After a moment of contemplation, he was uncertain whether to accept the gift or decline it. Stammering slightly, he said, "Thank you. But there's really no need to go through all this trouble for just one shirt." As he spoke, he inadvertently noticed the Armani logo emblazoned on the bag, causing his hand to tremble slightly. "This is too extravagant. I truly cannot accept it's merely a shirt, and my t-shirt only costs a few dozen yuan. Yours is simply too pricey." Xiao Yuhan regarded the garment in her hands with a puzzled expression, seemingly bemused by Wang Wenchao's insistence on its expense. However, she swiftly replied, "Does the cost truly matter? To me, it's simply a shirt. If you refuse it, then so be it." With that, she began to reopen the car door, preparing to toss the shirt inside. "Wait a moment." Wang Wenchao interjected hastily. "That's not what I meant. Perhaps there's a discrepancy in our value systems at play here. It's just a shirt, but for me, that t-shirt represents nearly a month's salary. I am genuinely touched, but this shirt is simply too precious. I only recognize the brand because a wealthy classmate flaunted it during my university days. Otherwise, I would have thought it cost around 100 yuan. This." Xiao Yuhan broke into a sudden smile and handed the shirt back to Wang Wenchao. After a brief hesitation, he accepted it. Seeing him take the shirt, Xiao Yuhan opened her car door and climbed inside, casually saying, "If it doesn't fit, I'll exchange it. I must be going now. Goodbye." With that, she drove away. As Wang Wenchao watched her departure, he glanced at the shirt in his hands, feeling an inexplicable sensation. He had never anticipated that Xiao Yuhan would gift him clothing. Though Wang Wenchao, this was as astonishing as the sun rising in the west. In truth, Wang Wenchao harbored many sentiments toward Xiao Yuhan, not romantic affection, but rather a form of male possessiveness. Men often regard women with whom they have shared intimacy, especially if they are the first with whom they have engaged, as their own. It is an unconscious perception, as if she is a personal possession. Thus, he instinctively considered her a close individual in his life, a feeling that sometimes eclipses the notion of love itself. Consequently, Wang Wenchao felt a profound sense of joy, for the shirt he now held was a gift from Xiao Yuhan, and she seemed to be treating him with a newfound warmth. Uncertain of the source of his elation, he made his way back, feeling inexplicably buoyant. Just a few steps into his return, his phone rang again, much to his annoyance. Normally, his phone would rarely ring even once a day, yet recently it seemed to be incessantly buzzing. He pulled out his phone and saw it was a call from Su Kersen. Wang Wenchao mused, "Why is this girl calling so late?" "Hello," he answered succinctly. "Wang Wenchao, what are you up to?" Su Kersen asked, her tone somewhat playful. "Nothing much, just in my dorm." "What is up? Is there something you need?" Wang Wenchao responded, perplexed. "What's wrong? Can't I call you if there's nothing going on?" "Fine, I want tea call again," Su Kersen retorted, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Wang Wenchao chuckled. He couldn't shake the impression that Su Kersen's tone resembled that of a couple playfully bickering. "That's not what I meant. I meant to ask if you had any specific requests. Surely that's acceptable?" He laughed, adjusting his phrasing. Chapter 67. The Gift from Su Kersen, Part 1. "That's more like it. By the way, has Yuhan called you?" Su Kersen continued to inquire. "Huh." Wang Wenchao was taken aback, wondering how Su Kersen knew that Xiao Yuhan was looking for him. Did Xiao Yuhan divulge everything to her? A sense of unease crept into Wang Wenchao's mind. "She hasn't called? Then why did she ask me for your number?" "I thought she was reaching out to you for something," Su Kersen mused aloud. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao began to grasp the situation and replied promptly, "Oh, it's nothing significant. She just called to thank me for changing her tire the other day." Wang Wenchao naturally fabricated a lie, perplexed by his own decision to withhold the truth from Su Kersen. He couldn't fathom why he was reluctant to disclose that Xiao Yuhan had given him clothes. However, he reasoned that since Xiao Yuhan had not informed Su Kersen about her intention to gift him clothing, it was clear she wished to keep it a secret, and thus he felt it inappropriate to mention it to Su Kersen. "Oh, what could it be that is so mysterious?" Asking about her without revealing anything. "By the way, Wang Wenchao, I bought you a set of clothes while shopping at the mall today. Are you free tomorrow to come pick it up?" Su Kersen continued. "Huh." This time, Wang Wenchao was genuinely astonished. More clothes? He was eager to understand what special occasion warranted such generosity. In over 20 years, he had never received clothing from a girl, and yet today, 2 gifts had arrived. Was this a wholesale event? What's wrong? Su Kersen inquired, puzzled by his reaction. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just wondering why you would buy me clothes. I have enough to wear. There's really no need to spend your money," Wang Wenchao replied hastily. "Why don't you appreciate a good intention? Am I wrong for treating you to some clothes as a gesture of kindness? Fine, if you don't want them, I'll just throw them in the trash," Su Kersen retorted, a hint of indignation in her voice. In truth, Su Kersen had resolved to buy Wang Wenchao a new outfit the previous night. She felt guilty knowing he had endured such hardship to help her and had spent all his money in the process. Understanding that he would undoubtedly refuse any monetary compensation, she thought a gift of clothing would be more acceptable. After all, a man should present himself well in public, and as for her underlying motivations, Su Kersen might not even fully comprehend them herself. "That's not what I meant." "Great, now I've completely lost my ability to express myself. Why do I keep repeating the same words?" Wang Wenchao lamented, speaking to himself with frustration. "Again? Who else have you spoken to?" Su Kersen asked, her curiosity piqued. "Nobody, I just meant that I keep saying the wrong things." "I didn't mean it that way. Thank you, Kersen. However, I have classes tomorrow, so I'll swing by after they end. How about I treat you to dinner?" Wang Wenchao suggested after a moment of contemplation. As the saying goes, one cannot receive without giving in return, so he felt compelled to invite Su Kersen to a meal. "All right then, we'll touch base tomorrow. For now, I'll hang up." "Good night," Su Kersen replied decisively, without any hesitation. After hanging up, Wang Wenchao shook his head in bemusement, mumbling to himself about the peculiar events of the day. The next day, while attending class, Wang Wenchao was called outside by Dong Shiyu. "Senior, what's the matter?" Wang Wenchao inquired. "Wang Wenchao, doesn't Su Kersen rarely attend classes?" Dong Shiyu asked directly. Well, this question left Wang Wenchao in a quandary. He didn't want to deceive Dong Shiyu, yet he also wished to protect Su Kersen from any disciplinary action from the school. Finally, he said, "She asked me for leave, stating she was unwell and needed some time off." Dong Shiyu scrutinized Wang Wenchao before continuing. "There are some things I find difficult to express, but you should have a word with her, encouraging her to attend class when she can. The school is facing some challenges regarding her absence." Huh. Wang Wenchao was taken aback by Dong Shiyu's statement, which contradicted his expectations entirely. "I know you're surprised. Once I explain, you'll understand. Su Kersen is related to a certain official, and the principal has specifically asked me to address this matter. Some students have recently reported that Su Kersen has never appeared in class, which puts me in a difficult position. As a teacher, I can't bring this up with her directly, but as class monitor, you might have better luck." Moreover, regarding Su Kersen's situation, it must remain confidential, as the higher-ups have instructed us to treat her no differently than any other student and to keep her identity under wraps. Dong Shiyu said, revealing a hint of helplessness in her smile. Although the leadership has made such demands, who would dare to enforce them strictly? Understood. I'll call her later and encourage her to attend class when possible, Wang Wenchao replied, nodding in agreement with Dong Shiyu. Returning to the classroom, Wang Wenchao affirmed his suspicions about Su Kersen's prominent background. Although he had long suspected as much, he now felt overwhelmingly convinced. After class, as he made his way outside the school, Wang Wenchao called Su Kersen. Su Kersen, where are you? ILL, take a taxi over now. Come to Building 4, Unit 1803 at Lijiang Xindu, Su Kersen instructed. Didn't we agree to go out for a meal? This location doesn't seem like a dining establishment, Wang Wenchao queried, puzzled. This is Fong Yu's house. I'm staying here. Come pick up the clothes first, and then we'll head out for dinner together. Hurry? Su Kersen concluded before hanging up. Wang Wenchao gazed at the disconnected call, smiling helplessly. He exited the school, waiting quite a while for a passing taxi before heading to Fong Yu's residence as directed by Su Kersen. The taxi stopped outside the Lijiang Xindu community. Wang Wenchao observed that it was a beautiful neighborhood. However, he dared not speculate on the housing prices. His interest in the wealth of Su Kersen and her companions had long since waned, as it was evident that they belonged to the affluent class. Entering the community and following the signs, he located Building 4 and took the elevator to the 18th floor. Upon reaching door number 1803, he rang the doorbell. Within moments, the door swung open, revealing Su Kersen. Wang Wenchao, you're so slow. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Su Kersen began to scold him as soon as she saw him. Come on, you know how difficult it is to catch a taxi at the school gate. I am just grateful to have made it here at all, Wang Wenchao retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Su Kersen before stepping inside. Chapter 68. The Gift from Su Kersen, Part 2. The house, though not overly expansive, estimated to be around 120 square meters, was exquisitely decorated. The term exquisite is preferred over luxurious because the interior design embraced a postmodern style, rich with contemporary elements that render the description of luxury somewhat inadequate. Oh dear, had I known, I would have come to fetch you myself. However, considering it is rush hour, I doubt I could reach you in time, Su Kersen murmured to herself. Just then, Fong Yu emerged from one of the bedrooms, clad in professional attire, exuding a sense of competence entirely different from the first impression she had made on Wang Wenchao. Hey handsome, have you missed me today? Fong Yu winked at Wang Wenchao, feigning a sultry expression. Her antics left him somewhat flustered. Could you possibly refrain from being so flirtatious until after you change out of your work clothes? At least show some decorum since our guest is in your home. We wouldn't want to frighten him, Su Kersen quipped, rolling her eyes at Fong Yu. Ah, right, my lord, please wait a moment while I change into something more suitable. Fong Yu suddenly remembered her attire and promptly retreated to the bedroom, closing the door behind her. She is always so eccentric, Su Kersen remarked with a hint of annoyance, then added, Rain Han will be joining us shortly. Let us go out for dinner. Fong Yu just got off work and hasn't he had the chance to change yet. By the way, come see the clothes I bought for you and see if they fit. With that, Su Kersen dashed into the bedroom and emerged with two beautifully packaged boxes. Upon seeing the packaging, Wang Wenchao immediately recognized that the garments within were likely expensive, yet the English brand name left him bewildered, rendering him incapable of assessing their worth. Su Kersen deftly unwrapped the glamorous packaging, revealing 3 items, a suit and a pristine white shirt. In our line of work, it's essential to maintain a sense of composure, so formal attire is preferred. This creates a favorable impression on superiors. Thus, I bought you a suit that, of course, in this warm weather, a shirt and trousers will suffice. Hurry and try it on. I want to see if my judgment is as impeccable as I believe, Su Kersen urged, her excitement palpable. May I inquire about the cost of this ensemble? Wang Wenchao hesitated before posing the question. What on earth is wrong with you? Why do you care about the price? This is a gift for you. Do you not understand basic etiquette? Asking how much something costs when someone gives it to you is rather rude. Should I attach a price tag for you? Su Kersen replied, clearly perturbed. That's not my intention. I merely wish to ascertain whether this outfit is excessively extravagant, Wang Wenchao explained after a moment of contemplation. Oh dear, you truly are a nuisance. The total for the suit and shirt is 1,500 yuan. Does that suffice? Su Kersen stated impatiently. Wang Wenchao looked at her with skepticism, clearly unconvinced. While 1,500 yuan seemed somewhat steep to him, he found it hard to believe that someone of Su Kersen's stature would purchase clothing at such a price point. Quickly, go change, Su Kersen urged. Not wanting to offend her generosity, Wang Wenchao took the garments to the adjacent bedroom to change. Truthfully, Wang Wenchao felt somewhat uncomfortable in the suit. He preferred the simplicity of jeans and a t-shirt. However, Su Kersen's words held merit. In this environment, the emphasis was not on individuality but rather on stability, and attire played a significant role in making an impression, suits being the epitome of such decorum. Upon donning the clearly well-made outfit, Wang Wenchao realized that there was no mirror in the room. Reluctantly, he opened the door and stepped out. Inside, Su Kersen and Fong Yu were engrossed in a television show. Upon hearing the door open, they both turned their heads, their eyes widening in astonishment. My goodness, it's true. Clothes make the man. You are already quite handsome, but in this outfit, you're simply irresistible. Wang Wenchao, I think I've genuinely fallen for you, Fang Yu exclaimed, utterly captivated. Versace is indeed unparalleled, Su Kersen added, equally impressed. Wang Wenchao, slightly bewildered, approached the mirror and was taken aback by his reflection. The suit and shirt transformed his demeanor entirely. Whereas he had previously appeared as a mere boy, he now exuded the aura of a mature young man. If his former self could be likened to a struggling individual, this new image resembled that of a distinguished gentleman. Naturally, the transformation was largely attributed to his physique and features. It fits quite well, thank you, Su Kersen, Wang Wenchao expressed before moving to return to his room to change back. What are you doing? Su Kersen called out to him. Changing back, he replied. Changing what? You should keep that on. If you change back into your old clothes, I won't be able to adjust to it. Just stay in this outfit, Su Kersen insisted. Really? Wang Wenchao was taken aback. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Fang Yu hurried to answer it, revealing Xiao Yuhan. Upon seeing Wang Wenchao, Xiao Yuhan appeared surprised, but her eyes momentarily glazed over at the sight of his attire. Yuhan, come and see if my judgment is accurate. I said yesterday that this outfit would look stunning on him. Just look how handsome he is, Su Kersen exclaimed, pulling Xiao Yuhan over to admire Wang Wenchao. Wang Wenchao felt as though he had become a model. Xiao Yuhan managed a faint smile and remarked, your taste is certainly commendable. However, it is primarily his physique that allows him to pull off such a look. That is true, Su Kersen nodded in agreement. Wang Wenchao keenly sensed that Xiao Yuhan was not entirely pleased. In reality, the reason for her discontent was known only to herself. She was unhappy because Wang Wenchao was wearing the clothes Su Kersen had purchased for him, rather than the one she had selected. In truth, the situation unfolded as follows. The previous day, after work, Su Kersen had persuaded Xiao Yuhan to accompany her shopping for Wang Wenchao's outfit. During their shopping spree, Xiao Yuhan had thought about the clothes Wang Wenchao had ruined while helping her fix her car and felt compelled to compensate him. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she did not wish Su Kersen to discover her intentions. Therefore, after helping Su Kersen select the outfit for Wang Wenchao, she parted ways with her and drove around again, eventually purchasing another outfit for him, which she delivered on her way home. Chapter 69. The Gift from Su Kersen, Part 3. All right, let us proceed to dinner. The night has already fallen, Wang Wenchao said, feeling quite uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the three women. Following that, the four of them, including Wang Wenchao, made their way downstairs. Naturally, Wang Wenchao was still clad in the outfit that Su Kersen deemed quite stylish, while the clothes he had worn earlier were held in his hands. The quartet then boarded Xiao Yuhan's vehicle, with Xiao Yuhan at the wheel, Fang Yu occupying the passenger seat, and Su Kersen and Wang Wenchao seated in the back. Su Kersen, there is something I must discuss with you. Wang Wenchao recalled the task assigned to him by Dong Shiyu earlier that day, and turned to Su Kersen. What's the matter? Why the serious tone? Su Kersen inquired, regarding Wang Wenchao with curiosity. It's nothing too grave. It pertains to matters at school. This morning, Teacher Dong approached me to discuss your situation. Since the beginning of the semester, you have only attended class for one day, which has left many of your classmates rather displeased. Some have reported this to the school administration, placing them in a rather awkward position. Teacher Dong felt it inappropriate to address this directly with you, hence she asked me to convey it. If you find yourself with some spare time, it would be advisable to attend classes more frequently, even if it's merely to catch up on sleep. Upon hearing Wang Wenchao's words, Fang Yu burst into laughter from the front seat and remarked, Su Kersen, your actions are indeed improper. I can only imagine how exasperated the principal must be with you. Whatever, it would be best if the school just expelled me. After enduring over a decade in education, I finally feel liberated, and now I have to return to class while working. The mere thought of it fills me with frustration, Su Kersen retorted nonchalantly. I believe you should still consider attending classes. At the very least, you shouldn't put Wang Wenchao, our class monitor, in a difficult position, Xiao Yuhan interjected unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao felt genuinely grateful, as such a sentiment could only be expressed by another. He would never have the audacity to voice it himself. Regardless, the semester is already more than halfway through. If you can just endure for a mere 3 months, you'll graduate, right? Wang Wenchao added casually, fine. I suppose I'll attend a few classes when I'm bored, but remember, I'm only doing this for you, Wang Wenchao. You owe me a favor, Su Kersen said impatiently, turning her face toward him. Hearing Su Kersen's words, Wang Wenchao felt a surge of frustration. I truly cannot stand your type, the privileged offspring of officials, basking in advantages at every turn. I must confess, I feel nothing but envy and resentment towards you, not admiration, Fang Yu lamented to herself. Who, you, a rich second generation, are hardly in a better position than I, Su Kersen countered. The way you speak makes it sound as though you're not part of the wealthy elite yourself. You, a hybrid of both an official and a rich second generation, are truly unaware of your fortune, yet you lament your fate daily. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Fang Yu continued her verbal assault on Su Kersen. Why don't you just go die? Su Kerson shot back. As Wang Wenchao listened to their exchanges, he found himself at a loss for words, realizing he was surrounded by a group of privileged individuals. Despite wearing fashionable attire, the truth of his impoverished status could not be altered. Ultimately, the trio of bourgeois women opted for Western cuisine, which left Wang Wenchao feeling quite disheartened. He had little enthusiasm for such fare and was so unfamiliar with the etiquette that he couldn't even determine which hand to use for the knife and fork. Eventually, he simply summoned the waiter to provide him with chopsticks, slicing his food and eating it piece by piece, much to the chagrin of the three women, particularly Su Kerson, who found it utterly embarrassing to be seen dining with him. During dinner, Wang Wenchao resolutely declined Su Kerson's suggestion to visit a bar afterward, leaving her with no choice but to return home early. Xiao Yuhan drove Su Kerson and Feng Yu back before continuing on to drop Wang Wenchao off near the party school. Does the outfit fit well? Xiao Yuhan inquired while driving. Perfectly. I absolutely adore it. Thank you so much. I'm truly at a loss for words. Wang Wenchao expressed his gratitude. It's merely a piece of clothing. As long as it fits, that's what matters, Xiao Yuhan replied with a nod. By the way, may I ask you something? Su Kerson mentioned that you accompanied her to purchase this outfit. Could you tell me how much it cost in total? Wang Wenchao gestured to his attire. Xiao Yuhan appeared somewhat displeased by this question, though she couldn't quite articulate why. It simply evoked a twinge of jealousy within her. It was over 15,000. I can't recall the exact amount, she answered casually. Really? And she told me it was only 1,005, Wang Wenchao lamented. Why are you so fixated on the price? Regardless of its cost, it's just a garment, Xiao Yuhan remarked nonchalantly. I understand this principle. Yet the reality is quite different. Take Su Kerson for instance. I consider her a friend, thus I feel compelled and willing to assist her. I know her intentions. She is merely repaying a favor, and while I don't refuse small tokens of appreciation, this is too extravagant. The opulence makes me feel as though I owe her something, which is quite uncomfortable. Furthermore, as a modest civil servant earning just over 2,000 a month, I wouldn't dare to wear such expensive clothing in public for fear of being accused of theft, Wang Wenchao reflected. At his words, Xiao Yuhan suddenly chuckled and said, You are quite honest, without a hint of pretense. Thank you, but I consider that to be a rather undesirable trait. In the realm of politics, it is often deemed pedantic and antiquated, Wang Wenchao replied with self-deprecation. Xiao Yuhan remained silent, focusing intently on the road ahead. If you ever wish to change jobs, it would be quite easy. Both Su Kerson and Feng Yu could facilitate that for you, Xiao Yuhan stated after a brief pause. Wang Wenchao shook his head and replied, I dislike troubling others. Moreover, I believe that the path of life must be forged by oneself. Every destination is merely a starting point. The routes one carves out through personal effort bring a greater sense of fulfillment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuhan turned to glance at Wang Wenchao, nodding in agreement as she continued to drive. Su Kerson's father is the mayor of Linshan City, Xiao Yuhan eventually added after a moment of contemplation. Ah? Wang Wenchao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yuhan. What? You didn't know? Xiao Yuhan appeared equally surprised. No, I've never inquired. After visiting her home, I sensed her father held a significant position, but I certainly didn't anticipate he would be such a high-ranking official. Wang Wenchao shook his head, then smiled wryly. Here I am, a mere director of a rural nursing home, somehow befriending the mayor's daughter. Is this not a form of irony? Chapter 70. The Gift from Xian. Part 4. I share this with you not out of any ulterior motive, but merely to convey that if you wish to elevate your standing, Xian can assist you. For her, it is a trivial matter, one that does not even require her father's intervention. She can resolve it effortlessly in this society. Such connections are a valuable resource, Xiao Yuhan remarked with a calm demeanor. I hadn't considered that. She is my friend, and I do not wish to taint our friendship with matters of personal gain. I find that to be quite distasteful, Wang Wenchao replied, shaking his head once more. Xiao Yuhan regarded Wang Wenchao thoughtfully before stating, You are indeed a rather unique individual. After a moment's contemplation, she chose the word unique. Perhaps it's more like being old-fashioned. I am aware that this perspective is not ideal, but it's simply my inherent nature, and I cannot change it, Wang Wenchao said with a smile. As he observed Xiao Yuhan, who was focused intently on driving, he suddenly found her strikingly beautiful, to a degree surpassing even the first time he had encountered her. Abruptly, Xiao Yuhan noticed a gaze directed at her from the right, and her cheeks flushed. What are you looking at? She inquired. Nothing. I was just looking out the window, Wang Wenchao stammered, feeling immensely embarrassed, his attempts at deception proving rather ineffectual. Xiao Yuhan, there is a question I have long wished to ask you, but I feel it may be rather presumptuous, and the question itself might seem rather foolish, Wang Wenchao said, pausing to gather his thoughts before earnestly regarding her. Go ahead, Xiao Yuhan replied coolly. The harm I caused you that night was entirely unforeseen and something neither of us desired. Since that day, I have felt a profound sense of guilt, and I have been meaning to ask whether that incident has caused you considerable distress in your life or in other aspects. Wang Wenchao inquired carefully, choosing his words with caution. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yuhan's hand trembled noticeably. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly turned to Wang Wenchao and asked, What do you think? Wang Wenchao was taken aback to see tears welling in Xiao Yuhan's eyes, leaving him momentarily at a loss. silently chastising himself for inadvertently broaching such a sensitive topic. I realize this question may seem rather foolish, but I don't quite know how to articulate my thoughts, Wang Wenchao admitted after much contemplation. Do you understand what that membrane signifies for a woman? Yes, perhaps you might argue that in today's society, how many girls remain virgins, and who still cares about such things? That is merely the male perspective. For a woman, it represents a multitude of sentiments. Which woman does not wish to offer her body, pure and unblemished, to the one she loves most? For it is only in that manner that it is truly perfect and blissful. You know, even now, I feel as though my body is tainted, profoundly so. After that day, I returned home and scrubbed myself vigorously, yet while my body may be clean, my heart remains forever stained. I even contemplated death, Xiao Yuhan expressed, her emotions running high. As Wang Wenchao listened to her almost frantic outpouring, he became acutely aware of the depth of the anguish she had endured that night. Although his actions were not intentional, he recognized that he bore responsibility for the consequences. Just as the law dictates, even unintentional homicide falls under culpable negligence, necessitating accountability. As Xia Xian had pointed out, Wang Wenchao had indeed believed that losing one's virginity was a significant matter for a woman, yet he had never fathomed its profound importance. Of course, you cannot be blamed for this. If blame is to be assigned, it lies solely with me. I was the one who chose to drink excessively. This was entirely of my own making. This day, I regret it immensely. Wang Wenchao, could you promise me one thing? Please do not mention this incident again. Let us treat it as if it never occurred. If we can pretend it is unknown, it would bring me some solace, would it not? Xiao Yuhan continued earnestly. Wang Wenchao, observing her tear-streaked face, found himself at a loss for words. He handed her a tissue and said, I had never been to a bar before that night. It was my first experience. I had just been dumped by my girlfriend of 4 years, or perhaps I should say I was betrayed. That is why I ended up drinking so much. Listening to his words, Xiao Yuhan glanced at him while continuing to drive, dabbing at her eyes. It was all a consequence of alcohol, Wang Wenchao sighed. Let it be. It is all in the past. I apologize for my previous poor attitude towards you. This is not your fault, and if blame is to be assigned, it should be shared equally between us. Well, here we are at your school, Xiao Yuhan stated, gradually bringing the car to a stop. Wang Wenchao glanced out and confirmed they had indeed arrived at the school. I shall get out now. Please drive carefully on your way back, and do not let your emotions affect your driving, Wang Wenchao cautioned as he exited the vehicle. Xiao Yuhan nodded, closing the window before slowly driving away. As Wang Wenchao watched her car depart, he felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart and let out a long sigh before gradually making his way onto campus. The days at school passed swiftly for Wang Wenchao, as he found his life to be fulfilling, far more so than his time spent working in a nursing home. Each day was filled with purpose, unlike before, when he had been aimless and uncertain of how to occupy his time. Upon reflection, he realized that he had already spent more than half of his time studying at the party school. One day, while attending class, Wang Wenchao's phone vibrated incessantly. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was a call from Dong Shiyu. After a moment's hesitation, he discreetly answered the phone beneath his desk. Wang Wenchao, the principal just called me and asked you to come to his office immediately, Dong Shiyu said directly. After hanging up, Wang Wenchao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What could the principal possibly want with him? Nevertheless, recognizing the urgency of the matter, he excused himself from class and hurried towards the administrative building. Unsure of where the principal's office was located, he found himself searching room by room. After some time, he finally located the office, only to discover the door ajar. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the principal seated behind the desk, and to his utter astonishment, there sat Xia Xian's mother on the sofa. The moment he laid eyes on her, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He knew that today would not bode well for him. Chapter 71. A reunion with the mother-in-law, Part 1. Principal, you were looking for me? Hello, Auntie. Wang Wenchao greeted politely. Principal Zhang, I won't disturb you any longer. Thank you so much for today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known whom to turn to. Upon seeing Wang Wenchao approach, Shuka Xian's mother stood up to shake hands with Principal Zhang and then turned to Wang Wenchao, saying, Please step outside with me. I have something to discuss. With that, she exited the room. Wang Wenchao glanced at the principal in confusion, only to see him smiling and nodding in encouragement. Principal, I'll take my leave then, Wang Wenchao said courteously, following Shuka Xian's mother downstairs. Outside, a luxurious vehicle was parked, with a driver already seated inside. As Shuka Xian's mother reached the car door, the driver quickly alighted to assist her in opening it. Once she settled into the back seat, Wang Wenchao circled around to occupy the front passenger seat. Please take us to a nearby tea house or CAF. Anywhere quiet will suffice, Shuka Xian's mother instructed the driver once Wang Wenchao was seated. The driver nodded and began to drive. Sitting in the car, Wang Wenchao felt a flutter of anxiety. He understood that Shuka Xian's mother was unlikely to summon him for pleasant reasons, and as her pretend son-in-law, he was utterly unsure of how to navigate this situation. After a moment's thought, he discreetly took out his phone, intending to send a message to Shuka Xian for assistance. However, he was interrupted by her mother's voice. do not inform Shuka Xin. This is a matter between you and me. With that statement, Wang Wenchao reluctantly put his phone away, his mind racing with speculations about the purpose of this meeting. The vehicle came to a stop at a tea house, and the driver opened the door for Shuka Xion's mother before rushing inside, presumably to secure a table. "Come inside with me," she said coolly, leading the way. Once inside, they waited briefly at the front desk until the driver completed his tasks, after which they were escorted to a small, private room on the second floor. The ambience was exquisite, and the surroundings were serene, ensuring their conversation remained confidential. After they were seated, Shuka Xion's mother addressed the waiter. "I'll have a cup of Biluakun tea, and you?" "I'll have whatever is fine," Wang Wenchao replied hastily. "Then 2 cups of Biluakun, and please bring a pack of cigarettes as well. As for the brand, ask the person waiting for me downstairs. Have him settle the bill first," Shuka Xion's mother instructed the waiter. Once the waiter departed, she turned to Wang Wenchao. "Don't you want to ask why I called you here?" Shuka Xion's mother queried directly. "I presume it must pertain to Shuka Xion. I believe that if you wish to share something, you will do so regardless of whether I inquire. Conversely, if you prefer not to disclose something, you may choose to remain silent even if I ask. Thus, it makes little difference whether I ask or not," Wang Wenchao responded, striving to maintain his composure and smiling as he spoke. "You certainly articulate well," Shuka Xion's mother chuckled, appearing notably more amiable than during their previous encounters. Wang Wenchao suspected that her earlier demeanor stemmed from being unprepared, as she had been dealing with her daughter at that time, whereas now she was addressing a stranger. "How old are you?" she inquired again. 24, Wang Wenchao answered candidly. 2 years younger than Shuka Xion. "Though she seems even younger than you," Shuka Xion's mother remarked with a nod. Wang Wenchao was perplexed as to the purpose of her inquiries, responding to each question as it came, his only hope being that she would not suddenly lose her temper. Before long, the waiter returned, expertly performing the tea ceremony, which was more of a performance than a mere act of serving tea. Once the tea was prepared, the waiter produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Shuka Xion's mother before departing. She tossed the pack of premium cigarettes, worth over 100 yuan, to Wang Wenchao and, while sipping her tea, remarked, "I recall that you smoke. I have no objection to others smoking in my presence, so feel free. I know little about cigarettes. This was chosen by the driver, and I cannot say whether it suits your taste." Wang Wenchao stared at her in astonishment, unsure of why Shuka Xion's mother was being so unexpectedly kind today, even offering him cigarettes. Yet, he sensed that this was not a good omen. "Thank you, auntie," he replied without pretense, feeling that excessive politeness would come off as insincere in front of someone like her. After saying this, Wang Wenchao opened the pack and lit a cigarette. Having never smoked such high-quality cigarettes before, he decided to relish the moment, regardless of the tempest that might follow. "Firstly, I must apologize for my somewhat harsh demeanor during our previous encounters. However, you must understand that all parents act in the interest of their children, and I was quite agitated concerning Shuka Xion, which led to my outburst. I am here today with no ulterior motives. I simply wish to have a candid conversation with you. You see, since the last time Shuka Xion left home with you, she has not returned, nor has she answered any of our calls. This situation has persisted for over a month now," Shuka Xion's mother stated plainly. "Is that so?" Wang Wenchao exclaimed, genuinely surprised by this revelation. He had been unaware of the extent of the situation. He only knew that Shuka Xion had been staying with Fang Yu, and occasionally, he would join her and her friends for meals, but he had never inquired about her circumstances. He was taken aback by her apparent resolve. "You were unaware of this?" Shuka Xion's mother asked, her brow furrowing in surprise. "I truly did not know. She never mentioned it to me." Wang Wenchao shook his head. "Of course, that is not the crux of the matter. I am aware she must be staying with her friends, and I trust her safety is not an issue, so I am not particularly worried. Today, I primarily wish to discuss your relationship with Shuka Xion. However, before we proceed, I would like to ask about her health. Is she truly pregnant?" Shuka Xion's mother continued. Wang Wenchao hesitated for a long moment, pondering the implications before finally responding, "No, she is not pregnant." She said that out of frustration. Shuka Xion's mother nodded at this, saying, "I suspected as much. Nevertheless, it's good to know you're honest. Wang Wenchao, do you believe you and Shuka Xion are a suitable match? In other words, if one day you were to marry, do you think you both would find happiness together?" Chapter 72. Farewell, Mother-in-Law, Part 2. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao immediately understood that Su Kerson's mother was steering the conversation towards the crux of the matter. "I am unsure which aspect you are referring to, auntie," Wang Wenchao responded cautiously, as he felt it prudent to remain reticent at this moment. On one hand, he was not one to indulge in deceitful discourse, and on the other, having promised Su Kerson to partake in this charade, he felt bound by his commitment. Thus, he found himself in a state of internal conflict, striving to refrain from speaking as much as possible. "Any aspect will suffice," Su Kerson's mother replied nonchalantly. "That is difficult to articulate. The future is inherently uncertain. However, I believe that as long as love prevails, other issues can be resolved through mutual tolerance and trust," Wang Wenchao mused after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Su Kerson's mother chuckled softly and shook her head, stating, "You are still quite young. Your understanding of marriage remains ensconced in fairy tales. While romance may be passionate and tumultuous, marriage is an entirely different realm. The mundane affairs of domestic life can erode all your tenderness, and the accumulation of minor disagreements can ultimately transform love into animosity. I speak of you two specifically, as your vastly different upbringings have fostered divergent value systems. Take, for instance, the garment you are wearing. I surmise it costs no more than 200 yuan, TOU. This may seem perfectly reasonable, as purchasing clothing at such a price point is expected. Conversely, for Kerson, the price for a piece of clothing ought to be 2,000 yuan, for that has been her norm since childhood. This exemplifies the disparity in your perspectives. And while this may appear to be a trivial matter, it underscores the potential challenges should you truly pursue a life together. As someone who has traversed this path, I can assure you that happiness is unlikely. As a mother, do you think I do not wish for my daughter's happiness? If being with you could indeed bring her joy, why would I play the villain in attempting to separate you? My actions stem from the conviction that you two will not find fulfillment together. Do you grasp the depth of my concern? Wang Wenchao silently inhaled his cigarette, attentively absorbing Su Kerson's mother's words, before responding, "I understand your intentions, Auntie. That is reassuring. You young ones often speak of a love that entails letting go, allowing the other to pursue their own happiness. Thus, I hope you can release Kerson to seek her true happiness. She may harbor deep resentment towards me for these words, and I know she will not heed my counsel, which is why I have turned to you. She remains but a child, yet you have matured. I trust you can comprehend the essence of what I am saying. I realize it may be harsh to expect you to initiate a breakup with Kerson, but such pain is only temporary. It is preferable to endure short-term suffering than prolonged distress. You have the opportunity to find someone who aligns better with your values, and who may be more suitable for you." Su Kerson's mother continued, her tone measured and deliberate. At this juncture, Wang Wenchao fully grasped her intentions. She was employing a softer approach after having found no success with her daughter. Reflecting on this, he remarked, "The hearts of parents are indeed pitiable. For the sake of their daughters, even a formidable woman like you humbles herself to seek the assistance of someone from the lower echelons of society. I have reviewed your resume. You are an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Throughout your schooling, you maintained excellent grades, and as an adult, you relied on your own efforts and state assistance to complete your university education. Subsequently, you worked in a coastal city, and after a year, you secured a position as a civil servant in Pingyang County, ultimately being assigned to work at a nursing home in Hongshan Town. From your experiences, it is evident that you are a pitiable yet resilient child. Your strength and diligence are truly commendable. I sense that your life requires support, and you deserve more and better, be it wealth or power. I am aware of the harsh conditions in township units. I have connections in the political sphere, and I could assist you in transitioning to a position within the municipal government. Furthermore, should you have aspirations for promotion, I could lend a hand. I trust you can recognize my capabilities in this regard, correct?" Su Kerson's mother gazed at Wang Wenchao with a smile. "I wholeheartedly believe that." Wang Wenchao nodded. At this point, Su Kerson's mother retrieved her handbag, extracted a stack of checks and a pen, and swiftly wrote and endorsed one before tearing it off and presenting it to Wang Wenchao. "Here is 1 million yuan. Given the current exorbitant housing prices, acquiring a home is quite a challenge for those in your income bracket. Consider this sum as a wedding gift from me to you and your future wife, enabling you to purchase a house. There is no time limit on this check. You may redeem it at your convenience." After finishing her statement, she placed the check before Wang Wenchao as he gazed at this sum, a figure he had never encountered before, and the long string of zeros. He felt no joy but rather a sense of insult and irony. "From our conversation today, I can ascertain that you are a perceptive young man. You must grasp my heartfelt intentions, do you not?" Su Kerson's mother continued. Wang Wenchao smiled faintly before responding, "I understand your meaning, Auntie. You are suggesting that if I voluntarily sever ties with Kerson and pledge never to engage with her again, you will facilitate my advancement and bestow upon me this 1 million. Is that correct? Though it may sound a tad harsh, that is indeed the essence of my proposition. As a businesswoman, I favor directness in my dealings. I hope you do not take offense." Su Kerson's mother nodded. "I appreciate your kindness, Auntie, yet I must inquire whether you have considered that if Kerson and I are genuinely in love, this 1 million is, in fact, an affront to my dignity. I can empathize with your desire as a mother to secure your daughter's happiness, but I do not condone your approach. To speak frankly, I am not Kerson's boyfriend. I am merely her friend, a fellow student from the party school. I am simply a pawn in her elaborate ruse, orchestrated to liberate her from your absolute control over her romantic and marital decisions. What she truly seeks is the freedom to love at her own discretion. Thus, this money and your earlier promises hold no significance," Wang Wenchao declared, tearing the check in half and discarding it into the trash. Chapter 73. Farewell to the Mother-in-Law, Part 3. "What are you saying that you have deceived me?" The expression on Su Kerson's mother's face immediately soured. "Yes, I apologize, Auntie. I did not intend to deceive you. However, Kerson earnestly pleaded with me, and I had no choice but to agree. Yet, I believe this is not the crux of the matter. The primary issue lies in why Kursin would resort to such measures. If you do not ponder this, then no one can assure you that the next time will be genuine, Wang Wenchao replied calmly. What do you mean by that? Su Kursin's mother's countenance darkened further. I learned from Kursin that, over the years, the relationship between you two has been quite fraught. It is often said that a daughter is a mother's closest confidant, yet why has Kursin consistently caused you heartache? Forgive my bluntness, but the root cause is that you have overlooked a crucial point. Your daughter is no longer a small child. She has matured into adulthood, possessing her own thoughts, her own life, and as you mentioned earlier, her own values. Meanwhile, you continue to regard her as a completely oblivious child, expecting her to adhere to your directives without question. I believe this is intolerable for anyone, not just Kursin. No one wishes to be a marionette, even if the puppeteer is their own mother. Would you not agree? Wang Wenchao continued slowly. What marionette? She is my daughter, and as her mother, I impose strict standards for her own good, Su Kursin's mother retorted angrily. Indeed, I firmly believe that there are no mothers who would wish harm upon their children. However, sometimes such expressions of love can become burdensome. You are always concerned with what you wish to provide her. Have you ever considered what she truly desires? Auntie, you may not appreciate my words, but I genuinely think you should reflect on this matter seriously. Thank you very much for your hospitality today. I shall not keep you any longer, as you seem quite busy. Wang Wenchao had intended to say more, but upon seeing Su Kursin's mother's expression, he felt that he had said enough. As for the future of this mother-daughter relationship, it was no longer his concern. Having said that, Wang Wenchao rose and prepared to leave, but he paused and turned back to Su Kursin's mother, saying, in fact, Kursin has a point. Not everything in this world can be purchased with money, such as emotions, freedom, and dignity. For me, these three elements are priceless. With that, Wang Wenchao took his leave. Upon returning to school, Wang Wenchao contemplated the day's events and ultimately decided to call Su Kursin to inform her of what had transpired. He felt a sense of relief that his role as her boyfriend had finally concluded. However, to Wang Wenchao's surprise, his rather impolite lesson seemed to have awakened something in Su Kursin's mother, who thereafter ceased to control her daughter as she had before, granting Kursin greater freedom. Consequently, the relationship between the mother and daughter appeared to be gradually improving. Naturally, all of this had little to do with Wang Wenchao. With a month remaining until the new year, Wang Wenchao successfully graduated from the party school. On the evening of graduation, the class held a celebratory dinner, which was markedly more exuberant than the previous gathering. The difference lay in the fact that during the last occasion, everyone was still students at the party school, hesitant to overindulge. This time, however, they had all graduated, freeing them from the constraints of the institution's regulations. That evening, most attendees became quite inebriated, and Wang Wenchao was no exception. Ultimately, he recalled being assisted into a vehicle and then losing consciousness. When Wang Wenchao awoke, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Supporting his throbbing head, he glanced around, realizing that the decor did not resemble that of a hotel, but rather seemed more akin to someone's private bedroom. Pushing open the door, he stepped outside to discover a girl reclining on the sofa, chatting on the phone without a care for her appearance. To his surprise, it was Su Kursin, and the living room was familiar to him as it belonged to Fang Yu. Upon noticing that Wang Wenchao had awoken, Su Kursin quickly informed the person on the other end of the line. All right, I have to go. Something has come up, before hanging up and turning to Wang Wenchao. You finally woke up. Why on earth did you drink so much? Couldn't you have been a bit wiser? Others take a sip, and you down an entire glass, leaving yourself drunk as a skunk. How did I end up at Fang Yu's place? Wang Wenchao inquired, puzzled. Isn't that obvious? It took me an immense effort to get you here. I had to enlist the help of other classmates to get you into the car, and then it was just Fang Yu and I, two delicate ladies, who managed to hoist you up. Honestly, you weigh a ton. We nearly fell apart trying to get you upstairs, and Fang Yu complained about it all night, Su Kursin said, clearly irritated by the memory. Hearing this, Wang Wenchao felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled, then asked, what time is it? It's 9 in the morning. You've been asleep for nearly 12 hours. You really know how to sleep, Su Kursin replied after glancing at the clock. 9 o'clock? That's not good. I need to hurry back to the town. I told my superiors I would return this morning. Kursin, I must take my leave now. I will invite you to dinner the next time I am in the city. Goodbye. Wang Wenchao, in a hurry, turned to leave. Can you make it back this morning? How long will it take from here to your town? Su Kursin shot him a disapproving glance. About 3 to 4 hours, so I really must hurry. Wang Wenchao calculated the time and replied. Fine then. I shall be a good Samaritan and drive you back, Su Kursin declared as she stood up. There's no need. It's too far and too much trouble, Wang Wenchao protested awkwardly. Oh, now you're being polite. You weren't worried about inconveniencing me last night. The most aggravating part is that you vomited all over me. I had to use half a bottle of shower gel and perfume just to get rid of that disgusting smell. I am going to get the keys. Su Kursin shot him a look before heading into the room. Soon after, they descended the stairs and drove to Wang Wenchao's dormitory to load his luggage into the car. Just as Su Kursin was about to drive away, Wang Wenchao called out to her, Why don't you wait a moment? I need to say goodbye to Teacher Dong. Chapter 74. Farewell to the Mother-in-Law, Part 4. Well, it seems you are quite sentimental. Have you perhaps developed a fondness for Teacher Dong's beauty? Su Kerson inquired playfully, a grin spreading across her face. Stop spouting nonsense, Wang Wenchao retorted, rolling his eyes at her. He made his way directly to Dong Shiyu's office, a place he had grown quite familiar with over the past 6 months due to frequent visits. Senior, I'm heading back to my unit now. I came specifically to bid you farewell and to express my gratitude for your care over the past half-year, Wang Wenchao stated as he seated himself opposite Dong Shiyu. Dong Shiyu nodded, her smile warm as she replied, When did you become so polite? In fact, it is I who should be thanking you. This is my first experience as a homeroom teacher, and without your assistance, I might have struggled. Take care on your journey back, and please call me when you're in the city. Understood, Senior. I shall take my leave now, Wang Wenchao acknowledged with a nod. The farewell was straightforward and rather routine. However, deep down, he felt a tinge of reluctance to part from Dong Shiyu, a sentiment he likely understood but was unwilling to admit. After descending the stairs, he promptly climbed into Su Kerson's car, and they drove away. What kind of ridiculous place is this? How can it take so long to arrive? Su Kerson exclaimed in frustration, directing her ire at Wang Wenchao. Miss, I have already informed you that this location is quite remote. Let me tell you, it's too late for regrets now. There are no vehicles here, and you must take me there, or I will have no means of returning, Wang Wenchao replied bluntly. Fine, I suppose this is my own folly. Had I known you were such an ungrateful wretch, I wouldn't have bothered with you. I would have let you suffer on the cramped minibus, Su Kerson retorted with exasperation. Wang Wenchao chuckled. He had long grown accustomed to their banter and found a certain charm in it. Ultimately, it took nearly 2 hours for them to reach the dormitory building of the Hongshan town government, where Su Kerson parked beneath Wang Wenchao's residence. This is where you live. It's rather dilapidated, isn't it? She remarked, gazing at what Wang Wenchao considered a relatively imposing dormitory building. Miss, this is a rural town, not your urban office. Having a building like this is already quite commendable. Come, let us go upstairs to my room, Wang Wenchao responded, exasperated, as he grabbed his suitcase and led Su Kerson upstairs. Upon reaching his room, while unlocking the door, Wang Wenchao glanced at the door of his neighbor, Hu Shualon, hoping to see if she was home. Unfortunately, it was impossible to discern. Please, have a seat, Wang Wenchao offered, placing his luggage down and gesturing toward the lone stool in the room. Su Kerson stepped in, her brow furrowing as she observed. The conditions here are quite poor, aren't they? There isn't even any furniture. What can I say? Rural conditions are lacking. You should have seen the nursing home where I once stayed. It would likely shatter your worldview and values from the past few decades. Wang Wenchao jested, taking a seat on the bed and lighting a cigarette. Wang Wenchao, why don't I look for someone to transfer you to the city? The conditions here are simply unacceptable for living, Su Kerson suggested earnestly. Wang Wenchao was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head. No need for that. I find this place quite suitable. I have just started my job, and I must test my own ability to carve out my own path, don't you think? Moreover, transferring to a city office is no easy feat. I believe you could manage it, but you owe someone a favor, and in this world, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. Thus, I shall endure a bit longer. If it becomes unbearable, I will reach out to you, but you mustn't refuse to help me then. Enough of your nonsense. I truly don't understand your thought process. Well, I won't bother with you. If you enjoy suffering, then suffer on. Su Kerson shot him another disapproving look. However, the air here is quite refreshing, which is rather uplifting, she added. This is an agricultural town. There are hardly any decent factories around, so how could the air not be good? Come, let me treat you to a meal in town, though I must warn you, there aren't any fine establishments here. You'll have to endure dining with me at a modest eatery, Wang Wenchao said with a smile. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Wenchao spotted Hu Shualon approaching. Lan Jia, he greeted her. Wang Wenchao, you're back, haha. It seems the city's air has agreed with you. You look quite different. And who is this? Hu Shualon inquired, noticing Su Kerson as she stepped out. This is my classmate from the party school, Su Kerson. She brought me back today. This is our secretary Hu. Wang Wenchao quickly introduced them. Ah, Secretary Hu, you are quite youthful. Su Kerson remarked with a smile, showing no signs of surprise. Not at all. Miss Su is truly lovely. Well, I want to interrupt you further. I shall head inside. Hu Shualon smiled and entered her room. Why is your secretary a woman? And such a beautiful one at that. You don't have any thoughts about her, do you? Su Kerson remarked slyly once Hu Shualon had entered her room. Sister, please refrain from such talk. If others hear you, how shall I manage here in the future? Come on. Wang Wenchao shot her a warning glance before leading her downstairs and driving towards the town's only establishment that could be called a restaurant. I thought my unit was terrible, but now that I've seen yours, I realize there are levels of horribleness. Some places are even worse than dog excrement, Su Kerson continued as they dined. Sister, if you must use a metaphor, at least choose a more appropriate term. Can we avoid using dog excrement at the dinner table? Wang Wenchao laughed heartily, then added, the financial strength of rural towns is limited, so the conditions for town officials are quite challenging. However, I found what your father said very insightful. working at the town level can be quite a formative experience, and I wish to hone my skills here for a few years. Another poor soul misled by my father. Su Kerson shook her head. After finishing their meal, Wang Wenchao escorted Su Kerson to her car and said, "Kerson, please drive carefully on your way back and prioritize safety. Thank you sincerely for today. Remember to call me when you head to the city. If I find out you went without informing me, I will be very displeased," Su Kerson playfully threatened Wang Wenchao. Chapter 1. A new official takes office, Part 1. I understand. You should also pay more attention in the future and improve your relationship with your mother. She truly loves you. It's just that her way of expressing that love is somewhat different. Please convey my apologies to Feng Yu and Xiao Yuhan. I didn't get the chance to say goodbye to them, Wang Wenchao continued. Well, don't speak as if it's a final farewell. Who knows, perhaps one day when I'm in a good mood, I might just bring a group of friends over to visit you, Su Kerson replied with a smile, waving at Wang Wenchao as she drove off. Watching Su Kerson's car gradually fade into the distance, Wang Wenchao chuckled to himself, then lit a cigarette and leisurely made his way towards the government office. After finishing his meal, Wang Wenchao headed directly to the office building, only to find it nearly deserted due to the lunch break. Realizing he had overlooked this detail, he returned to his dormitory for a brief nap. Upon waking, he made his way straight to the office of Secretary Yu Wanzhong, adhering to the basic etiquette of reporting back to the head official. Arriving at the door of Yu Wanzhong's office, Wang Wenchao glanced in and noticed the door slightly ajar, indicating that the secretary was inside. He knocked gently, and upon hearing the invitation to come in, he pushed the door open and entered. Secretary Yu, I have come to report back, Wang Wenchao said respectfully as he stepped inside. During his time at the party school, he hadn't learned much, but he had found himself feeling more confident, no longer as nervous in the presence of leaders. After all, he had already conversed with the mayor and the deputy secretary of the municipal committee. How could he still feel intimidated by a mere township party secretary? Oh, it is Comrade Wang Wenchao who has returned. Welcome, welcome. Please, have a seat. Tell me, how was your time studying there? Yu Wanzhong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before setting down his newspaper and smiling at Wang Wenchao. Thanks to the leadership, my studies at the party school were quite fruitful and went smoothly. I returned immediately upon graduation, Wang Wenchao replied with a smile. Haha, that's great to hear. You must have hurried back upon hearing that our nursing home has been completed, right? Yu Wanzhong jested. Indeed, the sooner the nursing home is ready, the sooner the elderly can move into their new residence, Wang Wenchao responded thoughtfully. Although he spoke the truth, Yu Wanzhong perceived that Wang Wenchao's eloquence had significantly improved compared to before his studies. He was now capable of speaking in official terms. Yes, your timing is impeccable. The county has mandated that we must relocate the nursing home before the new year, ensuring that the elderly can celebrate a joyful holiday in the new facility. Hence, there is much urgent work ahead of us. Currently, all these tasks are being handled solely by young Xinfeng, so your return will certainly alleviate his burden, Yu Wanzhong nodded, stating. Wang Wenchao's eyes widened in surprise. Relocating before the new year was indeed pressing. Since he had just returned, he was completely unaware of these developments. Comrade Wenchao, work diligently. Should you encounter any issues in your duties, feel free to report directly to me. The nursing home is not only managed by the Civil Affairs Office but also directly overseen by our party committee and government. Our nursing home is a county-level exemplary facility, quite unique in that all financial expenditures are directly allocated from the county and township finances into your nursing home S account. Although administratively you still fall under the Civil Affairs Office, financially you are independent. In a certain sense, your status is now equal to that of young Xinfeng. Do you understand my meaning? Yu Wanzhong suddenly addressed Wang Wenchao. Wang Wenchao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the distinction, but after a moment's reflection, he began to comprehend. Essentially, this meant that the funds for the nursing home would no longer come from the Civil Affairs Office but would be directly allocated to the nursing home S account, implying that he would no longer be under young Xinfeng's control. Wang Wenchao understood this much, though other aspects remained unclear. Of course, not fully grasping the situation did not lead Wang Wenchao to express his confusion outright. Instead, he simply nodded and said, I understand. Very well, then you may proceed with your tasks. Since you have just returned, there may be some matters you are still unfamiliar with. Head over to young Xinfeng and take care of the handover, striving to get into the working rhythm as soon as possible, Yu Wanzhong said with a smile. Then, Secretary Yu, I will take my leave. Wang Wenchao rose respectfully and exited Yu Wanzhong's office. Once outside, Wang Wenchao felt a bit unsettled. Although he was unsure of the situation, he realized that the current nursing home was vastly different from the previous one, and the waters were undoubtedly much deeper now. Wang Wenchao made his way directly to young Xinfeng's office. As he reached the door, he encountered young Xinfeng hurrying out. Director Yang, are you heading out? Wang Wenchao inquired. Ah, Wang Wenchao, you've finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, I would have truly gone to the party school to find you. You wouldn't believe it. During your absence, I've been shouldering all the responsibilities of the director. I am starting to feel like a superhero. Enough of that, come with me to the nursing home. You should see what your little plot of land looks like now, young Xinfeng said, clearly delighted to see Wang Wenchao, as he pulled him along downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they spotted an old, dilapidated van parked outside. Do you see that? That will be your dedicated vehicle, Yang Xinfeng remarked, gesturing toward the van as they walked. Dedicating a vehicle? What do you mean? Wang Wenchao asked, puzzled. What do I mean? Can't you tell? This is a vehicle allocated directly to your nursing home by the county. Just think, we have nearly 90 elderly residents, and with the staff, it's going to be 100 or so people. How can we function without a vehicle? So the county has provided us with this one. Though it's a bit worn, it's still a vehicle with 4 wheels. Your rank is even higher than that of our deputy town head, Yang Xinfeng explained, though Wang Wenchao detected a hint of jealousy in his tone. Once in the vehicle, Yang Xinfeng took the front seat while Wang Wenchao slid into the back. A young man, probably in his 20s, occupied the driver's seat. Xiao Liao, allow me to introduce you. This is your future supervisor, our director Wang Wenchao, Yang Xinfeng said, indicating Wang Wenchao to the driver. Upon hearing that Wang Wenchao was the director of the nursing home, the driver, Xiao Liao, immediately pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Yang Xinfeng before turning to Wang Wenchao and saying, Hello, Director Wang. My name is Liao Jiangwo, but you can just call me Xiao Liao. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Chapter 2. A new official takes office, Part 2, for the first time. Being addressed with such respect left Wang Wenchao feeling somewhat bashful. He quickly responded, You are too kind, too kind. Let us first visit the nursing home. In truth, Wang Wenchao was immensely pleased. Having a dedicated vehicle and being regarded as a leader indeed satisfied one's vanity, a sentiment universally shared. Director Yang, you mentioned that there are over 90 elderly residents at the nursing home. What is the story behind that? Wang Wenchao inquired of Yang Xinfeng without delay. Oh, I intend to explain that in detail shortly. This is a requirement from the county, as it is a county-level model nursing home, necessitating a specific resident count in our town. There are approximately 100 elderly individuals who meet the 5 guarantees standard. After excluding those with exceptional circumstances, all remaining seniors are included. Thus, your future work will be quite laborious. With over 90 elderly residents, coupled with staff, the total will likely exceed 100 individuals. According to county regulations, there must be 1 staff member for every 10 residents, which means at least 9 staff members are required, in addition to a cook, a driver, and a maintenance worker, bringing the total to around 10. This setup is even more extensive than our town's party committee structure, Yang Xinfeng continued, a tinge of jealousy evident in his tone. This situation was easily comprehensible. Initially, he held the leadership position, but in a mere moment, although he remained the nominal leader, all power now resided with Wang Wenchao, and indeed, it was far greater than his own. Thus, he found himself relegated to the role of a mere observer. Is it really that many? Wang Wenchao was utterly taken aback. Currently, everything is dictated by county standards. If we were to adhere to provincial or municipal standards, the number of staff would increase even further. The list of personnel has already been established, some I selected, and some were designated by higher-ups. Once we return, I will hand over the responsibilities to you. My initial thought was for you to concurrently manage the nursing home while primarily overseeing internal affairs within our civil affairs office. However, I did not anticipate that it would directly evolve into a county-level model nursing home. It is worth noting that this is the only one of its kind in Pingyang County. Therefore, you will have to assume the role of a full-time director. Yang Xinfeng sighed. In truth, he felt no joy regarding the establishment of this nursing home. Previously, it had been a small domain of his, but now he found himself entirely on the outside looking in. The current reality was that if the nursing home flourished, it would bear no relevance to him. Conversely, if it faltered, he would bear the brunt of the responsibility. Despite the fact that financial and personnel matters were no longer under his jurisdiction, administratively, the nursing home still fell under the Civil Affairs Office. Wang Wenchao, for the time being, had no opportunity to ponder these intricacies, as he was engulfed in astonishment. The new nursing home was situated in the same location as the previous one, yet from a distance, he noted that the old structure had vanished. Before him stood several large buildings, all enclosed by a surrounding wall. Although not grandiose, such architecture could be deemed quite sophisticated in this rural setting. The van drove directly into the nursing home's premises, which was now 10 times the size of the former establishment. The courtyard, therefore, was also significantly larger, featuring several buildings arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. 3 of these were residential apartments for the elderly. One served as an office, while another housed a dining hall, game room, and various recreational facilities. The courtyard was also adorned with numerous plants, though they appeared newly planted and still required support. As Wang Wenchao walked, he listened to Yang Xinfeng's introductions, unable to suppress a broad smile. Since you have arrived, I shall take my leave. Remember, I have arranged for several local women to come and clean. Please ensure they are compensated accordingly. Also, in a few days, you need to open an account at the county finance office, as you are the legal representative of this nursing home. Thus, only you can establish this account. Furthermore, all office supplies and furniture for the apartments will arrive shortly, so be sure to sign for them in a couple of days. All staff will gradually join. Then your responsibilities will become more manageable. When you return to the town, please meet with me to hand over any remaining duties. Yang Xinfeng briefly outlined before turning to leave. After a few steps, he turned back to Wang Wenchao and said, Wang Wenchao, could you kindly ask Xiao Liao to take me back to the town? You can simply call him directly, Wang Wenchao replied, feeling somewhat perplexed. Now that you are back, how can I directly instruct others? You may not fully grasp this yet, but the county has determined that the nursing home operates as an independent entity, thus severing most financial ties with the civil affairs office or the town government. Henceforth, all financial transactions will be directly allocated to your nursing home by the county, and all personnel, including your own salary and bonuses, will be managed by the nursing home. In essence, you will be the superior of these staff members, and my connection to this matter will be minimal, Yang Xinfeng articulated, a hint of sorrow evident in his words. He understood that the county's decision was to effectively prevent local government officials from exploiting the nursing home for their own gain, a common occurrence. This new arrangement also ensured that Wang Wenchao wielded considerable power. Director Yang, please do not say that. I remain your subordinate. You are still my superior. I will heed your every directive. Wang Wenchao quickly assured him, recognizing the underlying sentiment. Let us not dwell on that, my brother. We both understand the situation. Frankly, I feel rather disheartened. I have toiled diligently for nearly 6 months to establish this nursing home, only to see it become a project for someone else's benefit. Would you feel pleased in my shoes? However, this is the will of those above us, and it does not affect our relationship. Now, please help me call Xiao Liao. I have matters to attend to and am quite overwhelmed, Yang Xinfeng candidly expressed, then patted Wang Wenchao on the shoulder. Wang Wenchao empathized with Yang Xinfeng's grievances. Such feelings were entirely natural, as Yang Xinfeng had said. Anyone would feel upset if they found themselves in his position. Wang Wenchao stepped outside to relay instructions to the driver, asking him to take Yang Xinfeng back. In truth, unbeknownst to everyone, the nursing home's unique structure had been mandated by a particular leader. This leader had ordered that the nursing home must function as an independent fiscal entity, severing all ties with the local government. Thus, it was easy to deduce who this particular leader might be. Wang Wenchao spent the afternoon in a flurry of activity. Although he did not have to physically labor, the myriad of trivial tasks proved to be quite burdensome. Chapter 3. A new official takes office, Part 3. It was only in the late afternoon, as the workday drew to a close, that Wang Wenchao returned to the town. He went directly to Yang Xinfeng to hand over all responsibilities related to the nursing home. Subsequently, Wang Wenchao insisted on treating Yang Xinfeng to a delightful meal at a local restaurant, which significantly lifted Yang's spirits. At this moment, Yang Xinfeng no longer exhibited the leadership demeanor he once had in front of Wang Wenchao, and the reason was quite simple. Although Wang Wenchao was ostensibly still under his command, he had, in reality, been stripped of any power. The van delivered Wang Wenchao right to the foot of the dormitory building, imparting to him, for the first time, the delightful advantages and sense of superiority that accompany authority. He mused to himself, no wonder so many people strive tirelessly for such a thing. It truly possesses an enchanting allure. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wang Wenchao tidied up the space briefly before stepping out onto the balcony, gazing at Hu Shuolan's door. After a moment's contemplation, he approached and knocked gently. "Who is it?" came Hu Shuolan's voice from within. The dynamic of a woman being home alone differs greatly from that of a man. Typically, a man would answer the door directly, often while inquiring who it was. However, a woman alone at home would be more hesitant, generally refraining from opening the door without knowing who it is. "Shuolan, it's me, Wang Wenchao," he replied. "Oh, please wait a moment," Hu Shuolan responded, and soon the sound of footsteps could be heard. "Come in and have a seat," Hu Shuolan said with a smile as she opened the door for him. Noticing that Hu Shuolan was already in her pajamas, Wang Wenchao felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, "I'm sorry for disturbing your rest. Why are you sleeping so early? I was just watching television." "Sit down. I'll make you a cup of tea," Hu Shuolan replied, continuing with a smile. "That girl from earlier. She must be your girlfriend, right? She's quite beautiful." "Not at all. You've misunderstood. She's just a friend. She has her own car and happened to give me a ride back," Wang Wenchao quickly clarified. "Really? I find that hard to believe," Hu Shuolan continued to tease with a smile. "I assure you, she is merely a friend," Wang Wenchao insisted, slightly flustered. All right, I won't tease you anymore," Hu Shuolan chuckled as she handed him the tea. "What brings you here?" "Nothing much. I just thought I'd check in since I'm back. I intended to visit your office this afternoon, but Director Yang insisted I go to the nursing home to handle the handover. So here I am now," Wang Wenchao explained. "Check in? Didn't you call me yesterday to inform me of your return today? How do you find the new nursing home?" Hu Shuolan inquired. "It's certainly good, but to be honest, Shuolan, I'll only share this with you. I feel a bit uncertain about taking on the role of director. This new nursing home feels entirely different from the previous one, and I already sense that I may have offended Director Yang before officially starting." "Sigh," Wang Wenchao expressed slowly, seeking to confide in Hu Shuolan, the only person with whom he could share his true feelings. "What is the matter? Do you feel as though you've usurped someone else's power and now feel guilty?" Hu Shuolan asked with a playful smile. "Not exactly. This was assigned by higher authorities, so there is no question of usurpation. I simply feel that the dynamics of this nursing home are rather complex, which instills a sense of trepidation in me. Moreover, I sense the weight of responsibility on my shoulders," Wang Wenchao replied, shaking his head. "Do you have confidence in yourself? Do you believe you can manage this nursing home well?" Hu Shuolan asked directly. "I do believe I can, but," Wang Wenchao hesitated. "As long as you have faith in your ability to succeed, That is what matters. Everything else is secondary, Hu Shualon encouraged with a smile, before adding, I know what you're thinking. You're acutely aware of the current situation, aren't you? It's quite straightforward. From what I understand, the county has invested significant resources into establishing this nursing home because a high-ranking official has taken an interest in it. The county had no choice but to allocate a substantial budget for such a high-standard facility. Furthermore, the new management system for this nursing home is nearly tantamount to being a county-managed institution, with the town overseeing the title while the county manages the finances. Ultimately, the town's authority over this nursing home is quite limited. From the town's perspective, this high-standard nursing home being established in our area is a double-edged sword. While it undoubtedly benefits the town, if for no other reason than to serve as a commendable achievement, on the flip side, it has become a coveted prize that some leaders wish to claim for themselves. Thus, you must grasp the uniqueness of your position. You must also secure your seat well. If you do not, you may find yourself swiftly replaced. When the county implemented this system, many aspired to occupy this position, and I was approached by numerous individuals seeking it, not to mention the two top leaders. Initially, the town did not intend for you to be the director due to your youth. No one was willing to entrust such a significant institution to someone so young. Ultimately, after much contention among the two top leaders, you were directly designated as the nursing home director by the county. I do not know the specific reasons behind this. Perhaps only you are privy to that information. What I wish to convey is that many are prepared to watch you stumble, waiting for the moment you falter so they may step into your role, so you must be vigilant, for there are many envious eyes upon you. As for other matters, I believe you are well aware of them, including personnel and financial aspects, which are quite understandable, correct? Hu Shualon spoke candidly with Wang Wenchao, adopting an intimate tone. Wang Wenchao was taken aback. He had not anticipated the intricacies involved, and he gaped, saying, I truly had no idea there was so much to consider. If you are unaware, then I am even less informed. However, this is not something you need to ponder at present. You mentioned the waters being deep, but from my perspective, they are quite shallow in a sense. Your nursing home operates as an independent department, one that is subject to minimal oversight from the town. Consider this. The financial resources do not come from the town government. Rather, the town is required to allocate a portion of its budget to your accounts annually. Additionally, while personnel authority resides with the town, your position as director is directly designated by the county. Therefore, neither personnel nor financial power resides with the town. What can they truly control? In other words, you are essentially the sovereign of your domain within the nursing home. How could the waters be deep? As long as you refrain from engaging in the power struggles among the town as higher-ups and focus solely on managing your 3 acres of land, the waters cannot be overly deep. Should you choose otherwise, however, I cannot guarantee the outcome, Hu Shualon said matter-of-factly. She continued, feeling pressure is entirely normal and indeed necessary. The reason the county has established such a high-standard nursing home is to meet the expectations of a certain high-ranking official. If this nursing home is not managed well and fails to satisfy that official, the consequences are unpredictable. One thing is certain. The county will undoubtedly monitor this nursing home closely, with inspections being frequent, so you must be prepared. Of course, you must also trust in your own abilities. Tio put it in official terms. Since the county has designated you as the nursing home director, it signifies their belief that you are capable of managing it effectively. If even the organization trusts you, how can you not trust in yourself? Chapter 4. The new official takes office, Part 4. Upon hearing Hu Shualon's words, Wang Wenchao suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment, as if all the petty thoughts that had occupied his mind had dissipated into thin air. I know what I should do now. Thank you, Sister Lan. Without your guidance, I would still be lost in a fog, Wang Wenchao expressed gratefully. You see, it's only because you've just returned and taken on such a heavy load that you feel overwhelmed. I believe that given a couple more days, you will gradually come to understand the intricacies of the situation, Hu Shualon replied with a smile, then turned serious as she addressed Wang Wenchao. Wang Wenchao, since you call me sister, I must remind you. Now that you occupy this position, you may very well find yourself entangled in the factional struggles among the higher-ups in the town. You must maintain your composure and avoid getting drawn into those conflicts. With your current capabilities, once you are caught up in such matters, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to extricate yourself, which would be detrimental to your development. Factional struggles? Who are you referring to? Wang Wenchao inquired, puzzled. At this point, it is unnecessary for you to know. Even if you did, it would serve no purpose. When the day comes that you must know, you will understand it all too well. I merely wish to forewarn you. At any time, when your own abilities have not yet reached that level, do not lightly allow yourself to be drawn into political strife, Hu Shualon reiterated earnestly, before adding with a smile. What have you gained from your studies at the party school? The gains have been substantial. I have learned greatly both in theoretical knowledge and personal insight. I can truly sense the changes within myself, Wang Wenchao replied. Nodding affirmatively, Hu Shualon nodded in acknowledgement and continued. I too have noticed your transformation. At the very least, you appear more mature, which is a positive change. You are a very intelligent young man, and after spending a few more years in this field, you will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success. Keep pushing forward. I have every confidence that you will succeed. Feeling the trust in Hu Shualon's gaze, Wang Wenchao nodded in agreement, then bid her farewell before returning to his room. The preparatory work was far more tedious than any other tasks, especially for someone in a leadership position, where nearly every matter required their attention. This was Wang Wenchao's first realization that being a principal leader was not as simple as it seemed. A few days later, Wang Wenchao received a notification to attend a meeting in the county regarding the preparations for the senior care home, alongside Secretary Yu Wanzhong, Mayor Xiao Duan, and Director Yang Xinfeng of the Civil Affairs Office. This news filled Wang Wenchao with excitement. Prior to this, he had not even attended any meetings at the town level, and now he was to attend a meeting in the county with both the secretary and the mayor. While this may not have held much significance in terms of rank, it certainly served to satisfy Wang Wenchao's personal vanity. Early that morning, Wang Wenchao made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he saw driver Xiao Liao waiting by an old van that looked as though it might fall apart at any moment. Wang Wenchao approached and politely greeted driver Xiao Liao, who, addressing him as director, made Wang Wenchao increasingly accustomed to this new title. The change in how others referred to him began to shift Wang Wenchao's mindset as well. Let us wait for the secretary and the others in the government courtyard, Wang Wenchao suggested after a moment's thought. Certainly, director, Xiao Liao replied respectfully, driving the van into the government courtyard. Xiao Liao had only secured this position at the county government through connections, and lacking a solid backing, he was assigned to drive this dilapidated van, which hardly anyone used. Not long ago, due to its poor condition, the county had decided to decommission the vehicle, and similarly, Xiao Liao was slated for dismissal. However, shortly thereafter, both the van and Xiao Liao found themselves assigned to the Hongshan Town Senior Care Home, a turn of events that felt like a rebirth for the driver, who now held even greater respect for his leader, Wang Wenchao. After waiting for a while in the courtyard without the arrival of Yu Wanzhong and Xiao Duan, Yang Xinfeng eventually descended the stairs, clutching a bag. The vehicles belonging to Secretary Yu Wanzhong and Mayor Xiao Duan were parked in the courtyard. Yang Xinfeng walked directly to the van, opened the door, and took a seat in the back. Brother Wenchao, I'll be hitching a ride in your vehicle today, Yang Xinfeng said with a smile. Director Yang, please come to the front seat. How can you sit in the back? Wang Wenchao immediately replied. Through his observations during his time at the party school, Wang Wenchao had concluded that junior leaders generally preferred to sit in the front seat, as it offered a better view and allowed them to avoid crowding with others, thereby enhancing their sense of leadership status, an indulgence of vanity. In contrast, senior leaders typically chose the back seat for reasons of safety and confidentiality, as it kept them less visible to outsiders, and they usually had dedicated vehicles, eliminating the issue of being cramped with others. It's all the same, really. Thankfully you have a car. Otherwise, getting to the county for today's meeting would have posed quite the challenge, Yang Xinfeng sighed. What's the issue? ISNT Secretary Yu and Mayor Xiao both attending. How could that be a problem? Surely there will be a vehicle, Wang Wenchao asked, perplexed. You don't understand. Given the circumstances today, should I ride with the secretary or the mayor? Riding with either one could lead to resentment, while not riding with either could stir up dislike. It's a dilemma where I'd rather take a minibus. But fortunately, I have your car today, so I've been saved, Yang Xinfeng expressed cheerfully. After Yang Xinfeng's explanation, Wang Wenchao began to grasp the underlying intricacies, realizing for the first time that interacting with leaders involved a wealth of knowledge and many details to master. This insight encouraged him to be more vigilant. After a brief wait, Secretary Yu Wanzhong slowly emerged from the building. Wang Wenchao and Yang Xinfeng promptly exited the vehicle to greet him. Just as they approached, Mayor Xiao Duan also came down the stairs. Good morning, Secretary Yu. Both Wang Wenchao and Yang Xinfeng respectfully greeted. You're here so early. I trust you've both had breakfast? Secretary Yu inquired with a smile, pausing in his stride. Yes, we have, Wang Wenchao replied with a grin. Very well, then let us be on our way, Secretary Yu said, smiling as he walked towards the vehicle. Good morning, Mayor Xiao. The two greeted once more as Xiao Duan approached. Chapter 5. A new official takes office, Part 5, However, Xiao Duan's demeanor was entirely different from that in the text, as he merely nodded and uttered a sound of acknowledgement, his ever-impassive expression remaining unchanged as he proceeded directly towards his vehicle. In truth, Wang Wenchao had little familiarity with the town mayor, Xiao Duan. Their encounters had been few and far between, let alone any substantial interaction. This was, in fact, their inaugural meeting. Nevertheless, from this initial encounter, Wang Wenchao gleaned some insights into Xiao Duan's character, noting that he was considerably more reticent than depicted in the writings. Once the two leaders had passed, Yang Xinfeng and Wang Wenchao climbed into the van. They waited until the leaders' vehicles had departed before Wang Wenchao instructed Xiao Liao to drive behind them. This was a matter he understood without needing guidance. It was a logical course of action. The bumpy ride brought them to Pingyang County, where the vehicle came to a halt in front of the county government building. After disembarking, Wang Wenchao and Yang Xinfeng followed Yu Wanzhong and Xiao Duan into the office building. During this time, Wang Wenchao observed an intriguing phenomenon. Despite walking side by side, Yu Wanzhong and Xiao Duan exchanged not a single word, nor did they even spare each other a glance. This struck Wang Wenchao as both curious and peculiar, prompting him to recall the factional struggles among the town's higher-ups as recounted by Hu Xuelan. Clearly, Yu Wanzhong and Xiao Duan were well aware of the meeting's location, as they entered a conference room with ease. Shortly after they settled in, two individuals entered the office while Yu Wanzhong and Xiao Duan greeted them amiably. From their dialogue, Wang Wenchao discerned that these two were staff members from the government office, tasked with preparations for the meeting. Before long, more people began to arrive. It was through Yang Xinfeng's introductions that Wang Wenchao became acquainted with them. The meeting was presided over by the vice county chief in charge of civil affairs, who had been overseeing the elderly care facility initiative. Wang Wenchao noted his name, Yu Fei. The other participants were primarily officials from the county civil affairs bureau, including the bureau chief, several deputy chiefs, and heads of various departments. In such a gathering, individuals of Wang Wenchao's rank typically had little opportunity to speak. The discourse was primarily led by Vice County Chief Yu, the bureau chief, and the party secretary and mayor of Hongshan Town, who mainly focused on outlining the objectives and requirements for the upcoming operations of the elderly care facility. A significant portion of the discussion revolved around the celebration event for the facility's official inauguration, set to occur in 10 days. According to Vice County Chief Yu, this event was of paramount importance, as both the director of the Municipal Civil Affairs Bureau and the county mayor of Pingyang would be in attendance. Furthermore, he emphasized a crucial point. The city placed considerable importance on this elderly care facility, noting that its construction standards were among the highest in the entire Linshan city. Thus, the director's presence at the inauguration served not only as a formality but also as an inspection to ascertain whether the facility could meet the criteria for a model elderly care center at the municipal level. The county was keenly aware of this, hence the imperative to ensure that the delegation from the Municipal Civil Affairs Bureau left satisfied, thereby paving the way for an application for the model designation in the coming year. Throughout the meeting, Wang Wenchao diligently recorded the various demands and suggestions put forth by the leaders, ultimately compiling a comprehensive 3 pages of requirements. This did not even account for the additional suggestions. He felt overwhelmed, as he personally believed that many of these stipulations were entirely unnecessary. Yet, he recognized that he could not afford to disregard the directives of his superiors. Upon the meeting's conclusion, both leaders exited the office simultaneously. Xiao Duan strode ahead, while Yu Wanzhong paused briefly beside Yang Xinfeng and Wang Wenchao, stating, "You two should head back first. Do not wait for me, I have a few other matters to attend to." Tomorrow morning, the two of you along with the town leaders will convene a meeting to arrange and deploy these tasks, and then we shall launch a vigorous campaign. With that, Yu Wanzhong took his leave. Given the pressing nature of their responsibilities, Wang Wenchao and Yang Xinfeng did not linger in Pingyang County. They returned directly to Hongshan Town. The following day, the leadership team of Hongshan Town, along with Wang Wenchao and Yang Xinfeng, convened a meeting to initiate work deployment, as the inauguration ceremony was rapidly approaching. After the meeting, Wang Wenchao proceeded to the office of the Elderly Care Facilities Director, where all the necessary office supplies had been procured. Upon entering the spacious office, Wang Wenchao felt a wave of satisfaction. The large desk and leather chair offered a level of comfort comparable to what Yu Wanzhong enjoyed. After all, his elderly care facility was designated as a county-level model. Seated in the office, Wang Wenchao began to methodically draft the required regulations, as it was imperative for a model elderly care facility to maintain a stringent written set of operational guidelines, as announced in the meeting. Naturally, given his inexperience, he could only rely on his own reasoning to formulate these regulations. After dedicating an entire afternoon to this task, he emerged with a draft but felt uncertain about its adequacy. That evening, he returned to Hu Xuelan's office to seek her assistance in reviewing the regulations. Consequently, the two engaged in a thorough discussion for nearly 2 hours, resulting in significant revisions to the document. This highlighted Wang Wenchao's relative immaturity in various aspects as a fledgling in his new role. Early the next morning, Wang Wenchao made his way to the elderly care facility, as today marked the commencement of work for all staff members. He had issued a notice for everyone to convene in the meeting room at 8 o'clock sharp. Being the first day on the job, by the time Wang Wenchao arrived at the elderly care facility, a considerable number of staff members were already present, nearly all in attendance. Upon seeing his van parked in the courtyard, everyone approached him respectfully, addressing him as Director Wang. "Ah, everyone is here. Let us proceed to the meeting room for our gathering. Afterward, we can take a tour to familiarize ourselves with our working and living environment," Wang Wenchao said with a smile as he entered the meeting room. He was increasingly confident and growing more accustomed to his role as director. Chapter 6. The final say. "Everyone, please take a seat. Let us commence with the roll call," Wang Wenchao declared as he settled himself at the head of the grand circular conference table. He then retrieved a roster from his newly purchased briefcase and began to call out names. The elderly care facility, including Wang Wenchao himself, boasted a total of 15 staff members. 1 accountant, 1 chef, 1 driver, 1 maintenance worker, and an elderly doorman, with the remainder responsible for daily management tasks. Most of these personnel had been transferred from various departments, and among them were 2 village officials. It is worth noting that the elderly care facility is currently thriving, serving as a model establishment, thus enjoying ample funding, which has drawn many to seek employment here. Among the staff was also Wang Wenchao's old acquaintance, Wang Dehue, who, as of yet, had not made his appearance, much to Wang Wenchao's annoyance. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wang Wenchao. I have previously worked in this very elderly care facility, which affords me a certain familiarity with our operations, perhaps more than the rest of you. Of course, in terms of experience and qualifications, I cannot compare to the esteemed individuals present. Therefore, should I falter in any aspect of my duties, I welcome your constructive criticism." However, one principle must be firmly established: tasks assigned must be executed to perfection. Let me elucidate the nature of our institution. Our elderly care facility is currently recognized as a county-level demonstration center, with 90% of our funding allocated directly from the county. Furthermore, our finances are designated for specific purposes, with a separate account, ensuring our operations are financially secure. I believe this is a matter of utmost concern for everyone, is it not? Wang Wenchao remarked with a smile, eliciting laughter from the attendees. At that moment, Wang Dehui staggered into the meeting room and took a seat at an empty spot, seemingly oblivious to his tardiness. Wang Wenchao observed him with cold disdain. Evidently, Wang Dehui did not regard him with the respect due his position. Indeed, just a few months prior, Wang Dehui had been Wang Wenchao's superior, but now the roles had reversed, with Wang Wenchao assuming the mantle of authority, and the weight of their respective positions was unmistakably different. During Wang Dehui's tenure as director, he had not been responsible for overseeing Wang Wenchao's salary or personnel matters, rendering his directorship merely nominal. In contrast, Wang Wenchao now held complete jurisdiction over all operations within the facility. Wang Dehui, I distinctly recall informing you during our phone conversation a few days ago that the meeting was scheduled for 8 o'clock. Please take a look at the time now. Can you explain your tardiness? Wang Wenchao had not intended to make a scene on the first day, but seeing Wang Dehui's nonchalant demeanor ignited his ire, and he decided to use him as an example. What is the point of arriving so early? What significance does this meeting hold? I have been the director of the elderly care facility for many years, and never have I held a meeting, yet the facility has functioned perfectly well without incident. Therefore, I assert that meetings are merely pointless chatter, Wang Dehui said, lighting a cigarette and reclining casually, without even glancing at Wang Wenchao. The rest of the attendees observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, eager to determine whether the young director possessed the mettle to assert his authority, a standard by which they would measure their future conduct. Oh, is that so? Then may I inquire as to why you are no longer the director? I believe that speaks volumes. Your lack of a sense of time and utter absence of shame regarding your tardiness baffles me. I cannot fathom how someone like you ended up here, Wang Wenchao retorted, unabashed in his confrontation. He had long held a grudge against Wang Dehui, and now felt no need for restraint. Wang Wenchao, mind your tone. Who do you think you are? Don't presume that your position as director grants you any special privileges. What can you really do to me? I arrived late today, so what? Wang Dehui exclaimed, rising from his seat and pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Wenchao. He had come prepared to humiliate his successor, believing that if he did not, the humiliation he had endured over the past 6 months would have been in vain. Is that so? Indeed, I cannot directly impose any penalties upon you. I cannot scold you, nor can I strike you, correct? However, you may not be fully aware that this elderly care facility operates differently now. All personnel and financial matters are distinct from the former civil affairs office, meaning that your salaries, benefits, and personnel assignments are now entirely at my discretion. Since you claim I cannot affect your situation, let me test that assertion. Due to your tardiness, I shall deduct 300 yuan from your salary this month as a penalty, Wang Wenchao stated coolly, taking out a pen and writing a note, which he then signed and handed to a finance officer who had been transferred from the finance department. Li, please keep this on file and ensure this deduction is applied to his salary next month. Wang Wenchao, how dare you? Wang Dehui's face turned ashen, his finger trembling as he pointed at Wang Wenchao. Why should I not? Your tardiness is a violation of established regulations. What is there to fear? Of course, you are welcome to report me to higher authorities, to inform them that I deducted your salary due to your lateness. Go ahead. Oh, and I almost forgot to share this with everyone. Here is the daily operational protocol and a set of rewards and penalties for the elderly care facility, duly approved by the township leadership. Each of you will receive a copy. I encourage you all to read it carefully. Li, please assist in distributing these documents, Wang Wenchao instructed, handing a prepared stack of regulations to Li. Turning to Wang Dehui, he added, considering this is your first infraction and you were unaware of these regulations, I shall refrain from penalizing you this time, provided you offer an apology to the group. After all, it is only fair that you acknowledge the inconvenience caused by your tardiness, keeping us all waiting. Wang Wenchao sought to establish an example, and it was evident that he had succeeded, as he sensed the newfound respect in the gazes directed at him from his colleagues. With his objective achieved, he deemed it unnecessary to pursue further action against Wang Dehui, allowing him a graceful exit. Chapter 7. Here, I call the shots. Part 2. Wang Dehui's face flushed crimson, as he was quite eager to apologize. After all, this amounted to 300 yuan. However, given his earlier arrogance, he hesitated to express regret right after Wang Wenchao's admonition, fearing it would render him the subject of ridicule. Ultimately, swallowing his pride, he muttered a lowly, "I'm sorry." Wang Wenchao smiled, sensing Wang Dehui's humiliation. He then remarked, "Please take a seat. Remember not to be late again. Everyone, take note. From now on, we must adhere strictly to the regulations outlined herein. Anyone who violates these rules will face strict penalties, but I trust that all of you, seasoned colleagues, will comply diligently. Now, let us discuss the division of labor and the tasks we must accomplish from today until the official opening." Wang Wenchao proceeded to methodically assign the responsibilities dictated by upper management to each individual. This allocation of tasks left him with little to do, as his role primarily entailed overseeing and controlling, which is the essence of leadership. Following Wang Wenchao's demonstration of authority with Wang Dehui, the others exhibited absolute obedience to his commands. After all, their fates were firmly in his hands. Initially, Wang Wenchao believed that managing the elderly care home would be a complex endeavor, but through his exploration that day, he discovered that with the right approach, it was not as daunting as he had anticipated. This realization significantly bolstered his confidence in effectively managing the facility. That day, under Wang Wenchao's guidance, everyone toiled diligently, and in the evening, he treated all the staff to a meal at a local restaurant, an approach inspired by the wisdom of the three kingdoms, combining both benevolence and authority. 3 days later, all the elderly residents began to move in, most of whom were returning residents, along with a few newcomers, totaling over 90 individuals. This represented a substantial and delicate undertaking, as it was imperative to ensure that each elder received adequate care and that their belongings were properly organized. On this day, Wang Wenchao assembled all personnel, including the gatekeeper, to assign each worker specific elderly residents to attend to, ensuring their comfort, while he himself took an active role in the process. That evening, all staff members chose to stay overnight at the care home, although Wang Wenchao opted not to move in just yet, as he felt it prudent to wait until the establishment officially opened its doors. With all the elderly residents settled in, the following morning, Wang Wenchao convened a meeting primarily for the residents. Together with the staff, he established a set of rules for the care home and devised a reward system for the elderly. The main objective was to instill hygiene, civility, and a commendable lifestyle among the residents, which was essential for enhancing the overall image of the facility. Naturally, punitive measures against the elderly were not an option. Thus, Wang Wenchao devised a points-based system, wherein each dormitory would be evaluated monthly. The top 3 performing dormitories would receive rewards, while the bottom 3 would face public criticism at the monthly meeting. This initiative had long been in Wang Wenchao's mind, but he had lacked the authority to implement it until now, allowing him to bring his vision to fruition. In Wang Wenchao's view, the quality of a care home is reflected in 2 aspects. First, the hardware, which is contingent upon funding, and second, the inherent qualities of the residents. Should the inhabitants lack basic decorum, the facility would not attain a respectable standard, regardless of its infrastructure. Given that the current residents hailed from rural backgrounds, their standards of living were not exemplary. Thus, Wang Wenchao conceived this method to gradually transform their habits and elevate their overall quality. With 7 or 8 days remaining before the Lunar New Year, the Hongshan Town Elderly Care Home was officially established. The inauguration ceremony was treated with utmost seriousness by both the town and county officials. Early that morning, nearly all the town leaders were present, along with department heads who brought various ceremonial donations, including books and televisions. 9 o'clock, Yu Wenzhong and Xiao Duan, engaged in final preparations, simultaneously received calls and hurriedly left in their vehicles. Look, the leaders must be arriving. They've gone to greet them, Hu Shualan remarked to Wang Wenchao. Ah, that explains their haste. Wang Wenchao quipped softly, attempting a jest. You've likely never welcomed leaders before. Pay attention, today. We have the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau and the county magistrate visiting. When they arrive, you must stay at the back of the line, as your position permits you only that. Moreover, refrain from jumping in to answer unless directly addressed. You will come to understand the nuances of this protocol in time. Just remember, although you are the director here, today, you are merely a subordinate, as am I, Hu Shualan advised, smiling as she offered her insights. Wang Wenchao, somewhat perplexed yet receptive, nodded, grasping the general rules of engagement. Hearing you say that, I find myself feeling a bit anxious. Why the anxiety? Isn't there a saying that when the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up? With so many leaders present, even if the sky were to fall, it wouldn't land on your head. Hu Shualan chuckled before turning her attention to another department head. Despite her reassurances, Wang Wenchao remained slightly apprehensive and took one last tour of the elderly care home, double-checking all arrangements until he was satisfied that everything was in order. Before long, several vehicles arrived, bringing with them a host of unfamiliar leaders. The simple inspection began, with a long line of officials traversing the care home. Wang Wenchao instinctively positioned himself at the end of the procession alongside Yang Xinfei. Initially disappointed, he felt reassured seeing the usually arrogant Yu Wenzhong and Yang Xinfei also taking their places at the rear. Later, he learned from Hu Shualan that the leaders at the forefront included the county magistrate and the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau, followed by numerous deputy magistrates and deputy directors. Yu Wenzhong and Xiao Duan were merely technology staff, relegated to their respective positions. Naturally, when local leaders had inquiries, they promptly stepped forward to respond. Chapter 8. Here, I am in charge, Part 3. Following this was the inauguration ceremony, where several prominent leaders commenced the ribbon cutting, subsequently unveiling the plaque. Each leader then took turns delivering a brief speech. The entire ceremony concluded in a rather satisfactory manner. Although the event had a somewhat anticlimactic feel, witnessing the swift departure of all the leaders left Wang Wenchao with a sense of relief. He could finally enjoy the upcoming new year, having been engulfed in a whirlwind of preparations for this celebration that had rendered him nearly oblivious to the world around him. In the days that followed, Wang Wenchao found himself with considerably more leisure, as all operations had fallen into a well-organized rhythm, with each staff member's responsibilities clearly delineated, including a meticulously prepared duty roster. Consequently, there were few matters that required the attention of Wang Wenchao, the director. Just in time for the new year, he moved into the staff dormitory at the nursing home. During his free moments, he frequently visited the residents' quarters to engage in conversation, often spending the most time with Grandma Zhang. Ever since her arrival at the new nursing home, Grandma Zhang had been perpetually cheerful, extending her warmth towards Wang Wenchao as she always had, which deeply touched him. A few days before the new year, Wang Wenchao began organizing the holiday duty schedule. In truth, it mattered little to him. He had no family to return to. Even if he were to go home for the holiday, he wouldn't know where to go. He could only remain at the nursing home, but others were eager to return home to celebrate. Wang Wenchao efficiently arranged all his responsibilities, and before he knew it, it was the 27th day of the 12th lunar month. On this day, Wang Wenchao was seated in his office, signing various receipts brought in by the accountant when his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. "Hello, this is Wang Wenchao," he said respectfully. "Is this Wang Wenchao? This is Xiao Duan," came a serious male voice from the other end. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Wenchao recognized that it was the town mayor, Xiao Duan. Although he was puzzled as to why the mayor would personally call him, he responded with deference, "Hello, Mayor Xiao, this is Wang Wenchao. Are you busy at the moment?" Xiao Duan inquired directly. "Not at all. Please feel free to let me know if you need anything," Wang Wenchao replied promptly. "Well, let me ask you something. How much surplus money do you currently have in your nursing home's account?" Xiao Duan's demeanor remained cold and devoid of any warmth. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao's mind began to race with caution. It was important to note that the nursing home's finances were not under the jurisdiction of the town. The mayor's unsolicited inquiry about their funds raised a red flag. "There are a few tens of thousands left, which is earmarked as New Year funds for the elderly," Wang Wenchao replied cautiously, though in reality, there were over 100,000. "Well, could you squeeze out 5,000 for me? The government is currently facing some financial difficulties and needs it urgently. We'll reimburse you after the new year," Xiao Duan stated bluntly, evidently aware that Wang Wenchao's statement lacked credibility and showing no intention of negotiating. Wang Wenchao felt a surge of anxiety. He was not a fool. Would Xiao Duan truly return the money once taken? It was clear that the mayor had indicated the funds would not be returned, and even if they were, what did it matter? If he were to transfer the money, an investigation could lead to accusations of misappropriating public funds. Wang Wenchao had also heard from Yang Xinfeng that it was customary for each department to prepare some funds for the leadership before the year's end, as if it were an unspoken rule in Hongshan Town. However, Wang Wenchao felt this practice was improper and had no desire to partake in it. "You should come to my office this afternoon. I will be waiting for you," Xiao Duan continued, preparing to hang up. "Mayor Xiao, there truly isn't much left in the nursing home's account. This money has already been allocated for the elderly's New Year celebrations, and we need to provide them with some items, as well as extra meals at the cafeteria, not to mention bonuses for the staff. There is simply no surplus available. I genuinely cannot squeeze anything out," Wang Wenchao said after much deliberation. "Cannot squeeze anything out? Wang Wenchao, do you take me for a fool? The county recently allocated a substantial sum to your nursing home as account. How could there be no money? Wang Wenchao, you are young. You must learn to be prudent in your actions," Xiao Duan responded angrily, his tone dripping with a hint of threat. Wang Wenchao, who was not one to yield to pressure, initially considered finding a more diplomatic excuse to navigate the situation. However, upon hearing Xiao Duan's threat, his temper flared, and he retorted, "Mayor Xiao, there truly is no money left in the nursing home as account. If you do not believe me, you are welcome to come and audit the books. Every transaction is meticulously recorded. I would never falsify the accounts. Please do not put me in a difficult position." All right, well said, young man," Xiao Duan replied curtly, repeating "all right" several times before abruptly ending the call. Wang Wenchao, filled with indignation, hung up the phone but soon found himself reflecting on the conversation. His regret was not about standing firm on his principles, but rather about how he had handled the situation. He wished he had been less confrontational, that he had not let Xiao Duan's threats provoke him into anger, and that he had managed to navigate the situation with greater finesse. Unfortunately, it was too late for such thoughts. Wang Wenchao realized he had undoubtedly offended the mayor. Would Xiao Duan seek to undermine him in the future? Wang Wenchao could not say for certain, but he was acutely aware that the mayor would not treat him kindly moving forward. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, "When will I ever learn to temper my fiery disposition?" As a young man, Wang Wenchao spent the entire afternoon in a state of gloom, agitated by the events that had transpired. After much contemplation, he finally decided to call Hu Shualan. "Sister Lan, are you busy?" Wang Wenchao inquired. "I'm in the office. What's up? Do you need something?" Hu Shualan casually responded. "Are you free this evening?" "I would like to treat you to dinner," Wang Wenchao said cheerfully. "Treat me to dinner? What's the occasion? Why the sudden desire to take me out?" Hu Shualan asked, puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing. You've helped me so much, and I feel I should express my gratitude," Wang Wenchao replied somewhat shamelessly. "Very well, then. Call me after work," Hu Shualon said before hanging up the phone. Chapter 9. The Young Lady Lai Sengsen, Part 1. Upon hearing Hu Shualon's agreement, Wang Wenchao felt a slight sense of relief. He could not fathom why, but whenever he encountered work-related troubles, Hu Shualon was the first person who came to his mind. Wang Wenchao promptly summoned the driver and requested the keys. It struck him as rather amusing. By the measure of driving experience, he was considered a seasoned driver, yet the number of times he had actually driven was minimal. He had obtained his driver's license during his freshman year of university, as their institution had organized a driving school, likely in exchange for generous benefits to their counselor. Consequently, the counselor urged all students to enroll in this particular driving school, implying that failure to do so would be disrespectful. Moreover, the cost of lessons was exceedingly affordable at that time, leading nearly all students, including Wang Wenchao, to participate. Acquiring a driver's license back then was a straightforward affair, essentially guaranteed to pass. As the end of the workday approached, Wang Wenchao drove directly to the entrance of the government courtyard, deliberately avoiding the interior to evade any encounter with Xiao Duan. He then called Hu Shualon. Shortly thereafter, she opened the door of his van and took a seat inside. You seem to be enjoying quite a decent treatment now, with a dedicated vehicle at your disposal. I almost wish to exchange places with you, Hu Shualon teased as she settled in. Please, spare me the mockery. I can hardly even qualify for the most junior leadership position, and even if offered the role of deputy secretary, I would be utterly incapable, Wang Wenchao replied, feeling a touch embarrassed by her jest. He drove Hu Shualon to a restaurant in town, where they occupied a small private room. Once seated, Hu Shualon smiled and inquired, So, what brings you to seek my company? Honestly, there is nothing pressing. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your support during this period, Wang Wenchao stubbornly insisted. Truly nothing at all? Hu Shualon probed, her skepticism evident. Really, there's nothing significant. I simply wish to discuss a few matters with you, Wang Wenchao admitted, feeling flustered under her gaze. He quickly added, But primarily, I want to thank you. Enough with the explanations. Such justifications only serve to mask the truth. Speak plainly, what is it? Hu Shualon could no longer suppress her laughter and urged Wang Wenchao to divulge the matter at hand. At that moment, the dishes were served, and the two began to eat while conversing. Well, it's not a grave issue, but I lack confidence and feel unsettled unless I share this with you. Today, Xiao Duan, the town mayor, unexpectedly called me, requesting that I withdraw 50,000 yuan from the senior care home's accounts, asserting he had a use for ITDM. My immediate thought was that this was a violation of regulations, and to withdraw such a substantial sum could land me in prison for years if discovered. Wang Wenchao recounted the conversation he had with Xiao Duan verbatim to Hu Shualon. I fear I have genuinely offended him this time. I regret my actions. Of course, it's not that I regret refusing to give him the money. That is a matter of principle I cannot compromise. Rather, I regret confronting him. Perhaps there could have been a resolution, but now, due to my temperament, he must despise me. I have only just started working, and already I have antagonized the mayor, which leaves me feeling quite unsettled, Wang Wenchao candidly expressed. How could he act so unreasonably? This is utterly outrageous. Hu Shualon exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Are you unaware? I have heard through the grapevine that he behaves similarly towards other departments, Wang Wenchao confided in a hushed tone. Hu Shualon shook her head and replied, his conduct will inevitably lead to trouble. It was wise of you not to acquiesce. Misappropriation and embezzlement of public funds are severe offenses. Never entertain the notion that you might evade consequences. Especially at your young age, should such actions be uncovered, your life would be irrevocably altered. However, as you mentioned, your handling of the situation was excessively impulsive. One must learn to exercise restraint and not act solely on impulse. That is the behavior of a child. Remember, never casually offend anyone, even if they are not your superior. A simple equation suffices. Having one more friend means one less enemy. But fret not, this incident will pass. It is not a monumental issue. I understand your concern about having offended Xiao Duan and fear he may retaliate. Based on my understanding of him, it is indeed likely he would seek retribution. However, under the current circumstances, he cannot truly harm you. Naturally, he might create minor inconveniences, but they will not be significantly detrimental, as he lacks control over your reputation and finances. Yet, if one day you are reassigned from the senior care home, the situation may become precarious. Therefore, seek an opportunity to mend your relationship with him, but under no circumstances should you succumb to his unethical demands, as that would spell your own demise. Wang Wenchao nodded thoughtfully and remarked, I have considered this myself. I am merely reflecting on my character. It seems I must amend this troublesome flaw. By the way, Sister Shualon, when do you plan to return home for the new year? I believe the unit mentioned a holiday starting on the 29th. As for me, this year, I shall not return home for the new year. I have already submitted my request to remain here while others return to celebrate. There is little reason for me to go home, as my family is sparse. It seems more practical to spend the holiday here. And you? Hu Shualon's expression dimmed momentarily, but she soon turned to Wang Wenchao with a smile. You know, I am an orphan, Wang Wenchao replied, spreading his hands in resignation. I apologize. I did not mean to bring that up. Hu Shualon quickly offered her regrets. What is there to apologize for? I harbor no ill feelings regarding this. I have been an orphan since birth, and that is but a reality. There is no need for pretense, Wang Wenchao said with a smile, shaking his head. Then how about this? If you are spending the new year alone, come to my place, and I will make dumplings for you, Hu Shualon suggested after a moment's thought. That sounds perfect, Wang Wenchao readily agreed without hesitation. After enjoying dinner with Hu Shualon, Wang Wenchao drove her back to the dormitory before returning to the senior care home. On the way, he received a phone call from Li Sengson. Wang Wenchao, what have you been up to lately? Why haven't you called me? Have you forgotten about me entirely? It's quite the insult, considering I drove such a long distance to take you to that remote valley. Li Sengson launched into a tirade as soon as Wang Wenchao answered the call. Young lady, I have been quite occupied. Our senior care home just recently opened, and we held a ceremony attended by a multitude of leaders. I have been non-stop since my return, and I was just about to call you when you rang, Wang Wenchao replied, having learned to adopt a bold demeanor. Excuses, excuses. Go on, keep telling your stories that I refuse to believe you're so busy that you lack even a moment to call me, Li Sengson retorted, clearly not easily deceived. Chapter 10. Miss Su Curson, Part 2. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. You have no idea how hectic my days are. I am utterly exhausted and fall asleep the moment my head touches the pillow, Wang Wenchao insisted vehemently. Well then, I shall not hold it against you. By the way, do you have any plans for the new year this year? Su Curson inquired directly. I'll be staying at the office. Where else could I possibly go? Wang Wenchao replied, his heart sinking slightly at the mention of the holiday. While others had homes to return to, he had none. Spending the new year at the office sounds dreadfully dull. Come to the city. Let us go out and have some fun, Su Curson immediately suggested. Miss, are you lacking in common sense, or am I? Who spends the new year away from home? Have you ever seen anyone out and about during the new year festivities instead of returning home? If you were not to be home for the holiday, I can only imagine how your mother would react, Wang Wenchao responded exasperated. It is not as if I am home every day. What is the issue? If I invite you to join me in some merriment, is this how you respond? Are you afraid I might consume you? Su Curson retorted, visibly displeased. That is not what I meant. It is simply a matter of time. I still have to be on duty. How about this? I am uncertain about my day off, but I will call you when I know I am driving now, so I must end our conversation for the moment, Wang Wenchao said hurriedly, disconnecting the call. He felt a twinge of apprehension towards Su Curson. This girl could sometimes be rather unreasonable. On the eve of the new year, Wang Wenchao was seated in his office when someone knocked on the door. Assuming it was a staff member seeking assistance, he called out, "Come in." The door swung open, and as he looked up, he was surprised to find it was Mr. Hong, the son of Grandma Zhang. Upon seeing Mr. Hong, Wang Wenchao promptly rose and greeted him with a smile. "Ah, Mr. Hong, please, take a seat." "Director Wang, I have heard of your promotion. Congratulations," Mr. Hong said with a smile as he settled into the chair before Wang Wenchao. "There is no need for such praise. It is merely a slight increase in authority, allowing me to undertake some initiatives I had previously been unable to pursue. Mr. Hong, I regret that I do not have any tea to offer." "Please make do with a cup of plain water," Wang Wenchao replied, cheerfully pouring a glass of water for Mr. Hong. "I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments. The nursing home today is a far cry from what it once was. I am genuinely pleased. You have managed it well. Not only has the environment improved, but the residents' spirits have lifted considerably. It seems the leadership made the right choice in appointing you as director," Mr. Hong remarked, accepting the water without hesitation and taking a sip. "That credit belongs to the ample funding provided from above. Without such resources, we could not have achieved this level of improvement," Wang Wenchao said, though inwardly he felt a swell of pride. There was no denying that the current recognition of the nursing home owed much to his efforts. Mr. Hong merely smiled, choosing not to delve deeper into that topic, and continued, "Director Wang, I have come to request a small favor." "You are too kind," Wang Wenchao replied, feeling somewhat uneasy. "With the new year approaching, I would like to take my mother home to celebrate together. Could you assist me with the necessary paperwork?" Mr. Hong gestured vaguely. Wang Wenchao understood what Mr. Hong was asking and after a moment's contemplation replied, "According to regulations, you cannot take her home. It must be a direct relative and requires a signature. This is to ensure we have a clear record in case any issues arise. I recognize you as Grandma Zhang's son, but legally, that is not acknowledged. However, I trust your integrity and confirm that you are indeed her son, and it is a wonderful thing to bring her home for the new year. I am certain Grandma Zhang would be overjoyed. Nonetheless, Mr. Hong, I will need you to write a note and sign it, confirming you are taking her home. This is merely a procedural matter." "I assure you it is not a question of trust," Wang Wenchao explained, unsure of how else to clarify. "I understand, Director Wang. I apologize for putting you in this position," Mr. Hong smiled, then took a piece of paper and a pen from Wang Wenchao's desk and began writing. After completing it, he pulled out his identification card, noted the ID number, and handed it to Wang Wenchao. "Mr. Hong, I sincerely apologize. I am merely adhering to the regulations," Wang Wenchao said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I understand. You are simply following protocol. I shall take my leave now, but I wish you a happy new year in advance," Mr. Hong said, rising with a smile. "Likewise." I will also head down to see Grandma Zhang off, Wang Wenchao replied, standing and accompanying Mr. Hong downstairs. Before long, the new year had arrived. On this day, Wang Wenchao granted all staff a holiday, save for 2 individuals who had drawn duty for the day. The rest returned home to celebrate. The driver, Xiao Yao, also left early for the festivities, leaving his keys and vehicle with Wang Wenchao. Given the significance of the new year, and with no pressing matters at hand, Wang Wenchao permitted everyone to leave early. As a person without a home, he placed immense value on the holiday and felt it was a matter of utmost importance. As evening approached, Wang Wenchao drove to the government dormitory and made his way to Hu Shualan's apartment. He knocked on the door, and Hu Shualan appeared, tying an apron around her waist. "Sister Lan, have you prepared all this?" Wang Wenchao inquired, noticing the electric stove and all the cooking utensils laid out. "Well, it is the new year. Dining out is not an option, as everyone enjoys a reunion dinner at home. If one does not cook, one may find themselves without a meal. Please, sit for a moment. The dumplings will be ready to boil shortly," Hu Shualan replied while continuing to wrap dumplings. "I'll help you with that," Wang Wenchao said, heading to wash his hands. "You, a grown man, can wrap dumplings?" Hu Shualan queried. "Of course I can. Just wait and see my skills," Wang Wenchao boasted, washing his hands before showcasing his technique. "Wow, I must say, your skills are quite impressive. I did not expect a young man like you to be so adept at this," Hu Shualan exclaimed in surprise. "Do not forget, I came from an orphanage. The saying children of poor families take on responsibilities early holds true." Wang Wenchao chuckled, swiftly wrapping dumplings. After they were finished, Wang Wenchao took charge of boiling the dumplings while Hu Shualan busied herself preparing other dishes. Before long, both the dumplings and the dishes were ready, and Hu Shualan turned on the television, which was broadcasting the Spring Festival Gala. "I also bought a bottle of wine as is customary in our region. During the new year, everyone, regardless of age or gender, must partake in a little wine to symbolize the hope for longevity and prosperity. However, I must confess, my tolerance for alcohol is rather poor, so I had someone bring me a bottle of red wine from the city. I hope it suits your palate," Hu Shualan said, retrieving a bottle of red wine and glasses from the cupboard as she poured. Chapter 11. Miss License, Part 3. I have no particular preference. "Any wine will suffice," Wang Wenchao remarked with a smile, lifting his glass towards Hu Shualan. "Sister Lan, Happy New Year." "Likewise, Happy New Year. May you advance further in the coming year. However, I can only manage a small sip as my tolerance for alcohol is quite poor. Usually, I end up pouring it out," Hu Shualan chuckled, raising her glass to clink with Wang Wenchao's. True to her word, she took only a small sip, yet even that modest amount caused her cheeks to flush a vibrant red, igniting a twinge of longing within Wang Wenchao. "It has been many years since I felt this way. The orphanage could only care for us until we reached adulthood, and since then, I have spent every New Year's alone at school. There isn't even a television at the school, so I would buy 2 bottles of wine and prepare a couple of dishes, then head to an internet CAF to watch the Spring Festival Gala by myself. I can hardly recall how many years I have spent celebrating the Spring Festival this way. This is the warmest New Year I have experienced in many years," Wang Wenchao said, influenced by the atmosphere, as tears unwittingly escaped from the corners of his eyes. One cannot deny that the appeal of the Spring Festival Gala may be subjective, yet its ability to create a festive ambience is unparalleled. Without its accompanying sounds during the New Year's Eve dinner, the experience feels incomplete. With it, however, comes a profound sense of nostalgia for loved ones, especially for those spending the holiday alone. It is often said that a man's tears are not easily shed, but they merely remain dormant until sorrow strikes. Hu Shualan felt a wave of sadness wash over her as she imagined the solitude Wang Wenchao endured each year. The thought nearly brought her to tears, prompting her to raise her glass and say, "Let us not dwell on such matters during this festive season. Let us drink and enjoy some dumplings, and see how my handmade dumplings taste." "Delicious indeed," Wang Wenchao responded, shaking off the sadness and eagerly consuming several dumplings, giving Hu Shualan a thumbs up in approval. "Wang Wenchao, have you lived in the orphanage since childhood? Have you ever considered searching for your parents? I believe you could obtain some information from the orphanage," Hu Shualan inquired slowly as they continued to eat. Wang Wenchao shook his head, replying, "I have no desire to search or contemplate that matter. The greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. If it were possible for me to find them, or if they still wished for me as their son, they would have sought me out long ago. The passing years have shown that no one has come looking for me, which can only imply one of 2 things. Either they cannot find me, or they do not wish to. Regardless of which reason it is, neither is a comforting thought to me. Thus, I would rather not seek them out, as at least I can continue to live happily this way. From another perspective, if they could abandon their own flesh and blood, perhaps it is best not to acknowledge such parents." "That is a rather harsh statement. Perhaps they had their own difficulties at that time," Hu Shualan suggested after a moment's thought. "Who can say? I prefer not to dwell on such questions. I have managed quite well alone all these years," he said. As they conversed, they unknowingly finished another drink, with Hu Shualan, who usually abstained from alcohol, having consumed nearly half a glass. "And you, Sister Lan, why aren't you returning home during this festive season?" Wang Wenchao asked. "Me? I have to work, you see," Hu Shualon replied, her gaze flickering slightly. Wang Wenchao sensed her unease, realizing she was not being entirely truthful. Why do you look at me like that? Don't you believe me? Hu Shualon shot him a glance. No, Sister Lan, I've heard a rumor about you outside. I'm unsure whether I should ask. Wang Wenchao hesitated. That moment, Hu Shualon's cheeks were already flushed, and she looked at Wang Wenchao with a smile, saying, what rumor? Just speak freely. Don't beat around the bush. I overheard it by chance. They said you were married once, but your husband passed away, Wang Wenchao said, his tone betraying his nervousness as he eyed Hu Shualon, clearly apprehensive about her reaction. Upon hearing this, Hu Shualon froze momentarily, and Wang Wenchao noticed her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yes, I was in a relationship with him during university, and we eventually married. 2 years into our marriage, he was diagnosed with brain cancer, and it wasn't long before he left this world, leaving me alone. Hu Shualon spoke steadily at first, but as she continued, tears began to fall, prompting her to raise her glass and take a large gulp. My father-in-law was an official, not too high, but certainly not insignificant. After my husband's death, my mother-in-law blamed me, convinced I was the cause of her son's demise. I had been working in the city, but I could no longer endure her accusations, so I asked my father-in-law to transfer me to a rural area. Who wouldn't want to return home for the new year? Yet, in my mother-in-law's eyes, I am the murderer of her son, and I dare not return to that household. Thus, I had no choice but to concoct an excuse about being on duty and unable to return. Having made that excuse, I also cannot go home to celebrate with my own family, Hu Shualon said, her head bowed as tears streamed down her cheeks. I'm so sorry, Sister Lan. I didn't mean to bring this up. Your mother-in-law is simply too superstitious. It's the 21st century, after all, Wang Wenchao exclaimed in anger, though he recognized that labeling Hu Shualon's mother-in-law in such harsh terms was inappropriate, ultimately settling on calling her superstitious. I can somewhat understand her pain. The death of a son is an immeasurable blow to a mother. There is perhaps no greater cruelty in this world than to see a parent bury their child. I know that deep down, she may not truly believe in such superstitions, but she needs to find a scapegoat, a way to cope with her grief, and unfortunately, that fell upon me. Yet she fails to realize that my suffering is no less than hers. We were in love for 5 years before marrying, and to have that love abruptly taken away, do you think I am not heartbroken? At such a young age, before I have even begun to experience the joys of life, I have been made a widow. How much pain must I endure? After my husband's passing, I could feel the eyes of strangers on me as I walked down the street, as if I were indeed the reason for his death. The suffocating weight of that perception was unbearable. I contemplated ending my own life countless times. Hu Shualon continued, her voice growing more emotional, likely exacerbated by the effects of the alcohol. Seeing Hu Shualon in such distress, Wang Wenchao cursed himself for bringing up such a painful topic and quickly sought to comfort her. Sister Lan, let the past remain in the past. We must move forward and embrace new beginnings, right? Today is New Year's Eve. Let us speak of joyful things. Sister Lan, I toast to you. In an effort to divert Hu Shualon's attention, Wang Wenchao began to raise his glass. Having consumed a bit too much, he too felt the world spinning around him. I apologize for my loss of composure. I hope I didn't embarrass you. Hu Shualon quickly wiped her tears away and forced a smile. Chapter 12. Error. Part 1. No, Lanjie, you have always been so beautiful, Wang Wenchao suddenly blurted out, astonished by his own words as he cautiously gazed at Hu Shualon. Hu Shualon's already flushed face deepened in color at his compliment. In that moment, she appeared breathtakingly exquisite, leaving Wang Wenchao struggling to contain his emotions. What beauty is there to speak of? I am but an old woman now, Hu Shualon replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Truly, Lanjie, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Do you know that from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly captivated? I had never imagined that such beauty existed in this world. It was from that instant that I fell deeply in love with you. Wang Wenchao insisted, believing Hu Shualon might doubt his sincerity. Every word he uttered came from the depths of his heart, devoid of any flattery. Hu Shualon felt flustered upon hearing his declaration. Do not speak such nonsense. I am your sister, and I am so much older than you, she said, unable to meet his fervent gaze, her eyes cast downward. Lanjie, I speak only the truth. I have liked you since the very first glance. Perhaps emboldened by the effects of alcohol, Wang Wenchao pressed on. Hu Shualon was taken aback by his audacity. Lanjie, I love you. Marry me, he declared, as if his mind had been set ablaze, losing all semblance of reason in the intensity of her gaze. Yet, it was not just Wang Wenchao who had succumbed to irrationality at that moment. Lanjie, I am sorry, he stammered after a prolonged silence. Hu Shualon offered no reply, continuing to sob softly, leaving Wang Wenchao helplessly watching her. After what felt like an eternity, she finally emerged from her cocoon, tears glistening in her eyes. I am sorry, Lanjie. He looked at her like a child who had misbehaved. Contrary to Wang Wenchao's expectations of a furious outburst akin to Xiao Yuhan's, Hu Shualon managed a strained smile and said, Do not blame yourself. This was my choice, so you need not feel that you have hurt me. The fault lies with me. My mind simply faltered at that moment. Lanjia, marry me. I know I am unworthy of you, possessing nothing of value, but my feelings for you are genuine. If you grant me the time, I will work diligently to provide you with a good life. Wang Wenchao implored, his urgency palpable. Hu Shualon suddenly froze, staring intently at him, her lips twitching as she posed the question once more, are you truly willing to marry me? Indeed, Lanjia. Every word I have spoken to you has come from the depths of my being. I am fond of you, he affirmed in an unexpected turn. Hu Shualon burst into tears again, this time collapsing into Wang Wenchao's embrace. This left him utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the current state of affairs or discern whether Hu Shualon harbored feelings of resentment or affection towards him. Chapter 13. Mistake, Part 2. Your words alone suffice. It is evident that we are ill-suited for one another. From any perspective, we simply do not match. Let us treat the recent events as if they never transpired. I understand that we were both momentarily carried away by impulse. Hu Shualon sobbed in Wang Wenchao's embrace for a considerable time, then wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, lying down and covering the exposed areas of her body with the quilt once more. Why are we not compatible? I am willing to make an effort. You must trust me, Wang Wenchao questioned defiantly. Fool, it is not that you are unworthy of me, but rather that I am unworthy of you. I am a widow, significantly older than you, and moreover, I am unable to bear children. Do you still wish to marry me? Hu Shualon replied with a smile. Yes, truly, I do not care about those things. What matters to me is you, Wang Wenchao insisted stubbornly. Do not speak foolishly, Hu Shualon said flatly. Everything I say is sincere. If you do not believe me, once the Civil Affairs Bureau opens in a few days, let us go and obtain our marriage certificate, Wang Wenchao said, growing somewhat anxious. I believe you, truly. It is just that we cannot proceed in this manner. Even if we were together, I could not offer you happiness. You are still young. You must not allow a fleeting whim to dictate your decisions. Furthermore, I do not wish to marry again. Let us put this matter to rest. We shall speak of it no more. Let us sleep now, and when we awaken tomorrow, let us forget everything, shall we? Hu Shualon smiled at Wang Wenchao, her eyes reflecting a peculiar emotion that he, at that moment, failed to recognize as love. Reluctantly, Wang Wenchao retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his clothing and began to smoke. What is the matter? Are you angry? Hu Shualon inquired, observing him. No, Wang Wenchao shook his head. You say no, yet it is evident that you are indeed upset. You truly are a petty and do not feel guilty towards me. I assure you, to be frank, I am currently a single woman, and you did not force me into anything just now, so you need not bear any psychological burden. In truth, I am uncertain as to why I succumbed to your charms earlier. Perhaps it is simply that I have not interacted with a man in quite some time. Hu Shualon continued to smile, albeit with a slight blush on her cheeks. Sister Shualon, I am not jesting. However, I know you do not harbor feelings for me, do you? Wang Wenchao stated earnestly, gazing intently at Hu Shualon. I cannot say. The notion of liking someone is elusive, and no one can articulate it clearly. Initially, I found you quite appealing, for you resemble my younger brother, and you are the only university student in this area. Moreover, you are quite handsome. I believe any woman would find you attractive. Subsequently, you have assisted me numerous times, and gradually, I began to feel less unfamiliar with you. If I were to describe my feelings, I have always regarded you as a younger brother. However, I cannot fathom why I did not refuse you earlier, Hu Shualon replied, shaking her head as she spoke slowly. Does this not imply that you, in fact, have feelings for me? Wang Wenchao said, a hint of excitement in his voice. I cannot say. Perhaps it is merely due to my prolonged absence from male company, is it not? Do you not know? A woman at 30 is as ravenous as a wolf, and at 40 as fierce as a tiger. Women of this age possess a strong desire for men. Thus, it is conceivable that my inclinations are merely physiological. Hu Shualon suddenly burst into laughter. Sister Shualon, I speak with utmost seriousness, Wang Wenchao responded, genuinely irritated this time. Enough of such discussions. Hold me close and allow me to sleep soundly for the night. Tomorrow, upon awakening, promise me that we shall forget all of this, Hu Shualon said, turning away from Wang Wenchao and closing her eyes. Neither of them knew how much time had passed until they were roused by the ringing of Wang Wenchao's phone. Upon checking, he saw that the call was from Su Kersen. At that moment, Hu Shualon stirred and opened her eyes wide in surprise, her face flushing with embarrassment. Hello, Happy New Year, Kersen, Wang Wenchao greeted as he answered the call. You too. Where are you? Su Kersen asked quite directly. I am still in town. What is the matter? Wang Wenchao replied, perplexed. Are you still at your old dormitory? I am at your door, having knocked for quite some time, but you have not opened. What are you doing? Su Kersen's tone was decidedly unfriendly. Wang Wenchao's eyes widened, and Hu Shualon, hearing their conversation, became anxious, urgently gesturing for him not to reveal her presence. Their tension resembled that of lovers caught in the act by a spouse returning home unexpectedly. Wang Wenchao found himself at a loss for words. What is the matter? Why are you silent? Su Kersen pressed. I was on duty last night and just woke up. I must have not heard you knocking. Please wait a moment while I get dressed and come to the door, Wang Wenchao replied before hanging up. What nonsense are you spouting? You cannot tell her you are at a nursing home. Find a way to send her away first. Hu Shualan chastised him eagerly once the call ended. I was too hasty and did not think it through. It will be fine. I will climb over to my room, Wang Wenchao said as he hurriedly got out of bed, searching for his clothes. Once dressed, he prepared to crawl through the window into the bathroom but paused and returned. Why are you still here? If she starts to suspect, it will be troublesome, Hu Shualan urged. What if she does suspect? We have committed no crimes. Besides, I have no ties to her whatsoever. Why should we act like thieves? Wang Wenchao asked, confused. Our relationship is inherently improper. I cannot be concerned with such matters. Wang Wenchao, I forbid you from disclosing what transpired between us last night to anyone, and you must forget it as well. Hurry and go. Hu Shualan was thoroughly agitated, having heard knocking coming from the adjacent door. Wang Wenchao, feeling dejected, ultimately nodded, entered the bathroom, climbed out the window, and swiftly jumped back into his original room. Of course, this room still belonged to him, along with many of his personal items. The bedding remained untouched, as the nursing home had provided him with new supplies. Thus, the belongings in this room had been left undisturbed. Occasionally, he would return here for various matters, never expecting that this time it would prove beneficial. Otherwise, he would have found it quite challenging to explain himself to Su Kerson. Chapter 14. The Mayor's Daughter, Part 1. With a sigh, Hu Shualan reflected on this distorted affection, resolutely deciding to forget it, treating it as nothing more than a fleeting dream, as if nothing had ever transpired. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already past 11. She had not anticipated sleeping in so late. Today was, after all, the first day of the Lunar New Year. With that thought, she attempted to rise, but as soon as she moved, a wave of weakness engulfed her. The memory of Wang Wenchao's vigor from the previous night surged into her mind, causing an involuntary shiver to run through her, leaving her utterly devoid of strength to get out of bed. Meanwhile, Wang Wenchao swiftly returned to his residence, hastening into his room and flinging open the door. To his surprise, he found Su Kerson standing at the threshold, her face flushed with indignation, pouting as she glared at him. What took you so long? Are there any unspeakable secrets or people inside? Su Kerson queried, her eyes darting around suspiciously. Her demeanor resembled that of a scorned spouse on the hunt for infidelity. Not at all. Come in and take a seat. It's rather cluttered. I haven't stayed here in ages. Nowadays, I primarily reside at the nursing home. By the way, what brings you here so early on the first day of the new year? Wang Wenchao posed a question that left him thoroughly bewildered. I came specifically to fetch you, Su Kerson replied, rolling her eyes at him before attempting to sit on a chair. However, upon noticing the dust upon it, she reconsidered. Fetch me? Where to? Wang Wenchao asked, utterly perplexed. Isn't that obvious? To my place, of course. I must be generous enough to regard you highly, having driven for hours on the first day of the new year just to fetch you. Shouldn't you feel a twinge of gratitude? Su Kerson declared, brimming with self-satisfaction. You left your home at the break of dawn on New Year's Day to come to this remote place for me? Wang Wenchao's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't look at me like that. I was simply too bored. Fang Yu is away visiting her brother for the new year, and Yuhan is off traveling alone. I've been feeling quite lonely for quite some time. I had no choice but to seek you out for some company, Su Kerson explained, her tone tinged with grievance. Now it was Wang Wenchao's turn to roll his eyes. It seemed this girl had driven hours simply out of boredom. Little did she know how infuriated her actions had made him. Had it not been for her, he would still be enveloped in the warmth of a tender embrace, savoring a blissful moment. Though angered, Wang Wenchao was nonetheless touched by Su Kerson's gesture of friendship. He then remarked, You should have informed me before coming. What if I had not been in town? That would have been a futile journey for you. However, I truly cannot accompany you to Linshan. I am on duty and cannot leave. Can't you take a leave of absence? Su Kerson protested, clearly dissatisfied. Who would I ask for leave? I am the one in charge, Wang Wenchao replied promptly, his tone firm. Given the special circumstances of the new year, when only 1 or 2 people remained on duty at the nursing home, it was indeed inappropriate for him to abandon his post. That doesn't matter. I'll just stay here and entertain myself for a couple of days, Su Kerson declared, her expression one of stubborn determination. Entertain yourself here. What is there to do in this desolate place? Wang Wenchao felt an urge to explode with frustration. You could take her to see the temple fair. It's a grand affair held annually from the 2nd to the 5th day of the new year, a splendid tradition, quite a sight to behold. At that moment, Hu Shualan emerged from her room, a bag in hand, smiling as she addressed Wang Wenchao and Su Kerson. A temple fair? That sounds delightful. I shall stay to witness it. Su Kerson exclaimed eagerly, her interest piqued as she smiled at Hu Shualan, promptly making her decision. Wang Wenchao gazed at Hu Shualan in astonishment, unsure of how to face her or what to say. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, Where are you headed? Upon hearing his question, Hu Shualan's face flushed crimson, and she quickly replied, I'm just stepping out to buy a few things. I'll be on my way now. With that, she hurriedly exited. In truth, Hu Shualon had just recalled something of utmost importance. They had not taken any precautions the previous night. The mere thought made her break into a cold sweat. Despite her aching body, she struggled to rise and prepare herself, only to overhear the conversation between Wang Wenchao and Su Kersen, prompting her to issue a subtle warning as she left. She was determined to rush downstairs and find a pharmacy to procure emergency contraception. The sooner, the better. Of course, the oblivious Wang Wenchao had no inkling of these matters. Did you hear what your leader said? Let us go to the temple fair. Su Kersen chimed in with enthusiasm, then inquired, your leader isn't home for the new year, is she? No, she is likely on duty. Wang Wenchao mused casually, proceeding to wash his face. Wang Wenchao, is your leader married? She is so beautiful and young, Su Kersen pressed on, her curiosity unabated. She was married, but I heard her husband passed away a few years ago, so now she is alone, Wang Wenchao responded, altering his tone as he continued washing his face. How tragic. So she is single now. Surely there must be many suitors. Su Kersen persisted, clearly intrigued. How would I know? Why are you so interested in these matters, miss? Wang Wenchao retorted, exasperated. Women are naturally curious about gossip. I just find your leader striking and charismatic. She must have many admirers. Tell me, Wang Wenchao, do you have feelings for her? Su Kersen leaned against the doorway, continuing to interrogate Wang Wenchao as he washed his face. At Su Kersen's question, Wang Wenchao, with mouthful of water, sputtered it out in surprise, wondering when this girl had become so perceptive. Enough with the gossip. After I wash my face, I'll treat you to a meal, though I'm not sure if any restaurants in town are open. If not, we'll have to head to the nursing home cafeteria instead. It'd be a good opportunity to show you around. He brightened at the thought of the nursing home. After washing up, Wang Wenchao hopped into Su Kersen's car, and they took a tour of the town. As he had anticipated, not a single shop was open. Ultimately, Wang Wenchao had no choice but to direct Su Kersen toward the nursing home, all the while calling the chef to request a few well-prepared dishes, informing him of a friend's visit. As the director of the nursing home, Wang Wenchao had certain privileges, and no one would dare question his requests. Do you see that? That is our Hongshan Town nursing home. It looks quite decent, doesn't it? Wang Wenchao pointed proudly at the nursing home visible from afar. It does look nice. You're quite fortunate. This nursing home is more impressive than your town government building. I must commend you on that, Su Kersen replied with a smile, amused by Wang Wenchao's pride. As the vehicle came to a halt inside the nursing home compound, it drew the attention of the elderly residents, who had little else to occupy their time. Seeing their director, Wang Wenchao, step out alongside a stunning beauty, whispers began to circulate among them, each casting suggestive glances at Wang Wenchao. Naturally, Wang Wenchao recognized the meaning behind their glances, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. Chapter 15. The Mayor's Daughter, Part 2, Director Wang. Is that your girlfriend? You are indeed fortunate. She is exceptionally beautiful, remarked a staff member on duty, approaching Wang Wenchao with flattery. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, while the face of Su Kersen beside him flushed crimson. Don't speak nonsense. She is not my girlfriend, merely a friend, Wang Wenchao quickly clarified, leading Su Kersen upstairs to his office. As they stepped into his office, he noticed that Su Kersen's expression was far from friendly. What's wrong? Why the long face? Don't take it to heart. These people are just big mouths who enjoy gossiping, but they mean no harm. Wang Wenchao assumed that Su Kersen was upset because of their comments labeling her as his girlfriend and hurried to comfort her. It's not them that I mind. It's you, Su Kersen retorted, glaring at Wang Wenchao with indignation. Me? What have I done? I just clarified the situation, didn't I? Wang Wenchao replied, bewildered. This is precisely it. What does that mean? You seemed furious when they called me your girlfriend. Do you think I'm unworthy of you? Am I a source of embarrassment? Su Kersen launched a barrage of accusations at Wang Wenchao. Wang Wenchao was momentarily taken aback and then, feeling aggrieved, responded, What on earth are you talking about? You really need to apply some logical reasoning here. You know that's not what I meant. Then why did you react so angrily? The moment they said I was your girlfriend, you scowled and immediately dismissed it, claiming I was just a friend. Tell me, isn't that akin to rejecting me? Su Kersen pressed on, her gaze fixed on Wang Wenchao. I am more wronged than Do-yi. You know that's not my intention. Listen to me. First, you are not my girlfriend, correct? Their baseless matchmaking is utterly inappropriate. Second, I was merely trying to avoid upsetting you. You've completely misunderstood me. How could I be unworthy of you? If I truly had someone like you as my girlfriend, I would be smiling in my dreams. Why would I ever find you lacking? So please, do not be angry. I'll check the kitchen and see about bringing up the food. We can dine here, Wang Wenchao said, attempting to placate Su Kersen with kind words. That's more like it. You wanting me to be your girlfriend is akin to a toad wishing to eat swan meat. There's no way, Su Kersen replied, her demeanor brightening instantly at Wang Wenchao's words. Exactly. That's the point. Hence, I categorically rejected them. Isn't it an insult to you to claim you are my girlfriend? Wang Wenchao began to self-deprecate in order to amuse Su Kersen. Hey, I can't help but feel you're exaggerating a bit. It sounds rather insincere, Su Kersin commented. Why don't you sit down and read the newspaper while I check the cafeteria? Wang Wenchao suggested as he opened the door. Just then, the chef appeared, carrying a large tray laden with several dishes and rice. Director Wang, I heard you and your girlfriend had arrived, and I thought you might not be comfortable dining in the cafeteria, so I brought the food up for you. Where should I place it? The chef said respectfully. Upon hearing the chef refer to Su Kersin as his girlfriend, Wang Wenchao, now wiser, chose to pretend he hadn't heard. He politely set the dishes on his desk. Director Wang, Madam Director, do you think the food is sufficient? If not, I can fetch a couple more dishes, the chef asked with a smile, rubbing his hands together. Hearing the chef call Su Kersin Madam Director, both Wang Wenchao and Su Kersin nearly choked. Wang Wenchao's face turned beet red, and Su Kersin was equally embarrassed. The rural folk, having seldom encountered such situations, were unsure how to address Su Kersin. That is enough, thank you, Su Kersin replied quickly, trying to maintain politeness. Please return to the kitchen. We have more than enough here. Also, don't prepare too much for dinner. Just 3 dishes and a soup will suffice for the 2 of us. Thank you for your hard work. You may leave now, Wang Wenchao insisted, eager to send the chef away, fearing he might inadvertently say something inappropriate again. Once the chef left, Su Kersin felt extremely awkward due to the earlier title of Madam Director, and found it hard to meet Wang Wenchao's gaze, who was equally uncomfortable. He quickly said, let us just make do with this food. The conditions here are what they are. Let us taste it and see if it suits your palate. Su Kersin accepted the chopsticks and bowl Wang Wenchao offered and, while eating, quietly inquired, why didn't you clarify our relationship earlier? Being called your girlfriend, does it not make you feel rather pleased? Wang Wenchao's eyes widened. He was utterly perplexed by Su Kersin's mindset. How was he to respond to such a question? If he denied it, they would revert to the earlier issue. If he agreed, it would surely lead to her accusing him of overstepping. Thus, he resorted to a strategy of laughter, saying heh, and swiftly followed up with, so, how is the food? Does it suit your taste? Yes, it's quite good. The flavor is rich, though it may not look appealing. However, it tastes better than many dishes from fancy restaurants, Su Kersin promptly praised. Heh, you don't quite grasp it. Restaurants emphasize the presentation, aroma, and flavor, catering to various customers' tastes, hence the flavors often fall short. Our chef is a local cook. While he may not excel in presentation, his flavors are quite authentic and appealing to the local populace. Some of the elderly have gained several pounds in just under a month, Wang Wenchao boasted. Look at you, so proud. How come I haven't seen you gain any weight? Su Kersin teased, rolling her eyes at him. I wish I could gain weight, but no matter what I do, it just won't happen. By the way, Su Kersin, are you really planning to stay here for the temple fair tomorrow? Wang Wenchao asked, eager to clarify his doubts. Of course. Didn't you just have dinner prepared? Since you've so graciously invited me to stay for a few more days, I shall gladly accept, Su Kersin replied with a cheerful smile. That is not what I meant. I was just preparing, you know. You can stay here, but the problem is, there's nowhere to sleep. The town lacks even a simple inn, let alone a hotel, Wang Wenchao lamented. That is no issue. I'll just stay in your dormitory. As for where you sleep, that is for you to figure out. You could always sleep in your office, Su Kersin suggested, thinking it through clearly and stating it as if it were the most natural thing in the world before continuing to eat. Chapter 16. The Mayor's Daughter, Part 3. Wang Wenchao could only manage a wry smile. He had long since grown accustomed to the unreasonable outbursts of the pampered young lady, Su Kersin. From your expression, it appears that you are quite reluctant for me to stay. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Su Kersin glanced at Wang Wenchao's long face, then set down her chopsticks and stood to depart. Miss, I beg you to spare me. When have I ever shown reluctance? My primary concern is that, being the daughter of a prominent family, you may feel ill-treated here. Please, grant me some mercy, Wang Wenchao lamented in exasperation. That is more like it. Now, cease your frowning. I am not as delicate as you presume. Truth be told, I sought you out first out of boredom and second, to clear my mind, Su Kersin replied with unexpected calmness. What troubles you? Have you encountered something disheartening? Wang Wenchao inquired with genuine concern. My mother has begun her tirades again. Last year, due to your words, I enjoyed a month of peace. However, with the new year upon us, her episodes have returned. She incessantly drones on about how she will not interfere with my freedom to marry, yet insists that at my age, I ought to be dating, marrying, and having children. If I delay any further, I shall end up an old maid. Furthermore, she has arranged several matchmaking meetings, claiming she will not interfere, but merely requests that I attend these gatherings, leaving the choice entirely to me. Tell me, is this not interference? As you can imagine, the arguments have persisted since New Year's Eve, so I fled first thing this morning, Su Kersin vented to Wang Wenchao. While I do not endorse your mother's approach, I can understand her sentiments. If I recall correctly, she mentioned you are 2 years my senior. Thus, with the passing of the new year, you are, in traditional terms, now 27 years old. In these rural areas, a 27-year-old is often the mother of 2 children, with the eldest already in elementary school. Therefore, you should comprehend your mother's anxiety on this matter, Wang Wenchao thoughtfully counseled. I am well aware of that, but I cannot tolerate her insistence that others must conform to her desires. Moreover, matchmaking is an exceedingly embarrassing affair. It implies that I, Su Kerson, am unable to find a suitor on my own. Why does she lack confidence in her own daughter? Must I resort to matchmaking to find a partner? How utterly humiliating! Su Kerson exclaimed indignantly. Wang Wenchao merely chuckled, remaining silent. It was evident that this was a stark clash of generational values, a quintessential generational gap. Hey, Wang Wenchao, if one day I truly become an old maid and remain unmarried, will you marry me? Su Kerson suddenly lifted her head and proclaimed. As Wang Wenchao leisurely enjoyed his meal while listening to Su Kerson's tale, her unexpected proposal caused him to choke on his food, coughing for an extended period until tears streamed down his face. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Su Kerson glared at him once more. Not at all, miss. Did you not just say I was a toad wishing to eat swan meat? How is it that your stance has shifted so abruptly? You have nearly scrambled my nerves, Wang Wenchao replied, bewildered. Did you not hear me clearly? I said, if, hypothetically, I were to become an old maid, meaning I have aged and lost my allure, rendering myself undesirable, then you should marry me, all right? Su Kerson now wore a playful grin. Should I respond positively or negatively? Wang Wenchao understood Su Kerson was jesting, yet dealing with such an unreasonable young lady compelled him to tread cautiously. Of course, you must say yes. Su Kerson retorted sharply. Very well then, Wang Wenchao nodded in acquiescence. Remember, you said it. A man must stand by his word. Since you have agreed, you must not pursue any romantic relationships until I am wed. Otherwise, it would be a breach of trust, and I shall hold you accountable, Su Kerson asserted, fixing her gaze upon Wang Wenchao. Wang Wenchao stared at Su Kerson in astonishment, ultimately choosing to bury himself in his meal. Opting for silence, he knew that if their conversation continued for another 5 minutes, he would certainly be at risk of spitting blood. At that moment, Su Kerson's phone rang. She glanced at it, then promptly dismissed the call. Wang Wenchao observed but chose not to comment. It was my mother calling. I did not wish to answer, Su Kerson stated plainly. Wang Wenchao shook his head. He could not accept Su Kerson's attitude. To owe him, regardless of her mother's faults, she remained his mother. Perhaps it was because Wang Wenchao had grown up without parents that he held a distinct understanding and yearning for familial bonds. As he carried his bowl to the cafeteria, just as he placed it down and prepared to head upstairs, Wang Wenchao's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. He answered, Hello? Are you Wang Wenchao? I am Su Kerson's mother. A familiar voice of a middle-aged woman came through the line, directly proclaiming her identity. Upon realizing it was Su Kerson's mother, Wang Wenchao felt overwhelmed. He could not fathom how he had unintentionally become embroiled in Su Kerson's family conflict. Hello, Auntie. Happy New Year, Wang Wenchao quickly replied. Happy New Year to you as well. That I need to ask you something. Please answer truthfully. Has Kerson been in touch with you? Do you know where she is now? I have already checked, and her friends are not in Linshan City. You are the only one left. She has been missing since the first day of the new year, Su Kerson's mother continued. Wang Wenchao's brow furrowed. He could not comprehend how Su Kerson's mother had acquired his phone number, yet he recognized that it would not be difficult for her to find it. At this point, he understood he could not conceal the truth from Su Kerson's mother, nor had he intended to. Kerson is with me. She arrived this morning, Wang Wenchao replied candidly. Really? Is she at your workplace or out enjoying the city? Su Kerson's mother pressed. She is here at our unit, Wang Wenchao responded, seeking a secluded spot. Has she mentioned when she plans to return? Su Kerson's mother continued her inquiry. From what I gathered, she intends to remain here for a few days. Auntie, if you are concerned for her safety, I will encourage her to return shortly, Wang Wenchao suggested, realizing that any mother would worry about her daughter spending a few days with another man, especially since Su Kerson's mother was already aware that Wang Wenchao and Su Kerson were not in a romantic relationship. What if something were to happen between them? Thus, Wang Wenchao spoke directly. Chapter 17. The Mayor's Daughter, Part 4, It's of no use. You cannot divulge anything. If you do, who knows where that girl might hide? I was not worried about those two girls before because she was surely with them. But now that they are gone, who knows where she could run off to? She has never ventured out on her own at her age. You must not tell her that I called you. For now, just send me your address, Lekaxin's mother stated before abruptly hanging up the phone. Wang Wenchao could only helplessly put away his phone, utterly perplexed about whom he had offended to be embroiled in such matters repeatedly. Upon entering the office, he found Lekaxin perusing his notebook, a record of his work, encompassing various tasks and his personal reflections on challenges faced at work. Wang Wenchao, I never realized your handwriting was so exquisite, Lekaxin remarked upon noticing his arrival. Wang Wenchao took a seat opposite her, contemplating for a moment before reluctantly speaking. Lekaxin, I need to tell you something. Your mother just called me. Initially engrossed in his work notes, Lekaxin lifted her gaze to Wang Wenchao upon hearing his words, inquiring, how did she get your number? What could she possibly want? What else could it be? You can easily guess. She certainly wanted to know if you were here with me to ask for how she discovered my number. I am equally baffled. However, given your mother's resourcefulness, it should not be difficult for her to acquire it. After all, She was personally greeted by the principal when she attended the party school. Wang Wenchao replied with a wry smile. Did you tell her? Lekaxin pressed on. Yes. Wang Wenchao hesitated briefly before nodding, feeling it unnecessary to deceive Lekaxin about the matter. Wang Wenchao, you traitor. Lekaxin shot him a glare before grabbing her bag and heading for the door. Where are you going? Wang Wenchao asked, pulling her back. Obviously, I am leaving. You betrayed me by telling my mother I was here. She will surely come rushing over, and I refuse to wait around to be dragged back to continue with blind dates. Lekaxin shouted, visibly agitated. Lekaxin, could you perhaps grow up a little and engage in actions befitting an adult? Wang Wenchao exclaimed, pulling her back and glaring. Lekaxin, intimidated by his furious expression, fell silent. Sit down, Wang Wenchao commanded, pointing to the chair. Lekaxin glanced at him, still fuming, but complied and returned to her seat, albeit avoiding eye contact, clearly miffed at him. Lekaxin, are you 3 years old? Don't you find this escapade of running away from home rather childish? You're upset with your mother, and instead of communicating, you choose to vanish, leaving her worried and frantic. Do you think this is a victory for you? That it feels gratifying? And then what? You want her to fret endlessly. Have you considered why she is anxious and concerned? If you weren't her daughter, would she even care? Even if you fled to Africa, I doubt she would bat an eyelash. Lekaxin, this started as your family affair, with no bearing on me, yet I have been repeatedly dragged into it. I won't comment on your mother's actions, but I will say that your approach to resolving issues is fundamentally flawed. Does running away solve anything? It is perfectly natural to want to avoid home, but you should at least inform your parents of your whereabouts. It's time to mature. Your mother may come looking for you shortly, and you should have a calm conversation with her rather than engage in a battle of wills. That is not how one resolves conflicts. That's all I have to say. If you wish to leave now, I won't stop you. Wang Wenchao concluded, his tone softening slightly. He was already exasperated. Having been dragged into a situation that was not his doing, and anyone in his position would feel justifiable anger. Wang Wenchao, you shouted at me. This is the second time you've raised your voice. Lekaxin's response took Wang Wenchao by surprise. Rather than addressing his concerns, she expressed her grievances. I truly have no way to deal with you, young lady. I admit my fault. Is that satisfactory? Wang Wenchao finally conceded with resignation, sometimes feeling utterly powerless in the face of Lekaxin's antics. That's more like it. You are hardly a gentleman, shouting at a lady, especially at a beauty such as myself. Lekaxin retorted with a bright smile. Wang Wenchao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. In truth, I'm aware you are right. I understand your points. However, I remain at a loss as to how to proceed. Perhaps, as you suggested, I have yet to mature. I will heed your advice today and refrain from hiding. But should my mother drag me back for a blind date, you must take responsibility, Lekaxin declared, shifting the blame back onto Wang Wenchao. Responsible? What have I done to deserve this? Wang Wenchao protested with a look of indignation. Subsequently, Wang Wenchao began to stroll through the nursing home with Lekaxin, as he genuinely had no idea what else to do with her. The nursing home lacked even a television. The recreational room housed a large TV, but it was merely ornamental since they had yet to connect the cable. Thus, there were no basic entertainment options available. Are you truly intending to remain in this nursing home? This place is so remote. Can you endure it? Lekaxin inquired as they walked. Wang Wenchao smiled and responded, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I believe that if one works diligently, there will eventually come a day to shine. Actually, if you aspire to establish your own career, you need not confine yourself to this place. Relocating to a better environment could equally allow you to carve out a successful path through hard work. Why subject yourself to so much hardship? You came here for your ex-girlfriend, and now that you have parted ways, staying here seems devoid of purpose. Wouldn't you agree? Lekaxin continued to urge Wang Wenchao to reconsider. Wang Wenchao smiled but remained silent, understanding Lekaxin's intentions to help him find a better job. Noticing Wang Wenchao's lack of response, Lekaxin grew slightly annoyed and remarked, "Forget it. Just pretend I never said anything. I know you don't want my help and prefer not to feel indebted to me, right?" Chapter 18. The Mayor's Daughter, Part 5. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao shook his head and replied, "In truth, that is not the reason. You have mentioned this issue to me on 2 occasions, and previously, Xiao Yuhan also brought it up on that occasion. She informed me that your father is the mayor of Linshan City, and that if I wish to secure a better job, it would be quite effortless with your assistance. It was then that I realized you truly are of noble lineage. At that time, I told her that I did not wish to impose on you, not because I do not consider you a friend, but rather because I wanted to avoid causing any trouble for you or your father. You are well aware of my character, so it is not difficult for you to surmise my stance on the matter. Moreover, there is a more significant reason. When I left Li Jing's home, I resolved within myself to ensure that Li Jing and her family would regret their actions. I am determined to rise from this humble elder care facility, which they look down upon, and eventually stand before them to proclaim that while they once deemed me unworthy, I now consider myself above them. I am a person of near manic determination. Once I make a decision, it is an idea I find difficult to relinquish. Nevertheless, I am grateful for your kindness. I truly appreciate it. Suit yourself. If you choose to suffer, there is little I can do, Su Kerson muttered. Wang Wenchao smiled. Although Su Kerson exhibited traits of a spoiled princess, her heart was genuinely kind. Allow me to pose a question. Why, knowing my father is the mayor, do you dare to speak to me so harshly? Are you not afraid of the consequences of offending me? Su Kerson turned back with a playful smile. Wang Wenchao was somewhat taken aback, then chuckled. Have I been harsh with you? Perhaps I merely raised my voice slightly. Not at all. I must tell you, throughout my life, apart from my mother, no one has ever spoken to me as sternly as you have. I warn you, should you provoke this young lady, believe me, I could have you dismissed from your position as director by tomorrow, Su Kerson retorted, retreating as she spoke. Then I would sincerely thank you for that. Besides, what use could a mere director with no rank have for the assistance of a young lady like yourself? Wang Wenchao jested. Be honest and do not deflect the question, Su Kerson demanded, awaiting his response. Wang Wenchao chuckled once more, then, scratching his head, said, How to put this? I consider you, Su Kerson, merely as a friend. Your status as the mayor's daughter or the daughter of a farmer bears no significance to me. To be frank, when I first learned of your father's position, I was indeed surprised. However, I found that during most of our time together, I forgot entirely about your lineage. Additionally, this also addresses your earlier inquiry regarding why I do not wish to pursue a better job. If you were not the mayor's daughter, I might have entertained the idea. I emphasize might. However, since you are, I cannot accept your assistance. This is not a matter of pride. I regard you as a true friend, and I wish to keep our friendship free from any ulterior motives. Truth be told, I am even more reluctant for you to perceive me, Wang Wenchao, as someone who ingratiates himself with the powerful. Does that explanation satisfy you? Not at all. It sounds like mere flattery. In reality, you are employing a strategy of feigned indifference to garner my favor. Su Kerson dismissed his words, continuing on her way. Wang Wenchao chuckled, knowing she was merely jesting. However, Wang Wenchao, your tactic proves effective, for I find myself developing feelings for you, Su Kerson suddenly declared, before swiftly walking away. Wang Wenchao stood there, somewhat dazed, gazing at her retreating figure, perplexed by the meaning of her final statement, yet he felt an inexplicable sensation. Approximately 2 hours later, 2 cars entered the courtyard of the elder care facility, where Wang Wenchao and Su Kerson were engaged in casual conversation. Why is my father's car here? Su Kerson stood up, puzzled, as she spotted one of the vehicles. Wang Wenchao was equally surprised, thinking to himself, could it be that Su Kerson's father, the mayor of Linshan City, has arrived? Indeed, that was the case. After the car stopped, the driver hurried over, seemingly to open the door, but it swung open on its own, revealing none other than Su Kerson's father. Dad, what brings you here? Su Kerson approached him with a question. Su uncle, oh no, Mayor Su, good day, Wang Wenchao said, mustering his courage to greet him respectfully. At that moment, another figure emerged from the car, equally astonishing to Wang Wenchao, as it was Mo Yinshu, the county mayor of Pingyang, who had attended the previous inauguration ceremony. Mayor. Mo, greetings, Wang Wenchao stammered in surprise. Mo Yinshu paused, clearly unsure of who Wang Wenchao was. You may not recognize him. Allow me to introduce, this is Wang Wenchao, the director of the elder care facility in your town. I must admit, I do not recall the name of the town, Su Kerson's father remarked with a smile, casting a glance at Mo Yinshu. My apologies, Mayor Su. It is my oversight. This young man, Wang Wenchao, has indeed escaped my memory, Mo Yinshu said, his expression growing somewhat uneasy. Do not blame yourself. As a county leader, it is impossible to know every individual. Young Wang, today I am here privately, so you may address me as uncle as you would at my home. Oh, not be misled by the presence of County Mayor Mo. He is here merely as my guide. To be honest, I am not familiar with this elder care facility and did not wish to make a grand entrance, so I asked him to find someone who knew the area. I did not anticipate he would come himself, Su Kerson's father explained with a smile. Greetings, Comrade Wang Wenchao. You must be the daughter of Mayor Su, correct? I am Mo Yinshu, Mo Yinshu said, looking at Wang Wenchao with mild surprise before extending a friendly greeting. Hello, Uncle Mo, Su Kerson replied perfunctorily, offering him a brief smile, then turned to her father, asking, Dad, what brings you here? Could I possibly refrain from coming? Your mother informed me she intended to pick you up from here. I imagined that with the two of you together, there would surely be a quarrel upon your meeting, and you would undoubtedly refuse to return. Hence, I decided to come myself, so, what say you? Do you plan to return with your father, or would you prefer to spend a few more days with Wang? Su Kerson's father spoke kindly to her. Chapter 19. The Mayor's Daughter, Part 6. Did you promise to let me stay here for 2 days? Su Kerson asked with delight. I did, but only on the condition that I get to enjoy myself here for 2 days as well, Mayor Su replied with a smile after nodding. Upon hearing her father's words, Su Kerson's previously bright expression immediately dimmed. Don't be so disheartened. I have no choice if I were to return alone without you. Do you think your mother would let me off? It would be better for me to stay here and hide for a couple of days with you, her father continued jokingly. I'm not talking to you anymore, you're just teasing me. Wait here while I fetch something, then I'll go back with you. But, Dad, I'm only doing this for your sake, Su Curson added, not forgetting to emphasize her point. I understand and I shall keep that in mind, don't rush. Since we've arrived at Xiao Wang's place, I ought to take a look around before we leave. Xiao Wang, would you mind if I took a brief tour? Mayor Su turned to Wang Wenchao. Wang Wenchao, clearly caught off guard, paused for a moment before promptly responding, not at all, Mayor Su. Your visit to inspect our work is indeed a privilege for our nursing home. This is not an inspection. I'm here privately with County Chief Mo. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year, and we are all on holiday, yet you, the director, are still working on the front lines. We have much to learn from you, Mayor Su replied with a cheerful demeanor. Please take your time. I've just finished my round. When you're ready to leave, call for me. I'll head upstairs for a while, Su Curson remarked, her interest waning at the prospect of her father's tour, and she made her way upstairs. This nursing home is newly constructed, isn't it? Mayor Su inquired as he walked ahead, with Wang Wenchao and Mo Yinshu trailing behind. Mo Yinshu made a point of walking beside the mayor, enabling him to pose questions whenever necessary while maintaining a respectful distance. Wang Wenchao, mindful of this, also walked alongside the mayor but lagged a bit behind, aware that he needed to follow Mo Yinshu. This nursing home is a model facility newly established in Pingyang County last year. It is a result of our county's commitment to enhancing the construction of livelihood projects as directed by the Municipal Party Committee and Government, having only been officially inaugurated at the end of last year, Mo Yinshu replied promptly. Upon hearing this, Mayor Su nodded and remarked, livelihood projects are indeed a vital undertaking that benefits the populace. Regardless of the challenges we face, we must not falter and should increase our investments. Nursing homes are a significant aspect of social welfare and security initiatives. Moreover, respecting and caring for the elderly is an admirable tradition of our Chinese culture that must be upheld. Just look at this slogan. Caring for the elderly today is caring for our tomorrow. The sanitation here is commendable, providing the elderly with a comfortable living environment. By the way, Comrade Xiao Wang, what does the word home signify here? This time, Mayor Su directly addressed Wang Wenchao, catching him slightly off guard. After accompanying leaders on inspections before, he had assumed that as a mere subordinate, his role was to follow silently. The term home is meant to remind the elderly that since they all reside and live here together, they are essentially one family. They should treat this institution as their home and their companions as family, fostering mutual care and assistance. To be candid, many of the residents hail from nearby villages, and their initial social skills were somewhat lacking. Consequently, we encountered several disputes and even a near altercation among the residents shortly after their arrival. I thought it would be challenging to elevate their social standards immediately, so I aimed to instill the concept of home first, encouraging them to regard this place as their family and support one another, which should help mitigate such incidents. This was a last resort, Wang Wenchao explained, somewhat sheepishly. Initially expecting Mayor Su to reprimand him for his approach, Wang Wenchao was pleasantly surprised when the mayor applauded him, saying, excellent, excellent, very good, Xiao Wang. This idea of yours is quite impressive. It seems you possess a certain flair for public relations. Do not underestimate the importance of publicity work. It is a field rich in depth and knowledge. Do you know what foreign media say about our party? They claim we are a party built on big character posters and street slogans. What does this imply? You can draw your own conclusions, but it certainly underscores the critical role of publicity in our party's operations. You are doing remarkably well. Mayor Su's repeated commendations left Wang Wenchao astonished, as did Mo Yinshu, who stood nearby. Is this the code of conduct for your nursing home? Mayor Su inquired as he approached the dining hall and noticed the rules posted at the entrance. Yes, Wang Wenchao replied, feeling slightly embarrassed since he knew the guidelines were rather rudimentary. Indeed, having regulations is essential. Without rules, chaos ensues, Mayor Su remarked with a smile. He then proceeded to inquire about various aspects of the residents' lives. The high standards of the nursing home's construction left him highly satisfied with all the operations. As they passed the recreation room, the mayor was drawn in by the sound of gongs and drums resonating from within and quickly asked Wang Wenchao, what is happening in there? The residents are playing some local instruments. They often gather here to enjoy themselves during their free time, Wang Wenchao explained immediately. Oh, this is a form of folk art. Listening to this melody reveals a profound skill level. Let us go take a look, Mayor Su said, his interest piqued by Wang Wenchao's words as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Once inside, Mo Yinshu and Wang Wenchao prepared to follow. As they approached, Mo Yinshu whispered to Wang Wenchao, Comrade Xiao Wang, you performed well today, but remember to also acknowledge the contributions of the county leaders when appropriate. With a smile, he then hurried to catch up with Mayor Su. Wang Wenchao stood momentarily stunned, soon realizing he had made a crucial error by failing to mention the county leadership's contributions throughout his explanations. He had inadvertently taken all the credit for himself. Although Wang Wenchao spoke the truth, that everything here was accomplished through his efforts, he understood that, regardless of the circumstances, leaders' contributions must always take precedence. With this realization, Wang Wenchao felt a sense of apprehension, knowing that had it not been for his acquaintance with Su Curson, Mo Yinshu might have recognized his connection with Mayor Su, and could have potentially taken offense at his blunder. As the residents were deeply engrossed in their activities, they halted upon noticing the newcomers, which dampened Mayor Su's previously high spirits. Wang Wenchao quickly addressed the elderly, "Everyone, this is my uncle, who has come to visit me today." Upon hearing the lively music, he was eager to witness it for himself. "Please do me the favor of showcasing your finest performance so that my uncle can appreciate the vibrant spirit of the residents at Hongshan Town's nursing home." Upon hearing Wang Wenchao's encouragement, the elderly were instantly invigorated, eagerly discussing which piece to perform. Chapter 20. The Mayor's Daughter, Part 7. Indeed, Xiao Wang, your ability to uplift spirits is quite commendable. Did the elderly purchase these instruments themselves? Mayor Su inquired, gesturing towards the array of musical instruments in the room. Wang Wenchao initially intended to explain that these were procured from the budget specifically to enhance the leisure activities of the elderly, as they had shown a fondness for them. However, recalling Imo Yanshu's earlier remarks about resourcefulness, he instead replied, "No, we are responsible for all the living essentials of the residents at the nursing home. These instruments were directly provided by the county." It is worth mentioning that this is largely due to County Head Mo's efforts. During the inauguration ceremony here, the elderly borrowed these instruments from the locals to perform a celebratory piece. Seeing their enjoyment, County Head Mo decided to enrich their recreational lives by arranging for a complete set to be purchased and delivered. Ever since, the elderly have been playing these instruments almost daily in their leisure time, and they have developed a deep affection for these traditional instruments. "I see," Mayor Su said, nodding approvingly at Imo Yanshu. "It is essential to ensure not only the material well-being of our elderly, but also to cultivate their spiritual lives, which is equally vital. Your efforts in Pingyang County in this regard are commendable. You must continue to uphold this standard." Certainly, Imo Yanshu responded promptly, then smiled and nodded at Wang Wenchao, conveying his unspoken understanding. Feeling reassured by Imo Yanshu's acknowledgement, Wang Wenchao's heart finally settled at that moment. The elderly began to play their music, an array of local tunes that he could not specifically identify, yet they were said to be traditional wedding melodies. They were, indeed, quite melodious. In truth, some so-called folk arts hold their own against the contemporary trends popular in the West. It is merely a negative mindset that has led many in our country to undervalue their own heritage. Both Wang Wenchao and Imo Yanshu listened absent-mindedly, while Mayor Su was genuinely captivated, later taking the initiative to inquire about the names and origins of each instrument from the elderly. As the trio exited, Mayor Su remarked, "How wonderful it would be to witness all our elderly living such carefree and joyful lives." Regardless, the nursing home in Hongshan Town, Pingyang County, is doing remarkably well. I will seek an opportunity this year to personally lead a delegation of our city's officials to visit and learn from you. This statement served as a significant compliment, filling Imo Yanshu and Wang Wenchao with elation. The saying that elderly should have support and care is not merely a platitude. It must be realized in practice. You have excelled in this regard, Comrade Yanshu. However, social welfare should not be a showcase project. We should not focus solely on one nursing home, but rather aspire for all elderly individuals to enjoy a life free of worry and to spend their twilight years in happiness. Thus, Pingyang County must strive to extend the standards and experiences of this nursing home to all others. After this, Mayor Su directly addressed Imo Yanshu by name. "Indeed, we will." The establishment of this nursing home was intended to explore a new approach, serving as a pilot project, while also accumulating experience for future reforms across all nursing homes. This year, we have decided to allocate additional financial resources specifically for the improvement of the nursing home. Imo Yanshu promptly replied, though the truth of this decision remained uncertain. "Excellent. This is a commendable policy. Comrade Yanshu, I will make it a point to visit the various nursing homes in Pingyang County by the end of the year. If you truly achieve this, I will personally commend you to the city," Mayor Su expressed with enthusiasm. Afterward, glancing at his watch, he turned to Wang Wenchao, saying, "Xiao Wang, it is getting late, and I must take my leave. Please assist me in calling Exine down." "Certainly," Wang Wenchao replied, preparing to ascend the stairs. Just then, he heard a voice. "No need to call. I have already overheard your conversation. Let us go." "Wang Wenchao, I am leaving now. You promised me that you would come to the city to find me when you were off duty. Don't let me discover that you've stood me up. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." Exine approached, addressing Wang Wenchao. Her words, spoken in the presence of Mayor Su and Imo Yanshu, made Wang Wenchao feel quite embarrassed. "How can you speak like that? Wang is the head of the institute. He cannot just leave at will. Do you think he can roam about as you please?" "Wang, I mentioned this before during your last visit to my home. Although the grassroots work may be arduous, it is the most formative experience. Just look at County Head Mo. If I recall correctly, he also rose from the grassroots level. You possess great ambition and capability. Strive diligently and hone your skills, for I hold high hopes for you. Feel free to visit me whenever you are in the city. You know my address, so do not hesitate. I must take my leave now. Yanshu, I shall ride with my girl. I need to have a good talk with her during the drive," Mayor Su said, offering a few parting words before making his way to Exine's vehicle, followed closely by the driver of Mayor Su's car. "Comrade Wang Wenchao, you performed admirably today. As Mayor Su mentioned, continue to work hard. Your future is limitless. Should you encounter any challenges or ideas during your work, feel free to come to the county to discuss them with me. Additionally, if you face any difficulties in life, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. By the way, today's visit was specifically arranged by Mayor Su to be discreet, so please do not make it public, Wang Wenchao said, smiling as he patted Wang Wenchao's shoulder before hastily getting into the car to follow Ku Xian's vehicle. Once the cars departed, Wang Wenchao felt as if he were still in a dream. In a mere moment, he had walked alongside a mayor and a county head in the courtyard, and the once lofty county head had even patted him on the shoulder, rendering the entire experience surreal. While the mayor and county head were present, Wang Wenchao felt as though a town head held little significance in his eyes. Yet, now that they had departed, he returned to the stark reality. He was merely the head of a nursing home, a title that hardly ranked in the hierarchy. Essentially, he was just a worker. Chapter 21. The Mayor's Daughter, Part 8. Wang Wenchao forced a bitter smile, lit a cigarette, and prepared to venture once more into town in search of Hu Xuelan. He was acutely aware that he had a plethora of thoughts he wished to convey to her, only to be interrupted by the unexpected arrival of Su Kerson. As he stepped outside, it dawned on him that the most pressing issue at hand was that his van remained parked beneath Hu Xuelan's dormitory, and it was quite a distance from the town. Had he known, he would have requested Su Kerson to give him a ride into town. After some contemplation, Wang Wenchao decided to call for the chef, who owned a motorcycle. He reluctantly asked the chef to escort him to town before returning to prepare dinner. In his confusion, Wang Wenchao was still unaware that, despite believing he had no connections or background, he had inadvertently forged ties with several high-ranking officials, his name already resonating in the ears of various county leaders. Yuanzhong, may I inquire about the background of the director of the nursing home in your town? Wang Wenchao. On the road, Mo Yinshu immediately called Yuanzhong, the party secretary of Hongshan town. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Yuanzhong was at home playing mahjong with friends when he received Mo Yinshu's call, which prompted him to hastily step aside to answer. Upon hearing Mo Yinshu's inquiry about Wang Wenchao's background, Yuanzhong surmised the nature of the question and replied candidly, I don't know the specifics. After Minister Luo brought it up last time, I checked his records a few times and spoke with some of his colleagues, but they all said there was nothing particularly noteworthy. I've been puzzled by this matter. Minister Luo, what did Luo Xiaobin say to you? Mo Yinshu inquired, frowning. You don't know? It's nothing significant really. During last year's meeting, Minister Luo asked me to pay special attention to Wang Wenchao. Additionally, Wang Wenchao has just returned from the party school training program for young cadres. I assumed you were aware of this, but even now, I still don't know what his true background is, Yuanzhong said, a hint of urgency in his voice. Let me enlighten you. He is a friend of Mayor Su's daughter and appears to have a rather good relationship with the Su family. Just keep this information to yourself. I only tell you this so you can be vigilant. If you hear anything, inform me immediately. He is a valuable asset, and you must safeguard this information. If anything goes awry, I will hold you responsible. I must hang up now, Mo Yinshu concluded before abruptly ending the call. After hearing Mo Yinshu's words, Yuanzhong was left in a daze, struggling to comprehend the implications. The mayor? Did I hear that correctly? It took him a moment to process this revelation. For someone of his junior rank, the mayor represented an overwhelmingly significant authority. Dad, what do you think of Wang Wenchao? Su Kerson asked her father while driving. What do you mean by what do I think? Are you asking for my opinion on him as a young official or as a potential son-in-law? Mayor Su replied, somewhat puzzled by Su Kerson's question. What son-in-law? What nonsense are you talking about? You already know that I have no relationship with him. It's all just an act, Su Kerson replied, her face flushing with embarrassment at her father's suggestion. Mayor Su chuckled lightly and said, if we're talking about him as a young colleague, he's indeed quite impressive. You mentioned that he has only been working for a year, and in that short time, he has managed to run a nursing home so effectively. This not only speaks to his intelligence and insight, but also to his dedication and diligence. Ultimately, for an individual, it is not merely talent that matters, but rather a sincere and committed mindset. I hold him in high regard. Since you think so highly of him, why not use your influence to promote him or transfer him to the city? Just look at this miserable place. It's a remote and impoverished area, far too harsh for anyone, Su Kerson immediately suggested. Although Wang Wenchao had requested she refrain from assisting him, she felt compelled to help because she believed his current circumstances were excessively burdensome. Upon hearing Su Kerson's remarks, Mayor Su furrowed his brow and asked, did he ask you to say this to me? Not at all. This is entirely my own sentiment. I've genuinely wanted to assist him, but he refuses my help, Su Kerson replied, shaking her head. Refuses? Mayor Su remarked, slightly taken aback. Yes, he is rather stubborn. He said. Su Kerson slowly revealed Wang Wenchao's reasoning, adding, even though he doesn't want assistance, I still wish to help him. I understand he has a strong sense of pride, and asking for my help would hurt that pride. However, his current work environment is truly too harsh, Dad. Moving him to the city for work is just a matter of your say-so. Isn't it? What do you say? Grant me this favor. You really don't grasp the implications of what Wang Wenchao is trying to convey, do you? He is correct. One must carve their own path. A simple example. Among the young men your mother has tried to arrange for you, which of them lacks merit? To others, they may seem quite appealing, yet do you find them attractive? I doubt it. However, if you were to choose for yourself, you would likely be content, even if they were less fortunate, correct? The same principle applies here. While the position you propose for Wang Wenchao may seem advantageous, it would not be earned through his own merit, and thus he may not find fulfillment in it. You have rightly pointed out that he possesses a strong sense of pride, which further indicates his integrity. I wholeheartedly support friendships with individuals like him. However, do not mention transferring him to the city again, nor provide him any undue advantages in his work. In the short term, it may seem like assistance, but in the long run, it would be detrimental to him. I've stated before that the grassroots level is a place for development, and within 3 years, he will transform significantly. When the time comes, it will not be too late for you to lend your support. The tallest building requires a solid foundation. No matter how high it is built, an unstable base will lead to collapse. Do you understand my point? Mayor Su articulated slowly. I don't understand, but I will defer to your judgment, Su Kurson replied nonchalantly. Wang Wenchao arrived at the government dormitory building on the motorcycle and looked up at Hu Shuolan's residence, only to find it shrouded in darkness. This puzzled him, as he believed she should be home at this hour. Contemplating this, he decided to ascend the stairs and knocked at her door. After several persistent knocks yielded no response, concern began to creep in. He promptly took out his phone and dialed Hu Shuolan's number multiple times, finally hearing her answer on the other end. Chapter 22. Gift Giving, Part 1. Hello, Wang Wenchao. What's the matter? Hu Shuolan spoke into the phone with a certain unfamiliarity. This tone of hers unsettled Wang Wenchao. He felt that Hu Shuolan should not treat him with such distance. Sister Lan, where are you? Not at home. Wang Wenchao inquired directly. Oh, I'm not in town. I returned home this morning and am currently at home. What's up? Is there something you need? Hu Shuolan replied casually. Upon hearing her words, Wang Wenchao suddenly felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He understood that Hu Shuolan was avoiding him, and he was acutely aware of what that implied. Yet, he found himself feeling a twinge of pain, an emotion reminiscent of the moment he left Li Jing's house. It's nothing. I was just asking. I won't disturb you any further, Sister Lan. I'll hang up now, Wang Wenchao said, promptly ending the call. He leaned against the balcony and slowly lit a cigarette, only realizing the smoke was nearing his fingers when it almost burned him. He discarded the cigarette and made his way downstairs, driving the van towards the nursing home. After Hu Shuolan hung up, she continued to gaze silently at her phone. After a long moment, she sighed deeply and closed the device. The following morning, with little to occupy him and the cold weather keeping him in, Wang Wenchao slept in late, skipping breakfast altogether. While still lost in dreams, he was awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Director Wang, is Director Wang available? Who is it? Wang Wenchao responded while dressing, then walked over to open the door. Upon opening it, he found a middle-aged man standing outside, one he was quite familiar with, as all the food supplies for the nursing home came from him. The man, surnamed Duan, whose full name Wang Wenchao had forgotten, was commonly referred to as Boss Duan. He owned a grocery store in the county town of Pingyang, where he sold a comprehensive range of products, including all varieties of meats, vegetables, and grains. Prior to the establishment of the nursing home, he had called Wang Wenchao to recommend himself, and shortly thereafter, he had come to see Wang Wenchao in person. At that time, Wang Wenchao had thought little of it. Since he was introduced by Yu Wenzhong, there seemed to be no reason to be difficult. After all, he needed a food supplier, and this shop appeared to have quality products. Thus, he agreed to let him handle all the food supplies for the nursing home. After 2 deliveries, Wang Wenchao personally inspected the goods and found both the quality and quantity satisfactory, so he entrusted the entire operation to him. Whenever something was needed, a simple phone call would suffice, and every few days, the man would drive over with a truckload of supplies. It was quite convenient. Wang Wenchao merely had to sign off for him to collect payment from the finance department, saving him considerable hassle. Director Wang, Happy New Year. Boss Duan greeted Wang Wenchao with a broad smile, offering him a cigarette. Happy New Year to you as well, Boss Duan. Please, come in and have a seat. Wang Wenchao replied courteously. I came today specifically to wish you a Happy New Year, Director Wang. Thanks to your support, my business last year thrived, and I am truly grateful, Boss Duan chuckled heartily. You are too kind, Boss Duan. To be frank, we have over 100 mouths to feed at the nursing home. This business could be done with anyone. It makes no difference to us. However, what we require is the quality and quantity of the food. You know, these are elderly individuals, and if there are any discrepancies in the quality of the food, the consequences are dire. Let me put it this way, Boss Duan. As long as you can guarantee the quality of your goods and refrain from any underhanded practices with the quantities, I can assure you that this business will remain with you, Wang Wenchao stated, lighting his cigarette. Of course, Director Wang. I've been in this business for quite some time, and feel free to ask around. My deliveries are always of the highest quality, and I never engage in shortchanging. This is a long-term business for us, not just a one-off transaction. I wouldn't jeopardize my own livelihood, would I? So you can rest assured on that front. However, I do hope that you will continue to support my business in the future. I was too busy before the new year to prepare any gifts for you, but here is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Boss Duan said, pulling out a large red envelope and placing it on Wang Wenchao's desk. Wang Wenchao was taken aback. He had never encountered such a situation before. For a moment, he was utterly stunned, as this was his first personal experience with bribery. something he had only read about in novels or seen on television. I won't take up any more of your time, Director Wang. Next time, I'll come by specifically to treat you to a meal in Pingyang. Goodbye for now, Boss Duan said, stepping out of Wang Wenchao's dormitory and closing the door behind him. Wang Wenchao remained in a daze, picking up the envelope and feeling its weight. He opened it and counted the money inside. 3,000 yuan, a sum equivalent to his monthly salary. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Feeding over 100 individuals at the nursing home would cost a substantial amount over the course of a year, likely around 500,000 yuan. Even with the best of intentions, Boss Duan would need to profit at least 100,000 from that, making the 3,000 yuan a mere drop in the bucket for such a lucrative deal. Seeing the 3,000 yuan left him feeling flustered. Honestly, anyone would be tempted by such a sum. However, Wang Wenchao quickly regained his composure, stuffing the money back into the envelope and hurriedly exiting. In the courtyard, he spotted Boss Duan preparing to drive away. Wang Wenchao called out to him, and upon noticing several elderly individuals watching, he took a seat in the passenger seat of Boss Duan's car without hesitation. He placed the envelope firmly on the dashboard and said sternly, "Boss Duan, I appreciate your kind gesture, but you must take this back. I know your intentions are good, but my character does not allow for such dealings. Instead, apply your goodwill towards ensuring the quality and pricing of the goods. Please do not insist. There are many witnesses here, and it wouldn't look good if this were discovered. Let me reiterate. As long as you can guarantee the quality of your goods and refrain from any manipulations in quantity, I can assure you that this business will always remain with you. Thus, let us dispense with these gifts. Your goodwill is enough, and I accept your kindness today." With a smile, Wang Wenchao patted Boss Duan on the shoulder, opened the car door, and stepped out, waving goodbye as he returned to his dormitory. Chapter 23. Gift Giving, Part 2. Upon returning, Wang Wenchao sat in his dormitory, reflecting on the day's events and smiling to himself. He felt quite pleased with his actions. Firstly, he had adhered to his principles, and secondly, he had avoided the awkwardness of directly handing over money, which might have embarrassed the recipient. This Boss Duan had been introduced to him by Yu Wanzhong, and sometimes, refusing someone's goodwill could cause them to feel uneasy, fearing that one harbored ill feelings towards them. Offending Boss Duan would equate to offending Yu Wanzhong. Wang Wenchao believed he had navigated the situation well, upholding his integrity while maintaining amicable relations. With a smile, he reminded himself to approach future matters in the same manner, embodying the philosophy of being adaptable externally while remaining steadfast internally. Not long after he settled down, Wang Wenchao received a phone call from Ma Yunhua. "Director Ma, Happy New Year." Wang Wenchao greeted respectfully. Although Ma Yunhua held the title of director of the party and government office, he also served as an organizational committee member. In the township, there was no minister of organization, only a committee member who, like the minister, was a member of the leadership team. Thus, Ma Yunhua was indeed a legitimate leader. "Wenchao, my dear brother, you are too courteous. Where are you enjoying yourself?" Ma Yunhua inquired with a smile. "Where could I possibly be enjoying myself? I'm on duty at the nursing home," Wang Wenchao replied, chuckling. "My dear brother, I'm not criticizing you, but you are now the head of the institution. Sometimes, you need to learn to delegate authority, don't you think? A leader should embody the qualities of leadership. You oversee everything. Why are you still handling duties like this yourself? If leaders and subordinates are performing the same tasks, then who will lead? Isn't that right?" Ma Yunhua said somewhat sternly, but Wang Wenchao understood that he was merely joking. "Director Ma is right. However, I hardly consider myself a leader. I'm just someone who gets things done," Wang Wenchao replied modestly. "You are indeed a bona fide leader. I'd almost like to swap places with you. By the way, do you have time today? I've spoken with Secretary Yu, and he happens to be free at home today. Shall we go together to pay him a New Year visit?" Ma Yunhua revealed the main purpose of his call. Paying a New Year visit to a leader? Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao suddenly recalled an important matter and internally chided himself for being forgetful. It seemed that during this new year, he had neglected to send even a simple greeting, let alone a phone call, to several leaders. "I had the same intention. When shall we go?" Wang Wenchao promptly responded. "How about you drive the nursing home's vehicle to pick me up? There are hardly any cars at my place during the new year, and I could hitch a ride with you. You know where my house is, right? It's the one at the corner in the town," Ma Yunhua said with a smile. Wang Wenchao quickly agreed, hung up the phone, changed into a fresh outfit, and briefed the person on duty before driving towards the town. Yu Wanzhong's home was in Pingyang County, and he was not originally from Hongshan Township, which meant his residence could not be located there. Generally, aside from local leaders, few would settle in Hongshan Township, not for any particular reason, but simply because the economy there was not very prosperous. Wang Wenchao drove into town, stopping in front of a store to purchase a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor. Neither item was particularly expensive, but they were presentable enough, costing him nearly half a month's salary. Of course, this was unrelated to bribery. It was simply a gesture of normal interpersonal relations. Wang Wenchao arrived at the building Ma Yunhua had mentioned, where Ma Yunhua was already waiting. He was also carrying 2 large bags, which, while their contents were unknown, were undoubtedly more valuable than his own offerings. Ma Yunhua was a close associate of Yu Wanzhong, having been personally promoted by him upon his arrival in Hongshan Township. Every year, on the second day of the new year, he would visit Yu Wanzhong's home to pay his respects, a habit he had cultivated. The local custom dictated that on the first day of the new year, sons would visit their parents, while on the second day, sons-in-law would visit their in-laws. Clearly, in Ma Yunhua's mind, Yu Wanzhong held more significance than his own in-laws. Initially, Ma Yunhua had not intended to invite Wang Wenchao, as he regarded him as somewhat insignificant, merely the head of a nursing home, not even a department leader. Were it not for Yu Wanzhong's favorable regard for Wang Wenchao, he would likely have been disinclined to engage with him. However, when Ma Yunhua had called Yu Wanzhong to inform him of his visit, Yu had insisted that Ma Yunhua bring Wang Wenchao along. Why Yu Wanzhong had his own motives. Upon hearing the news regarding Mo Yen, he was taken aback. In his eyes, Wang Wenchao had become someone of immense importance. He would have preferred to forge a more personal bond with Wang Wenchao, but as a leader, it would be inappropriate to overtly seek favor from a subordinate. Thus, he decided to send Ma Yunhua as an intermediary, achieving the goal of fostering a good relationship with Wang Wenchao while preserving his dignity as a leader. As Ma Yunhua loaded his belongings into the car and settled into the passenger seat, he offered Wang Wenchao a cigarette. From Yu Wanzhong's tone, he sensed the esteem in which you held Wang Wenchao. Although he did not fully comprehend why you placed such significance on Wang Wenchao, he recognized the necessity of cultivating a good relationship with him. My dear brother, to speak frankly, I envy you. Look at you, less than a year into your work, and you've achieved such prominence. You could be considered unparalleled in Hongshan Township, and I doubt anyone will follow in your footsteps. Ma Yunhua began to lament. Prominence? I am merely the director of a nursing home. In terms of rank, I hold none. In terms of power, I wield none. I merely traverse a small patch of land every day. Where is the prominence in that, Director Ma? You flatter me, Wang Wenchao replied with a smile. You, my friend, are unaware of the fortune you possess. Not to speak of others, look at me. I've climbed the ranks relatively quickly, yet it took me 8 years to reach this position. And you? I wager you will ascend to my level in less than 5 years, if not sooner. Consider this. You've returned from party school with a gilded resume. It would be difficult not to rise through the ranks. In Hongshan Township, you're a rare gem. Who would dare to create trouble for you? By the way, after the new year, our township will have 2 of you, Ma Yunhua slowly remarked. 2 of whom? Wang Wenchao asked, puzzled by Ma Yunhua's statement. Chapter 24, Gift Giving, Part 3. What? Perhaps you haven't heard. This news has been confirmed. After the new year, a deputy mayor will be appointed to our town, essentially to gain experience and enhance his credentials before swiftly ascending the ranks. It's all about the offspring of officials, Ma Yunhua remarked. By the way, you should know him. He studied at the party school, which is quite fortunate for you, he added. Deputy mayor? Who is it? Wang Wenchao inquired with keen interest. His name is Su Jun, the son of County Chief Su. This matter has already been settled. Tio make room for him. They have hastily demoted Mayor Zhong to the second line. Oh, Mayor Zhong has dedicated the better part of his life to this town. He was held in high esteem, yet he was pushed aside with a mere utterance. Just before the new year, he was drinking with me, venting his frustrations, Ma Yunhua lamented. However, Wang Wenchao's mind was in turmoil. He barely registered what Ma Yunhua continued to say. The only thing that resonated was the name Su Jun. The prospect of Su Jun becoming the deputy mayor of Hongshan Town was exceedingly disconcerting for Wang Wenchao. Given Su Jun's animosity towards him, what good could possibly come of this? Wang Wenchao felt deeply troubled. He couldn't ascertain whether Su Jun had come specifically to make his life difficult, or if it was merely coincidental. Nevertheless, it hardly mattered to Wang Wenchao, as he felt powerless to alter the situation regardless of the reason. Yunhua, being quite loquacious, chattered incessantly, but Wang Wenchao scarcely absorbed any of it. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the news of Su Jun's impending arrival in Hongshan Town. Following Ma Yunhua's lead, Wang Wenchao parked the car beneath a building and accompanied him upstairs, where they knocked on a door. The door was opened by a middle-aged woman, who beamed at the sight of Ma Yunhua. Ah, little Ma has arrived. Come in, old you, little Ma is here, she called out cheerfully. Sister-in-law, allow me to introduce you. This is Wang Wenchao, the director of the Hongshan Town nursing home, a favored aide of Secretary Yu, Ma Yunhua said while removing his shoes, not forgetting to introduce Wang Wenchao. Hello, sister-in-law. Happy New Year. Wang Wenchao echoed Ma Yunhua's greeting. Hello. Hurry inside. It's cold out here, Yu Wanzhong's wife replied graciously. Yunhua is here. Come over and join the fun. My luck is quite good today. Wang Wenchao heard Yu Wanzhong's voice from within, accompanied by the clattering of mahjong tiles. Wang Wenchao followed Ma Yunhua, placing their items in a corner already filled with several bags, clearly indicating that many had come to pay their respects to Yu Wanzhong. As they entered the living room, Wang Wenchao observed Yu Wanzhong engaged in an intense mahjong game with 3 others. Apart from Yu Wanzhong, Wang Wenchao recognized only one, the Discipline Inspection Secretary, Ho Yonggu-a. The other 2 were strangers to him. Secretary Yu, Secretary Ho, Happy New Year. Wang Wenchao approached respectfully. Ah, little Wang has come. Let me introduce you. This is Boss Liu from the stone processing factory in Hongshan Town, and this is Boss Yang from the firecracker factory. Wang Wenchao, the director of the nursing home, you should all become acquainted, Yu Wenzhong said while continuing to play mahjong. Wang Wenchao was aware that these two factories were the largest in Hongshan town, indicating that their owners were rather affluent. He found it entirely unsurprising to see them at Yu Wenzhong's home. After all, those in business often maintain connections with officials. Upon hearing the introduction, both bosses stood and offered Wang Wenchao a round of cigarettes. Little Wang, do you know how to play mahjong? Why not join us for a couple of rounds? Yu Wenzhong suggested with a smile. No, Secretary Yu, please continue. I'll just watch and learn a few techniques. Wang Wenchao quickly declined. This form of mahjong was a local variant, and although he had picked up some skills from the elderly residents at the nursing home, his proficiency remained at a rudimentary level. Then you can watch for a while. After lunch, you can join in, Yu Wenzhong replied cheerfully. Wang Wenchao obliged, standing behind Yu Wenzhong to observe. Although he wasn't particularly skilled, he began to notice a peculiar pattern. The other three seemed to be deliberately yielding to Yu Wenzhong. While Hou Yongguei was relatively fair, refraining from accepting Yu Wenzhong's winning hands, the other two bosses appeared to be fully accommodating, even breaking up their own strong hands to facilitate Yu Wenzhong's melts. Gradually, Wang Wenchao grasped the situation. It was clear that this was a matter of personal connections and favors. The outcome of the morning's games saw Yu Wenzhong emerge victorious, while Hou Yongguei had only a modest win, and the two bosses appeared to have lost substantially. Wang Wenchao mused that this conclusion had likely been anticipated by everyone present, who pretended otherwise. It seemed that this was indeed an art in itself. During lunch, one of the bosses brought over a bottle of Maotai, and after the six of them finished off 2 bottles, they still felt unsatisfied and opened another bottle of Jiangnan. Perhaps due to Hou Yongguei's lesser tolerance, he collapsed after drinking. The others, however, remained largely unaffected, with Yu Wenzhong jovially engaging in conversation as if nothing had happened. Wang Wenchao, possessing a natural tolerance for alcohol, felt a little dizzy but managed to stay alert. After the meal, one of the bosses was called by Yu Wenzhong to take Hou Yongguei home. With just 4 individuals remaining, including Wang Wenchao, Yu Wenzhong eagerly urged them to resume their mahjong game. Wang Wenchao wanted to decline. His skill was inadequate, and the stakes seemed rather high, with wins and losses reaching into the thousands, which made him quite uneasy given his limited finances. However, as Yu Wenzhong insisted, he felt compelled to join in, not wanting to dampen the mood as they headed to the living room. Yu Wenzhong made a point to walk beside Wang Wenchao and whispered, "Little Wang, when you play mahjong, just play your game. Don't feel pressured to engage in favor-driven play. You can't afford it, nor is it necessary. Just play as you see fit. Trust me, I won't lose. Feel free to aim for victory." With a final knowing look, Yu Wenzhong settled at the table with a smile. Chapter 25. Gift Giving, Part 4. Wang Wenchao found himself momentarily distracted, unable to comprehend the true meaning behind Yu Wenzhong's words. However, steeling his resolve, he thought to himself that since Yu Wenzhong had already implied that he should win, then win he would. For he truly could not afford to lose. Embracing this conviction, Wang Wenchao entered the arena, determined to play his game as best he could. Though his skills were lacking, fortune smiled upon him in an extraordinary manner. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, he began to dominate, drawing the exact cards he desired, leaving his opponents unable to counter his moves. After a brief session, Wang Wenchao had swept the floor, and even Yu Wenzhong could not evade defeat. Having amassed a considerable victory, Wang Wenchao pondered whether he should temper his approach. With this thought in mind, he began to occasionally allow Yu Wenzhong some leeway, deliberately letting him win hands he could have claimed himself. Soon enough, Yu Wenzhong's luck turned, transforming his fortunes from despair to triumph. Of course, Wang Wenchao showed no such courtesy to the boss. As night fell, Wang Wenchao counted his winnings, astonished to find he had accumulated nearly 4,000 yuan. The boss alone had lost that entire sum, while Yu Wenzhong's modest gain of about 1,000 yuan had primarily come at the expense of Ma Yunhua. Reflecting on this, Wang Wenchao promptly declared, "Secretary Yu, allow me to treat you to dinner tonight. Let us invite my sister-in-law and dine out." Why Yu Wenzhong considered this for a moment before replying, "Dining out sounds splendid, but your sister-in-law will have to sit this one out. The child needs to return soon. Since young Wang is treating, we must certainly go. Let us head to Ziyun Pavilion." With that, the 4 of them made their way downstairs and out into the night. Initially, Ma Yunhua intended to ride in Wang Wenchao's van, leaving Yu Wenzhong to enjoy the luxury of the boss's car. However, Yu Wenzhong insisted on taking Wang Wenchao's van instead, pushing Ma Yunhua onto another vehicle, which left Wang Wenchao somewhat flabbergasted. "Young Wang, during this festive season, it's truly thoughtful of you to come and pay me a visit," Yu Wenzhong remarked amiably while puffing on a cigarette in the car. Wang Wenchao, unfamiliar with the restaurant's location, could only follow the lead vehicle. "Secretary Yu, it's only proper. You are my elder and my superior. It is my duty to extend my New Year's greetings to you." Wang Wenchao quickly responded, managing to articulate a few pleasantries. "I wish to discuss something with you and seek your thoughts. Although your tenure at the nursing home has been brief, the impact you've made is quite evident. I have taken note of this. Furthermore, your efforts have garnered unanimous praise from higher authorities, which speaks volumes about your capabilities. Therefore, the organization is considering entrusting you with additional responsibilities. After the new year, we are preparing to appoint you as the director of the Civil Affairs Office. What do you think?" Yu Wanzhong casually leaned back in his chair as he spoke, a decision he had made spontaneously after receiving a call from Mo Yinshu the previous night. He was now keen to curry favor with Wang Wenchao, and offering him a sweet deal was a strategic move. Wang Wenchao's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. He had only been in the position of Deputy Director of the Civil Affairs Office and Director of the Nursing Home for less than a month. How could he possibly leap directly to the position of Director of the Civil Affairs Office? Naturally, he was elated at the prospect of a promotion. Who wouldn't he be? However, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. What would happen to young Xinfeng? Where would he go? Young Xinfeng had been the first person to show him kindness upon his arrival in Linshan City, and Wang Wenchao felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. The thought of usurping young Xinfeng's position weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, while he grappled with these feelings internally, he knew that expressing them would be another matter entirely. Wang Wenchao was no fool. He would not refuse the offer, nor would he inquire about young Xinfeng's fate, fully aware that such matters were beyond his purview. Thank you, Secretary Yu. I will certainly work diligently and strive to uphold your honor, Wang Wenchao replied earnestly. Excellent, excellent. It's essential for young individuals like you to possess such ambition. Of course, this is merely my personal suggestion at present. The final decision will require deliberation among the team. Some members may not agree, but rest assured, I will advocate for you as best I can, Yu Wanzhong stated deliberately, alluding to Xiao Duan's potential opposition while simultaneously positioning himself to elevate Wang Wenchao to this new role. His remark served two purposes, to underscore his commitment to assisting Wang Wenchao and to subtly sow discord between Wang Wenchao and Xiao Duan. Unbeknownst to him, the animosity between Wang Wenchao and Xiao Duan had already reached a boiling point. I am truly grateful, Secretary Yu. Regardless of the outcome, your kindness will forever be etched in my heart, Wang Wenchao expressed earnestly, having read numerous political novels that had imparted some understanding of the game at play. Good, good young Wang, work hard. Your future is boundless. Should you find success, do remember to extend a hand to your old leaders, Yu Wanzhong said, half-jokingly. However, Wang Wenchao perceived it merely as jest, while Yu Wanzhong was sincere in his sentiment. Secretary Yu, you jest. Regardless of what lies ahead, you will always remain my leader, Wang Wenchao replied with a smile, lighting a cigarette. Following the start of the new year, there will be certain personnel adjustments in the town, including changes among some leadership positions. Thus, I advise you to prepare mentally and approach your new responsibilities with utmost dedication. Rest assured, you will still retain your position as director of the nursing home, so do not neglect your duties there. Although the workload may be heavy, this is the organization's way of testing you. Seize the opportunity, Yu Wanzhong subtly reminded Wang Wenchao. While Wang Wenchao's appointment was to be discussed by the team, Yu Wanzhong was confident that his intentions would prevail. The internal dynamics of Hongshan Town were such that Yu Wanzhong had the final say on personnel matters, whereas financial decisions rested with Xiao Duan. This arrangement was not without reason. Within the team, Yu Wanzhong's influence far outweighed that of Xiao Duan. Consequently, most matters in Hongshan Town fell under Yu Wanzhong's purview. However, the financial system operated under vertical management, meaning that the town's financial office was directly overseen by the County Finance Bureau, leaving the town powerless to intervene. Meanwhile, the financial authority lay with this office, and Xiao Duan maintained a close relationship with the County Finance Bureau chief, which rendered his words far more influential in financial matters than those of Yu Wanzhong. Thus, the current state of affairs in Hongshan Town was one where Yu Wanzhong wielded authority over personnel matters while Xiao Duan controlled the finances, resulting in a stalemate where neither could overpower the other or yield to the other's demands. The animosity between them was an open secret among the townsfolk, as their rivalry had become increasingly public. Chapter 26. New Year Greetings, Part 1. The car came to a halt in front of the Ziyun Pavilion restaurant. Once the four entered, they reserved a private room to sit in. After Yu Wanzhong placed the order, the owner hurriedly descended the stairs and returned with 3 packs of cigarettes in hand, graciously offering one each to Yu Wanzhong, Ma Yunhua, and himself. The cigarettes were premium Chinese brands priced over 400 each. Wang Wenchao understood that the cigarettes were not offered out of respect for him and Ma Yunhua, but rather because they were basking in the glow of Yu Wanzhong's presence. Seeing Yu Wanzhong and Ma Yunhua casually set their cigarettes aside as if nothing had happened, Wang Wenchao felt compelled to do the same and placed his pack on the chair beside him. It had been agreed that this meal would be on Wang Wenchao, thus no one contested the bill after dinner. When it came time to settle the account, the four of them had dined for nearly 1,000 yuan. For Yu Wanzhong, such a sum was rather ordinary, yet for Wang Wenchao, it felt quite extravagant. However, he felt no remorse since the money was earned through his own efforts, and he paid the bill without hesitation. After settling the account, Wang Wenchao intended to take his leave with Ma Yunhua, but he noticed that Ma Yunhua seemed disinclined to return. The owner smiled and suggested, "Shall we go for a bath? A little relaxation? Then let us go. I could use a good massage. My whole body aches." "Let us go," Yu Wanzhong affirmed, proceeding to sit in the owner's car. Wang Wenchao was reluctant to go for a bath. In his view, bathing at home was preferable. Yet, he did not wish to dampen anyone's spirits, so he drove behind Ma Yunhua, who appeared quite accustomed to this routine. Having never been to a bathhouse before, Wang Wenchao was curious about the whole affair but decided against asking questions, as he did not want to appear naive. The car definitely arrived at a bathhouse in Pingyang County, and Wang Wenchao followed suit inside. Upon entering, he saw Yu Wenzhong relaxed on a sofa in the lobby, while the owner was engaged in conversation with the staff at the front desk. Ma Yunhua walked over and sat beside Yu Wenzhong. Xiao Wang, young man, take it easy, don't overexert yourself later. Yu Wenzhong chuckled as Wang Wenchao joined them. At this remark, Ma Yunhua burst into laughter, leaving Wang Wenchao perplexed, unable to comprehend the humor and washing up. Before long, the owner returned, distributing numbered wristbands to each of them. After receiving his token, Yu Wenzhong promptly ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Wang Wenchao observed a steam sauna bustling with patrons, yet Yu Wenzhong and the others did not linger, heading straight to the third floor. Upon entering the third floor, they encountered a row of uniformly dressed young women engaged in conversation. As the group arrived, the ladies stood respectfully and exclaimed, "Welcome." A middle-aged woman approached with a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, let me know which technician you fancy." Yu Wenzhong scanned the room with a grin, selected one, and the girl obediently followed him into one of the private rooms. Ma Yunhua and the owner mirrored this, leaving only Wang Wenchao. He pondered how this bathing experience included female technicians. Would it involve massages? After a moment's reflection, he chose a girl he found appealing and followed her into a room. Once inside, the girl closed the door and placed her small bag aside. As Wang Wenchao contemplated how one bathes in this room, he inadvertently noticed the girl beginning to undress, which widened his eyes in surprise. Miss, what are you doing?" he exclaimed. To his astonishment, upon shedding her outer garment, she revealed herself completely unclothed. While Wang Wenchao was taken aback, a primal response stirred within him. Truthfully, he nearly succumbed to a rush of blood. The girl, though not conventionally stunning, possessed a figure that was undeniably appealing. "What is the matter, sir? Aren't you going to take off your clothes? I can help you with that," the girl said. A look of surprise followed by an alluring approach toward Wang Wenchao. He instinctively retreated, inwardly thinking, "It is just a bath and massage. Why are you undressing?" The girl, slightly puzzled, responded, "Sir, have you misunderstood? While this is a bathhouse, the second floor is for bathing, while the third floor offers special services. Don't worry, it seems like this is your first visit. Rest assured, my skills should be satisfactory. Shall I assist you in undressing?" Special services? Upon hearing those words, Wang Wenchao suddenly comprehended the situation. Internally, he cursed the circumstances. As the girl approached, he felt a rush of anxiety, unsure of where to place his hands and feet, torn between repulsion toward this sordid transaction and an undeniable thrill at the prospect of being in the presence of a naked woman who was at his mercy. It was a scenario he had only heard about from friends or seen in the news, but never had he envisioned himself in such a predicament. As the girl's hand grazed his body, instinct kicked in, and he shouted, "Get out!" The girl, startled by his outburst, glared at him and retorted, "What is your problem? Why did you come here if not for this? Do you think anyone enjoys being with you?" After her words, she swiftly donned her clothing, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment," Wang Wenchao called out, contemplating his next move. "What is it?" The girl turned back, annoyance evident in her tone. "I'd like to inquire about your pricing," he said, unable to meet her gaze, feeling a blend of embarrassment akin to a timid youth encountering a woman's form for the first time. Upon hearing his question, the girl assumed he was ready to proceed and adopted a cheerful demeanor, sitting back down by the bed. 300 yuan for a full service, lasting an hour. If you wish to extend the time, it will incur an additional charge. An hour? How long is that? Wang Wenchao asked. An hour is 70 minutes. Under normal circumstances, that should suffice. If you happen to be particularly vigorous, we can overlook an extra 10 minutes without additional cost. However, I have confidence in my skills. It's rare for me to exceed the time limit, she said alluringly. Wang Wenchao felt a stirring curiosity. Which man wouldn't he feel tempted in such a situation? How about this? Let us spend 70 minutes chatting. You don't need to do anything else, and when we leave, just pretend nothing happened. Charge me whatever is due, he finally suggested after a moment of thought. The girl stared at him wide-eyed, her disbelief palpable. Chapter 27. New Year Greetings, Part 2. Wang Wenchao nodded and then remarked, "To be honest, this is my first time coming to such a place. I am here with my superior today. I have a strong aversion to these matters, or perhaps it's more accurate to say I have a certain psychological fastidiousness. However, please do not misunderstand me. I harbor no contempt towards you. This is merely my personal issue. Since I'm here with my leader, you understand that I must not appear too incongruous with them. If the leader has already taken the plunge, feigning innocence would only serve to embarrass them. So, please, just sit with me for a while." Upon hearing Wang Wenchao's words, the young woman suddenly realized and replied, "Suit yourself. Our establishment's rule is customer first. As long as you're willing to pay, we must cater to your desires for the entire hour. Honestly, I find it quite absurd. Since you've already paid, why not indulge in the experience?" After saying this, the girl reclined on the bed and switched on the television with the remote control. At that moment, a cacophony of fervent female cries erupted from the adjacent room. Wang Wenchao, not being a novice, understood precisely what that implied and felt a twinge of embarrassment, daring not to look at the girl. "Look at your friends, they seem to be having such a good time. the girl remarked. Are you saying that the noise is coming from our group? Wang Wenchao inquired immediately. Indeed, you all occupy these rooms, and that commotion comes from your party, the girl indicated towards the other side of the room. Could I trouble you for a favor? Please call out a few times, Wang Wenchao said to the girl, feeling rather awkward. The girl shot him a glance of disbelief and then said, all right, after all, our customers are considered royalty here. With that, she began to vocalize. Wang Wenchao couldn't help but admit that her cries were indeed intoxicating, sounding as though she were genuinely engaged in the act, showcasing the evident professionalism of her training, while the sounds from next door were clearly staged as well. Listening to those sounds, Wang Wenchao found himself increasingly losing control, especially when considering the activities occurring next door, which only fueled the fire within him. Nonetheless, as he had previously stated, he felt a profound aversion to such matters, believing them to be inherently filthy. He took out a cigarette and began to smoke, allowing the calming act to somewhat temper his agitation. Bored, he gazed at the television, and after a while, the noise from next door ceased. Wang Wenchao, surprised, asked, why is it so quiet next door? What do you expect? Men usually take only about 10 minutes, don't they? The girl replied dismissively. Taken aback by her answer, Wang Wenchao waited a few more minutes, and upon hearing the sound of a door opening next door, he hesitated momentarily before stepping outside. Following the waitress's guidance, he made his way downstairs, and upon reaching the reception area on the first floor, he discovered that Yu Wenzhong and the other two were already waiting for him. Let us go. Youth truly is a remarkable thing, Yu Wenzhong chuckled, beckoning everyone to get into the car. It was evident that Boss Liu had already settled the bill. Wenchao, are you heading straight back to Hongshan or staying here for the night? I am quite fatigued, so I'll be staying here and returning with Boss Liu tomorrow, Ma Yunhua asked Wang Wenchao. After contemplating, Wang Wenchao realized he wanted to distance himself from these individuals as quickly as possible. He couldn't guarantee they wouldn't engage in further mischief. Thus, he promptly replied, I think I'll head back first. I have a habit of being uncomfortable in unfamiliar beds, even in hotels. Very well, then you should return. Be cautious on the road. Don't let your legs go soft and fail to break, Ma Yunhua joked. How could that be? Wang Wenchao laughed in response, then exchanged farewells with Yu Wenzhong before boarding his van and setting off toward Hongshan town. As he drove, Wang Wenchao's mind remained tumultuous. This day had been overwhelmingly shocking for him. He had witnessed and learned much that he had only previously heard about, and it had unveiled many of the world's uglier facets, granting him a fresh perspective on life. Although he despised this feeling, he could not deny that he had gained insights throughout the day. It was certain that the town party secretary, Yu Wenzhong, held him in high regard, essentially treating him as a trusted confidant. After all, who would dare to bring someone along to engage in such activities if they were not a close ally? That would be akin to digging one's own grave. Wang Wenchao was somewhat aware of the tensions between Yu Wenzhong and Xiao Duan, and he recalled Hu Shuolan's advice to avoid entanglement in factional strife. Under normal circumstances, he would have agreed with that sentiment, but given his current predicament, it seemed misguided, as he had already incurred Xiao Duan's displeasure. The reality was that even if Wang Wenchao did not overtly align himself with Yu Wenzhong, Xiao Duan would not let him off the hook. Thus, it would be more advantageous to cultivate a closer rapport with Yu Wenzhong, ensuring he had a support system and a protective umbrella. Whether this reasoning was accurate, Wang Wenchao did not know, but it was the conviction that resided within him at that moment. Driving towards Hongshan town, he felt utterly exhausted. The fatigue of the day was secondary to the weariness of his mind. Continuously smoking allowed him to drive safely back to the elderly care home that night, and upon entering his dormitory, he collapsed onto the bed without even washing his feet. After spending 2 days at the care home, Wang Wenchao seized the opportunity to drive to the city. His primary objectives were to visit Su Kurson and to procure a new outfit for himself after the New Year festivities. Time flew by, and soon it was the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, a customary day for the annual New Year's gathering in Hongshan town. This day marked the occasion for the routine meeting, where a conference would be held, leaders would deliver reports, and everyone would receive a token red envelope. In the morning, Wang Wenchao convened a gathering in the town, and in the afternoon, he returned to the elderly care home to hold another meeting. Wang Wenchao's gathering was far more substantial than that of the government's. He began by summarizing the previous year's work, particularly emphasizing areas that required improvement and offering stern critiques to certain individuals. He then proceeded to outline detailed plans and expectations for the current year, before reverting to the familiar routine of distributing bonuses, which significantly boosted everyone's morale. Meanwhile, while Wang Wenchao conducted his gathering, an intense debate was unfolding in the meeting room of the Hongshan town government. Every year, the afternoon of the 8th day marked the first meeting of the leadership team in Hongshan town. Chapter 28, Director of the Civil Affairs Office, Part 1. I would like to share the latest news I received from the County Party Committee's Organization Department. In a few days, a comrade will be coming directly from the county to take over Old Zhong's responsibilities. As you know, Old Zhong has already retired from the front lines before the end of last year and will no longer be involved in our specific work. Naturally, I believe it is necessary to reassign organizational duties, but we can discuss this further once the new comrade arrives. Today, our primary focus is to discuss some personnel adjustments for this year. After reviewing the performance over the past year, I have identified several shortcomings among our comrades and positions, thus warranting appropriate adjustments for these problematic roles. First on the agenda is the Civil Affairs Office. Comrade Yang Xinfeng has a commendable work attitude, yet his capabilities are lacking. The first issue to address is the incident of the old age home collapse last year. Although he was not the director of the home, as the supervising department, his responsibility is undeniable. Furthermore, the internal operations of the Civil Affairs Office resemble a tangled mess that I, along with a few comrades, have faced criticism from our superiors due to the issues arising from the Civil Affairs Office. Therefore, I believe it is necessary to make adjustments to Yang Xinfeng's position, Yu Wanzhong stated while smoking in his seat, the meeting room enveloped in a haze of smoke, with everyone except Hu Shualon holding a cigarette. Upon hearing Yu Wanzhong's remarks, Xiao Duan instinctively furrowed his brow, puzzled by Yu's intentions. He had no strong opinions on Yang Xinfeng, as their relationship had never been particularly close. He was merely waiting to see what Yu's next move would be to ascertain who would benefit from Yang's reassignment, to which position would be most suitable for him. Hu Shualon, the deputy secretary overseeing organizational and publicity matters, asked, possessing a degree of authority in the discussion. Let him be transferred to the family planning office. Old Lu from that office has fallen ill and can no longer walk. He has been at home for 6 months and is unfit for his position. Yang Xinfeng could take over his responsibilities. This role is relatively uncomplicated, primarily requiring diligence, which suits Yang Xinfeng well. Yu Wanzhong replied directly, clearly having planned this out in advance. Who will then take over Yang Xinfeng's duties? Hu Shualon inquired while jotting down notes. I believe Wang Wenchao from the Civil Affairs Office is an excellent choice, Yu Wanzhong said with a smile. Wang Wenchao. Hu Shualon looked up, bewildered by the name. Yes, the director of the old age home. This young man has graduated from university, possesses a high level of education, is diligent and capable, and is quite intelligent. Additionally, many of you may not be aware, but this young fellow spent over half a year studying full-time at the municipal party school last year. Such an outstanding young talent must be promoted, don't you agree? Yu Wanzhong leaned back in his chair, speaking jovially to the group. Hu Shualon was indeed taken aback. She remained silent, contemplating Yu Wanzhong's intentions while waiting for Xiao Duan's dissent, a recurring theme in their meetings, often marked by arguments between Yu and Xiao. I oppose this. What a joke. This Wang Wenchao is just a fresh-faced youth. How long has he even been working? If memory serves correctly, it's only been a year or two. What does he truly understand? If something goes awry with the Civil Affairs Office under his supervision, who will be held accountable? Xiao Duan said, his face darkening. Consult the documents. Which regulation states that one must work for a certain duration before becoming the director of the Civil Affairs Office? What does it matter if he has less experience? His capabilities are commendable. Just look at the state of the old age home under his management. Which leader has not praised it? Yu Wanzhong retorted dismissively, not even bothering to look at Xiao Duan. Nonsense. I fail to see what merits the old age home possesses that, of course, they will speak well of it after investing so much money into its construction. While the documents may not specify, workability and experience are eternal standards for evaluating a comrade's excellence. I reiterate my disagreement. Moreover, I recommend Comrade Wang Dehui to assume the role of director of the Civil Affairs Office. He is a seasoned comrade who has consistently worked in civil affairs and is well-versed in this area, ensuring a more efficient transition. Xiao Duan countered sharply. Wang Dehui, the former director of the old age home. Appointing him as the director of the Civil Affairs Office would be ludicrous. He was the primary person responsible when the old age home collapsed last year. Given such a significant oversight, do you truly believe he is fit for the Civil Affairs Office? He should consider himself fortunate to have not been dismissed entirely. Enough of this. Wang Wenchao will take over as director of the Civil Affairs Office, and that is final. If anyone strongly disagrees, we can proceed to a vote if necessary, Yu Wanzhong concluded, growing weary of arguing with Xiao Duan, casting a glance at him. Xiao Duan grimaced, letting out a cold snort. This snort signified his opposition, but he felt powerless. There was no need for a formal vote, as everyone understood the likely outcome. If Wang Wenchao is to take over the Civil Affairs Office, then who will handle the matters at the old age home? Hu Shualon asked, looking up from her notes. The personnel at the old age home are appointed directly by the county, making it difficult for us to make adjustments. Moreover, Wang Wenchao has been performing exceptionally well, so let him continue overseeing it. Young people should take on more responsibilities to gain experience. He can manage both roles, Yu Wanzhong declared decisively. While Hu Shualon felt somewhat perplexed, she nonetheless felt happy for Wang Wenchao. I also wish to address an issue. This year's budget is limited, so we need to exercise some restraint in our expenditures. All travel expenses and various allowances must be signed off by me before reimbursement this year. This applies to all comrades. If we do not manage this rigorously, we may find ourselves unable to disburse salaries, Xiao Duan continued, his demeanor still frosty. This was, in fact, a direct jab at Yu Wanzhong, primarily aimed at constraining his financial authority. Although Yu Wanzhong could voice his dissent, it would be futile. The finance department maintained a good relationship with Xiao Duan, and even if you opposed him, the finance department would not release funds without Zhao's approval when he submitted reimbursement requests. Thus, Yu Wanzhong had no choice but to suppress his frustration. The silent conflict at the table was apparent to all present. Chapter 29. Director of the Civil Affairs Office, Part 2. The following morning, Wang Wenchao received a call from Hu Shualan, which filled him with excitement. Sister Lan, Wang Wenchao swiftly answered the phone. Wang Wenchao, if you have time, please come to my office now regarding your new personnel appointment. I will be waiting for you, Hu Shualan stated before abruptly hanging up. Caught off guard by Hu Shualan's indifferent and formal tone, Wang Wenchao felt the flicker of hope within him extinguish once more. With a sigh, he called the driver to wait for him at the door and then made his way downstairs. Upon arriving at the door of Hu Shualan's office, Wang Wenchao paused to compose himself, steadying his emotions before knocking gently and calling out, "Secretary Hu." "Come in," Hu Shualan replied upon hearing his voice. Wang Wenchao made a conscious effort to regard Hu Shualan purely as a leader, striving to cast aside any personal entanglements, for he understood that this was also what Hu Shualan desired. As he entered, he observed that Hu Shualan remained breathtakingly beautiful. He merely nodded in her direction. Hu Shualan, noticing Wang Wenchao's demeanor, felt a slight pang in her heart, accompanied by a touch of awkwardness, yet she concealed it well. Adopting a casual tone as if nothing had transpired, she inquired, "Did you learn about the matters discussed at yesterday afternoon's leadership meeting?" Wang Wenchao nodded and responded, "Yes, Director Ma called me yesterday afternoon to inform me of this." "That's good. I called you in today as a matter of routine to have a conversation. Originally, Secretary Yu intended to speak with you, but he is attending a meeting in the county today, so I am here to discuss it with you. There isn't much to elaborate on. You have spent some time in the Civil Affairs Office, so you are aware of its specific functions. If there are any uncertainties, you may consult Yang Xinfeng. I have already notified him to wait in the office for your handover. Your current challenge is to manage the scheduling conflict between the Civil Affairs Office and the nursing home. How you choose to allocate your time is your responsibility. However, I must emphasize that neither task should be neglected. The significance of the Civil Affairs Office is paramount, as the country places great emphasis on this sector, so you must approach it with diligence. Do you have any questions? If there are matters I can assist you with, please feel free to voice them, Hu Shualan articulated in a formal manner. Thank you, Secretary Hu, that I have no questions. I will do my utmost to fulfill the responsibilities of the Civil Affairs Office. After learning of this news last night, I reflected upon it and believe that the operations of the nursing home are on the right track, with various systems in place that require minimal time on my part. After assuming my position in the Civil Affairs Office, I intend to promote a deputy director at the nursing home to oversee its affairs, allowing me to focus my energy and time primarily on the work in the Civil Affairs Office. Of course, this does not imply that I will entirely neglect the nursing home. Rather, the tasks associated with the Civil Affairs Office are relatively more complex, Wang Wenchao expressed, treating the conversation as a standard organizational dialogue. It is commendable that you can arrange your responsibilities so rationally. You must understand one thing. Do not harbor psychological pressure. The organization has deemed you capable of this position, which is a testament to your abilities. You must shed any mental burdens and approach this with a light heart. Now, go ahead and proceed with the handover. Strive to familiarize yourself with the operations as quickly as possible, Hu Shualan advised, her demeanor strictly professional. Wang Wenchao, observing her, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, yet he nodded and exited her office. Receiving a promotion should naturally be a cause for joy. However, at that moment, Wang Wenchao found it impossible to feel elated. Hu Shualan's attitude left him in a haze of uncertainty. Did she truly harbor no feelings for him? Was that fleeting moment of warmth from the previous evening merely a figment of his imagination? Arriving with numerous questions, Wang Wenchao now felt as though he had found answers, albeit answers that crushed any lingering hopes he harbored. With a heavy sigh, he made his way to Yang Xinfeng's office. Yang Xinfeng's office? No, it should now be referred to as Wang Wenchao's office. The door was ajar, and inside, Yang Xinfeng was packing his office supplies. Wang Wenchao glanced in and knocked gently on the door, saying, "Director Yang." Yang Xinfeng looked up but unexpectedly turned away, his face a mask of indignation. He ignored Wang Wenchao's presence, leaving him feeling quite awkward. However, he understood Yang Xinfeng's feelings in this moment and felt particularly sheepish, especially in front of Yang Xinfeng, as if he had usurped his position. He imagined that Yang Xinfeng must feel the same way. All the accounts and documents of the Civil Affairs Office are here. Check to see if anything is missing and if everything is in order. Please write me a note confirming that I have handed over all necessary materials, so I won't be held responsible if any issues arise later, Yang Xinfeng directed, gesturing toward the large box of materials already placed on the desk. Wang Wenchao was taken aback. Was this truly how handovers were conducted? He was not well versed in the specific operations of the Civil Affairs Office, so how could he know if anything was lacking? He recognized that Yang Xinfeng was venting his frustrations at him. Wang Wenchao chuckled softly, offering a cigarette to Yang Xinfeng, saying, "Director Yang, would you like a smoke?" "Thank you, but my throat is uncomfortable today," Yang Xinfeng replied curtly. Wang Wenchao awkwardly retracted the cigarette. Observing Yang Xinfeng, he slowly said, "Director Yang, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of this situation. I only learned about it yesterday afternoon when Director Ma called me. This was truly not my intention. Upon arriving in Hongshan Town, you became my superior and the only leader who has treated me well, for which I am genuinely grateful." Upon hearing this, Yang Xinfeng waved his hand dismissively and retorted, "Don't say such things to me. It makes me feel nauseous. What, are you mocking me? Taking advantage of the situation while pretending to be virtuous? Wang Wenchao, I truly regret my earlier judgment. I should have left you at the nursing home under Wang Dihui's supervision. These days, there are far too many ungrateful individuals. The materials are right there. You can look if you wished. If anything is missing, don't come to me. I can't be bothered. With that, Yang Xinfeng gathered the box of materials and exited the office. Chapter 30, Director of the Civil Affairs Office, Part 3. Wang Wenchao observed Yang Xinfeng's departure with a heavy sigh, acutely aware that he had irrevocably offended him. Undoubtedly, there lingered a sense of guilt within Wang regarding Yang. As an ancient adage goes, I did not slay Bo Run, yet he perished because of me. In the current context, Wang never intended to usurp Yang's position. However, it was indeed Wang who had inadvertently taken it from him. With a wry smile, Wang took a stroll around the office, tidied up the space, and then lit a cigarette, sitting at his desk to meticulously review the materials left by Yang Xinfeng. He immersed himself in this task for an entire day, gaining a profound understanding of the division of labor and intricate details concerning the work of the Civil Affairs Office, which fortified his confidence. As evening approached, Wang returned to the nursing home just in time for dinner. He served himself a meal in the cafeteria, then retreated to his office, continuing to read through the materials while eating. After a few bites, a knock at the door interrupted him, and he saw Wang Dihui peering in with a beaming smile. Director Wang, are you still dining? I'll come back later, he said cheerfully. Since arriving at the nursing home, Wang Dihui had been dealt with by Wang Wenchao, and they had clashed on several occasions, always to Dihui's detriment. After those encounters, he seemed to have grasped the notion that one must bow their head under the eaves, and thus maintained a respectful distance from Wang, diligently attending to the tasks assigned to him. This marked the first time he sought Wang out in his office, which piqued Wang's curiosity. Come in, is there something you need? Wang inquired. Wang Dihui, still grinning, stepped inside, holding a bag. From Wang Wenchao's vantage point, it was evident that the bag contained a bottle of liquor and a pack of cigarettes, further deepening Wang's intrigue. Congratulations, Director Wang, I hear you've been promoted, Wang Dihui said, unabashedly taking a seat across from Wang and placing his offering beneath the desk. Though unspoken, the implication was unmistakable. He had come to present a gift. You are quite well informed. What is this? Wang Wenchao gestured towards the bag beneath the desk. Director Wang, I have come primarily to express my apologies. Reflecting on my past conduct, I feel utterly ashamed. I am truly sorry, and I hope you will overlook my previous transgressions and not hold them against me, Wang Dihui said, his face flushed, perhaps feeling embarrassed for having to utter such words. Wang Wenchao chuckled genuinely. The sight of Wang Dihui's demeanor struck him as rather comical. There's no need for such apologies. I bear you no ill will. If I truly harbored grievances, would you still be employed here? Take your gifts back and focus on your work. I treat others as I treat you, and I assure you, you shall not receive any less than your due, Wang Wenchao replied as he continued to eat. Thank you, Director Wang. You truly are magnanimous, Wang Dihui exclaimed, noticing the shift in Wang's attitude. Now, is there anything else on your mind? Wang Wenchao, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Wang Dihui's obsequiousness, pressed on. Well, Director Wang, or should I now refer to you as Director? I hear you have taken on the role of Director of the Civil Affairs Office, correct? Wang Dihui reiterated his earlier statement. Yes, it was only today that I learned of this development, Wang Wenchao said, putting down his chopsticks after a few bites and offering Wang Dihui a cigarette. He recognized that Wang Dihui had ulterior motives for seeking him out. I've always perceived you as someone destined for greatness, Director. It was only a matter of time before you soared to success, Wang Dihui began to flatter. Enough with the flattery. Simply state your purpose for visiting, Wang Wenchao interjected, feeling a twinge of embarrassment on behalf of Wang Dihui for his obsequiousness. If he had genuinely recognized Wang's potential, would he have treated him so poorly in the past? This was a classic case of misplaced flattery. The thing is, I believe that managing both the Civil Affairs Office and the nursing home simultaneously will be quite challenging. Even a deity would find it impossible to oversee every detail. The tasks at the Civil Affairs Office are much more intricate compared to the nursing home, where one merely needs to adhere to established protocols. Therefore, I surmise that your focus will inevitably shift towards the Civil Affairs Office, leaving you with little time for the nursing home, Wang Dihui said with a sly grin. Wang Wenchao regarded Wang Dihui, attempting to discern his motives. You make a valid point. Indeed, I will primarily be stationed at the Civil Affairs Office, Wang Wenchao acknowledged. I think that is wise. However, despite the nursing home now operating smoothly under established rules, it remains imperative to have someone responsible at the helm. Over time, without oversight, chaos is bound to ensue. Who can guarantee that everything will continue to function according to protocol in your absence? Therefore, I believe it is essential to appoint someone accountable for the nursing home, Wang Dihui continued, casting an expectant gaze at Wang Wenchao. It was then that Wang Wenchao realized Wang Dihui's true intent for visiting. He had come to propose himself for the role of Deputy Director of the nursing home, having surmised correctly that Wang's elevation to Director of the Civil Affairs Office necessitated such a position. You articulate your thoughts well, and I share the same perspective. I intend to appoint a Deputy Director to manage the daily operations of the nursing home. However, I have yet to dedicate time and energy to selecting the appropriate candidate. Do you have any recommendations? Wang Wenchao feigned ignorance of Wang Dihui's implications. Well, if you do not mind, I would be willing to shoulder this responsibility. Given my age, I am arguably the most respected among this group of staff. Moreover, I maintain good relations with several village officials. If you were to appoint someone else as deputy director, it may not sit well with everyone. I have decades of experience and am a standard bearer of seniority in this regard. Additionally, having served as the director of the nursing home for many years, I possess invaluable experience that others lack. Thus, I believe I am the most suitable candidate. Wang Dihui initially hesitated but soon became unabashed as he made his self-recommendation. Wang Wenchao listened to Wang Dihui's assertions, smoking in silence. It must be acknowledged that Wang Dihui's reasoning was indeed compelling. Overall, he appeared to be the most fitting choice. Sensing Wang Wenchao's silence, Wang Dihui grew anxious and quickly added, "Director, rest assured, I will perform my duties diligently and will not revert to my former ways. You are aware of what the nursing home was like before and how it has transformed now. To be candid, under its previous management, no one was motivated to work. Why should I place my trust in you? If I entrust the nursing home to you and you mismanage it, the responsibility would ultimately fall upon me. Why would I take such a risk?" Wang Wenchao stated directly, fixing his gaze on Wang Dihui. Chapter 31, Director of the Civil Affairs Office, Part 4. How about this, Director Wang? You can return at any time to inspect my work. Should you find any shortcomings on my part, feel free to dismiss me without hesitation. I assure you, I shall not utter a word of protest. The authority regarding personnel decisions lies entirely with you, and you need not adhere to any organizational procedures to remove me, correct? Wang Dihui was wholly intent on securing the position of vice president, and he was willing to go to great lengths to achieve this aim. Wang Wenchao continued to smoke in silence, contemplating the situation in his mind. The longer he remained quiet, the more anxious Wang Dihui became, yet he dared not speak out of turn. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Wenchao finally lifted his gaze and said, "Let us proceed in this manner for now, but I must lay some ground rules beforehand. First, the authority over personnel matters rests with me. Second, financial authority also lies with me. Third, the regulations I establish must be strictly observed without alteration. Fourth, as you just mentioned, should I discover any significant issues, I will not hesitate to remove you without justification. Of course, as vice president, I will appropriately enhance your salary, contingent upon your performance. Are you amenable to these terms?" "Absolutely, thank you, Director Wang. Why don't you come to my home this weekend for some fishing? I have a pond, and the crucian carp are quite plump," Wang Dihui exclaimed with excitement. "We shall discuss that later. I am uncertain of my availability at the moment. By the way, please inform the staff to convene a meeting first thing tomorrow morning, as I have some matters to address," Wang Wenchao replied with a smile. "Understood, Director Wang," Wang Dihui said, happily making his exit. "Wait, please take the items with you," Wang Wenchao called out as he remembered the cigarettes and liquor beneath the table. "Director Wang, this is but a token of my goodwill. These are merely customary courtesies. Please do not elevate this to a matter of great significance. Even among friends and relatives, it is customary to exchange gifts. I shall take my leave now," Wang Dihui said, promptly exiting and closing the door behind him. Wang Wenchao stood momentarily stunned, then let out a wry smile. Wang Dihui had a point. If one were to be overly stringent about such matters, would that not render oneself rather unapproachable? As the saying goes, water that is too clear has no fish. Wang Wenchao pondered this notion deeply. The following morning, Wang Wenchao held a meeting at the nursing home, outlining his circumstances while also appointing Wang Dihui as the vice president, clarifying the scope of his authority. Subsequently, he instructed the driver to park downstairs, loading his belongings into the car, as he intended to reside in the dormitory of the town government from that point forward. Throughout the morning, Wang Wenchao busied himself with the move, tidying up the dormitory in the afternoon. As he settled into the office formerly occupied by Yang Xinfeng, he soon received a call from Ma Yunhua inquiring whether he was in the office. Upon confirming, Ma Yunhua mentioned he would be arriving shortly. Before long, Ma Yunhua entered Wang Wenchao's office, accompanied by a young man of similar age. "This is Director Wang Wenchao," Ma Yunhua introduced the young man. "Greetings, Director Wang," the young man said respectfully. "Hello, and who might you be?" Wang Wenchao inquired, puzzled. "Please, have a seat. This is my cousin's son, who has recently graduated from university, though not from a particularly renowned institution. He has since taken the civil service exam and is currently stationed in the county, though, to be frank, he is in a rather stagnant position within the Policy Research Office. I thought it best to transfer him directly to our town this year. Given the vacancy in your civil affairs office, I thought it fitting to place him under your wing," Ma Yunhua explained, offering Wang Wenchao a cigarette with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao understood the situation. He glanced at the young man, then back at Ma Yunhua before saying, "Director Ma, has the organizational procedure been completed? Rest assured, it has been finalized with Secretary Yu's approval. He will now be your subordinate. I kindly ask that you provide him with opportunities for growth where possible, but do not hesitate to reprimand him when necessary. After all, one must refine jade through polishing. Please do not feel obligated to spare my feelings. You two carry on, as I have other matters to attend to," Wang Wenchao, let us find an opportunity to share a drink together, Ma Yunhua said, patting Wang Wenchao on the shoulder before departing. Once Ma Yunhua had left, the young man stood and approached Wang Wenchao, producing a pack of cigarettes and offering one to him. Wang Wenchao smiled, accepted the cigarette, and said, "Please, sit down and introduce yourself. I am yet to learn your name." "Greetings, Director. My name is Fei Wenshan, and I just reported to the town today. Hope to receive your guidance," the young man said with commendable decorum. Guidance is perhaps an overstatement. I have a tendency to be straightforward. If you perform your duties well, I would not mind if you scolded me to my face. Conversely, if you fail to meet expectations, even if you are a relative of the county secretary, you will not find favor with me. That said, I welcome you to our civil affairs office. In truth, I am only just beginning to take on this responsibility, and your arrival is timely, as it will facilitate our efforts in this office. I will not burden you with further details. I plan to convene a meeting with our department shortly to delineate the division of responsibilities, and you shall certainly be included. For now, I urge you to familiarize yourself with the workings of the civil affairs office and strive to master your duties promptly. Would you kindly go to the office downstairs and summon the other two individuals for our meeting?" Wang Wenchao suggested, glancing at the time. "Of course, Director Wang, I will attend to it immediately," Fei Wenshan replied eagerly, making his exit. After Fei Wenshan left, Wang Wenchao opened his notebook, inscribing Fei Wenshan's name and jotting down notes regarding the division of labor, evidently restructuring the assignments. Before long, Fei Wenshan returned with a notebook in hand. "Have you notified them?" Wang Wenchao inquired. "I have informed them. It seems they are currently occupied but should arrive shortly." Fei Wenshan hesitated before responding. Wang Wenchao could easily surmise the circumstances, yet he appreciated Fei Wenshan's reluctance to report on others, as it reflected well on his character. Chapter 32. Director of the Civil Affairs Office, Part 5. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, there are 3 desks in the office below, and the one inside will be yours from now on. If you need anything, just write me a note, and I'll sign it for you to collect from the party and government office later, Wang Wenchao recalled after a moment. That desk originally belonged to him, but since he had been attending the party school, he had not sat at it. "All right," Fei Wenshan replied, and then lit a cigarette for Wang Wenchao. "Our work in the Civil Affairs Office is relatively complex, encompassing numerous responsibilities, so it's essential for you to familiarize yourself with some internal documents. This will grant you a deeper understanding of our tasks. Ultimately, the crux of our grassroots department lies in how we engage directly with the populace. There is art to it, and you will gradually discover it in your work." Wang Wenchao began to instruct Fei Wenshan in a manner befitting a leader. In truth, he was also a novice, yet his position endowed him with the authority to speak thus, compelling those before him, regardless of their age or experience, to listen, a reflection of the so-called bureaucratic mindset. As he spoke, Qin Xianhui sauntered into Wang Wenchao's office and upon noticing him, cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, Xiao Wang, oh dear, I must call you Director Wang now. Director Wang, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. By the way, what did the meeting discuss today?" Upon entering, Qin Xianhui immediately found a seat and began to chatter incessantly. Wang Wenchao found this quite irksome, yet he noticed a marked improvement in Qin Xianhui's demeanor. There was at least a hint of respect now. He surmised that this change was likely due to his new position as her superior and the fact that her husband, the former mayor Zhong Yunqiang, had retired, leaving her without a powerful ally. "Let us wait for Liao Zhengwo to arrive before we discuss further." "Where is he? Why hasn't he shown up yet?" Wang Wenchao said coolly. "Who knows? He is probably still on the phone with that young girl. You wouldn't believe how cheesy their conversation is. Even I can't stand it." Qin Xianhui gossiped again. "I see. Let's wait a bit longer," Wang Wenchao interrupted her, aware that if he did not, she might ramble on indefinitely. After finishing his cigarette, he noticed Liao Zhengwo sauntering into the office at a leisurely pace, failing to greet anyone as he took a seat and buried himself in his phone, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others. Wang Wenchao's brow furrowed further. He now understood the frustrations Yang Xinfeng had once endured. Yet, he too was in discomfort. In the current scenario, the Civil Affairs Office comprised 3 staff members. Qin Xianhui, the former mayor's wife, whose husband, despite retiring, wielded considerable influence due to his long tenure. Liao Zhengwo, the nephew of Mayor Xiao Duan, a figure of significant clout. And the newly arrived Fei Wenshan, who was purportedly a distant relative of Ma Yunhua, though this connection may merely serve as a pretext for his introduction. All 3 possessed formidable backgrounds, and any serious engagement could easily offend someone, leaving Wang Wenchao feeling rather at a loss. However, upon witnessing Liao Zhengwo's dismissive attitude, Wang Wenchao resolved to address the situation. "Liao Zhengwo, we are about to commence a meeting. Could you kindly set aside your phone for the time being? You may use it again once we conclude," Wang Wenchao said, his gaze stern. Upon hearing this, Liao Zhengwo lifted his head, acknowledged the anger in Wang Wenchao's eyes, and nonchalantly returned to his phone until, just as Wang Wenchao was about to lose his temper, he slowly tucked it away and leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. Wang Wenchao had reached the limits of his tolerance for Liao Zhengwo's demeanor, but chose to remain silent. Instead, he opened his notebook and began, "First, I would like to address my own situation. A few days ago, I was appointed as the director of the Civil Affairs Office. I won't dwell on my shortcomings. But since the organization has entrusted me with this role, I will do my utmost to fulfill my duties, and I hope for your support and cooperation. Additionally, we have a new colleague joining our ranks, Comrade Fei Wanshan, who has just transferred to our office. Henceforth, we will be comrades in the same trench, and it is imperative that we assist, care for, and supervise one another. Wang Wenchao spoke slowly. He had always possessed a gift for oratory, and after his time as the director of the nursing home, he had become adept at navigating such meetings. This was the result of accumulated experience, and the Wang Wenchao of now was a far cry from the one who had first arrived in Hongshan town. He was now more mature, confident, and composed. Regarding the work of the Civil Affairs Office, aside from Comrade Fei Wanshan, I believe you two are more familiar with our responsibilities than I am, so I won't elaborate further. What I wish to emphasize is that while our work may not be difficult, it is rather tedious, necessitating our dedication and a commitment of time and energy. Without this diligence, even a genius would struggle to excel in civil affairs. Therefore, I hope we can all strive to enhance our work attitudes and approach our tasks with renewed enthusiasm and initiative. I will now outline the distribution of our tasks. This arrangement is my personal decision and represents a significant shift from previous assignments, so please listen carefully. First, Sister Qin will continue to manage the accounts and treasury, but she will also take on daily civil affairs, essentially handling the general affairs. As a woman, your competence in these areas is invaluable, especially since the rest of us are men. Thus, your ability to manage this office work will be greatly appreciated. Given our limited personnel, we must all shoulder our responsibilities. Liao Zhengwo will primarily oversee disaster relief, poverty alleviation, and work related to the Disabled Persons Federation. Although this may seem like a heavy workload, you know as well as I do that the actual demands in these areas are not overly burdensome. Comrade Fei Wanshan will be responsible for veteran support and subsistence allowances, which have always been focal points of our work. As you are still familiarizing yourself with these duties, I will guide you for now, and once you grasp the essentials, you can take the reins. Do you have any objections regarding this arrangement? Wang Wenchao concluded, closing his notebook and surveying the three individuals before him. Chapter 33, Director of the Civil Affairs Office, Part 6, the three individuals remained silent, with only Fei Wanshan eventually uttering, "No objections?" Noticing that Qin Xianhui and Liao Zhengwo had nothing to say, Wang Wenchao understood their thoughts, yet he was indifferent. He continued, "Since there are no differing opinions, let us proceed with this arrangement. I urge everyone to remember their respective responsibilities. Should any issues arise in your assigned areas, it will be the duty of the colleague in charge to answer for them. Furthermore, I wish to address our rules and regulations. Simply put, without rules, chaos ensues. Without structure, everything descends into disorder. Would you not agree? Therefore, I hope that our Civil Affairs Office can establish a set of regulations, as we can no longer afford to operate in a haphazard manner akin to a bustling marketplace, for such a state would render us devoid of any fighting spirit. Let me clarify a few points. First, punctuality is paramount. Tardiness or early departures without just cause will not be tolerated. This is merely a fundamental expectation, is it not? Anyone found to be late or leaving early will incur a penalty of 200 yuan for each incident, without exception. Second, any tasks assigned by me must be completed within the stipulated time frame. Should you fail to do so, you are required to provide an explanation. If no legitimate reason can be offered, I regret to inform you that all bonuses and benefits for that month will be forfeited. Thirdly, Wang Wenchao articulated slowly, and apart from Fei Wanshan, who exhibited little surprise, both Qin Xianhui and Liao Zhengwo gazed at Wang Wenchao with astonishment. This encompasses all measures of reward and punishment. With these rules established, I trust everyone will adhere to them, and I shall enforce them rigorously. Penalties will be imposed where due, and rewards will be granted without ambiguity. Do not assume I am merely making empty threats, or that I lack the authority to oversee your salaries. However, let us not forget that I am responsible for maintaining the attendance records for our department. Hence I can either report to higher authorities regarding your deductions, or make adjustments directly on your attendance sheets. Of course, should both avenues prove unfeasible, your bonuses and benefits are directly within my purview to distribute. Therefore, rest assured that I am more than capable of ensuring that your payments are duly addressed, and similarly, I will not hesitate to reward you when warranted. In summary, the system of rewards and penalties is not an end in itself. It is merely a means to an end that aims to encourage diligent work and to ensure that the Civil Affairs Office excels in its duties, Wang Wenchao continued. Wang Wenchao, must you be so serious? Upon the conclusion of Wang Wenchao's remarks, Liao Zhengwo fixed his gaze upon him and stated, "Is it unnecessary? I find it rather essential. Additionally, I wish to clarify that I am, indeed, a person of earnest disposition. You may not fully comprehend the implications of Yang Xinfeng's departure. The truth is that our Civil Affairs Office has been performing dismally, and the reasons for this are abundantly clear to you all, leaving no need for me to elaborate. To be forthright, those present here possess connections and backgrounds. To speak candidly, I, Wang Wenchao, cannot afford to offend or provoke anyone. Yet, should I entertain such thoughts, I would soon find myself in the same predicament as Yang Xinfeng, overworked and unable to fulfill my responsibilities. Moreover, I must impart a piece of wisdom. There is an ancient saying, a young calf is not afraid of tigers. I, Wang Wenchao, am but a fledgling in this profession, a standard young calf, and thus regardless of whether you are the town mayor or the secretary, you must heed my directives. Disorder will not be tolerated, and those who disrupt will face consequences. Should you doubt my resolve, I encourage you to test it. I, Wang Wenchao, assure you that I will stand by my words. My perspective is this. Offending certain leaders may result in my removal from this position, but allowing certain individuals to continue their disruptive behavior will equally lead to my downfall. I would prefer the former outcome. At least I would retain my dignity, would I not? Now, let us not dwell further. All work assignments will commence tomorrow, and all measures of reward and punishment will also take effect then. I sincerely hope no one will dare to test the seriousness of my intentions, Wang Wenchao stated, fixing his gaze directly on Liao Zhangwo, with his remarks primarily directed at him. I request a leave of absence. I am unwell and need to return home to recuperate, Liao Zhangwo finally declared after some contemplation. Is that so? In that case, please procure a formal medical certificate from a legitimate hospital, Wang Wenchao replied, reclining in his chair. He realized that he needed to assert his authority over these individuals. Otherwise, how could he possibly manage the civil affairs office? How could he maintain his position without facing the same disgrace as Yang Xinfeng? You, Wang Wenchao, do not presume to think you wield such power. I do not require your approval. I will seek authorization from the higher-ups myself, Liao Zhangwo retorted, rising to leave. Is that so? Even better. Henceforth, Fei Wenshan, you will assume Liao Zhangwo's responsibilities, and all of his benefits will be attributed to you as well. Double the rewards, Wang Wenchao stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Liao Zhangwo trembled with anger, turning to point at Wang Wenchao as he exclaimed, Wang Wenchao, you will regret this. Is that so? I eagerly await your return. I advise you to refrain from being late tomorrow morning before you acquire your leave of absence. Otherwise, your salary will be reduced by 200 yuan, Wang Wenchao retorted dismissively. Liao Zhangwo huffed in response and stormed out of Wang Wenchao's office. Director Wang, you may not be aware, but he is the relative of Mayor Xiao, Qin Xianhui remarked as soon as Liao Zhangwo departed. Wang Wenchao understood her implication and interrupted, I care not for his connections. I have no desire to know. I trust both of you implicitly. Theo be candid. Yang Xinfeng faced the same fate. He complained to me numerous times that he bore the brunt of all the work within the civil affairs office, toiling tirelessly yet receiving reprimands from leadership for not delivering results. Thus, I refuse to become the next Yang Xinfeng.as for offending any leaders. I genuinely fear not. Since the leadership has seen fit to place me in this role, I believe there are those who understand my predicament. I, Wang Wenchao, am naturally inclined to resist coercion. Those who oppose me will find me unyielding. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like tile. This proverb resonates profoundly with me, Wang Wenchao concluded with a smile before adding, I have little hope for him. My expectations lie with the two of you. I hope you will understand and support me. I reiterate, with your support, I, Wang Wenchao, will ensure you are not wronged. You may inquire at the nursing home to verify my sincerity. Sister Qin, how much is left in the civil affairs office's accounts? Please report back to me shortly so I may have a clearer picture. Fei Wenshan, kindly tidy your desk and arrange your living quarters. We will resume normal operations tomorrow. Understood, Director Wang, Fei Wenshan replied before promptly exiting Wang Wenchao's office. Chapter 34. Not enemies, not together, Part 1. Wang Wenchao employed the same approach he had utilized at the nursing home, firmly believing that without rules, order cannot prevail. He was equally convinced that without a certain system of rewards and punishments to stimulate action, enthusiasm for work would be non-existent. This methodology had proven to be remarkably effective within the confines of the nursing home. As for the new official's fiery demeanor, which was directed squarely at Liao Zhangwo, Wang Wenchao did not dwell on it excessively. To him, Liao Zhangwo epitomized the archetype. Unless he was brought under control, the execution of his duties would be utterly impossible. Furthermore, Wang Wenchao did not concern himself much with Xiao Duan, who stood behind Liao Zhangwo, for he had long since offended Xiao Duan and had no fear of incurring further displeasure. Had it not been for his previous transgression against Xiao Duan, Wang Wenchao might have felt some hesitation regarding Liao Zhangwo, but now, that hesitation was entirely non-existent, a manifestation of the proverbial broken pot shattering. As Wang Wenchao descended the stairs, engrossed in reviewing the documents he intended to examine, he simultaneously listened to Qin Xianhui's report on the accounts. He was inwardly assessing whether his actions that day were justified. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to act thus, as it was the only pathway to maintain his position. It is often said that character determines destiny. Yang Xinfeng's indecisiveness and timidity had resulted in his lack of authority and disarray within the civil affairs office. Fear of confrontation begets stagnation, a conclusion Wang Wenchao had drawn upon first observing these dynamics upon entering the office. In retrospect, he recognized the validity of his initial assessment. After work, Wang Wenchao carried the materials he needed and proceeded downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted Yu Wanzhong, Ma Yunhua, and Hu Xuelan engaged in cheerful conversation in the courtyard. That moment, he also heard familiar voices emanating from the hallway. Upon glancing up, he was met with the sight of Xiao Duan and a person he particularly wished to avoid, Su Jun, who had evidently arrived to report for duty. Desiring to evade an encounter with Su Jun, Wang Wenchao hastened his pace. However, the keen-eyed Yu Wenzhong called out to him, Wang Wenchao, have you eaten yet? This exclamation drew the attention of several individuals, including Xiao Duan and Su Jun, who were walking not far behind Wang Wenchao. Upon seeing Wang Wenchao, Su Jun's face broke into a subtle smirk. With no choice but to muster his courage, Wang Wenchao approached Yu Wenzhong and replied, not yet. I was just about to head to the cafeteria. Are you leaders going out for a meal? Wang Wenchao had already surmised that the leadership team was undoubtedly gathering to welcome Su Jun. I should introduce you. This is our new town chief Su, who just arrived today. And this is Comrade Wang Wenchao, the director of our civil affairs office. Oh, how forgetful of me. You two should already be acquainted. Having been classmates at the party school, Yu Wenzhong enthusiastically facilitated the introduction. Old class leader, we meet again, Su Jun said. His words laced with implications, his eyes conveying a message to Wang Wenchao. At last, you have fallen into my grasp. Wang Wenchao understood the insinuation behind Su Jun's gaze. With a measured tone, he responded, welcome, before turning to Yu Wenzhong and stating, it seems the leaders are heading out for a meal. I won't intrude. With that, he prepared to depart, but was halted by Yu Wenzhong, who insisted, since you and Town Chief Su are classmates, why not join us for drinks to welcome him? Wang Wenchao felt a wave of inner turmoil, uncertain of how to articulate his reluctance. Indeed, old class leader, you wouldn't deny him this courtesy, would you? I recall you were quite spirited when drinking at the party school, Su Jun remarked, veiled mockery evident in his tone. Wang Wenchao recognized Su Jun's attempt to taunt him about his previous bravado at the party school and his current apparent subservience. Come, let's all go together. Yu Wenzhong insisted, directly pulling Wang Wenchao along. Wang Wenchao was internally vexed. Among the gathering, the presence of Su Jun and Xiao Duan were precisely whom he wished to avoid. Yet, he recognized the futility of resistance. He had to comply, lest he offend Yu Wenzhong. Xiao Su, you all go ahead. I've made arrangements at the restaurant, and it's on the government's tab. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be joining, Xiao Duan said to Su Jun, patting his shoulder as he walked away. Once Xiao Duan departed, Yu Wenzhong regarded his retreating figure with a cold snort, a gesture that resonated with those present, all of whom understood its implications. Su Jun's father was the deputy county head, a fact both Xiao Duan and Yu Wenzhong were undoubtedly aware of. Therefore, Su Jun's elevation to such a high position upon his arrival was not surprising. It was worth noting that the only time one could see both Yu Wenzhong and Xiao Duan in attendance together, aside from meetings, was during significant leadership inspections. Despite Xiao Duan's reluctance to dine with Yu Wenzhong, he had still afforded Su Jun a degree of respect by organizing the banquet and settling the bill. Xiao Su, come, ride in my car. Wenchao, you should also bring your vehicle. Let's meet at the usual spot in the town, Yu Wenzhong said with a smile before getting into the car, followed closely by Ma Yunhua. Secretary Hu, please, you go first, Su Jun said cheerfully to Hu Shuolan. However, Wang Wenchao sensed an unsettling leer in Su Jun's gaze. Town Chief Su, please, you go ahead. It's a bit cramped. You all go first. I'll ride with Director Wang, Hu Shuolan said with a smile. Director Wang has a private car. Quite impressive, Su Jun remarked, feigning surprise, his words dripping with innuendo. It's a unit vehicle. Town Chief Su, please, go ahead, Hu Shuolan replied with indifference. Then I shall proceed first, Su Jun said, flashing a smile at Hu Shuolan before boarding Yu Wenzhong's official vehicle. Wang Wenchao was pleased that Hu Shuolan opted to ride in his car, which suggested a closeness in her regard for him. This realization filled him with exhilaration, yet he felt a surge of anger at Yu Wenzhong's lascivious glances towards Hu Shuolan, akin to watching another man leering at his beloved. Wang Wenchao stepped aside, retrieved the keys from the driver, instructing him to go have a meal, and then drove off with Hu Shuolan. I sense that Su's gaze towards you is rather unsettling. You ought to be cautious and maintain your distance from him, Wang Wenchao could not help but advise Hu Shuolan as they settled into the car. What do you mean by unsettling? Hu Shuolan inquired, smiling. Lecherous, Wang Wenchao stated plainly. Hu Shuolan paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. I will certainly be mindful of that, she replied. Do you have a poor relationship with Town Chief Su? Hu Shuolan suddenly asked. Wang Wenchao glanced at her, realizing she had gleaned something from his earlier conversation with Su Jun. He nodded, affirming, it's not merely a poor relationship, it's one of enmity. Chapter 35. Enemies are drawn together. Part 2. Enemies? Wang Wenchao's response took Hu Shuolan by surprise, prompting her to say, this is not good news for you. He is the son of County Chief Su, and both Yu Wenzhong and Xiao Duan currently hold him in high regard. If he intends to oppose you, it could cause you some trouble. Hu Shuolan did not delve into why Wang Wenchao and Su Jun were adversaries. She merely cautioned him. Let it be. When the water rises, the earth will rise to meet it. When soldiers come, we shall resist, Wang Wenchao remarked, fully aware of this reality, and chose to remain optimistic. Hu Shuolan nodded in agreement and added, however, there is no need to worry excessively. He is merely a deputy town chief and cannot do you much harm. The primary concern now is that Xiao Duan has taken a disliking to you. Prepare yourself mentally. Your name is on the allocation list for village assignments this year, and you've been assigned to one of the poorest and most difficult villages to manage. This falls within his jurisdiction, and others will have no say. Wang Wenchao was taken aback, then let out a rueful smile, saying, I had a feeling this day would come. Just as he finished speaking, they arrived at the restaurant. After disembarking, Wang Wenchao followed Hu Shualan directly up to the private room on the second floor, clearly indicating her familiarity with the place. Upon entering the room, they found 4 individuals, including Yu Wanzhong's driver, smoking amidst the swirling haze. Secretary Hu, please take a seat, Su Jun exclaimed, immediately eager to please upon seeing Hu Shualan, pulling out a chair beside him, clearly wishing for her to sit next to him. Deputy Town Chief Su, you are being too polite. Today is to welcome you, and you are the guest. Director Wang, please take a seat. I'll just step out to the restroom, Hu Shualan stated before turning and exiting. Su Jun felt a bit awkward, unsure whether to push the chair back or leave it where it was. Not pushing it back seemed inappropriate since Hu Shualan had clearly indicated that the seat was for Wang Wenchao, while pushing it back in front of everyone felt too blatant, leaving him in a state of frustration. Wang Wenchao chuckled inwardly, maintaining an expression of ignorance, as he sat in the chair Su Jun had opened. Wenchao, how have things been at the Civil Affairs Office? Any difficulties? Please feel free to discuss them with me. I intended to speak with you yesterday, but a sudden meeting came up, so I asked Secretary Hu to convey my message, Yu Wanzhong inquired with a smile once Wang Wenchao was seated. Thank you, Secretary Yu. So far, there appear to be no significant issues. My primary concern at this stage is addressing the lax work ethic within the Civil Affairs Office, Wang Wenchao replied, hinting at deeper issues. Yu Wanzhong listened attentively, contemplating the personnel within the office before responding. You have pinpointed the core issue. Effective management begins with managing people. If the personnel issues are not resolved, how can we tackle the problems? Your approach is commendable. Yang Xinfeng has a very positive work attitude, yet his execution is utterly chaotic. It seems he primarily falters in this regard. However, we must enforce appropriate standards. If any situation arises, feel free to report it to me. Wang Wenchao was pleasantly surprised by Yu Wanzhong's promise, which essentially indicated that if anyone were to make things difficult for him, he could directly approach Yu Wanzhong. Thank you, Secretary Yu. With your assurance, I have no worries, Wang Wenchao replied, playing the part. Upon hearing this, both Yu Wanzhong and Ma Yunhua erupted in laughter. Secretary Yu, what are the organizational considerations regarding my assignments? Su Jun suddenly interjected. This matter has yet to be thoroughly researched. We will hold a meeting in the next few days to discuss it collectively. Xiao Su, why don't you share your thoughts on this? In principle, you are set to take over Old Zhong's responsibilities, which include overseeing industry and land matters, though this can be altered, Yu Wanzhong casually remarked. I am familiar with the industry sector, but land matters are less so. Secretary Yu, I am personally quite interested in the civil affairs sector. Is there any possibility of my involvement there? Su Jun stated without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenchao's brows knitted together, clearly recognizing Su Jun's intention to shift his responsibilities directly to the civil affairs sector, effectively positioning himself as Wang Wenchao's superior, deliberately seeking to create trouble for him. The Civil Affairs Office is currently overseen by another colleague, Li Changshan, whom you met today. However, this is not set in stone. We will need to consider Xiao Duan's opinions in our discussions. I wonder if he would agree. Yu Wanzhong said slowly, intentionally sowing discord, implying that while he, Yu Wanzhong, might be amenable, Xiao Duan would likely object. This will require your assistance, Secretary Yu. Su Jun replied with a casual smile, evidently confident about his chances. Wang Wenchao reasoned that given Su Jun's father's position, neither Yu Wanzhong nor Xiao Duan would dare to disregard his requests in Hongshan Town. Deputy Town Chief Su, you truly have a keen eye, instantly recognizing the most valuable department in Hongshan Town. Ma Yunhua remarked with a grin. The most valuable? What do you mean by that? Su Jun clearly failed to grasp the implication behind Ma Yunhua's words. The insinuation was that the Civil Affairs Office was the wealthiest department, but Su Jun was oblivious to this fact, having just arrived from the county and lacking familiarity with the local situation. Deputy Town Chief Su is unaware? No worries, you'll find out soon enough, Ma Yunhua responded, feeling somewhat uncomfortable yet trying to smooth over the situation, internally cursing Su Jun for being inept. At that moment, Hu Shualan re-entered, and since Wang Wenchao was seated near the door, she naturally took the seat beside him, igniting Su Jun's ire, as he believed this was all part of Wang Wenchao's scheme. His eyes burned with resentment directed at Wang Wenchao. As dishes began to arrive. Yu Wanzhong smiled and filled his glass, announcing, let us all raise our glasses in a toast to our Deputy Town Chief Su, welcoming comrade Xiao Su to work and live in Hongshan Town. Although Wang Wenchao was reluctant, he poured a little wine into his glass. I shall use tea in place of wine, Hu Shualan said, lifting her teacup for a sip. After finishing, Su Jun began to cast glances at Hu Shualan, pouring himself a glass of wine and extending it towards her, saying, Secretary Hu, allow me to toast you. Hu Shualan found this somewhat peculiar. After all, as merely a deputy secretary, it was unusual for her to be the first recipient of a toast. Nevertheless, she soon understood the situation and smiled, saying, Deputy Town Chief Su, that is not quite right. If you wish to toast, you must first honor Secretary Yu, as he is our leader. Chapter 36. Not Friends, Not Gathering, Part 3. Upon hearing this, Su Jun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing he had made a misstep. However, He quickly brushed off the awkwardness. As he was indifferent to whether anyone in the text would take offense, he promptly remarked, "It is said that ladies should be given precedence." Secretary, who is the only woman present, and such a beautiful one at that, it is only fitting that I toast you first. Xiao Su is absolutely right. We must toast to the flower of Hongshan town. Yu Wenzhong chimed in, joining in the playful banter, though deep down, only he knew how he truly felt about the matter. Secretary Yu, you are a leading comrade. Such titles cannot be frivolously bestowed. Hu Shualan jested before lifting her teacup and declaring, I shall welcome Town Head Su with tea in lieu of wine, as we embark on this journey of mutual learning and progress. Secretary Hu, that is quite unjust. You drink tea while I drink wine. That is an affront to me. Su Jun, he retorted, glancing at Hu Shualan's glass. I sincerely apologize, Town Head Su, but I cannot consume alcohol. This is not a personal affront to you. You may inquire with Secretary Yu and Director Ma. I have always abstained from alcohol, Hu Shualan explained, her gaze diverting to Wang Wenchao, at which point her cheeks flushed, for she shared a history of drinking with him, which had led to a romantic escapade. Xiao Su, I can attest to that. Shualan indeed abstains from all spirits. As for you, a man of stature, display some grace and take the lead. Yu Wenzhong interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. Really? Very well then, Secretary Hu, I shall drink first. I hope you will extend your guidance and support in our future endeavors. Su Jun spoke with veiled implications. Hu Shualan took a small sip of her tea and continued, Town Head Su, you have erred once more. It is Secretary Yu who is our leader, and you ought to direct such words to him. Wang Wenchao perceived Hu Shualan's deliberate attempt to stir up Yu Wenzhong's sentiments regarding Su Jun. Shualan, you misspoke. You are the deputy secretary of the party, and the party oversees all matters. There is truth in that, Yu Wenzhong quickly asserted, unsure whether he was clarifying for himself or for Su Jun. He then lifted his wine glass, stating, Xiao Su, allow me to toast you with a drink, first and foremost welcoming you to work and learn in Hongshan town. Though our town may not excel economically in Pingyang County, we boast the largest area, and our circumstances are rather intricate, so if one performs well, success is easily attained. Secretary Yu, you are too modest. My arrival in Hongshan town was entirely voluntary. Firstly, it is because of your presence here, and secondly, my old class leader is also here. Old class leader, I came especially for you. You must drink this toast, and it must be downed in one gulp, Su Jun declared proudly, casting a triumphant glance at Wang Wenchao before taking a small sip himself, prompting Wang Wenchao to finish his drink. Wang Wenchao, who had initially raised his glass to join Su Jun in a toast, furrowed his brow upon hearing the latter's final remarks and his demeanor. The implication of Su Jun's words was unmistakable. It suggested that he had intentionally come to Hongshan town to vex Wang Wenchao. Town Head Su, that is rather inappropriate. You sip while others down their drinks. This is not fair play, Hu Shualan observed with a smile. Shualan, you misunderstand. I am the deputy town head, while he is merely the director of the civil affairs office. Furthermore, I shall soon oversee civil affairs, thereby making me his superior. It is entirely normal for a leader to take a sip while a subordinate finishes their drink, wouldn't you agree? Su Jun declared, brimming with self-satisfaction as he fixed his gaze on Wang Wenchao. He had shifted his address to Hu Shualan, now casually calling her by her first name, which incensed Wang Wenchao. The onlookers exchanged astonished glances, and Yu Wenzhong's brow furrowed in concern. Wang Wenchao, now visibly furious, had intended to show Su Jun some respect, considering he was his superior, and he did not wish to lose face in front of other leaders. However, Su Jun was truly crossing the line. To speak of leadership, surely there are more leaders present than just yourself? Wang Wenchao retorted, raising his glass towards Yu Wenzhong with respect. Secretary Yu, my time in Hongshan town has been greatly aided by your guidance. You are indeed my benefactor. Toast you to express my gratitude and will drink first. You may partake as you wish. With that, he downed his drink, then turned to Su Jun and added, Town Head Su, my apologies. I did not bring a driver today. Although no one checks for drunk driving here, I must still take responsibility for my own safety and that of the public vehicle. Regrettably, I cannot partake in your toast today, but I will make sure to toast you next time. Though Wang Wenchao's words were polite, everyone understood it was a direct challenge to Su Jun, placing him in an uncomfortable position. Very well, Wang Wenchao, do not be so ungrateful, Su Jun seethed. My apologies, Town Head Su, but I truly do not comprehend how I am being ungrateful. Perhaps I simply lack your acumen. Otherwise, why would you be the deputy town head while I am just a small director? Wang Wenchao replied coldly. Do not take offense. How could a mere director be worthy of drinking with someone of your stature? That would be an insult to you, so it is better that you carry on. Enough, enough. Let us refrain from saying such hurtful things. We are all colleagues sharing the same table. Let us not sow discord. It is understandable that Wenchao is driving and must drink less, Yu Wenzhong interjected, eager to mend the rift between Su Jun and Wang Wenchao, fully aware of their underlying tensions. Humph, Wang Wenchao, mark my words, the day will come when you find yourself in my grasp. Then you shall see, Su Jun threatened coldly before raising his glass to clink with Yu Wenzhong's. Secretary Yu, I apologize, but I suddenly feel unwell and would like to return to rest. Could you arrange for a vehicle to take me back? His words left the attendees feeling even more embarrassed, as they gained a fresh perspective on the arrogant demeanor of this official scion from the county. If you are unwell, it is best to return and rest. Yunhua, let us take our leave as well. Wenchao, since you have a car, please enjoy your meal. There is no rush, Yu Wenzhong concluded, nodding as he rose. Su Jun was the first to leave the private room, followed by the driver and Ma Yunhua. Yu Wenzhong approached Wang Wenchao, patting him on the shoulder, saying, "Do not take it to heart. The offspring of high-ranking officials often carry an air of arrogance. We are colleagues. Be more accommodating. Shualon, please assist in addressing this matter and offer him some guidance. I shall take my leave now." Chapter 37. Misfortune Brings Companionship, Part 4. Upon concluding his remarks, he vacated the seat, leaving Wang Wenchao and Hu Shualon alone. Wang Wenchao appeared unfazed, continuing to eat with great relish. "Your demeanor is quite admirable. You still manage to enjoy your meal," Hu Shualon remarked with a smile. "Why shouldn't I eat? It's not worth losing my appetite over such a person. He specifically came to Hongshan town for me. I suspect scenes like this will become a regular occurrence. If I let this ruin my meal, I would inevitably starve," Wang Wenchao replied while savoring his food, then looked up at Hu Shualon and said, "Thank you for earlier." "Thank me for what?" Hu Shualon inquired with a smile. "Just thank you," Wang Wenchao said, knowing that Hu Shualon understood the depth of his gratitude for her assistance. After a sigh, Hu Shualon said, "Although I am unaware of the specifics of your conflict with Su Jun, realistically speaking, reconciling with him would be the wisest course. He is the deputy town head, and his father is the deputy county head. You are still young. It would be quite unwise to let him hinder your progress. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Sometimes, men ought to display a bit of courage and temperament. Ultimately, you must decide how to proceed." Wang Wenchao nodded thoughtfully, then, with a wry smile, responded, "My conflict with him is irreconcilable. Although I initially had no idea what I did to offend him, I am now unequivocally his adversary. Moreover, I have never intended to yield. Let us not dwell on this. Let us go. Even though I've endured a fair share of vexation, I've also had a satisfying meal, so it's not entirely in vain." Wang Wenchao drove Hu Shualon to the government building, handed the car over to the driver, and then they walked towards the dormitory. "Why are you avoiding me?" Wang Wenchao suddenly asked Hu Shualon. "Avoiding you? Why would I do that?" Hu Shualon responded, feigning ignorance. "I know what you're trying to convey, yet I still cannot let go of my feelings for you. Marry me, truly, I mean it." "I will treat you well," Wang Wenchao declared earnestly once more. "Can we please not revisit this topic? I have told you before, we are not suited for each other. Let us forget about it. Let us erase everything that happened that night. I will remain your sister Lan, and we can be like ordinary friends. Isn't that better?" Hu Shualon interjected, cutting off Wang Wenchao. Wang Wenchao sighed and took out a cigarette, drawing on it slowly. "What is wrong? Are you upset? Did I hurt your feelings?" Hu Shualon teased, noticing Wang Wenchao's silence as he walked ahead. "No, you can't expect me to pretend to be cheerful. After all, I confessed to you and was rejected. Shouldn't I feel a bit heartbroken?" Wang Wenchao joked, though his heart was truly heavy. A young man from the civil affairs office came by. "Did he report to you?" Hu Shualon changed the subject. "Yes, he was here this afternoon, brought by Ma Yunhua. He claimed to be a distant relative. So far, he seems quite decent," Wang Wenchao replied with a nod. "A young man? He is actually a year older than you. When did you start speaking with such elderly wisdom?" Hu Shualon laughed heartily. "Older than me? Is that so? Still, calling him a young man is not incorrect. According to Su Jun's logic, I am his superior, hence I should address him as such, and he ought to listen. Don't you agree?" Wang Wenchao chuckled. The following day, while at work, Wang Wenchao deliberately visited the office downstairs. Upon entering, he found only Fei Wenshan present, causing him to frown slightly. It appeared that Qin Xianhui and Liao Zhengwo had disregarded his words. "Good morning, Director Wang." Fei Wenshan stood up upon seeing Wang Wenchao. "Have they not arrived yet?" Wang Wenchao inquired. Fei Wenshan nodded, but said nothing further. "Please gather some materials and prepare to accompany me to verify some applications for low-income households submitted by several village cadres yesterday." Wang Wenchao instructed Fei Wenshan, turning to head back to his office when he noticed Qin Xianhui entering. "Wow, Director Wang, you're here so early. I am not late, am I?" Qin Xianhui smiled at Wang Wenchao. "Just a few minutes. Try to arrive a tad earlier next time." Wang Wenchao responded, somewhat pleased, then added, "This month, I will deduct 200 from Liao Zhengwo's budget for your tardiness. Let me write you a note." As he spoke, he grabbed a piece of paper to jot down the note, including the date and his signature. "Director Wang, are you serious?" Qin Xianhui asked in surprise. "I mentioned yesterday that I don't joke around. Sister Qin, I am quite stubborn. I will stand firm against anyone who challenges me," Wang Wenchao said coldly before retreating to his office. After sitting for a while, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Liao Zhengwo's furious voice rang out, "Wang Wenchao, what do you mean by this?" With that, Liao Zhengwo slammed the note he had written for Qin Xianhui onto Wang Wenchao's desk. "Can't you read? Is it that difficult to comprehend?" I was quite clear yesterday. I don't need to repeat myself, Wang Wenchao said nonchalantly, glancing at the note. Does your signature hold any weight? Who do you think you are? At the very least, it needs to be signed by Town Head Xiao, Liao Zhengwo sneered. That's unnecessary. There's no need to trouble Town Head Xiao over such a trivial matter. My signature suffices. You need not worry about that, Wang Wenchao retorted with an inward smirk. Wang Wenchao, are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Can you not grasp the implications? You know my relationship with Town Head Xiao, don't you? Liao Zhengwo responded, exasperated. What connection does your relationship with Town Head Xiao have to do with this matter? Wang Wenchao closed the document in his hand and raised his gaze to meet Liao Zhengwo's. Liao Zhengwo paused, finally understanding Wang Wenchao's intent. After a few seconds, he stated, Wang Wenchao, do you think it's worth offending Town Head Xiao over someone as insignificant as me? I have no intention of offending anyone. I am merely adhering to the regulations. Furthermore, you may not fully grasp my temperament. I reciprocate respect in kind. Those who show me deference will receive it in abundance, while those who do not, regardless of their stature, will find no favor from me. It's all reciprocal. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Wenchao replied coolly, rising to his feet. I need to visit the village. Please close the door when you leave, he added, picking up a stack of documents as he exited the office. Wang Wenchao, I've never encountered someone as oblivious as you. Just wait. You will regret this, Liao Zhengwo seethed through clenched teeth. One of my virtues is that I never regret my actions. I hope you don't arrive late tomorrow. 200 is quite a hefty penalty, even for Town Head Xiao's nephew. Don't you think? Wang Wenchao said with a smile, ignoring Liao Zhengwo as he walked out. After descending the stairs, he called for Fei Wanshan to join him in the van to the village. Chapter 38. Revenge, Part 1. The following morning, as Wang Wenchao was preparing to visit the County Civil Affairs Bureau to deliver some documents, he received a notification instructing him to report to Xiao Duan's office. Upon receiving the message, Wang realized that trouble was brewing. After the manner in which he had spoken to Liao Zhengwo the previous day, it was almost inconceivable that Xiao would not take some form of action against him. After gathering his belongings, he made his way directly to Xiao Duan's office. To his astonishment, Liao Zhengwo was also present within. Wang paused momentarily, then comprehended Xiao Duan's intention. This was an unmistakable indication that Liao Zhengwo was indeed his nephew. Mayor Xiao, you summoned me? Wang disregarded Liao's presence and, maintaining a smile, politely knocked on the door before entering and addressing Xiao with respect. This year, the government has made several adjustments to the list of village cadre personnel, and it has been decided to assign you to Huangshe Village. Additionally, here is a notification that the government has just issued. Please take a good look at it, Xiao Duan stated without glancing at Wang, carelessly tossing a paper onto the desk. Before Wang could fully grasp the situation, Xiao added, if there is nothing else, you may leave. I have other matters to attend to. Wang was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, picking up the printed document from the desk as he exited. As he walked, he began to read the notification, which he surmised was intended to instill a sense of responsibility in the village cadre. The government had decided to implement a reward and punishment system for village cadres, ranking them annually based on the overall conditions of their respective villages. Those in villages that ranked high would be rewarded, while those in lower-ranked villages would face fines, and in severe cases, may even be expelled from the cadre. Wang had a general understanding of the role of village cadres, yet he was perplexed by Xiao Duan's sudden decision to assign him to Huangshe Village, suspecting that Zhao's motives were far from arbitrary. At that moment, passing by Hu Shuilan's office, Wang paused and peered inside, noticing it was unoccupied. He knocked gently on the door and called, Secretary Hu, before stepping inside. Hu Shuilan looked up, a smile spreading across her face upon seeing Wang. What brings you here? She inquired. I've come to seek your counsel. Please take a look at this, Wang replied, taking a seat opposite her and handing over the printed notification. After glancing at the title, Hu set it down and remarked, this document is distributed almost every year, yet it has never been implemented. The government faces its own challenges. No one can ascertain how the comprehensive rankings are determined, so it has merely become a formality that is no longer taken seriously. Where did you come across this? Mayor Xiao provided it to me, and he instructed me to be stationed at Huangshe Village, Wang confessed, increasingly bewildered by Hu's words, unsure of Zhao's true intentions. Huangshe Village. Hu Shuilan's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, is there something wrong? I'm not very familiar with Huangshe Village, as I've never been there, Wang nodded in acknowledgement. Huangshe Village is quite unique. It is the most remote village in our Hongshan town, and transportation is exceedingly inconvenient. Consequently, the living conditions there are the poorest. Do you know why it's called Huangshe Village? Originally, it was named Huangshe Village, but over time it evolved into Huangshe Village. From the original name, you can infer that the entire village comprises the Huang family, all of them related, with a formidable clan influence and a strong sense of identity among the villagers. Legend has it that their ancestors were prominent officials in the court, and when they fell afoul of someone, they fled with their entire clan to this location to escape persecution. In the past, Huangshe Village was indeed a secluded haven. Over the years, the village has remained insular, adhering strictly to the authority of their clan leader, with no one daring to contradict his decisions. Fortunately, times have improved somewhat, as they no longer pay agricultural taxes. It is said that when those taxes were in place, the villagers refused to pay a single cent, and any officials who attempted to collect were met with violence. Ive heard stories of the village's leaders being confined in a cattle pen for an entire week, and even the police were powerless to intervene. It took armed intervention to rescue them. Despite the abolition of agricultural taxes, the village retains its reputation as a troublemaker. It ranks first in defiance within the entire town, and no one dares to work there. Clearly, Xiaoduan's decision to assign you there is laden with ulterior motives, Hu Shuolan explained slowly, observing Wang intently. After absorbing Hu Shuolan's detailed account, Wang began to grasp the implications of his situation and the true nature of Xiaoduan's intentions. He realized the cunning of Xiao's strategy. If he were to truly carry out his duties in Huangshe village, based on Hu's description, encountering obstacles would be the least of his concerns. He might even face physical harm. Naturally, effective governance would be rendered impossible. Conversely, should he neglect his duties, Xiao would have the opportunity to wield the long-standing government document against him, using its provisions to undermine him, leaving him with no recourse. Wang contemplated the situation, recognizing that whether he performed well or poorly in Huangshe village, the outcome would ultimately be determined by Xiaoduan. If a ranking were to be established, Huangshe village would undoubtedly occupy the last position. The villagers' isolationist mentality, inherited from their ancestors, has bred a culture of exclusion. They neither venture out nor allow outsiders in, resulting in a life of severe hardship. The government has not dispatched officials to that village in many years. Xiaoduan's actions are truly unscrupulous, Hu Shuolan remarked, furrowing her brow. Wang pondered for a moment before asking, is there any way to avoid being stationed in that village? If Xiaoduan is adamant about opposing you, there is little that can be done, unless you seek intervention from higher authorities, Hu Shuolan replied, expressing her own sense of powerlessness. I will look for an opportunity to speak with him. He should still regard me with some respect. Forget it. I have long been a thorn in Xiaoduan's side. This scheme has likely been in the works for quite some time, and I doubt he would be amenable to any appeals. Furthermore, I just made a fool of his beloved nephew yesterday. Can he truly let that slide? It is what it is. I must see for myself what Huangshe village is truly like, Wang said, feigning a nonchalant demeanor as he exited Hu Shuolan's office. Chapter 39. Revenge, Part 2. Shortly after Wang Wenchao exited Xiaoduan's office, Su Jun entered. Mayor Xiao, has Wang Wenchao agreed? Su Jun inquired as he took a seat directly opposite Xiaoduan. This is an arrangement made by the organization. His consent is irrelevant. Both of you are young, yet what accounts for such a disparity? Mayor Su, one can infer from this that a person's character and abilities are inextricably linked to the family education they receive from a young age. Consider that you are of similar age, yet your capabilities far surpass his, which speaks volumes about the success of your family upbringing. Xiaoduan remarked kindly to Su Jun. Hearing such flattery from Xiaoduan filled Su Jun with delight, prompting him to respond, Mayor Xiao, you flatter me. However, Wang Wenchao indeed has character flaws. Individuals like him, if allowed to remain in our cadre, will inevitably become a detrimental influence. Upon exiting Hu Shuolan's office, Wang Wenchao gathered his belongings and proceeded to the County Civil Affairs Bureau. While seated in the van, he pondered, perhaps he was the busiest individual in Hongshan town. He held multiple roles: the director of the nursing home, the head of the Civil Affairs Office, and now a village cadre. Wang Wenchao was well aware of the general division of labor in the town. Most officials concurrently served as village cadres, much like Liao Zhangwo. However, as a director, it was unusual for him to also take on the role of a village cadre. Although there was no explicit rule prohibiting directors from serving in such a capacity, it had been an unwritten rule in Hongshan town for many years. Now, with Xiaoduan's intervention, he had been reassigned to Huangshe village as a village cadre, a clear and strong act of retaliation. Wang Wenchao recognized Xiaoduan's vendetta and acknowledged his limited ability to resist. As the saying goes, if one cannot fight back, one might as well enjoy the situation. Wang Wenchao was determined to challenge the notion that Huangshe village was indeed a den of bandits. He was inherently stubborn. If something was deemed impossible, he was inclined to test it. The following day, Wang Wenchao made his way to the party and government office to obtain the phone number of Huangshe village's party secretary, Huang Yaomin. He dialed while heading towards the van. Hello, who is it? A gruff voice responded after a lengthy pause. Greetings, are you Secretary Huang? This is Wang Wenchao from the town civil affairs office, Xiao Wang. The party and government office must have called you yesterday? Wang Wenchao said humbly. I know you. You're the new director from the civil affairs office, right? Yes, I received the call. What do you want? Huang Yaomin replied bluntly, showing no regard for Wang Wenchao. Well, I would like to visit the village today. Are you at home, Secretary Huang? Wang Wenchao inquired again. What is there to see? Let me tell you, don't take your role as a village cadre too seriously. You should stay in town. If anything happens when you come down, I won't take responsibility, Huang Yaomin retorted before abruptly hanging up. Wang Wenchao stared wide-eyed at his phone, astonished by the audacity of this secretary. Recently, he had interacted with various village officials, all of whom treated him with respect and camaraderie, given his position as the director of the Civil Affairs Office, a department closely linked to the villagers and wielding real power. However, the indifference displayed by the party secretary of Huangshe village was jarring to Wang Wenchao. After hanging up, Wang Wenchao muttered to himself, how audacious. I refuse to believe that Huangshe village is truly a lair of bandits. I shall go and see for myself. He promptly boarded the van and instructed the driver to take him to Huangshe village. Although he had never been there, he was familiar with its general location, and the driver had visited once before. The driver navigated deeper into the mountains, the road deteriorating as they progressed. After nearly an hour of jarring travel, the driver halted at the foot of a mountain and said, Director Wang, the vehicle can only go this far. There is a small path leading into the mountains. Huangshe village lies within. Wang Wenchao gazed at the towering mountain before him, incredulous that anyone could reside within. Before him lay a narrow, man-made path, flanked by the mountains on one side and a steep cliff on the other, winding into the depths of the mountain. You may go back now. I will call you when I'm ready to return, Wang Wenchao instructed the driver, lighting a cigarette as he embarked on the treacherous path. As the saying goes, to get rich, one must first build roads. The economic development of a place is directly proportional to its accessibility, a truth equally applicable to a small village like Huangshe. Thus, Wang Wenchao began to believe the claim that Huangshe village was indeed the poorest in Hongshan town. After walking for a while, Wang Wenchao suddenly felt a sense of hope amidst despair, akin to finding light after traversing a darkened path. As he followed the man-made trail past two large rocky hills, the view suddenly opened up before him. He was greeted by vast expanses of lush, green bamboo groves, dense enough to obscure the sky. Each bamboo stalk reached impressive heights, reminiscent of scenes from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Peering through the seemingly endless bamboo forest, Wang Wenchao occasionally glimpsed structures nestled within, and he was astonished to find that most were constructed from bamboo, something he had only ever seen on television. Despite his surprise, he continued to tread deeper into the bamboo grove, realizing that, aside from this unique architecture, the area was indeed an unspoiled paradise, the beauty of which was almost breathtaking. Before his visit, Wang Wenchao had reviewed some materials on Huangshe village, noting its small population of just over 50 households, totaling fewer than 300 residents, making it the least populated village in all of Hongshan town. As he stepped into the village, he was pleasantly surprised to find that, although hidden within the bamboo, the paths were meticulously maintained, and the bamboo houses were neatly arranged in rows, exuding a sense of orderliness. Chapter 40, Journey to Huangshe Village, Part 1. As I wandered past several households, I noticed a group of children playing together. Upon spotting Wang Wenchao's arrival, they gazed at him with great curiosity. Wang Wenchao approached one child and, with a smile, inquired, Hello, young friend. Might you direct me to the residence of Huang Yaomin, the village secretary? How might I reach his home? Before the child could respond, a middle-aged woman emerged from the house, regarding Wang Wenchao with suspicion. Who are you? What do you seek from Uncle Huang? She asked warily. Greetings, I am an official from the town. I have been assigned to your village, Huangshe, to conduct some official business with Secretary Huang, Wang Wenchao replied, sensing the woman's vigilance and hastily trying to assure her. An official? What do you want? Are you here to enforce family planning regulations, or to force us to demolish our homes? Leave at once, or I shall call for help, the woman retorted, her demeanor shifting dramatically upon learning he was an official. Wang Wenchao widened his eyes, bewildered by the abrupt turn of their conversation. It felt as though, upon revealing his identity, he had invoked the arrival of a wolf. Sister, please, listen to me. Firstly, I am neither here to enforce family planning nor to demolish houses. I genuinely wish to find Secretary Huang and harbor no ill intentions, he hastily explained. He had not anticipated such a reaction. It felt reminiscent of a scene from a film where a government envoy ventures into a bandit stronghold seeking to negotiate peace. Nonsense. What else do you officials do besides these things? Hurry and leave, or I will truly call someone, the woman insisted, disregarding Wang Wenchao's explanations. Sister, consider the situation. I am alone here. If I were here to enforce family planning or any such matters, would I come unaccompanied? Furthermore, how could I undertake such actions by myself? Is there an elder named Huang Dexing in your village? Wang Wenchao contemplated as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the woman scrutinized Wang Wenchao's surroundings and, noticing there were indeed no others present, began to entertain the possibility that he might be truthful. Yes, there is. Why do you ask? She maintained a degree of caution. Is this elder Huang nearing 70? I believe he has a son who suffered a leg injury years ago and is unable to work, correct? Wang Wenchao continued, drawing upon his recollections. The woman nodded in affirmation. Precisely. According to various national policies and documents, his situation qualifies as a disadvantaged household, making him eligible to apply for government assistance and receive a minimum living allowance. While this may not ensure a life free from want, it at least addresses their basic sustenance needs, Wang Wenchao elaborated, realizing that without this strategy, he would likely gain no entry into the village. Is there really financial assistance? Do you genuinely possess such goodwill? The woman regarded Wang Wenchao with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Wang Wenchao was once again taken aback. Over recent years, the government had invested considerable effort and financial resources into improving the welfare of its citizens. Basic livelihood policies had been implemented extensively, and it was well known that the state provided financial support to its people. Yet, Here in Huangshe village, there were still those who found it peculiar that the government would distribute funds to the populace. This is not a matter of my goodwill, but rather a government policy. The state has been dedicated to addressing the livelihood issues of its citizens, particularly for disadvantaged families. My purpose today is to locate Secretary Huang and identify which families in Huangshe qualify for assistance. Additionally, I hope to discuss any issues that may require government intervention, Wang Wenchao articulated with great effort. Is that so? The woman, while still somewhat doubtful, softened her demeanor significantly in light of Wang Wenchao's earnestness. Here is my identification. You may have a look. Wang Wenchao, out of options, produced his work ID and handed it to her. The woman took the ID, examined it, and merely compared the photograph before returning it to Wang Wenchao. She then began to direct him, ultimately guiding him toward the residence of Secretary Huang Yaohua. From this interaction, Wang Wenchao gleaned another admirable trait of the villagers of Huangshe: their warmth, willingness to assist, and innate kindness. After escorting Wang Wenchao to the threshold of Secretary Huang Yaohua's home, the woman departed. Wang Wenchao surveyed the surroundings before stepping inside, calling out, "Secretary Huang, are you at home?" "Who is it?" came a coarse voice from within, followed by the appearance of a burly man in his 40s, whose demeanor matched the roughness of his voice. Huang Yaohua scrutinized Wang Wenchao before asking, "Who are you? And what brings you here?" "Secretary Huang, I am Wang Wenchao, the one who called you earlier this morning," Wang Wenchao replied with a smile, offering a cigarette to Huang Yaohua. Huang Yaohua praised Wang Wenchao but did not display any friendliness. Instead, he accepted the cigarette and gestured, "Come in and have a seat. The interior is modest, please bear with it." He then took a seat at the center of the room, and Wang Wenchao followed suit. The table intrigued Wang Wenchao, as it was crafted entirely from bamboo. A glance around revealed that all the furnishings in the room were also bamboo made, each piece beautifully and intricately crafted. If displayed elsewhere, Wang Wenchao would undoubtedly assume they were artisanal creations of a local master craftsman. "Comrade Wang, what on earth compels you to come here? I have not seen you in the town before." "You must be new," Huang Yaohua remarked as he lit the cigarette Wang Wenchao had given him. "Indeed, I am newly assigned. The town has dispatched me to Huangshe village, hence my visit," Wang Wenchao replied, lighting a cigarette for himself. "I must say, you are rather naive. Huangshe village has a notorious reputation for being difficult to manage, known throughout the town and even the county. Assigning you here as a village cadre is merely for show. Do you truly believe you can effect change? There are no agricultural taxes to pay now, no rigid quotas. You could comfortably sit in your office. What brings you here? You may not be aware, but in years past, when agricultural taxes were still in effect, there were disturbances in our village that led to the detention of the then secretary and town mayor. This escalated to the involvement of the armed police, resulting in the imprisonment of several instigators, which solidified the tension between the village and the town government. Moreover, there have been several campaigns against overpopulation, and due to our bamboo structures, we have faced multiple fire incidents. The authorities issued orders to demolish all bamboo houses and replace them with brick ones, yet funding was never allocated. In the end, they forcibly demolished one house. Consequently, in recent years, town officials have refrained from visiting unless absolutely necessary. You are fortunate today. Under less favorable circumstances, you might have been driven away, Huang Yaohua recounted as he puffed on his cigarette. Wang Wenchao's eyes widened again. It was only after hearing Huang Yaohua's account that he grasped the gravity of the situation. No wonder the earlier woman had questioned him so harshly upon learning he was an official, fearing he might come to enforce family planning or demolish homes. It appeared there were indeed historical grievances at play. Chapter 41. Journey to Huangshe Village, Part 2. These matters are well known throughout the town, which is why several administrations have come and gone over the years, and everyone is fully aware that they do not come to Huangshe Village. I only mention this to you because you are young and hold the position of Director of the Civil Affairs Office. Now, unless there is anything else, you should return. Do not let too many people know you are here, for I may not be able to restrain this unruly crowd, Huang Yaohua stated, signaling Wang Wenchao to leave. Upon hearing Huang Yaohua's insistence for him to depart, Wang Wenchao felt somewhat flustered. If he truly intended to accomplish something in Huangshe Village, it was impossible without the support of the village secretary, Huang Yaohua. Secretary Huang, are you truly prepared to watch the people of Huangshe Village continue living this way, generation after generation? Wang Wenchao said directly. Huang Yaohua, upon hearing Wang Wenchao's words, widened his eyes in surprise and coldly retorted, "What is wrong with how we live? The people of Huangshe Village do not steal or rob. We eat what we grow and use what we produce. What is wrong with living this way?" "I do not mean that," Wang Wenchao replied, undeterred by Huang Yaohua's sudden anger. Remaining calm, he stepped back, pulled up a bamboo chair to sit, and took a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to Huang Yaohua. He then continued slowly, "We are in the 21st century, and our country has long since achieved the goal of ensuring basic sustenance for all. We are now advancing towards a well-off society. You are someone who frequently travels, and without delving into the broader world, just look at the other villages in Hongshan Town. They are far more prosperous than Huangshe Village, living more comfortable lives, are they not? Yes, you are right in saying that you have enough to eat and drink, and that you consume what you grow and produce, which sounds quite idyllic and self-sufficient. However, in truth, you are merely putting on a facade. Let me ask you, which family does not have elderly or children? What happens when the elderly fall ill? Do you have extra funds to provide medical care for them? And what about the education of the children? Do you wish for them to follow in your footsteps and live in this mountainous region? Upon hearing Wang Wenchao's words, Huang Yaohua calmed down and took a seat beside him, smoking in silence. After a long pause, he finally said, "You are correct. We are indeed putting on a facade. Who desires to live a life devoid of money? But what can be done? Our ancestors have lived here for generations. This mountain has given us everything, yet it can only provide us with so much. As long as we work hard in this mountain, we need not worry about food and drink, but for everything else, the mountain cannot provide." In the past, life was relatively isolated, and there were not many thoughts beyond survival. However, now that everyone has ventured out and seen the world, they have come to understand how challenging our existence truly is. I spent many years in the military before returning home, and everyone has given me face by electing me as village secretary. I have always aspired to lead everyone, not to just alleviate poverty, but at the very least to improve our lives. Yet, my young brother, just look at our environment. What can we do? After hearing your words today, I realize you are a sincere person, which is why I've shared these thoughts with you. Otherwise, even if Yu Wenzhong stood here, I would not bother to acknowledge him. Tio, speak frankly, when I first became village secretary, I would run to the town every day, pleading for the government to devise a way for Huangshe village to develop, starting with the roads. Nevertheless, those in power spoke well of it, promising to resolve it, yet ultimately, there was no follow-up. Eventually, I saw through it. It was hopeless. I know in my heart that repairing this road is not a trivial expense, and the town cannot afford it, nor will the county invest such significant funds for a mere few households. The math simply does not add up. I have resigned myself to this reality. Now, I encourage the children in the village to seek work elsewhere, to find opportunities and broaden their horizons, hoping that one day they can escape this mountain. Having listened to Huang Yaohua's heartfelt words, Wang Wenchao realized the sincerity behind them. After careful consideration, he recognized that every word Huang Yaohua spoke held truth. Wang Wenchao gazed up at the towering mountain before him and began to feel a sense of confusion. Secretary Huang, success is contingent upon human effort. Whether we succeed or not is one matter, but whether we attempt is another. Since I have been assigned to Huangshe village, I am determined to do something for the people. Receiving this salary obligates me to deliver tangible results, does it not? For now, let us set aside other matters. I have reviewed the records of Huangshe village and found that many families likely qualify for low-income support. Although the amount may not be substantial, it would alleviate some of the financial burdens they face. This matter falls under my purview. Even though the quotas from the County Civil Affairs Bureau for Hongshan Town have been exhausted, I assure you, as long as a family meets the criteria for low-income support, I will assist each one. Even if it means I have to camp out at the County Civil Affairs Bureau, I will ensure every eligible family receives aid, Wang Wenchao declared with utmost seriousness. Huang Yaohua, taken aback by Wang Wenchao's statement, soon broke into a smile. Is that true? Brother Huang, though I am young, I have always been a man of my word. However, I will need your support. I am not well versed in the village's circumstances, and much of the information must be prepared by the village. Additionally, Brother Huang, it would be beneficial for you to frequently visit the town, as it will ultimately serve the village well. Wouldn't you agree? Take the matter of low-income support. Had you visited the town more, wouldn't it have been resolved sooner? It's quite challenging to expect our comrades in the town to come down and assist you willingly, is it not? Wang Wenchao said with a smile. Your words ring true, my brother. It seems I have been rather narrow-minded. What documents do you require? I will prepare them immediately, Huang Yaohua said eagerly, delighted at the prospect of providing financial support to the villagers. There's no rush. I will return tomorrow with some forms. We will visit each eligible household to assess their circumstances and complete the paperwork. For today, I need you to ensure the community is informed about this policy. Otherwise, when I return tomorrow, the villagers may view me as the villain. Wang Wenchao chuckled. Rest assured, my brother as Huang Yaohua in this village, I am a man of my word. Let me assure you, anyone who dares to disrespect you in Huangshe village will face my disapproval, Huang Yaohua declared, clapping Wang Wenchao on the shoulder. Wang Wenchao smiled, sensing that Huang Yaohua was a straightforward and forthright character. Chapter 42. The Journey to Huangshe Village, Part 3. Very well, Brother Huang. I shall return tomorrow. For today, I will take my leave. Wang Wenchao politely offered Huang Yaohua another cigarette before preparing to depart. Not so fast, my friend. It's nearly lunchtime. You must stay here for a meal before heading back, Huang Yaohua insisted, pulling Wang Wenchao back. Really, Secretary Huang, there's no need for such formality. I will just call my driver to pick me up at the mountain pass. It won't be long before I reach the town and can make it to the cafeteria for lunch, Wang Wenchao declined, thinking Huang Yaohua was merely being polite. Nonsense. The food at your cafeteria is just that, cafeteria food, while my meal is a special offering from me, Huang Yaohua. Although Huangshe village may be impoverished, we can certainly afford one good meal. If you do not join me, it would be a slight against my hospitality. Wait here a moment. I shall fetch my wife, Huang Yaohua declared, leaving no room for refusal as he stepped outside. Wang Wenchao could only smile wryly. Through Huang Yaohua, he began to appreciate the charm of the people in Huangshe village even more. Naturally, with such an invitation from Huang Yaohua, he could not refuse, and fostering a good relationship with him was precisely what he had intended, making his purpose for coming here today seem fulfilled. Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Wenchao slowly observed everything in the village. At the foot of the mountain, he discovered a small rice paddy, although its area was rather limited. On the slopes, vast expanses were cultivated with various vegetables, while the remainder was covered with dense bamboo groves. Before long, Huang Yaohua returned, accompanied by a woman holding several large bamboo shoots, clearly, his wife. "This is Director Wang from the town. Please hurry and prepare a meal," Huang Yaohua urged his wife, not allowing her the chance to respond before insisting she get to work. Turning to Wang Wenchao, he continued, "My friend, while Huangshi village may lack many delicacies, we are renowned for two things. First, our bamboo shoots, which are crisper and more succulent than the average variety. Second, the game we have here. Due to the scarcity of visitors to the mountains, we often encounter wild game. Today, you must try our bamboo shoots. I guarantee you will want to return for more. Unfortunately, we cannot procure any game immediately, but I will send someone to set traps in the mountains tomorrow morning, and you can enjoy another meal at my home." Just then, a few men approached. "Brother, allow me to introduce you to these gentlemen, 2 other village officials, and several team leaders. I have called them to meet you," Huang Yaohua announced to Wang Wenchao before addressing the newcomers. "This is Director Wang from the town's civil affairs office, our village's resident official. He is not like other officials. He is a good man. The matter of the minimum livelihood guarantee that I mentioned earlier is managed by him. So, make sure to share a few drinks with Director Wang." From Huang Yaohua's tone, Wang Wenchao discerned that he was undoubtedly the authority within this group, revealing the weight of Huang Yaohua's words in Huangshi village. Initially, the village officials were somewhat indifferent to the town officials, but out of respect for Huang Yaohua, they began to engage in friendly conversation with Wang Wenchao. After a few exchanges, when the first dish was served, Huang Yaohua ushered everyone to the table and brought out a large jug of homemade rice wine, serving each person a generous bowl. Witnessing this drinking ritual, Wang Wenchao was taken aback. He had only seen such large bowls for drinking in the television series, Water Margin. Without further ado, they insisted that the first bowl be downed in one go. Wang Wenchao understood that in some regions, alcohol was revered, and one's character was often judged by one's drinking prowess. If he could impress them at the table, they would respect him in earnest. With this in mind, he resolved to indulge this day and lifted his bowl, downing its contents in one swift motion. "The flavor of your bamboo shoots is indeed delightful, exceedingly tasty. By the way, I noticed that your bamboo shoots are significantly larger than those I have encountered before," Wang Wenchao remarked while savoring the dishes. "You have hit the nail on the head. Our bamboo shoots in Huangshi village are not only substantial in size, but also exceptionally delicious. In the past, many would travel here specifically to purchase our bamboo shoots, which provided us with considerable income," Huang Yaohua responded, his pride swelling at the recollection. "And what of the present?" Wang Wenchao promptly inquired. "Times have changed. Now, everyone is living better, and bamboo shoots from outside are plentiful and cheaper, and no one comes here to buy anymore. Additionally, there are many bamboo groves nearby, resulting in a surplus of bamboo shoots at the market. Transporting our shoots to the market is inconvenient, and with prices so low, it simply isn't worth the effort. Nowadays, we mostly consume them ourselves," Huang Yaohua lamented, his spirits visibly dampened. Wang Wenchao furrowed his brow and asked, "Why not take them directly to the city for sale? As far as I know, bamboo shoot prices there are still quite favorable. The season for enjoying bamboo shoots is thriving in various hotels in the city. Alas, it is of no use. With so many outside sources, we lack connections and do not know where to sell them. I once attempted to sell some, but the urban management officers confiscated them. Therefore, it is futile. These shoots simply cannot fetch any money. It is truly a pity. If we could market our bamboo shoots, we could easily produce over 10 tons annually," Huang Yaohua lamented, taking a hearty swig from his bowl. He then raised his bowl towards Wang Wenchao, saying, "Come, Brother Wang, let us toast." Wang Wenchao, still contemplating the bamboo shoot issue, could only join Huang Yaohua in drinking, downing another bowl in one go. He mentally calculated that bamboo shoots were currently priced at around 3 yuan per kilogram. Estimating conservatively at 2 yuan per kilogram, 10 tons would yield 20,000 yuan. Although that would not amount to much per household, for a poor family, it was a substantial sum. As the drinking continued, Huang Yaohua's homemade rice wine was polished off, leaving the table in disarray. By the end, everyone had succumbed to intoxication, leaving only Wang Wenchao and one younger team leader able to stagger about. After this raucous meal, all present had become good brothers with Wang Wenchao, each giving him a thumbs up and declaring him a true man. Yet, only Wang Wenchao knew the struggles behind this effort. To achieve such camaraderie, he had pushed himself beyond his limits, his mind now swirling in a haze. Chapter 43. Intoxication, Part 1. Wang Wenchao arrived at the mountain pass before the driver. After walking a short distance along the mountain path, the gusts of wind intensified his dizziness. He sat upon a stone at the mountain pass and, before he realized it, succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he found the driver calling him back to consciousness. The sight of Wang Wenchao, flushed and asleep on the stone, startled the driver, who promptly insisted on taking him to the hospital. Fortunately, after a brief rest, Wang Wenchao felt significantly clearer-headed. Wang Wenchao instructed the driver to drop him off at the base of the dormitory. However, the swaying motion of the vehicle soon overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to nausea, even vomiting partway through the journey. By the time they arrived at the dormitory, he could barely maintain his balance. The homemade rice wine from the farm was deceptive. It felt mild upon consumption, yet its aftereffects were potent, with the alcohol lingering in the body for an extended duration. The driver supported Wang Wenchao as he made his way to his room, simply placing him on the bed before taking his leave. It is a rare circumstance for a man to tend to another man with utmost care, aside from a father-son relationship. Wang Wenchao was oblivious to the passage of time, only aware of an intense thirst. He longed for water, yet his head throbbed unbearably. Ultimately, he mustered the strength to rise, propping his head in contemplation for some time before regaining his composure. Upon attempting to descend from the bed, he nearly stumbled. In his frantic search for water, he soon realized that there was none to be found in his room. For a grown man, remembering to boil water was certainly a challenge. Pushing open the door, he discovered that night had already fallen, and he had no idea what time it was. Leaning against his heavy head, he began to knock on Hu Shualan's door. Unbeknownst to him, it was already past 11 in the evening, and Hu Shualan had long since drifted into slumber. The sudden knocking startled Hu Shualan from her deep sleep, prompting her to ask anxiously, "Who is it?" A woman alone at home, awakened in the middle of the night by a knock, would naturally feel a twinge of fear. "Sister Lan, it's me, Wang Wenchao. I came to see if I could get some water. I have none in my room," he blurted out, his thirst overwhelming his sense of propriety. Upon recognizing Wang Wenchao's voice, Hu Shualan felt a wave of relief. She got out of bed to open the door, only to find him leaning against the doorframe, his face still flushed and reeking of alcohol. "Goodness, what a strong smell of liquor. Have you had too much to drink?" Hu Shualan remarked, fanning her face with her hand, wrinkling her brow at the unpleasant odor. "Yes, I went to Huangshe village today, and they kept pouring it down my throat. I just woke up and couldn't find any water. I'm utterly parched, so I thought I'd come here to ask for a glass," Wang Wenchao admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed, though his mind was much clearer now. "Please, have a seat." Hu Shualan invited him inside, then took a cup to pour him some water. "Just by looking at you, it's evident that you drank quite a bit. You should really cut back on alcohol. While you may not feel the effects now due to your youth, as you grow older, health issues will inevitably arise. Those who drink excessively are at a significantly higher risk of liver disease compared to non-drinkers. When intoxicated, it's crucial to hydrate. Look at you. Your lips are cracked," she chided gently, handing him a glass of water. At that moment, Wang Wenchao viewed her as a parched traveler would a lush oasis, and he wasted no time thanking her before gulping down the cool water, the refreshing liquid flowing down his throat with unparalleled relief. "Thank you, Sister Lan. I lost track of time and didn't mean to disturb your sleep," he expressed with genuine remorse. "Disturbing my sleep is trivial. Letting you suffer from dehydration would be a grave matter. Let me fetch you a cup of tea to help sober you up," Hu Shualan replied, taking back the empty cup to prepare some tea for him. "Did you really go to Huangshe village today?" she inquired. "Indeed. What choice did I have?" Xiao Dui was clearly intent on making things difficult for me. If I hadn't gone, he would have had even more reason to criticize me. Since I couldn't avoid it, I thought it best to see for myself. "Who knows, perhaps I can achieve something in Huangshe village that would silence his complaints," Wang Wenchao remarked with a smile. "Your perspective is valid, yet achieving results in Huangshe village is indeed no small feat. If you were the town mayor or the secretary, it would be a different story, as you would wield power and resources. However, as merely a functionary, it is quite challenging to produce tangible outcomes," Hu Shualan sighed, placing the cup of tea before Wang Wenchao and settling down beside him to chat. Having been awakened from her sleep, she found no hope of returning to slumber and preferred to keep him company instead. "Success is born of effort. I refuse to believe otherwise. Besides, how can one know without attempting?" Wang Wenchao asserted with determination. "Perhaps you are right. Given your state of inebriation today, it's evident that you drank quite a bit with the people from Huangshe village. I must admit, I'm rather surprised. Typically, the villagers there are quite unwelcoming to those from the town," Hu Shualan remarked with curiosity. "To be honest, I found the people of Huangshe village to be quite amiable. If I were to compare, they are more genuine than those in other villages. Initially, I shared your sentiments, perceiving them as a group of obstinate individuals with bandit-like tendencies. However, after engaging with them, I completely revised my opinion," Wang Wenchao recounted, sharing the events of his day with Hu Shualan. Upon hearing his narrative, Hu Shualan was taken aback, eventually responding with a wry smile. What a twist of fate. This notorious Huang man, known for his unruly behavior in the town, often causes the most ruckus during meetings, showing little regard even for the mayor or secretary. Who would have imagined he treated you so well? If this gets out, it might embarrass Secretary Yu. After all, last year, for reasons unknown, this Huang man nearly assaulted Secretary Yu. Wang Wenchao, regardless of the outcome, your visit today was a resounding success. As long as you can prevent the people of Huangshe village from harboring animosity towards the government, You will have accomplished a significant feat given this alone. Xiao Dui would surely hesitate to retaliate against you. I'm not overly concerned with how Xiao Dui treats me. My genuine desire is to do something for the people of Huangshe Village. Now that I've been assigned there, I must contribute to the well-being of its residents. Otherwise, what purpose does my role as a village cadre serve? By the way, Sister Lan, do you know where I might find merchants who purchase bamboo shoots? Wang Wenchao suddenly recalled an important matter and quickly inquired. Chapter 44, Intoxication, Part 2, Bamboo Shoots. What prompted you to inquire about that all of a sudden? Do you have bamboo shoots? Hu Shualan was perplexed by Wang Wenchao's unexpected question. Why would I have bamboo shoots? I merely noticed today in Huangshe Village that there were numerous bamboo shoots available, yet they remained unsold. It poses quite a challenge for the locals to sell them on their own. I was contemplating whether we could find merchants who would directly purchase bamboo shoots from the village, which would not only provide the locals with some income but also alleviate their burdens. Wang Wenchao replied, slightly embarrassed. Hu Shualan chuckled before responding, your idea is indeed sound. While I have not worked in the village and do not possess extensive knowledge of its circumstances, it is always commendable to assist the common folk. Additionally, to dispel the villagers' prejudices against our town government, we must take concrete actions on their behalf. However, I truly have no insights regarding bamboo shoot merchants. Perhaps I could reach out to the agricultural bureau in the county to see if they have relevant connections. But temper your expectations. After all, bamboo shoots are not as mainstream as rice or mutton, and merchants dealing in them are rather rare. Thank you. We must certainly find a way. Wang Wenchao nodded in agreement. I have some rather unfortunate news to share. Su Jun might become the deputy town head in charge of your civil affairs. It is evident that this move is targeted at you. So prepare yourself mentally. Hu Shualan decided to pivot from the somewhat awkward topic regarding the county, shifting the conversation. Wang Wenchao paused in surprise before offering a wry smile. I had already suspected as much. I figured he came to Hongshan town with me in mind, and now he will undoubtedly seek ways to trouble me. A deputy town head's power over me is limited. He must become my direct superior to truly pose a threat. He will not let go of such a prime opportunity to undermine me. But as the saying goes, when water rises, earth will cover it, and when troops come, we will counter them. Fortunately, I have not given him much leverage. Hu Shualan also smiled, then remarked, Su Jun has recently been getting quite close to Xiao Ducai, which is yet another piece of bad news for you. It matters not. A town head and a deputy town head joining forces to deal with a mere underling like me seems rather excessive. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Wenchao replied with another bitter laugh. Although he spoke lightly, he was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. Maintaining a good mindset is key. Now, it's getting late. You should wash up and get some rest. You smell quite foul, Hu Shualan urged as she stood up. Wang Wenchao felt a twinge of sadness and loneliness at Hu Shualan's insistence for him to leave, yet he feigned acceptance, saying, all right then, I shall go take a shower. The following day, Wang Wenchao rose punctually and, after having breakfast, arrived at the office precisely as work commenced. Initially intending to head straight to his office, he decided to visit the lower office first. To his surprise, the office was bustling with people. Fei Wenshan, Qin Xianhui, and Liao Zhangwo were already present, which delighted Wang Wenchao. Regardless of their sincerity, it signified their recognition and obedience towards him as their director, a fact he deemed very significant. Today is promising. Let us hope everyone continues to uphold this spirit. Complete the tasks at hand, and once done, feel free to knit or play on your phones as you wish. Sister Qin, please reimburse Liao Zhangwo the 200 yuan deducted yesterday as a reward for his punctuality today. Fei Wenshan, bring the application forms and relevant materials for the low-income households. We are heading to Huangshe Village, Wang Wenchao announced as he stood in the center of the office, before promptly exiting. Did you see that? Little Liao, the director wasn't he genuinely going to deduct your pay? Did your uncle perhaps give him a heads up? Qin Xianhui began to gossip as soon as Wang Wenchao left. Please, he talks tough, yet in the end, he still had to reimburse me, Liao Zhangwo scoffed, though inwardly he knew that Wang Wenchao's sudden goodwill had nothing to do with his uncle. Noticing Liao Zhangwo's indifference to her, Qin Xianhui turned her attention to Fei Wenshan, saying, Little Fei, you must be cautious today in Huangshe Village. You might end up getting beaten. Fei Wenshan paused, puzzled by Qin Xianhui's statement, and replied with a smile while holding the forms, Sister Qin, what are you joking about? I am not going there to stir up trouble. Who would dare hit me? I'm telling you, Huangshe Village is notorious for its bandits. It's not just you. Even the secretary and town head have faced trouble there and ended up locked in a cattle pen. Director Wang usually goes to the village alone. Why is he taking you along today? Clearly, he's afraid of getting beaten himself and is bringing you for backup. So if any trouble arises, he can let you take the brunt of it, Qin Xianhui exaggerated. Fei Wenshan easily discerned the insinuations in Qin Xianhui's words and chose not to engage in her provocations. He responded with a smile. I am going to assist them, to distribute funds, not to collect money. Why would they hit me, moreover? If Director Wang isn't afraid, why should I be? After saying this, Fei Wenshan left the office, heading towards the van parked outside. Such a thick-headed person, helping others while being sold out. Huangshe Village is no joke. He only realized the danger after getting beaten, Qin Xianhui muttered. Seeing no one paying her any mind, she settled down to knit, while Liao Jiangwo continued to play on his phone. The situation in Huangshe village is rather unique. Due to previous oversights in our work, the villagers have largely been deprived of benefits such as the minimum living allowance and the 5 guarantees. You should make it a point to visit Huangshe village more often and ensure that all villagers who meet our welfare criteria receive the assistance they deserve, Wang Wenchao instructed Fei Wanshan while seated in the vehicle. Chapter 45, Xiao Yuhan, Part 1. Upon arriving at Huangshe village, Wang Wenchao, accompanied by Fei Wanshan and Huang Yaohua, traversed from house to house, gathering information. For families that met the criteria, he ensured they completed their application forms. Moreover, for an elderly couple without children, Wang Wenchao promptly arranged for their admission into the nursing home. Decisions he was empowered to make, which imbued him with a sense of authority. At noon, they once again dined at Huang Yaohua's home. Prior to the meal, Wang Wenchao firmly declared his intention to abstain from alcohol, as he had work to attend to in the afternoon. Despite his resolute stance, Huang Yaohua ultimately produced a large jug of liquor and persistently urged them to drink, albeit with significantly more restraint than the previous day. Poor Fei Wanshan, with his low tolerance, became lightheaded after barely finishing a bowl of wine, prompting Wang Wenchao to arrange for him to rest at Huang Yaohua's home while he took care of the afternoon tasks himself. It was not until the sun began to set that Wang Wenchao completed his duties. By the end of the day, he had become well acquainted with the villagers, who treated him with great courtesy, calling him Director Wang with enthusiasm. This recognition filled Wang Wenchao with a profound sense of accomplishment, and he thought that when the villagers received their subsistence allowances every quarter, their gratitude would undoubtedly deepen. Old Huang, we still need the village to certify the information of these low-income households and affix the official seal. Please expedite this process so I can take the documents to the County Civil Affairs Bureau, Wang Wenchao advised Huang Yaohua firmly. Rest assured, my brother, I am more invested in this than you are. I will work overtime tonight to get it done, and you will have it by tomorrow, Huang Yaohua replied cheerfully. One more thing, could you lend me a basket of bamboo shoots? I have some free time today and plan to visit the agricultural wholesale market in the city to see if there are any buyers for bamboo shoots. It could yield a substantial income for the village, don't you think? I initially intended to inquire at the County Agricultural Bureau for relevant channels, but unfortunately, they lack such resources, so I must go myself, Wang Wenchao confided to Huang Yaohua as he pulled him aside. Huang Yaohua was taken aback by Wang Wenchao's request. He then grasped Wang Wenchao's hand and said, Brother, regardless of whether this endeavor succeeds or not, and irrespective of what you can do for Huangshe village, I have already recognized you as my brother. The villagers wholeheartedly acknowledge you as our cadre. Wang Wenchao sensed a flicker of emotion in Huang Yaohua's eyes, which surprised him and left him feeling somewhat bashful. He responded shyly, Please, there's no need for such words. This is my duty. As I mentioned yesterday, since I have been assigned to Huangshe village, I must contribute in some way. I cannot guarantee success, but I will certainly do my utmost. Enough said, brother. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Although Huangshe village may not have the best reputation in the town, I still command a certain level of respect in Hongshan town. I will fetch the bamboo shoots for you. This task is now in your hands, Huang Yaohua said, patting Wang Wenchao on the shoulder before heading home to retrieve a basket and venture into the mountains. Wang Wenchao returned to the town in the evening, dropping off Fei Wanshan before driving alone with several baskets of bamboo shoots toward the city. As he drove, he called Su Kersin, who had been frequently complaining about his absence, lamenting that he had stood her up despite promising to take her out for dinner. Wang Wenchao felt helpless. He had been exceedingly busy lately. This time, with a trip to the city planned, he intended to fulfill his promise. Wang Wenchao, what a surprise to hear from you. What prompted this sudden call? Su Kersin said, sounding somewhat disgruntled upon answering the phone. Wang Wenchao chuckled lightly and replied, What kind of question is that? Have you had dinner yet? If not, please wait for me a moment. I am heading to the city now to treat you to a meal. How does that sound? I'm keeping my promise, right? Really? Just for the sake of dinner, I would come even if I had already eaten. I'll call the others to join us. Let us pick a place, and you can come straight over when you arrive, Su Kersin exclaimed with excitement before hanging up without even saying goodbye. Wang Wenchao smiled wryly as he ended the call and continued driving. When he reached the city, it was just as the lights began to twinkle. Following Su Kersin's directions, he parked his vehicle in front of the restaurant. Observing the luxurious cars parked outside, including those of Su Kersin and Xiao Yuhan, he could not help but smile ruefully at his own dilapidated van, which was barely roadworthy and not even his own. Under the disdainful gaze of the restaurant security, he parked and proceeded to enter, feigning indifference. Inside the restaurant, at a window-side table, sat the two stunning beauties, Xiao Yuhan and Su Kersin. To Wang Wenchao's surprise, the renowned journalist Feng Yu was conspicuously absent. Have you two been waiting long? Wang Wenchao greeted them with a cheerful smile. Upon his arrival, Su Kersin immediately admonished him. Why did you take so long? Do you realize how unchivalrous it is to keep two lovely ladies waiting? Those insufferable men had plenty of time to gawk at us. It's a travesty. In contrast to Su Kersin's playful candor, Xiao Yuhan merely nodded slightly at Wang Wenchao, her eyes hinting at something enigmatic, leaving him somewhat bewildered. I sincerely apologize. I can't help it that I was driving a van that feels like it could fall apart at any moment. There's no choice but to drive at this pace. Don't make amends. Please indulge yourself tonight. I'll cover it all, Wang Wenchao said with a grin. Now that's more like it, however. We have already placed our orders, so you can save your pity, Su Kerson replied, smiling, as she turned to call the waiter. Why this sudden trip to the city? Xiao Yuhan inquired lightly as Su Kerson left, sipping her juice with such grace that it momentarily took Wang Wenchao's breath away. Among the three beauties, Su Kerson embodied a carefree vibrancy, Fang Yu exuded a mature charm, while Xiao Yuhan possessed an aloof and noble demeanor that Wang Wenchao found utterly irresistible. Perhaps it was due to their previous encounter that he felt an undeniable attraction to her, leaving him powerless to resist the allure she held over him. Chapter 46, Xiao Yuhan, Part 2. I happen to have some business in the city today, and look at me, I've traveled quite a distance and I'm covered in dust, Wang Wenchao chuckled. What business? What could possibly require you to come to the city from that run-down nursing home of yours? Su Kerson approached, offering no quarter to Wang Wenchao. Could you spare me a little respect? In the context of Linyang City, my nursing home can be considered top-notch. However, I didn't come here today for that. Some time ago, I was promoted to the director of the Civil Affairs Office, but I inadvertently offended a certain leader, and as a result, I was assigned to a remote village. That village is genuinely impoverished, but it does have an abundance of bamboo, and consequently, bamboo shoots. Unfortunately, they can't be sold. I came today to visit the Linyang agricultural and sideline products wholesale market this evening, hoping to connect with merchants who specialize in bamboo shoots. If I'm successful, it would indeed be a good thing, Wang Wenchao explained with a smile. You're involved in this. By the way, what rank does a Civil Affairs Office director hold? Su Kerson inquired immediately, as dishes began to be served at their table, evidently prepared in advance. Rank? There's really no rank involved. If we're counting positions, then it would be equivalent to a regular staff-level official, not even the lowest-level deputy section chief. Village officials are tasked with these duties. What do you think it entails? You, being a high-ranking leader, may not understand the challenges we face at the grassroots level. Wang Wenchao replied with a grin, then continued, let us start eating. I am truly hungry. Finding merchants who deal in bamboo shoots is no simple task, and if you go looking yourself, they'll surely try to undercut you on price, Xiao Yuhan interjected. That's unfortunately the reality. Even a lower price is better than not selling at all, wouldn't you agree? To be honest, the bamboo shoots there are truly excellent, large and delicious. I've stocked quite a few in my car, and I plan to take some back to try, Wang Wenchao lamented. After a pause, he suddenly added, by the way, I was just about to ask, do you know anyone in this business? I've asked around and haven't found anyone connected. Don't look at me. You know that all I know are stunning beauties like her, Su Kerson joked, pointing at Xiao Yuhan. If you're looking to play matchmaker, I could assist. Mind your words, Xiao Yuhan shot Su Kerson a glare, then said, I'm engaged in foreign trade. While I deal with various products, I have not ventured into agricultural goods. Wang Wenchao nodded and continued eating. It seems the only option left is to wait and test our luck at the wholesale market. Have you considered the restaurants? It's currently the season for bamboo shoots, and the demand in restaurants must be substantial. Moreover, their prices are likely much higher than what merchants pay, Xiao Yuhan mused. That's not realistic. Restaurants typically have fixed suppliers, making it difficult for us to break in. Besides, I thought about it, and we would have to approach them one by one. By the time we find them, the shoots will have already matured into bamboo, Wang Wenchao replied with a wry smile. Xiao Yuhan nodded thoughtfully, then said with a smile, actually, there is a way. What way? Wang Wenchao asked eagerly. Xiao Yuhan pointed at Su Kerson, grinning, the solution lies with her. Me? What are you joking about? Where would I find a solution? You can't mean for me to ask my father, can you? I can't have the mayor selling bamboo shoots. I'd be too embarrassed, Su Kerson replied, visibly frustrated. No need to trouble the mayor. Just enlist the help of the mayor's daughter. You work at the Industry and Commerce Bureau, don't you? What restaurant would dare to ignore you? Plus, your mother has several hotels that could use bamboo shoots, Xiao Yuhan said cheerfully. I feel as though I've been targeted by a thief, Su Kerson remarked, rolling her eyes at Xiao Yuhan. Wang Wenchao contemplated for a moment then nodded. That's a good idea. With you from the Industry and Commerce Bureau involved, those restaurants would surely give some consideration, and the prices would be more reasonable. Besides, my bamboo shoots are genuinely excellent. But I'm not in that line of work. I'm not familiar with it. All right, enough of this. Don't look at me, I'll find a way. I'll call our supervisor and have him handle it. Su Kerson ultimately decided to compromise. Wang Wenchao was surprised that what had been a source of his frustration had turned into a solution thanks to Xiao Yuhan's cleverness. He had to admit that his mind was not as adept at business as hers. As long as our Miss Su takes the lead, this matter is sure to succeed. You must understand, the head of her department has always been decisive. With their backing, you won't have any trouble selling as many bamboo shoots as you have, Xiao Yuhan said with a smile. You're being mischievous. I never ask others for favors, and now my first request is to sell bamboo shoots. What an embarrassing situation. Wang Wenchao, how do you intend to make amends for the humiliation I'll face? Su Kerson glared at Xiao Yuhan, then turned to Wang Wenchao. How will I make amends? Am I not treating you to a lavish meal right now? Tell me what else you want. I won't hold back, Wang Wenchao replied, momentarily taken aback. You must be trying to make me burst after dinner. Take me and Yuhan to see a movie. A few blockbuster films have been released recently, and I haven't found anyone to accompany me, Su Kersin immediately suggested. Once the topic of movies arose, both Wang Wenchao and Xiao Yuhan were momentarily taken aback. It was well known that going to the movies together typically implied a romantic relationship. Agreeing to such an invitation often signaled an acknowledgement of mutual affection, making it a rather intimate and ambiguous activity. Xiao Yuhan, feeling slightly awkward, said, "Forget it. I'm not interested in movies. You two should go. I'd prefer to head home early and get some rest." "How dull. I knew you wouldn't like movies. Then you can accompany me later. That girl Fong Yu has been gone forever on her interview," Su Kersin said casually, completely oblivious to the unusual expressions on Xiao Yuhan and Wang Wenchao's faces. Wang Wenchao, with the fate of the bamboo shoots from Huangshe village resting on Su Kersin, certainly dared not refuse. Of course, even without the bamboo shoot situation, he wouldn't have turned down the offer. After all, it was a beautiful girl inviting him to a movie. Refusing would be utterly unthinkable. "You mentioned you got a promotion?" Xiao Yuhan, clearly eager to change the subject, asked Wang Wenchao. "It hardly qualifies as a promotion since there were no ranks to begin with. I merely have a bit more responsibility now," Wang Wenchao replied with a smile, secretly pleased nonetheless. Chapter 47. Xiao Yuhan, Part 3. After the three of them finished their meal, Xiao Yuhan insisted on settling the bill. Wasn't this a slap in Wang Wenchao's face? Wang Wenchao would never allow a woman to pay. It wasn't merely a matter of money, but rather a question of a man's dignity. Upon settling the bill, they discovered the total came to over 500 yuan. For Xiao Yuhan and Su Kersin, this might seem reasonable, but for Wang Wenchao, it was somewhat painful. Of course, this discomfort was only felt internally. On the surface, he maintained an air of nonchalance. "You two go ahead and enjoy the movie. I'll head home first," Xiao Yuhan said as she stepped out of the restaurant, addressing Wang Wenchao and Su Kersin. Wang Wenchao was at a loss for words, glancing at Xiao Yuhan before replying, "Wait a moment. Let me grab some bamboo shoots for you." With that, he made his way to his vehicle. "I'll go start the car. Just leave yours here. Driving it out would be a disaster," Su Kersin scoffed at Wang Wenchao's old van. Wang Wenchao opened the van and retrieved a basket of bamboo shoots, handing it to Xiao Yuhan. "These shoots are truly authentic, pure, and natural. I've tried them twice, and they are significantly superior to the ones typically found in the market. Take them home and give them a try. You won't be disappointed." Xiao Yuhan accepted the basket with a smile, expressing her gratitude. She examined it closely, turning it this way and that, before inquiring, "Where did you purchase this basket?" "The craftsmanship is exquisite. It's quite beautiful. This was made by the local villagers themselves. Isn't it lovely?" "I thought so too. In that area, nearly everything is crafted from bamboo. When I first saw it, I mistook it for a piece of art," Wang Wenchao joked. "You are mistaken. This is not merely akin to a craft. It is, in essence, a work of art. I am engaged in foreign trade, and one of my business ventures involves packaging and promoting specialty products from various regions of our country abroad, including bamboo products, which sell exceptionally well overseas. Truth be told, it's quite lucrative. However, these items are entirely handmade, and achieving aesthetic appeal precludes mass mechanical production, leading to high labor costs. Even so, the supply is limited, as few possess the requisite skills. Do you know this bamboo craftsman?" Xiao Yuhan asked Wang Wenchao earnestly. Wang Wenchao was momentarily taken aback, realizing what Xiao Yuhan was suggesting, and he recognized she was not jesting. He pondered briefly, understanding that this could represent a tremendous opportunity for the villagers of Huangshe village. "What bamboo craftsman?" "In Huangshe village, every villager is adept at this craft. Let me put it this way. Their area is filled with bamboo groves. Trees are scarce, but bamboo is abundant. Hence, everything there is made from bamboo, a traditional skill, and they excel at it." "Are you implying that you could market these bamboo products?" Wang Wenchao inquired, now genuinely intrigued. "I previously executed a similar business deal, facilitated by a friend. It involved a master craftsman specializing in bamboo products, and the quantity was limited. I was tasked with promoting them abroad, as items infused with Chinese elements command a significantly higher price overseas than domestically. Initially, I approached it with a sense of experimentation, discussing it with several foreign companies engaged in this trade. I sent a small shipment, just a few dozen pieces, and to my surprise, they were met with overwhelming enthusiasm and sold out swiftly. I had hoped to continue, but unfortunately, the master craftsman fell ill and passed away. The overseas company has since been pressing me for more stock, and I have sought out artisans in that field for some time, but to no avail. Although I am an outsider to this craft, I can discern with my own eyes that your basket is exceptionally well crafted. From my perspective, it rivals that of the late master artisan," Xiao Yuhan stated, placing the basket on the ground with conviction. Whenever the topic of work arose, the usually reticent Xiao Yuhan became quite loquacious. "That's splendid news. Let me tell you, everyone in Huangshe village is a master at this, and they are certainly not lacking in bamboo," Wang Wenchao exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, the sound of a car horn interrupted them, revealing Su Kersin, who had pulled the vehicle onto the road, urging them on. "You two go on ahead to the movies. You must keep this young lady entertained, or else you won't be able to sell your bamboo shoots," I will find time to visit the place you mentioned and see for myself. Let us keep in touch by phone, but for now, don't mention this to anyone until it's more certain. Hurry along. Don't keep her waiting, Xiao Yuhan said with a smile. Wang Wenchao, clearly still reeling from the unexpected delight, nodded vigorously. It was only when Xiao Yuhan entered the car that he snapped back to reality, turning to get into Su Kerson's vehicle amid her persistent honking. As he climbed into Su Kerson's car, Xiao Yuhan, seated inside, felt a twinge of melancholy as she watched the two of them. She was unable to pinpoint the source of this sadness, so she shook her head and started the engine, pulling out onto the road. What were you two discussing? You appeared so engrossed, nearly lost in your own world, Su Kerson complained as soon as they were in the car. Oh, we were just talking about my bamboo shoots in the basket. She remarked on how lovely my bamboo basket is, asking where I purchased it, and she mentioned that these bamboo baskets sell quite well abroad and inquired about my source. Wang Wenchao replied with a smile, omitting certain truths. Yuhan, oh Yuhan. That girl is all business-minded. She truly is a strong woman. I suspect she'll end up like my mother when she is older. Why should a young woman be so preoccupied with making money? A woman's golden years are fleeting. I say there's a song that says, if we don't act recklessly now, we'll grow old. So, we must enjoy life when we can and embrace our youth while we have it, Su Kerson remarked, turning up the volume on the car's stereo. Wang Wenchao chuckled, noting the stark contrast between Su Kerson and Xiao Yuhan's personalities. Strictly speaking, one could not deem either of their worldviews as right or wrong. How have things been lately? Your mother hasn't been pressuring you again, has she? Wang Wenchao joked. No, things have improved significantly. The last time, my father, suddenly emboldened, called a family meeting and reprimanded my mother directly. It was the first time I had witnessed my father express such anger towards her. Since that incident, my mother has been much kinder to me, Su Kerson replied with a cheerful grin. That is wonderful. However, you should consider finding a boyfriend. You're not getting any younger. Don't let your mother fret on your behalf, Wang Wenchao said, reaching for a cigarette and a lighter, but upon realizing he was in Su Kerson's car, he ultimately decided against it.